Receive an answer yet? Did you get selected? Gao Shiliang stayed silent. Zhao Ke asked, You got rejected, didn't you? Gao Shiliang answered her with a sigh. Zhao Ke clenched her teeth. Why don't you try approaching Liaoning TV? Gao Shiliang answered evenly. I've already done that, but there was no response from them. Old Gao. Zhao Ke looked at him heartbroken. You've worked hard for so long and been scolded for as many years. Can you really continue down this path? Gao Shiliang pondered for a moment. I don't know. Then you. But this is what I love doing. You're saying that again. You love it, but who will love you? You've been learning the art for over a decade and started acting in cross-gender roles since you were young. You and your teacher have put in so much hard work, but look at what that resulted in. The audience still can't accept it. Zhao Ke's eyes reddened. Old Gao, why not? Why not just forget it? I really can't watch you getting scolded by others anymore. Gao Shiliang said with a sinking voice. Ever since teacher passed away, the only successor left is me. If I quit too, who will be responsible for handing down this art form? Little Ku, I cannot retire from this. Otherwise, this art form is finished. He paused. I'll try again. I'll try for Tianjin TV's Spring Festival Gala. Zhao Ke said, You already tried asking them last year, and the year before that. Gao Shiliang hesitated. Perhaps it might work out this year. The door wasn't closed, and someone entered at this moment. That person was wearing a pair of sunglasses. You don't need to go to the Tianjin TV Spring Festival Gala anymore. Gao Shiliang looked at him suspiciously. You are. Zhao Ke also frowned and looked at him. What are you implying? She often complained about her husband too, but wouldn't stand for anyone who looked down on him. What do you mean by there's no need to go to the Tianjin TV Spring Festival Gala anymore? Are you saying that old Gao is not good enough for them? Who do you think you are? We're talking amongst ourselves here. What business is it of yours? Do you think we need you to give us advice? She spoke fiercely. Gao Shiliang stopped her and said, Little Ku, what's gotten into you? Zhao Ke said angrily, This man is crazy. He's too nosy. Zhang Ye got showered with scolding and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He adjusted his wording and said, I was saying, there's no need to go to the Tianjin TV Spring Festival Gala anymore. He looked at Gao Shiliang. Would you like to try for the Central TV Spring Festival Gala instead? Gao Shiliang was startled. Zhao Ke was stunned. Central TV's Spring Festival Gala? Who are you? Who do you think you are? Zhang Ye removed his sunglasses. Zhao Ke instantly let out a scream. Gao Shiliang shot out of his seat. Director Zhang. Both of them were dumbfounded, tongue-tied and slack-jawed. Zhang Ye smiled and said, So do you want to come on? The Central TV Spring Festival Gala. Gao Shiliang shouted at once. I do. Zhang Ye nodded. All right then, come look for me at Central TV tomorrow. I have an act to give you. Zhang Ye turned and left. Gao Shiliang stood in the same spot in surprise, unable to move. Zhao Ke covered her mouth in shock, then kneeled down and started crying. Heavens! The Spring Festival Gala. The day that old Gao had been waiting for had finally arrived. It had finally arrived. Chapter 1323. Chapter 1323. What sort of a Spring Festival Gala will it be this year? Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. At night. In the office of the Spring Festival Gala production team. After Zhang Ye returned, the news started spreading. What? A deaf-mute dance troupe? Laborer singers? A cross-gender actor? What's with all of these performers? What is Director Zhang thinking? Yeah, just what kind of acts are in this new program list? They won't do. How can we possibly have it like that? That's right. This program list is too casual. When the new program list was first released, everyone was very excited. No one had expected Zhang Ye to finish planning it within a night. But when they learned about the performers that Zhang Ye had invited, everyone felt like puking blood. They felt that these choices weren't even as good as those that were rejected during the first approval session. The leaders were alarmed. The executives on the Spring Festival Galas. Organizing committee couldn't sit still any longer. Over there, Zhang Ye was just leading some people from the production team to check on the progress of the stage. Before they could get there, they were stopped by some executives on the organizing committee. Not far from them, the Naval Song and Dance Troupe were rehearsing. They were the star act of the Spring Festival Gala and had appeared on its stage almost every year. But this year, they had encountered a problem. After the first approval session had left the status of all the acts hanging, the coach, Lu Daji, became very anxious. They only managed to secure another meeting to put a new act up for approval by the Spring Festival Gala's production team after approaching many of their contacts. But unexpectedly, Zhang Ye was also here, and there were also executives on the organizing committee. From behind, a group of young ladies and men were getting excited. Quickly look, it's Zhang Ye. What are they talking about? Why aren't they walking over here anymore? Among them, the most excited person was a young lady. She was not old, and was probably around 20 years of age. It was Teacher Zhang. It was him in the flesh. Hu Dai's one eyes were staring straight ahead. She wanted to run up to Zhang Ye to have a closer look at him more than anything. She really liked Zhang Ye very much. From the time before Zhang Ye became famous, Hu Dai was his fan. Just to catch a glimpse of Zhang Ye, she had spent the money that she had worked so hard at saving to buy a last-row ticket from a scalper to attend the King of Masked Singers concert. When she saw Zhang Ye singing in the rain, she even got so emotional that she cried. After she learned that Zhang Ye had been appointed as the Spring Festival Gala's executive director, little Hu Dai decided that she must definitely get on the Spring Festival Gala as well. She went to plead with the teachers and leaders to bring her along with them. But as her standard was not up to par, and she couldn't compare with her brothers and sisters in the troupe, she did not manage to go to the first approval session. As such, Hu Dai cried to herself under her bedsheets for an entire night when it happened. However, she didn't expect that there could be a turnaround. The naval song and dance troupe did not pass their first approval session, and the leaders had to make last-minute changes to the act for their reattempt. They lacked several dancers for this revised act, so Hu Dai went about doing favors just to be considered for a role. She brought food for the teachers and washed clothes for the troupe's brothers and sisters. In the end, she managed to get a chance to be included for a role. And now that they had arrived at Central TV, she actually got to see Zhang Ye as well. They were only 50 meters apart, and this was the closest to him that she had ever gotten. She felt so fortunate. Hu Dai was getting a little overwhelmed. The coach, Lu Daji, shouted, "What are you all doing? Where is your organizational discipline? Little Hu Dai? Look at how you're behaving." Hu Dai said, "They're all having a look too. Troop leader, why are you always picking on me?" Lu Daji rolled his eyes and said, "You're the only lass who's staring so fixedly." Little Hu Dai's eyes were almost popping out. You little infatuated fool. Little Top 2 has become an infatuated fool. The big brothers and sisters were all teasing her. Lu Daji harumphed. "Go, stand to the side and start your punishment." Hu Dai pulled a long face. Again, Lu Daji said, "You're the worst performer in the troupe. I've already made an exception by bringing you along to let you gain some experience, yet you're still not making the effort to work hard. If I don't punish you, who will I punish?" Hu Dai said aggrieved. "Whatever." Lu Daji said, "If I don't say that you can stop, don't stop." Hu Dai went off to the side with everyone laughing around her. There, she began twisting her body and started turning around and around again. This was the standard punishment of the naval song and dance troupe. The person being punished would have to turn around in circles until they became dizzy. Not anyone could take such a punishment. Ordinary folks would often lose their balance the moment they spin around 10 times. But for these dancers, they would have to last longer than that. Some of them could go on spinning for 5 minutes, while others might be able to do so for up to 10 minutes. Of course, there was also an oddity that existed in the naval song and dance troupe. And that oddity was Hu Dai. How long could she keep spinning for? No one knew. That was because no one had seen her getting dizzy before. Hu Dai was not comparable to the big brothers and sisters of the troupe in all other aspects. Singing? She was only average. Dancing? She was not amazing either. Only in the aspect of taking punishment was she better than everyone else in the entire troupe. As such, she was given the nickname, Little Top. Hu Dai started twirling in circles on the balls of her feet. Each time she completed a circle, she would take a look at Zhang Ye. She felt so blessed. Hu Dai was overjoyed. Lu Daji speechlessly shook his head, thinking about how this child was beyond help. Then he instructed the others in a low voice. "Director Zhang is having a discussion over there. When they finish and start walking over, I'll signal with my eyes to all of you so that everyone knows when to start the performance. We have to make the best of it so that we can catch Director Zhang's attention. That would be half the mission completed. Remember, our naval song and dance troupe must make it onto the Spring Festival Gala this year as well. Otherwise, none of us will have it good when we get back." "Understood. We know. Don't worry about it, Coach." The discussion over there ended. Zhang Ye finally convinced the executives of the organizing committee. An official from the Ministry of Culture said, "All right then, we'll see how everything goes during the second approval session." Another executive gave a bitter smile and said, "Director Zhang, these are the only 3 concessions we can make. If the acts don't have a great effect, they will definitely be rejected." Zhang Ye smiled and said, "Trust me on it." They talked as they walked. Lu Daji quickly gave the wink. The troupe members immediately began performing. A female executive asked, "So far, there are only 3 acts that have been firmed up?" Zhang Ye acknowledged and said, "I already have in mind the candidates for the other acts. I'll gather them up within 3 days and put them through rehearsals." Hachichi was distracted by something. Zhang Zhua looked across to the front. An executive on the organizing committee said, "Is this a rehearsal?" Another executive said, "They're people from the naval song and dance troupe, aren't they?" Zhang Yi seemed to have noticed and was momentarily stunned as he stopped in his tracks. The other people also gradually stopped in their tracks and watched the troupe's performance. Lu Daji was silently cheered up by that. They were successful at catching their attention. Hu Dai also got excited at this. She wanted to stop turning so that she could rejoin the group of big brothers and sisters in their dance. But when she remembered the instructions of her coach, she could only carry on with her punishment. She was in pure anxiety. Teacher Zhang saw us. He saw us. Heavens! Can I stop spinning already? There goes my image. Is Teacher Zhang looking at me? No, that must be an illusion. Assistant Director Zhang Zhua asked, "Coach Lu, are you rehearsing?" Lu Daji hurriedly came over. "Yes, we've arranged a new dance for our act and would like to show it to the Spring Festival Gala's organizing committee executives. We're hoping that they could re-examine our act and consider us for the gala." The official from the Ministry of Culture was amused as he pointed to the side. Why is there someone standing away from the group? And her movements are different from the others too. When Lu Daji turned to look, he nearly blew up in anger. He went over and whispered, "Io, my young lady, why are you still spinning for?" Stop! Hu Dai came to a stop. Her breathing was still very even, and she was not even panting. Lu Daji said in embarrassment, "I was just punishing her for earlier." Ha Chi said with interest, "Your troupe's punishment is pretty unique." "Ha, it's normal. Lu Daji laughed it off. The troupe's dance finally ended. But Zhang Yi did not seem interested at all. His eyes were still on that person standing in the corner. When the dancers came to a stop, Zhang Yi suddenly asked, "You there? What's your name?" "You? Who are you asking?" Everyone looked to their left and right. "Who?" Dai had a startled expression on her face. She pointed at herself. "Me?" Zhang Yi smiled and said, "Yeah, you." Hu Dai got all excited and nearly fainted. "Me, my name is Hu Dai. Oh my God. Teacher Zhang has spoken to me." Zhang Yi asked again, "How long did you spin for just now?" Hu Dai said excitedly, "I spun for 10 minutes." Zhang Yi asked, "How long can you spin for?" Hu Dai blushed. "Me? I can spin for however long I want to spin." Lu Daji hurriedly intervened and said, "Don't listen to her bragging. In the past, when she was punished, the longest she went on spinning for was 3 hours. We didn't allow her to spin any longer than that." The production team's people were dumbfounded. 3 hours? That amazing. Is everyone from your troupe able to spin for so long? Lu Daji said nervously. "How can that be possible? In the entire troupe, only she can do that. The others wouldn't even last past 10 minutes of spinning. This lass seems to be born without a sense of vertigo. But other than spinning, she's no good at everything else." Hearing that, Hu Dai shyly bowed her head. "You freaking old Lu. Why are you always putting me down?" But at this moment, Zhang Yi said something surprising. 4 hours? Can you spin for that long?" Hu Dai was stunned. "I can." Zhang Yi nodded. "All right, then I'll see you at the second approval session. I'll leave an act for you to perform." The entire venue burst into an uproar. "What? Director Zhang? What's the meaning of this?" "Oh." Everyone was stunned. Lu Daji's jaw dropped. Hu Dai was dumbfounded. "Me?" Zhang Yi said, "Yes." Hu Dai stared with wide eyes. "I'm going to the Spring Festival Gala." Zhang Yi said, "Yes." Who will I be a backup dancer to?" "You're not going to be a backup dancer. The entire act is for you alone." Hu Dai said in shock, "What act is it?" Zhang Yi said matter-of-factly, "Spinning in circles, of course." When they heard this, everyone who was present was floored. Spinning in circles? How is spinning in circles even an act? Can you fucking stop kidding me? The few executives of the Spring Festival Gala's organizing committee could hardly breathe. Director Zhang, you this? We are going to wash our hands of this. Just do whatever you like. The executives were driven off in anger. The remaining people looked at Hu Dai in awe. Lu Daji's face swirled with a mix of emotions. Her big brothers and sisters in the troupe were speechless. Why was it Little Top? Why did she get chosen out of all people? Unbeknownst to them, the Spring Festival Gala production team members were even more horrified. What a weirdo. What kind of fucking wondrous acts are these? Of the numerous singers there are, you found 2 laborers instead? Of so many dance troupes out there, you had to choose a deaf-mute group? Of so many actors around, you had to find a cross-gender actor? Of all the dancers available, you looked for someone who could only spin around in circles? The Spring Festival Gala's production team members were utterly confused. Christ on a bike. What sort of a Spring Festival Gala will it be this year? Leg. Hu Dai also means butterfly. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/top. Chapter 1324. 40 acts are lined up. Chapter 1324. 40 acts are lined up. Translator, Leg. Editor, Leg. The executives on the organizing committee who had been driven away in anger did not know what else they could say. What kinds of acts are these? He can even make an act out of spinning in circles? How would that even be watchable? What the heck is Director Zhang thinking? He's always been someone who doesn't do things according to common sense. Let's see how the second approval session goes. If it doesn't work out, we'll just cut them. Do you even need to see how it will go? It's definitely not going to work out. And by the time we cut the acts, it will definitely not just be 1 or 2 of them. It's definitely going to be a mass cut. If it were someone else, if it were another director who did this, they would have intervened much earlier on. In fact, they would probably have even lost their temper at that director. But when faced with Zhang Ye, they found it more difficult to use harsh words on him. Even if they didn't do it for the sake of the monk, they'd have to do it for the sake of the Buddha. Who could afford to not spare Wu? Zitching some face? Why don't we bring this up to Chief Wu first? I'll see what Chief Wu's attitude on this matter is. One of them immediately called her. Do. The call connected. Hello, Chief Wu. Oh, it's Chief Zhao. I hope I didn't disturb your rest at this hour. It's fine, I haven't slept yet. About the acts for the Spring Festival Gala, we've met with some problems. What I would like to ask is, but the Spring Festival Gala isn't under my jurisdiction, right? You're the executives of the organizing committee, so I'm sure you can discuss it amongst yourselves. You're the SARF's leader, so how can we skip over you, right? Aren't Chief He and Director Lu already representing the SARFD on the Spring Festival Gala's organizing committee? Besides, you should also be aware that the executive director of the Spring Festival Gala is my husband. Wouldn't I have to steer clear of this matter? But the issue is that there is a lot of controversy surrounding the acts. Wasn't there a new list of acts drawn up for the gala? It's the new acts that have an issue. Old Zhao, if you're asking me in my official capacity, I'd still say the same thing as I did before. This matter is not under my jurisdiction, so I won't offer any opinion on it. But if you're telling me this in my personal capacity, then I can only tell you that I understand what my husband is like. He might handle things in a rather odd way, but he has never disappointed. Before, has he? I believe in his judgment. If he thinks that a certain act will be good, then it will definitely be good. Do things in a rather odd way? Was this odd? It was more like bizarre, all right. Chief Zhao could only shake his head helplessly with a laugh. All right, I understand. From those few words alone, even though Wu Ziqing said that she had to steer clear of the matter and that it wasn't under her jurisdiction, she was actually giving her utmost support to her husband. Forget it. They could only wait until the second approval session was held. In the next few days, he scheduled the acts into the lineup one by one. The script for each act was written by Zhang Ye. The 5th act. Zhang Ye called Chun Guang and Fan Wenli. Hello, Director Zhang. Old Chun, do come for the second approval session. Me and Wenli? Yes. I was just waiting to hear these words of yours. What kind of act will it be? It will still be singing, but I'll need you to sing a different song. I'll contribute a track for it. That'll be great. It's our gain then. The 8th act. Zhang Ye made a video call to Zhang Yuanqi. Old Zhang, are you back in the country yet? I just came back yesterday. Do you know how to play the piano? I do, but I haven't played for a very long time. I'm afraid that I'll be out of practice. That's fine. The song isn't difficult. Then I guess it's not a problem. Good. Then I'll leave an act for you on. The Spring Festival Gala. What act is it? It's definitely a good act, so don't you worry. Sure. The 15th act. Hello. How's the progress of that matter I asked about regarding the family of 3? We've already found them, Director Zhang. Are they Mongolian? Yes, it's a couple who were both Mongolian singers. What about the child? The child sings pretty good too. All right, bring them to Beijing and get them practicing immediately. Understood. The 27th act. Director Zhang, hello. Hello. You were looking for me? I heard that you're the best magician in the country. I have a few magic tricks here that I wonder if you can perform. About that, I'd have to see what the general difficulty of them are. I can't tell you about the level of difficulty. After all, I'm not in your line of work. However, I think it'll be pretty challenging. I need someone who can perform this magic trick flawlessly within the month. What's the content of the magic performance? I'll come up with something for you. I'll give it a try then. The 30th act. The staff of CI Xiofang Studio came over. Director Zhang, please approve the skit we wrote. Anti-CI, I really can't. Everyone's been preparing for it for 3 months now. That still won't do. The skit might be quite good, but it's still far from being wonderful. For any other station's Spring Festival Gala, I don't care what they do. But on my side, it definitely won't. Pass. But anti-CI, don't worry about that. I didn't say that I won't let you on the show. How about this? I have a skit here that I find especially suitable for you, but I'll need you to find a partner for it. There are some requirements for their appearance and height, though, so do you think you can do it? Yes, pass the script to me. All right. The 40th act. Zhang Ye called Grandma Zhang Xia. Grandma Zhang. So, is there a place for me at the second approval session? Of course there is. I have a good act that I've kept for you. How good is it? It's the last act of the Spring Festival Gala, the finale. Who else is there? There will also be veteran singers from the song and dance troupes, and you'll be the one leading them in the song that I've planned to change this year. Sure. There were about 40 acts in total for the Spring Festival Gala. Zhang Ye implemented the acts one by one and followed up on each of them. Zhang Ye's workload in recent days started increasing as he went around looking for performers to invite onto the show. In between, he still had to take time out to plan the acts, as well as hold meetings with the performers to discuss the scripts. For some of the acts like singing, it wasn't that troublesome to handle since Zhang Ye would only have to fill in the lyrics and compose the tune. Everything else could be left to the professionals, and he only had to make sure that the final product lined up with his requirements. But for some of the other acts, they were much more difficult to coordinate. For acts like dancing, because Zhang Ye was not a professional choreographer to begin with, he did not know how to present the idea he had in mind to them. He could only demonstrate to the dancers with actual movements and then correct them afterwards. This process took up too much time. As for the magic and acrobatic performances, which were much more complex, Zhang Ye had plans in mind that he needed to teach to the performers in person and was basically irreplaceable for this task. Looking for people, practicing, constructing props, setting up the stage, preparing the costumes. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Zhang Ye was always kept busy until it was pitch dark out. It was also the same for the performers. Everyone went into full preparation mode overnight. Zhang Yuanqi turned down all work and refreshed herself on playing the piano. CI Xiofang Studio was going through Zhang Ye's skit for them over and over again. The deaf-mute dance troupe basically lived at Central TV's dormitories since they had to verify the dance moves with Zhang Ye every day. Hu Dai was also practicing her spinning daily and found that it was very difficult to spin for 4 hours straight. If she drank too much water, she would often get the urge to go to the bathroom. If she drank too little, she would easily become exhausted with the physical exertion on her body. She kept trying to find a balance. Everyone was giving their best for the second approval session. Only 2 approval sessions were going to be held for this year's Spring Festival Gala. The second approval session was to confirm the final program list for the Spring Festival Gala. Even though some adjustments were still going to be made during the rehearsal, the changes would not be that major. No one was willing to give up on this chance, and everyone was thinking only of stepping onto this dream stage. Chapter 1325. The second approval session begins. Chapter 1325. The second approval session begins. Translator, leg editor, leg. Days passed. The competition was getting intense on the Celebrity Rankings Index. A Heavenly King achieved great success at a global New Year countdown concert. A Heavenly Queen's latest holiday movie's box office earnings reach a new high. Another Heavenly King's suspected relationship was exposed, but later proven to be a case of mistaken identity. The end of the year one was approaching, and the artists were starting to compete with one another. Sometimes, the ranking of a celebrity at the end of a year would be an indicator of their net worth in the coming year. If they wanted to raise their net worth, endorsement pay, or film commissions, their position on the Celebrity Rankings Index was the most important criteria. The competition amongst the celebrities still boiled down to their popularities overall. But common folk were still concerned with the changes in the S-list rankings. Since Zhang Ye was making a move to reach the summit, one of those 7 S-list celebrities would have to step down. Judging from the packed schedules of the Heavenly Kings and Queens, it could be seen that they were responding to this matter. In fact, their response was very intense too, and this further illustrated that Zhang Ye was truly becoming a threat to them. They were finally unable to sit still. The battle had begun. In recent days, a certain Heavenly King's popularity rose again. A certain Heavenly Queen had reclaimed her spot at the pinnacle of the film industry. Those 7 people had more or less taken another step. It was the same for Zhang Ye. Wearing the halo of the Spring Festival Gala, a lot of attention was also given to him. Even though he didn't have any new works to speak of, even if he didn't appear in front of the audience, Zhang Ye's popularity still did not drop. In fact, it continued to climb steadily. During this period of time, it was all about the Spring Festival Gala. Would it be a success? Or would it be a failure? Would Zhang Ye be able to reach the summit? Was there going to be a change in the entertainment circle soon? All of that would have to depend on this year's Spring Festival Gala. On this day, it was the day of the second approval session. The news reports were updated like a bombing run. Some of the news had only just been received by the media. The secrecy surrounding the Spring Festival Gala had always been very high, so it was very difficult for the media to get hold of the latest updates surrounding it. The second approval session begins. The Spring Festival Gala's production enters its final stages. Who will be chosen for the finale act? According to a news source, Zhang Ye will be joining the cast of this year's Spring Festival Gala. Major insider news. Zhang Ye redossed the program list. Zhang Ye personally plans out over 40 acts for the gala. Will Zhang Ye be able to manage the dance choreographies? Will the magic programs also be personally created by Zhang Ye? After tonight, the final program list for the Spring Festival Gala will be revealed. After many of the citizens saw the news, they were scared silly. Like the media, it was the first time they'd heard of such a thing. What did they say? Holy fuck, 40 acts. Dancing? Singing? Skits? Crosstalks? Magic? Acrobatics? All of them. All of the acts were rewritten by Zhang Ye. Are you kidding me? They must be mistaken, right? Impossible. This is probably fake news, right? Teacher Zhang is planning something again. My titanium dog eyes are blinded. Does it have to be this exciting? They're really playing it big. The media turned their attention. The public was in an uproar. The industry insiders also expressed their views. This is too rash of director Zhang. Yeah, who the heck comes up with all the acts by themselves? He wrote all of the 40 acts by himself? Isn't that too exaggerated? But from another perspective, this shows that the guy is amazing. Yeah, other than him, who would dare to do it like this? Does he know anything about dancing? Why is he even doing the choreography for the dances? Of course he does. Isn't he the founding father of plaza dancing? The version of the dance that the aunties these days are all dancing to for Small Apple and the hottest ethnic trend were all choreographed by him. Uft, can you even call that a dance? He should just leave those matters to the professionals. Why is he taking on everything himself? Does he feel that of all the dance choreographers and skit writers in the country, no one is better than him? The controversy was no small matter. It was very shocking. There had never been an executive director who wrote all the acts in any of the previous galas. Just how confident and crazy would a person have to be to do something like that? At Central TV, the venue of the second approval session, the main stage was still not fully set up, so they had to use Broadcasting Studio 3 as a temporary venue. Backstage, Teacher Chi, is everything all right? Everything is fine. Have you changed that move we discussed? We've already rehearsed the changes. All right, I'll leave it to you all then. Big Sissy, please don't change the lines, all right? I got it. I tested it after that time and felt that. The lines you gave were still better. Little who die. Here, I'm here, Director Zhang. Don't you screw up. Don't worry. I'll definitely complete my task. The second approval session is about to begin. Management will be coming to observe as well. So do your best, everyone. Zhang Ye gave his instructions to them one by one. Today was the most crucial day of all, and he was suddenly getting anxious as well. It was make or break. Zhang Ye was also not 100% sure if they would succeed. He had drawn up all the acts and given the performers a chance, so the rest of it would be up to them to perform to their best on stage. Little Wang ran in and shouted, "Director Zhang, sister-in-law has arrived." Backstage, the looks in the eyes of quite few people turned ambiguous. Zhang Ye coughed. "So what if she has arrived? Why are you shouting that out?" When he stepped outside, he saw the executives from the management. Other than the executives on the Spring Festival Gala's organizing committee, the officials above them from the Ministry of Culture and the SARFD were also here. Clearly, the negative news reports about the Spring Festival Gala had unsettled them quite a bit. Someone had probably snitched on them and made the higher-ups worried about the event, leading to this joint inspection of the second approval session's acts. More than a dozen people had come to take part, including the Ministry of Culture's deputy minister and the SARF's deputy chief. Wu Ziqing was among them. Zhang Ye smiled and said, "Old Wu." Wu Ziqing also smiled and walked over. "Here, I brought you a jacket." "Hi, you shouldn't have." Zhang Ye took it from her. "It's quite cold these days. You should wear more." Wu Ziqing said, "Put this on." "All right." Zhang Ye put on the jacket. Old Wu helped him adjust the collar and then gave him a glance before saying with a smile, "All right, you look much more spirited this way." Zhang Ye whispered, "What's with the group of people behind you? Why are they conducting a surprise check? Are they worried about what I'm doing?" Wu Ziqing said, "Someone has some opinions regarding the acts you've planned. They have objections about the performers that you've invited as well." Zhang Ye said in amusement, "All right, then I guess I'll just have to open their eyes today and show them what we have planned." An executive on the Spring Festival Gala's organizing committee called for him. "Director Zhang." "Yes." "When are we beginning?" "They're almost ready." The leaders got seated in the first row. Ha Chi-Chi, Zhang Zhua, and a few others anxiously came to look for Zhang Ye. "Are the acts really going to be okay?" Zhang Zhua asked. Ha Chi-Chi said, "I'm not really that confident either." Zhang Ye said, "We'll have to see how they perform." The executives were already chattering among themselves. Deputy Minister Zhou from the Ministry of Culture was the highest-ranked official and was seated in the middle. "The stage is not complete yet. We're almost done. Is the program list really not acceptable? Hi, those performers are really somewhat. Then why didn't you all intervene?" Director Zhang was very insistent on it. Besides, it's not exactly easy for the organizing committee to intervene either. "All right, I understand. Let's have a look at the acts first then. The Spring Festival Gala is an important affair. It's political, so it must not have any flaws. If the acts don't work, then they'll be pulled from the list." Deputy Minister Zhou's words set the tone for today's approval session. It wasn't until when Wu Ziqing came back with a smile on her face that they stopped discussing. Deputy Minister Zhou had led a team here today for a surprise attack to check for problems with the acts. Too many people had feedback to him regarding the bizarre acts that Zhang Ye had come up with. As for what exactly the problems were, Deputy Minister Zhou did not have any details. However, since so many people had complained about it, he knew that there must be a reason. He was really curious to see just what kinds of acts they were talking about. Chapter 1326, The Approval Board's Shock. Chapter 1326, The Approval Board's Shock. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. At 8 a.m., it was time. The Spring Festival Gala's second approval session officially began. Zhang Ye sat down and said, "Send in the singers." The first approval session was the preliminary selection round, while the second approval session was to confirm the acts. As such, the music and stage effects would all have to be ready. Even if the new stage was not fully ready yet, and the facilities of Broadcasting Studio 3 were not enough to bring out the effects to their fullest extent, they would still have to showcase it. Only then would those on the approval board be given a proper performance to assess it. Other than the absence of hosts and the acts not being presented in order, it wouldn't be too different from the actual Spring Festival Gala rehearsal. The first group came out. It was Chun Guang and Fan Wenli. The music played, and the couple began singing. Ha Chi-Chi was nervously clenching her fists. Zhang Zhua and Little Wang's palms starting to sweat. Come on, you two can do it. This song is pretty good, isn't it? Yeah, it's quite nice. Who wrote the song? It was written by director Zhang. Deputy Minister Zhou lightly nodded. The second act came out. A family of 3 appeared. Deputy Minister Zhou asked curiously, I've never seen this family before. A person next to him said, yes, they're not exactly well known. But when the family opened their mouths to sing, many people were startled. This is quite an interesting song. It's pretty nice. The arrangement is really good, and its target audience is also quite different. The executives who had come to watch were unanimously praising it. The executives of the Spring Festival Gala's organizing committee were also extremely surprised. This isn't right. It's not supposed to be like this. Deputy Minister Zhou looked at an executive on the organizing committee and asked, Isn't this pretty good? Director Yang dabbed at his sweat. The main problems are in the acts following. Chief Zhao nodded. The later ones are the problematic ones. Deputy Minister Zhou nodded. All right then, let's keep on watching. The third act. This song is the best. The dance is great. This act must be included in the gala. Agreed. This is something new. The eighth act. Who is this woman? Yeah, she's really pretty good at performing. It's not a woman. This is a man. But that's impossible. Boss, it's really a man. What's this performance about? Director Zhang says it's a cross-gender act. It's very good. This art form isn't often seen by too many people. It should be brought onto this stage so that everyone can learn about it and understand how many talented people there are amongst the common folk. That's right, Old Yang, Old Zhao, which are the problematic acts you were talking about? They're still further. Okay. The 10th act. Oh my god, they're all deaf-mute. How did they manage to dance like this? This is amazing. Shocking. This is so shocking. All of the kids have done really well. The 15th act. This dance. How did they do it? Why didn't they fall over? How did they keep standing upright like that without falling? What's the method that's keeping them upright? It's too beautiful. Old Yang, Old Zhao. Have the problematic acts appeared yet? They're later. They're still later? The 22nd act. This magic show is absolutely perfect. It's absolutely amazing. How did he manage to pull that off? You'd have to ask Director Zhang about that. The magic trick was designed by him. Old Yang, Old Zhao. Are we getting to the problematic acts yet? They're still further. The 29th act. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Ha ha ha. It's so hilarious. I can't take it. The 32nd act. Ha ha ha. This writing, it's marvelous. The lines for this will definitely go viral. It's really good. This skit is really, really good. Old Yang, Old Zhao. Later, we're almost getting to them. Yes, we're almost there. At the beginning, the approval board members were looking to nitpick on problems with each act. But the more it went on, the more surprised everyone became. Some people started crying listening to the songs. Some people laughed at the skits. Some people marveled at the dance. Some people were shocked by the magic show. It was really good. All of them were very enjoyable. All of these acts were planned by Zhang Ye. Nobody could believe it. Ha Chi-Chi was dumbfounded. Zhang's was stared with wide eyes. Little Wang was stunned. The production team members were so shocked that their jaws dropped. It wasn't like they hadn't seen Zhang Ye's program list before. In fact, they also took occasional glances at the performers' practices too. Some of the props were even constructed by them. But to watch the act from the start until finish, none of them had gone through this entire process. Today was also their first time watching the entire program lists run down. Their emotions could only be summed up as shocked. These acts had completely surpassed their expectations. And this was only Broadcasting Studio 3 they were in. This was still not the new stage that they would be performing on. If it were really transferred onto the new stage, the music, the lightings, the set design, all of those elements combined would make everything flawless. At that time, just how would these programs look like? They didn't even dare to start thinking about that. Wu Ziqing was smiling. Right from the start, she did not say a word. At this time, Zhang Ye heaved a sigh of relief. It wasn't too bad, although there were some acts that still needed tweaking. Some of the performing groups also made some minor mistakes, but all of those were still within acceptable limits. After all, the time given to them to prepare was too tight. So Zhang Ye was quite satisfied with how it had turned out. The remaining work was to keep letting them practice and refine their performances so that they could cut their mistakes down to a minimum. There was still a lot of room for improvement and practice. Several of the skit actors who had just finished performing left the stage. Many of the upper management who had come to observe the approval session were so amused that they couldn't close their mouths. Deputy Minister Zhou looked to the side. Old Zhao, Old Yang, where are the acts that you two said were problematic? Old Zhao wiped away his sweat. They're coming later. Old Yang could only bite his tongue and say, yes, that's right. Ha Chi-Chi face-smackingly said. The skit just now was the last act. The venue fell silent. Old Zhao, Old Yang, and a few other people turned green with anger. There was nothing else. All of the 40 acts finished up? Deputy Minister Zhou stopped smiling and looked at the several of them. He slammed the table and stood up. What are you all trying to achieve? Just what are you trying to do? He pointed at the stage and said, it's still L? Then where is it? They've already finished performing. So tell me, where is it then? Were these the acts that you all complained to me that were problematic? Were these the acts that you told me were no good? Do you have any eyes to see with? Do you have any ears to listen with? Tell me, which of the acts were bad? If these acts aren't good enough, then what kinds of acts would be good enough for you people? Go and identify them for me. What kinds of acts? Both Old Yang and Old Zhao were on the verge of tears. Wu Ziqing mediated. Minister Zhou, let's forget about it. Deputy Minister Zhou waved her off and said, Chief Wu, don't speak up for them. I've been infuriated today. He looked at the executives on the Spring Festival Gala's organizing committee and said, Chief Wu's husband worked so hard and professionally to make the acts work that even a blind person can see it. All of the acts were created with soul, as well as blood and sweat. Nobody can know if the audience can accept them until Lunar New Year's Eve arrives. But at least to those of us here today, I don't believe that anyone would say that the acts were bad. Am I right? None of you will say that they aren't good enough. Isn't that so? In that case, they're definitely good acts. But what did you all do? Nothing at all. You all only know how to snitch on the production team and tell me that we have problems here and there every single day. Are you trying to create trouble? Old Zhao hurriedly said. Minister, we were in the wrong because we didn't understand it clearly. Old Yang said, we were derelict in our duty. Turning around, he looked at Zhang Ye. Director Zhang, we're sorry. Zhang Ye waved it off. It's nothing that serious. Artistic works have neither good or bad points. Some people might like it, while others might dislike it. That's very normal. Deputy Minister Zhou said regretfully, Director Zhang, you've done a fantastic job. Zhang Ye smiled and said, we're just serving the people. Deputy Minister Zhou said excitedly, these acts are all really good. I really didn't expect that the Spring Festival Gala could be produced so well after you took charge of it. It's good. Very good, Zhang Ye said. Minister, you're too lavish with your praise. There are actually a lot more areas we can improve. Some of the acts had minor issues, so they weren't presented to the best that it should have been. Right now, they're still not good enough to be put onto the actual Spring Festival Gala. I still have to make further adjustments to them. I'll do my best to rush them out in time so that we can put up the most perfect performance on Lunar New Year's Eve. What? It was still not perfect? It could still be done better? Deputy Minister Zhou was very excited. All right, just do as you deem fit. Don't feel any pressure or feel burdened by the tasks. We'll leave the Spring Festival Gala to you this year. We're depending on you. Zhang Ye was flattered. Don't stand on ceremony with me. It should be expected of me. Deputy Minister Zhou looked at him and said in seriousness, I'm not trying to be polite. The Spring Festival Gala is on the decline, and the viewership ratings have been dropping year after year. Looking at where it is headed, we were all panicking. Seeing how the Spring Festival Gala is doing worse by the year, we've been completely unable to do anything about it. But it will be different this year. I feel that this year's Spring Festival Gala will definitely not be like how it was in the past. Teacher Little Zhang, we're really depending on you for the Spring Festival Gala. Please don't let it be ruined in the hands of our generation. Zhang Ye did not expect Deputy Minister Zhou to say that to him. For a moment, he also turned serious. All right, I dare not give you my word on any other thing, but I will carry out my duties to the best of my ability. The officials left. The organizing committee left. The Spring Festival Gala's production team was overflowing with passion. This is so awesome. We've made it through. All of the acts have passed. Director Zhang, you're amazing. All of the acts were so godly. Those skits were hilarious. The dances were also very amazing. I have a feeling that this year's Spring Festival Gala is going to be super popular. Let's hope that it'll really be different this year. With Director Zhang around, it will definitely be different. Zhang Ye laughed and said, "Don't speak too early. Times have changed. We still do not know if the audience might like it. All right, everyone has worked hard in recent days, so hurry back home and get some rest. We still have a lot of work to do starting tomorrow. A lot of the acts still need working on. Some of the set designs will also have to be redone." Turning to Ha Chi-Chi, he said, "Old Ha, go and tell the performers about the outcome. Her. They must be feeling very anxious too. All right, I'll go let them know." Ha Chi-Chi, Zhang Zhua, and a few others walked backstage. Soon after, endless cheering sounded from backstage. "What? We've passed. All of us went through. Then that means we've all been confirmed for the Spring Festival Gala? Oh, I'm going on the Spring Festival Gala. Oh my God, I have to call my mom right now. I need to let her know about this. Are you serious? Is this really happening?" It was a scene of elation. Qi Xiaomei was crying. Hu Dai was screaming. Gao Shiliang stood there in shock, his mind blank. This was really just like a dream. Chapter 13:27, Great Anticipation. Chapter 13:27, Great Anticipation. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The next day, the finalized program list from the second approval session was revealed. The doorbell rang. Brother Gao? Brother Gao, Sis Chun, what's the matter? Quick, watch the news." "What news? Don't you all know yet? Your family Shiliang is going to be on the Spring Festival Gala." "But that's impossible. The program list has been announced." "What?" The phone rang. A few minutes later. "Old Hu, what are you shouting for? You scared me half to death." Old Hu, what is it? Who just called?" "It was from our daughter. She's going to be on the Spring Festival Gala." She can even go on the Spring Festival Gala with that standard of hers? Who's she going to be a backup dancer to? She's not going to be a backup dancer. She has an act tailored for her." "What did you say? No way. When did the Spring Festival Gala lower their standards for its performers? Get lost. Why can't you have more confidence in our daughter? Our daughter keeps getting punished by the coach of the Naval Song and Dance Troupe. She can never perform any of those difficult dance moves and actions. All she knows is how to spin around in circles. So how? How could I have any confidence in that?" At the same time, there was another matter that was publicly announced. The upper management had issued a notice to announce that the executive director of the Spring Festival Gala this year, Zhang Ye, would be included in the Spring Festival Gala's organizing committee as a deputy committee leader. This news caused quite the surprise in the media and industry. The executive director had always been the head of the Spring Festival Gala's production team, and its authority covered matters of the show's production as well as a series of other related matters. Meanwhile, the supervising authority of the executive director lay with the Spring Festival Gala organizing committee. If there were any divided opinions, the final decision would depend on the executives on the organizing committee. But now, Zhang Ye was going to be appointed as a deputy committee leader of the organizing committee? What did this mean? What did this represent? There had never been an executive director in the history of the Spring Festival Gala who was admitted into the organizing committee before. Zhang Ye was the first person to get in, and he was also the only exception so far. The signal that this event sent out was worth ruminating on. The program list gets revealed. Zhang Ye admitted into the leadership group. Zhang Ye's authority has been strengthened even further. This year's Spring Festival Gala is branded with the Zhang name. An interview was even broadcast on Central TV's news channel. It was a summarized conversation between a Central TV reporter and the Ministry of Culture's Deputy Minister Zhou. The reporter asked, "What were the reasons behind appointing Zhang Ye as a deputy committee leader?" Deputy Minister Zhou said with a smile, "Because of the trust that we have in Director Zhang." "Can you reveal a little bit about the acts that were in the second approval session?" "We have to keep that a secret." All I can say is that we're very pleased to have gotten director Zhang to take charge of the Spring Festival Gala this year. Zhang Ye is the most serious and responsible director that I've ever come across. We believe that everyone will experience a different Spring Festival Gala this year. Very pleased? The most serious and responsible? This was such high praise. The minister's declaration was the strongest support that could be given to Zhang Ye. The public was also very surprised. What happened at the second approval session yesterday? I don't know. The upper management has entirely delegated the Spring Festival Gala to Zhang Ye. Yeah, I find that weird too. Aren't they too trusting of him? The Spring Festival Gala has turned to advertising this year, and the program list was changed at the last minute. With so much negative news, why would the upper management still dare to give Zhang Ye even more authority? Could it be that the acts in the second approval session were all pretty good? Zhang Ye is now someone who wields the greatest authority in the entertainment circle. Yeah, back then, it was just a saying. But it looks like it has become true now. This is so impressive. How did he achieve that? Even Hao Guang, the executive director of the Spring Festival Gala 3 years ago who enjoyed such a good relationship with the higher-ups, did not get admitted into the organizing committee. Be it the acts or the work put in, he had to do things according to the decisions of the higher-ups and seek their opinions. However, Zhang Ye has managed to do it. The higher-ups must have taken a liking to the acts. But just look at the program list. I don't see anything special about it. What are these songs? I've never heard of them before. They must be new songs written by Zhang Ye. There's even going to be a magic show, and song and dance. We won't know anything just from the title of the acts. Yeah, just what kinds of acts are they? Why aren't they revealing any more details? This is killing me. I would like to know too. It seems like many of the performers this year are unknowns. Right? Why are there so many newcomers? I only know Zhang Yuanqi, Zhang Xia, Chen Guang, and Fan Wenli. I know about Gao Shiliang, but why did he get on the Spring Festival Gala too? A deaf-mute dance group? Fuck this. How can they dance if they can't hear the music? I really don't get this program list at all. Well, there's teacher C.I. Xiufang, who's a regular. Yeah, there aren't too many changes in the performers' lineup of the language acts. They still look similar to the previous years, right? There isn't much difference. Yeah, it doesn't seem like there's anything surprising there. There aren't any Korean celebrities this year, though. I'll give Zhang Ye a like for that. I don't know about the other station's Spring Festival Gala. But if the Spring Festival Gala directed by Zhang Ye had Korean celebrities joining, I would immediately jump off the roof. Who is this little who die? I've never heard of this person before. Old Chun and Old Fan will be singing a duet, while Zhang Xia will be leading those veteran singers and sharing the stage with them for a group performance. So why does this unknown have an act all to herself? This is as good as a heavenly king or queen's treatment. As a newcomer, what right does she have? Damn, look at the estimated duration of Little Who Die's act. Ah, my eyes. Fuck this. What? 4 hours. What the heck? Time? What the fuck could this act be about? The Spring Festival Gala itself will only be running for about 4 hours, right? She's going to perform from the start to the end? It's entirely going to be her performance. How is that possible? Won't the others need to perform? Are we only going to watch her act? They must have written it wrong, right? Fuck. What the hell is Director Zhang planning? Why do I get a feeling of fear? I guess this year's Spring Festival Gala is done for just like that. When the program list was revealed, it caused a heated discussion among the public and got flamed. There were all kinds of criticism, and many of the acts on the list were getting analyzed by everyone. Especially that act, Time, which would be performed by Little Who Die. It received endless roasting from everyone. Many people were floored. For acts on the Spring Festival Gala, the songs would last at most 3 minutes, while the skits and crosstalks would go on for around 10 to 15 minutes. These were the upper end of the estimates. Sometimes when they exceeded that duration allocation, they would even have to be cut short. Some celebrities would also only be given a minute or two to sing a song. When had there ever been an act that lasted for 4 hours? 4 hours? You might as well go on for 4 weeks. You could keep going from Lunar New Year's Eve until the first lunar month is over. In the end, the netizens unanimously came to a conclusion. There was a typo. After that, they all left comments to bring attention to the fact. Some people even complained about it. However, All of that got lost as though they had sunk into the deep ocean. Although there wasn't a response from Central TV, they couldn't believe that there would be an act that spanned 4 hours of the gala. The general public might know that Zhang Ye never did things logically, but they were still kind enough to think that even Zhang Ye wouldn't resort to something as atrocious as this. There were countless rants. The flommers emerged without end. The topic of the Spring Festival Gala had once again been pushed to the peak after the program list was revealed. There were scoldings. There was criticism. There was praise. There was anticipation. From the public. From the media. From the higher-ups. From the industry insiders. No matter who it was, no matter what they were saying, no matter what kind of opinions they had, there was one thing that no one could change. Every Chinese person was now waiting for the arrival of Chinese New Year's Eve. They all would really like to see just what kind of a Spring Festival Gala Zhang Ye could come up with. Chapter 1328. Zhang Ye's post on social media. Chapter 1328. Zhang Ye's post on social media. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The days passed. The costumes were finished. The props were made. The stage was completed. The set design was finished. The hosts' rehearsals concluded. The acts were gradually perfected. Everything was progressing smoothly and in an orderly manner. The first and second dress rehearsals were nearing, which meant that the Spring Festival Gala had entered the final countdown. Zhang Ye was in a rather good mood. Seeing that everyone had been busy for so many days, he held a meeting with the organizing committee and had a discussion with them. In the end, they decided that the Spring Festival Gala's production team and related staff would get 2 days off from work. They had to strike a balance between work and rest, and would prepare for the final sprint after they came back from the break. Everyone went off for the 2-day holiday. Naturally, this included Zhang Ye as well. Saturday, later that morning. Today, his relatives were all gathered at Zhang Ye's maternal grandma's house. The moment Zhang Ye arrived, he collapsed onto a bed and lay down. None of you even dare think about snatching this bed from me. I'm so exhausted from these past 2 months, and I can finally get 2 days of rest. His grandma said with her heart aching for him. They're tiring out my grandson so badly. His grandpa said. It must have been particularly difficult on you, right? How is it just particularly difficult? Zhang Ye corrected. These are the darkest days ever. His third aunt said. Ming Ming, get a glass of water for your brother. All right. His third sister quickly. Want to get it for him. His eldest younger sister went over and sat down to massage Zhang Ye's shoulders. You've worked so hard, brother. Zhang Ye said in a pampered manner. Look at this, it's still my eldest and third sisters who are the most sensible. His second sister rolled her eyes. Brother, aren't you hurting me with your words? Zhang Ye laughed. By the way, Grandma, Grandpa, Dad, Mom, I probably won't have much time after my break. I'll be busy all the way until the first day of the Lunar New Year, so I won't be spending the eve at home this year. His mother pursed her lips. What do you mean by this year? Which year have you spent the eve at home with us? Zhang Ye broke out into a sweat. Last year, he was busy with the Spring Festival Gala at Beijing Television. The year before that, he had been taken to the police station where he got detained. He really hadn't spent Chinese New Year's Eve at home over the past few years. His grandma harumphed. Little Yi is busy doing great things out there. So where would he find the time to spend the new year at home? Do you think that my grandson is as free as you every day? His mother was speechless. Little Yi, what good acts do you have lined up for this year's Spring Festival Gala? First, Uncle, I have to keep that a secret. Brother, just reveal a little bit, won't you? No, I can't. Do you have to keep it a secret from us? I can't tell anyone at all, so don't ask me anymore. You'll all know when you watch it on TV. Everyone continued chasing after him for answers anyway, as they were very concerned about the Spring Festival Gala. But Zhang Ye did not wish to speak about it. This fellow had been working so much on the Spring Festival Gala for the past 2 months. It was always about the gala from dawn till dusk, and even in his dreams. At the moment, just the mention of the words Spring Festival Gala was enough to make him shiver in fright. It wasn't easy getting these 2 days of break from it, so he really wasn't interested in talking about the subject. Soon after, the elders went out into the living room to chat. Only his 3 sisters were left in the room as they chattered on while browsing through their social media. It's increased again. There are already 2,000 votes. Sis, you're doing awesome. Zhang Ye clasped his hands behind his head while lying down. What are you talking about? His eldest younger sister said, somewhat embarrassed. They're voting for me. His second sister looked over. Oh yes, brother, have you voted for sis yet? What vote? Zhang Ye did not understand. The second sister said, didn't you see the status that sis posted in her Moments one? The selection for this year's Most Beautiful School Belle has begun. Over a few hundred universities in the country are participating, and the competition is really intense. Our family members have all voted for sis already. Even sister-in-law has voted for her. So how can you not know about it? Zhang Ye exclaimed. Do you think I have the time to check my social media? Even old Wu has voted. His third sister rolled her eyes. Only you have not voted yet. All right, I'll vote as well, her. Zhang Ye launched his social media app and scrolled up for a very long time until he saw his eldest younger sister's post. It seemed like there really was a Most Beautiful School Belle selection going on. It was a competition to find the prettiest student from universities all over the country. The promotions for it were even quite intense, and many of the media outlets were following it as well. He had a quick glance at the rankings. First, Jean and I. Votes, 280,000. Second, Wang Xiaohua. Votes, 260,000. Third, Chen Di. Votes, 250,000. Then, from fourth place onward, the votes were no longer that high. They only had several tens of thousands of votes, and it was obviously of a different magnitude as compared to the top 3 spots. The disparity between them was very obvious. Zhang Ye blinked. What rank is Dandan? His eldest younger sister coughed and said, I'm at around 700th place. You're that low? His third sister said, our sis has been utterly demolished. Chao Dan, his eldest younger sister, did not exactly look exceptionally beautiful. In fact, she was far from it. However, she was still quite beautiful. It could be summed up as a quiet-looking kind of beauty, and one would find her particularly pleasing too. Look at. Zhang Ye compared her with the photos of the current top 3 school belles. No matter how he looked at it, he thought that his sister was much more pleasing to the eye. They managed to get over 200,000 votes, while his own sister had only a little more than 2,000 votes. Zhang Ye was still stuck in a traditional kind of mindset. He asked, do the candidates in the top spots have a lot of friends and relatives? His third sister was floored. Who could possibly have over 200,000 relatives? Oops, true that. His second sister harumphed angrily. Do you think that everyone is as honest as us? They bought all those votes with money. Someone exposed that the person in first place, that Jean and I who's from a film academy, has already signed a contract with an entertainment company. It was her company who helped her to get most of her votes so that she can become the most beautiful school belle. By spending a bit of money to raise her profile, this bit of investment can easily be recouped once she becomes famous. For the second and third place candidates, they're from rich families and probably also bought their votes. Look at some of the comments on their profiles. They're all scolding them for taking over accounts to vote for themselves. Basically, the people that they paid off to mass vote for them did not handle the matter properly and used stolen accounts to vote for them without the actual owner's knowledge. Such behavior is so awful. What they're doing is illegal. Zhang Ye exclaimed. Whoa, it's that shady? Has anyone complained yet? His second sister said. Many of the stolen account owners have already complained, but to no avail. At this moment, someone knocked on the front door. His eldest younger sister smiled and said, that must be sister-in-law. When they opened the door, it was indeed Wu Ziqing who had come. Ziqing, you've knocked off? I had something to attend to this morning, so I went back to the office for a while. Otherwise, I would have come along with little Yi. Come in, quick. After greeting the elders, Wu Ziqing walked inside. Zhang Ye smiled and said, you're here? His second sister greeted, sister-in-law. His eldest younger sister greeted, hello, sister-in-law. Wu Ziqing smiled and said, are the results for the most beautiful school belle out yet? His eldest younger sister smiled and blushed. The poll is ending tonight, so the results aren't out yet. What's your place right now? Wu Ziqing asked. His third sister came up and complained, sister-in-law, my elder sis is getting demolished. She's ranked several hundred places from the front. Those people are awful. They're all resorting to buying votes to win. Wu Ziqing smiled gently. Why don't you approach your brother for help? Zhang Ye shrugged. I have so few friends. As though it'd help with her votes. His third sister pointed at him. Look at him, sister-in-law. This brother of ours is so terrible. Wu Ziqing laughed. His eldest young sister had a very good character. She tugged at her younger sister. There's no need. I won't be able to get a spot that would matter anyway. It's already pretty good to place within the top several hundred candidates. I was just messing around when I decided to join the competition. His third sister said, if you get a better placing, we would look good too. His second sister agreed. That's right, that's right. Zhang Ye helplessly took out his cell phone and said, all right, I'll help share the post. I don't really have that many people in my friends list, and most of them are still busy with the Spring Festival Gala. They won't have time to vote for sure. Number 029121 is my younger sister. Please vote for her. He finished editing the post, then shared it. Zhang Ye said with a laugh, all done. His eldest younger sister said, thanks, brother. I'm not actually thinking of competing and was just doing this for fun. I shared my status randomly. But who could have guessed that these two girls would pick up on it? His second and third sisters giggled. Someone replied to the post that Zhang Ye had just shared. Chen Guang, that's your sister? Zhang Ye read it and typed his reply. Yes. Chen Guang, I got it. Ci Xiufang also left him a message. Which younger sister? Zhang Ye, the eldest one. Ci Xiufang. Dandan, right? Zhang Ye, yes. Ci Xiufang, I voted. Fan Wenli, I voted. Zhang Xiao, I voted. Quite a few of his friends replied to his post. Many of the celebrities who attended Zhang Ye's wedding had seen Chao Dan too. His third sister was refreshing the rankings. Wow, sis. Your votes have already gone up by more than 40. His second sister said, it's all to the credit of our brother's influence. Zhang Ye didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's so few votes, and you're saying that I have a great influence? Whatever. It's almost time to eat. I'll let you all have a taste of your sister-in-law's culinary skills today. Wu Ziqing smiled. Oh, you. Don't praise me like that. Everyone was joking and laughing as they started preparing for lunch. No one gave another thought to the most beautiful school bell selection. Zhang Ye had only shared the post in his moments, and no one other than his friends could see it. But unexpectedly, this post was about to kick off something huge. Chapter 1329. Just who the hell's sister is this? 1329. Just who the hell's sister is this? Translator, Leg, editor, Leg. Just before noon. At an entertainment company. Jean and I, the company will definitely make sure you get first place this time. But the people behind me are right on our heels. It won't be a problem. The company has bought another 100,000 votes for you. Thanks, Sister Chen, thank you. We'll buy however many votes that they are catching up by. There's nothing to be afraid of. I understand. Work hard in the future and don't let everyone down. At a villa. Dad, why am I only in second place? Little he, don't be anxious. But I want to be in first place. It's no use getting second. Daddy knows. Don't you worry, I already got someone to take care of this. When the voting ends at midnight tonight, my darling daughter will surely be in first place. Really? It's just about spending money, isn't it? I'll see who can outbuy whom for the votes. At a university. In the female dorms. Chindi, you're in third place. Yep. Why are there so many people accusing you of stealing their accounts? Ignore them. Those are the alt accounts the top 2 girls sent to slander me. You didn't buy votes, did you? Would I need to? Haha, that's true. Our Didi is so beautiful. Yeah, Didi will definitely win the most beautiful school bell. The competition for most beautiful school bell was getting intense. The top 3 were in a knockdown, drag-out brawl. At times, one of them would suddenly gain an additional 20,000 votes. At times, another one would suddenly gain 30,000 votes. The voting pattern was very strange as the 3 of them were determined to take first place. The netizens were also watching the fun. This is getting really intense. How did these 3 girls get so many votes? The girl in fourth place is behind by so many times fewer votes than them. Did you think that those votes were real? They're all bought votes. At least 95% of the votes here were bought with money. It's too shady. I don't like any of these 3. Let's see which of them will get first place. The most beautiful school bell is now just a matter of who can spend more money. There's no meaning to it anymore. Yeah, this rankings authority is getting worse and worse each year. Fuck, my account was hacked by them. It was used to vote for one of those 3. Mine too. I've already filed a complaint, but it's no use. Motherfucker, how is this the most beautiful school bell competition? It should be called the most shady school bell competition instead. Nice sarcasm, her. But it was at this time that something really surprising occurred. A name suddenly appeared at the front of the rankings. 30,000 votes. 50,000 votes. 100,000 votes. The netizens were stunned. Damn, here comes another vote buyer. What strong momentum. She gained over 100,000 votes in just 5 minutes. Who the hell is this person? Then, in the blink of an eye, that girl's votes skyrocketed once more. 200,000. 500,000. 1 million. With hardly any effort, she had been pushed into first place. The netizens were dumbfounded. Oh my god. Ha ha ha. This is going to be interesting. How awesome. There's a school bell who's even shadier than those 3 shadiest school bells. This is so exciting. The change in the rankings surprised everyone. A lot of people could not even react in time as they witnessed in dumbfounded shock that girls' votes soar upwards. The votes kept going higher and higher until it reached a number that made many people piss their pants. It was only then that everyone realized that something was off. This isn't right. This doesn't look like vote buying. Damn, is this girl insane? Who's voting for her? There can't be anyone buying this many votes. They wouldn't be able to vote at such a fast rate either. The price per vote has already reached 2 yuan. Just look at the number of votes. Goddamn. If a vote really cost 2 yuan each, how much would they have to pay for all of that? Of course she didn't buy those votes. Previous poster, what's going on? I also voted for her. You guys should go and check out the celebrities' Weibos. Check the celebrities' Weibos? Which celebrities? All of them. Oh, what do you mean by that? At a villa. Dad, what's happening? I'm not sure either. Who is Chow Dan? Is this girl out of her mind? Dad, I want to get first. Little he, why don't we just forget about this? Dad, this is really too much to spend. At an entertainment company, someone ran in from outside. Sister Chun, go and look at the rankings. What's the matter? Jean and I is no longer in first place. What? Then hurry up and go buy more votes. It won't work anymore. We can't catch up to the girl who's in first place. Why can't we catch up to her? Just spend more money on it. However many votes they're buying, we'll buy just as much. We won't reject anyone who's willing to sell their vote. How many votes does the first place girl have right now? That person gulped. 12 million votes. Sister Chun nearly fell over and hit her head. Jean and I nearly vomited blood. What? 12 million votes? Bro, we've only received several 100,000 votes after so many hours of buying them. Who is this person? Just who could she be? At a university. The school campus was in an uproar. Damn. Everyone, quickly go and have a look at the rankings for the most beautiful school bell. What? First place has changed. It's someone from our school? Chow Dan. It's Sister Dan? Oh my god. Chow Dan is from our class. She has over 10 million votes. She's even gained an enormous lead over second place. Is classmate Chow soaring to the skies? This is so impressive. Sister Dan is invincible. Ah, everyone. Look on Weibo. Noon. At Zhang Ye's maternal grandma's house. Everyone just finished lunch and were chatting. His eldest younger sister received a call from a classmate. Hello, Elsie. Her female classmate on the other end of the line yelled. Dandan, you're in first place. You're going to be super popular. His eldest younger sister was stunned for a moment. What first place? Damn, don't you know? Go look at the most beautiful school bell. You've already amassed over 10 million votes. And it's still increasing. His eldest younger sister shook her head in disbelief. That's impossible. I've only got about 2,000 votes or so. Her classmate yelled. But several dozen big-name celebrities are soliciting votes for you on Weibo. His eldest younger sister finally got a stunned look on her face. What? His third sister asked. What's the matter, sis? His first uncle asked. What happened? Zhang Ye and a few other relatives also looked over. His eldest younger sister quickly checked the rankings and was startled. Then she had a look on Weibo and got a shock too. After that, she dumbfoundedly turned her cell phone around for Zhang Ye and everyone else to see. The family was shocked too. The most beautiful school bell. Sis, why you're in first place? Dandan, how did you get so many votes? Io, how did this come about? His eldest younger sister swiped the screen and switched over to show the Weibo homepage. This time, it was Zhang Ye who was floored. Chun Guang's Weibo, this is my friend's little sister. Please vote for her. A B-list singer's Weibo, it's my boss's sister. Please do give her your support and vote. Ci Xiufan's Weibo. A little sister of mine, please share. Gao Shiliang's Weibo. Please give your vote to number 029121. It's my lifesaver, sister. Please help. Please share. Thanks. Countless replies were shown below. Uft. Anti-CI is also involved with this? I voted. Voted. If Old Chen says so, then I surely have to give face to him. Haha, I've already voted. In just a short while, several dozen celebrities had canvassed for votes for Zhang Ye's eldest younger sister on Weibo. His third sister said, damn. His second sister said excitedly, it really blew up. Zhang Ye's first uncle and aunt both let out an exclamation. Zhang Ye wiped his sweat. I didn't know about this. I never asked them to share it. He quickly took out his cell phone and sent them a message. What's this about? Why did you all share it on a Weibo? Ci Xiufang was the first to reply. Weren't you asking for votes for your sister? I just thought that I'd share it. Gao Shiliang said, you're my benefactor, so your sister's business is also my business. I just shared it. It's no big deal. Many of the others also replied with a similar response. Zhang Ye didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He did not know what to say. It was only at this moment that it hit him that he was now the executive director of the Spring Festival Gala. He was no longer the same person as before. By sharing a post on social media, what would you expect others to think when they see it? Hi, forget it. What's done is done. It wasn't like he could take it back anyway. At an entertainment company, Sister Chun was close to swearing. Jean and I asked dumbfoundedly, Sister Chun, are we still buying votes? Sister Chin nearly wanted to kick her unconscious. You still want to buy more votes? Buy your sister. We're already fucking behind by more than 10 million votes. Sister Chun had also taken a look at Weibo. She knew that there was no more hope of getting first place this time. However, she could not understand why so many of the big-name celebrities and other artists in the entertainment industry were giving their support and canvassing for votes for a university student. What was going on? Just whose sister could this be? All of them were big shots who had already been famous for a long time. There were A-, B-, and C-listers among them. Any one of them was a very famous person. This was only a competition to pick the most beautiful school belle. Did it really have to attract all of you godly people? Any single one of you stepping forward to canvass votes for Chao Dan would have been enough to leave us with no chance of winning. But now, over 60 to 70 of you big-name celebrities are canvassing for votes together? Damn, did you all need to bully us like that? Sister Chun was on the verge of tears. Today's battle lineup had given her a terrible scare. It wasn't only her, though. Many of the media outlets and citizens were also in a state of shock. Chao Dan. Who the hell's sister was she? On the same night, the voting came to an end. Chao Dan was chosen as the most beautiful school belle with 28 million votes in the end. Chapter 1330. Chapter 1330. My name is Chao Dan, a girl who embodies both beauty and talent. Translator, leg. Editor, leg. The next day, it was a Sunday, at Zhang Ye's parents' house. It was around 9 a.m. when the doorbell rang. His mother snorted, "Who is it?" His father said, "Just open the door and you'll know." When the door opened, Zhang Ye's first uncle and his family were all standing outside. They were carrying quite a lot of things in their hands. Zhang Ye's other two cousins were here as well. His first uncle smiled and said, "Sis, brother-in-law." His first aunt said, "Ziqing, you're here too?" Wu Ziqing smiled and nodded. "I didn't go back home yesterday." His father called to them, Come on in. Why did you all bring so many things?" His mother glanced at what they were carrying. "We aren't lacking anything at home." His first uncle said, "These are all food that little Yi likes." His second sister blinked. "Where's brother?" His third sister looked to the bedroom. "He better not still be sleeping." Wu Ziqing chuckled. "He's still in dreamland." His mother shouted to the bedroom, "Little Yi, wake up. Your first uncle is here." A sleepy voice came from Zhang Ye's room. "I know." His eldest younger sister said, "Don't wake brother up. He's going back to work tomorrow, so let him sleep a little longer." His mother said, "It's fine." "Oh yes, Dandan, did you get first place in yesterday's most beautiful school bell competition?" "We turned in early after coming back from your grandma's place, so we didn't check on it." When Zhang Ye's first aunt heard that, she got really excited and said, She won. She received more than 20 million votes in total." His second sister also exclaimed excitedly, "My sis is now on fire. Her Weibo followers jumped to 500,000 overnight, and she even got reported about in the newspapers. Zhang Ye's mother said very happily, "Where is it? Let me have a look." She was handed some newspapers. The most beautiful school bell selection comes to a conclusion. Chao Dan wins the most beautiful school bell award. Many A and B-list celebrities collectively helped her canvass for votes. Whose sister is she? The mystery of Chao Dan's background. Although this news wasn't in the entertainment headlines, it was still reported about in a pretty good spot. Zhang Ye's father said interested. "It was really reported about." Chao Dan said rather embarrassed. "It's all credit to brother's influence." At this moment, Zhang Ye's bedroom door opened. He came out yawning while still wearing his pajamas. After greeting his first uncle and aunt, he looked at his three cousins. "Hey, why is it you three again? Didn't we just see each other yesterday?" His second sister giggled. "Sis needed to look for you regarding some business, so of course we had to tag along." His third sister jumped in joy and said, "Brother, other than you, there's going to be another big star emerging in our family." "What big star?" Chao Dan rolled her eyes at them. "Stand aside." Zhang Ye also saw the copies of newspapers and picked them up to have a look. He asked, "Look for me regarding some business?" His first aunt spoke. "Little Yi, we just wanted to seek your advice about what we should do now. Look, Dandan will be graduating this year and will have to get a job soon. But she doesn't have any idea about what she wants to do. And now that she has won the most beautiful school bell award, some entertainment companies came to approach her. We're not sure how they got her number either, but they said that they were looking to sign her so that she can carve out a career in the entertainment industry." Zhang Ye asked, "Are the contract terms good?" His first uncle scratched his head. "Like we'd know any of that. What are the companies called?" Zhang Ye asked. His first uncle replied, "One of them is called Feng Yin. The other one is called Hua Hai Entertainment." Zhang Ye shook his head. "They're just small companies. It's better to not join them." His first uncle said, "We didn't know what to do after discussing it for a long time, so we decided to come over to consult you. Do you think this is a viable opportunity? The issue is that such opportunities do not come by every day. If we just let it pass, we might end up regretting it. But you also know how Dandan is. She's not talented like you, so I'm fearful that she won't be able to survive in the industry." Chao Dan looked at Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye smiled and said, "If you're asking me, of course I would say no to my sister joining the entertainment circle. The waters here run too deep. I'm sure you all know how badly I've been scolded over the years. Dandan has a more reserved character, so I don't think she's suitable in this line of work. But it doesn't matter what I say, first uncle and aunt. We have to see what Dandan herself thinks." Chao Dan's lips did not move. Zhang Ye's mother asked, "Dandan, what are your thoughts?" Chao Dan stayed silent for a long time and finally said through clenched teeth, "I would like to join the entertainment industry." Zhang Ye blinked. "You had better consider it carefully." "Brother, I've already thought it through," Chao Dan said with conviction. Zhang Ye's mother said with a smile, "Right, just do it if you've already thought it through. Even though the waters of the entertainment circle are deep, which industry's waters are not deep? No industry is easy to be in, so if Dandan wants to carve out a career in the entertainment circle, at least there's already your brother in it. You don't know how to scold people? Your brother does. You can't fight? Your brother knows how to." Zhang Ye was floored. "Thanks for your praise, Mom." Everyone laughed. Chao Dan also covered her mouth and laughed. His first aunt quickly said, "Little Yi, then you must guide your sister more often. If she intends to join an entertainment company, which one would be a good choice? How can she sign with them?" His first uncle said, "Yeah, we don't know how to go about doing any of that." Zhang Yi said, "Those companies that you mentioned earlier are just small companies that aren't well known. If Dandan really wants to develop her career, let me think for a bit first." He pondered for a while. "I know Zhang Yuanqi rather well. She has part ownership of the company she's signed to and has quite a big say in it too, so Dandan can consider signing with them. If she goes there, old Zhang should be able to help take care of her. As for the other entertainment companies, I haven't really dealt with them much, so I don't really know them well. So I can't." Wu Ziqing spoke up. Old Wu took a sip of tea before interjecting. "You can also join any other company you wish." Her words were very domineering. Perhaps only old Wu would dare to speak in such a way. It was only at this moment that everyone remembered that there was still a leader from the SARFD in the house. Well, with the thorniest character in the entertainment circle, who would dare to provoke Zhang Ye? Meanwhile, Wu Zuqing was one of the top 3 leaders at the SARFD who oversaw the entertainment circle. With these 2 people backing her, would Chao Dan still have a hard time? Even if they did not bully anyone, at least they wouldn't be pushed around by the others. If she could still get bullied in such circumstances, then that would be a wonder. His mother said happily, "Yeah, there's still your sister-in-law backing you." Chao Dan quickly said, "Thank you, sister-in-law." His second sister exclaimed, "Sister-in-law is almighty." Zhang Ye's first uncle and aunt were both overjoyed. "Zuqing, thank you so much." With those words from Wu Zuqing, they were finally much more confident. He had lost the opportunity to show off. His wife had stolen his thunder. Zhang Ye could only roll his eyes. But he switched his tone and said, "Actually, I still don't recommend Dandan to sign with a talent agency too soon. First, there will be more restrictions implemented on her. Second, there are also many artists in waiting at the larger agencies, so it won't be that easy for her to make a breakthrough. Don't think that several 100,000 followers on Weibo are a lot. It really isn't that big a deal. Moreover, such popularity is only temporary. There's nothing set in stone, yet since you don't have any works on your resume, a celebrity still has to be capable in order to compete with the others. After the momentum of the most beautiful school belle award dies down in another month or 2, there's a possibility that no one will pay attention to you anymore. What then? How would you expect the talent agency to push your case? How would they promote you? Would there be any momentum? All of this is still unknown. Besides, with your current popularity, you still can't negotiate for a good contract." Chao Dan humbly asked, "Then what should I do, brother?" Zhang Ye said, "I suggest that you get a little more famous first before signing with an agency. It's not exactly necessary for you to sign with one anyway. Didn't I also strike it out on my own?" His first uncle and aunt didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "But Dandan isn't capable like you." Zhang Ye laughed and said, "You still have me around, don't you?" "That's right. What did Dandan major in at university?" His mother said in a speechless manner. "You don't even know what your sister studied?" Zhang Ye nervously said, I forgot. Chao Dan said, "I'm a directing major." Directing? He got an idea. Zhang Ye confirmed again by asking, "Sis, let me ask you this again. Are you really serious about it?" Chao Dan nodded firmly. "Brother, I'm truly serious about it." Zhang Ye acknowledged. "All right then, I'll write some screenplays for you later. Bring them back and read through them. If you think that you're up for it, give it a try." Chao Dan's eyes widened. "What screenplays?" Zhang Ye smiled and said, "Something about some short, funny videos." His third sister said dismissively, "Would anyone even watch that?" His second sister also said in a speechless manner, "Isn't this starting point a little too low? The other celebrities are all involved in singing and acting, but you want my sis to make funny videos? How long would she have to do that for before she can make a name for herself?" Zhang Ye harumphed. "What do you all know? Do you think that the screenplays I come up with would be average?" His mother said, "Will it really work out?" His father added, "You better not make a fool out of your sister." Zhang Ye said annoyed, "All right, just wait and see then." His first uncle and aunt quickly said, "Little Yi, thanks for your help." "Thank you, brother," Chao Dan said, feeling touched. "Short videos? Would that really work out?" Everyone was actually quite skeptical. Noon. Zhang Ye was very efficient. In just 2 hours, he finished everything. He came up with drafts of more than 20 videos for a start. Everyone was very interested in them and did not care about eating anymore. They all gathered around to read the drafts. "This is a storyboard? She'll be taking on multiple roles per video? And they're all going to be so short? Will this work?" Zhang Ye looked at his eldest younger sister. "Can you shoot these?" Chao Dan studied the screenplays intensely before saying, "I should be able to, since there isn't really any technical difficulty in it, and the equipment required is quite basic. I can do the editing too since I learned that in school. I'm just afraid that I can't act the parts where I have to play multiple roles well. I'll have to go back and give it a try to find out." Zhang Ye said, "All right, I won't be able to help with that then." "One more thing, brother," Chao Dan said with a despondent look. "Do I really need to speak this line?" Zhang Ye smiled and said, "Of course, that's definitely necessary." Chao Dan said, "It will appear in every video that I make." Zhang Ye said, "Yes, every one of them." Blushing, Chao Dan recited it once. "My name is Chao Dan, a girl who embodies both beauty and talent." His third sister giggled. His second sister laughed. Ha 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 ha. Chao Dan stared at them. No laughing. But the more she said that, the harder everyone at home laughed. Zhang Ye also laughed out loud. Say it more domineeringly and with a little more confidence. Chao Dan cleared her throat and tried again. My name is Chao Dan, a girl who embodies both beauty and talent. Yes, this was Poppy Zhang's one work from Zhang Ye's previous world and how she had embarked on her route to fame. He had brought that over here and wanted to see if his own sister could replicate it. As for whether it would be a success, as for how far Chao Dan could go from here, Zhang Ye wasn't worried about that. The path had already been paved for her. All he could do was lead his sister into the industry. The rest of it would have to depend on Chao Dan herself. Chapter 1331, The Spring Festival Gala is coming. Chapter 1331, The Spring Festival Gala is coming. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. It was the eve of the Chinese New Year. Every household in the country had already put up their festive decorations. There were couplets, firecrackers, red lanterns. This is how Chinese New Year is celebrated. It's one of the most boisterous and festive days of the year. Children who work away from home return, and family reunions occur. Amid the crackling of firecrackers, as everyone celebrated this joyous day. At Zhang Ye's parents' house, his mother was full of smiles as she put up the good fortune, one characters at the door. Several neighbors passed by. Yo, how beautiful those words are. Of course, my son wrote them in advance. Little Ye's writing is so good. Haha, I guess it's not too bad. Where's your son and daughter-in-law? Them? They won't be coming back home tonight. They've gone to fulfill their duties to the people. Right. Everyone's waiting for your son to kick off the Spring Festival Gala. Don't forget to watch the Spring Festival Gala tonight. Need you say? I wouldn't watch it if it were directed by anyone else. But since this Spring Festival Gala is headed by Little Ye, I'll definitely switch on both my television sets to help boost the viewership ratings for him. We're neighbors after all. Haha, we must give him our support. Out on the streets, firecrackers were set off and crackled with many explosions. Joyous looks were on the faces of every pedestrian. It's finally the holidays. Let's hurry home and wrap some dumplings. What are you going to do tonight? What else? A reunion dinner with my family and the Spring Festival Gala, of course. You're really going to watch it? I haven't watched that in so many years already. Of course I'm really going to watch it. The Spring Festival Gala this year has had a change in leadership. I am actually quite looking forward to Zhang Ye's debut Spring Festival Gala show. At the very least, I should watch it to see how it turns out, right? True that. I guess I'll watch it too then. At a stall selling fireworks, a few students walked out after purchasing some firecrackers. Shall we light them tonight? Why don't we light them now? I won't be free tonight. Where are you off to? I want to grab a work dedication card of fortune. Damn, how did that slip my mind? I'm only missing the work dedication card. Me too. That Zhang Ye is such a scammer. Yeah, let's watch the Spring Festival Gala and grab the red packets for a work dedication card. If we manage to get one, we're going to be rich. I heard there are a lot of people who still haven't managed to gather all 5 of the cards of fortune. At a newspaper firm. Oldly, are you working overtime today? Yes. Thank you for covering tonight's duties. It's fine, I can catch the Spring Festival Gala in the editorial office. There aren't any changes to the program list. No changes, it's still the same as before. I can't believe it. I really can't believe that Zhang Ye would come up with an act that spans 4 hours. So I must see for myself just what he has got planned. Yeah, the entire country's media outlets are very curious about it. There wasn't any news that came out of the first and second rehearsals either. No, they've kept it really tight-lipped for this year's Spring Festival Gala. It's no longer the same as previous years since they didn't arrange for any media and audience representatives at the rehearsals. So other than the Spring Festival Gala's production team, no one knows exactly what's happening. At both of the rehearsals, they only allowed the Central TV reporters into the venue. They're making it so mysterious that I wonder what they're really trying to achieve. I guess we'll find out exactly what they've got planned when we watch it tonight. In a household. Mom. Yes, my daughter. What time does the Spring Festival Gala start? 8 p.m. sharp, so it's still early. I can't wait anymore. Why not? I want to see Zhang Ye, Zhang Yuanqi, Lu Guo, and Sun Mian. They're my favorite celebrities. My daughter, you better not get your hopes up too high. Zhang Ye has never directed such a large-scale gala before. nor has he taken charge of any smaller-scale ones either, so we still don't know how this will turn out. If he really screws up the gala, there are many rumors in the industry that this might just turn out to be the last ever Spring Festival gala. No way. That's what the rumors say, though. No, Zhang Ye will definitely have a way to reinvigorate the Spring Festival gala. Teacher Zhang has never disappointed anyone before. Even if the others could not do it, he can definitely make it a success. You're such a fangirl. Hee hee. Online. Comrades, assemble. The Spring Festival gala is almost here. Let's get ready for some roasting later tonight. Haha. Are we still doing it this year? Of course we are. Where are all the flommers? Hurry up and report in. Let's start taking attendance. But we don't have Zhang Ye to lead the group this year. Right, it was Zhang Ye who led us in the flaming of last year's Spring Festival Gala. Who could have expected that he would actually become the Spring Festival Gala's executive director this year? Ha 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 ha. Why am I gloating at this? He deserves it. He's getting his just desserts. Brothers, there's no need to be polite with Teacher Zhang. That's right, we don't need Zhang Ye to lead us this year. We'll band together and flame him. Uft, you people are too harsh. Old who, old Lu? Aren't you both die-hard fans of Zhang Ye's? It's exactly because we're die-hard fans that we mustn't dishonor this glorious tradition that Zhang Ye has passed down. Zhang Ye must not be thought that such a day would come for him. Ha, I'm here. Flamer number 1 reporting in. Count me in too. Old or young, male or female, the Spring Festival Gala was entering its final countdown. The entire world's Chinese population had turned their attention to it. Scoldings? Criticism? None of those could be seen at this moment in time. First, it was because the matter had been going on for so long that everyone was getting tired of being doubtful. Second, this was where the charm of the Spring Festival Gala lay. It was an event that could change the mood and mentality of the people. A lot of people who had been scolding and criticizing Zhang Ye before this and expressing their dissatisfaction with him taking charge of the Spring Festival Gala were now less angry now that the actual day had arrived. Hearing those firecrackers being set off outside on the streets, as well as watching their families getting reunited at home, had eased their tempers. They were just going to watch it peacefully. They would have to see how the Spring Festival Gala would be handled by Zhang Ye. There were still 10 hours left. There were still 8 hours left. There were still 6 hours left. At Central TV, in Broadcasting Studio 1, with the time approaching, the Spring Festival Gala production team was under increasing pressure. For example, Ha Chi-Chi seemed really nervous and looked like she was carrying a heavy burden on her shoulders since morning. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhua, Little Wang, and the others were not doing any better. Even if they weathered countless storms and experiences with Zhang Ye, they couldn't bear the pressure they were experiencing. This was not a variety show, but the Spring Festival Gala. It was going to be a live broadcast with the entire world's Chinese population watching them. No pressure? No nervousness? That would be bullshit. Where's my cell phone? Where did my cell phone go? You're holding it in your hand. Ah, everyone, don't panic. But my heart has been pounding ever since this morning. We have Director Zhang. It'll be fine. Zhang Ye was the calmest person among them. Actually, he wasn't really calm. But he knew that at such a time, anyone could panic except for him. Being the leader of the group, as the executive director of the Spring Festival Gala, he would have to bear the pressure. So he looked at everyone. Zhang Ye said with a smile, Old Ha, Old Zhua, do you two really have to be this nervous? Ha Chi-Chi wiped her sweat away. But I can't help feeling nervous. I'm just afraid that if something happens, what do we do? We'll become sinners to our nation. Zhang Ye laughed. We've already done all that we could and prepared for every situation. If there's really a power outage, building collapse, or a tsunami, it's not something that we can control. He turned his head to the side and noticed an assistant director from Central TV sitting there calmly. He seemed to be eating something, so Zhang Ye pointed at him in admiration and said, Just look at old Han over there. He's someone who already has 3 years of the Spring Festival Gala under his belt. Just look at how calm he is in the face of adversity. He even knows to replenish his energy by eating something beforehand. We youngsters should really learn from him and his way of handling such situations. Old Han turned stiff as he looked over, surprised. Huh? Who's calling me? Zhang Ye was taken aback. Having just noticed what old Han was holding in his hand, Zhang Ye asked, Old Han, what are you eating? It's an instant cardio reliever pill too. I'm too nervous and need to calm myself down. Zhang Ye was speechless. Ha Chi-Chi giggled. Zhang Zwe laughed. Ha ha ha. Little Wang was also cramping up with laughter. Old Han asked, "What's the matter? Do you need me for something?" Zhang Ye rolled his eyes and said, "It's nothing. Just continue taking your medication." Old Han nodded. "Okay." Sigh. These guys. Chapter 1332. The Spring Festival Gala is really coming. Chapter 1332. The Spring Festival Gala is really coming. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. There were only 5 hours until the Spring Festival Gala began. In the production control room, video monitors were mounted on all the walls. Zhang Ye took his position and oversaw the entire operations. Camera 10. Director, I'm listening. The camera is a little off. Turn it slightly to the left. Okay. Stage management, come in. Director, please instruct us. What's the status of the problematic display from yesterday? We've already replaced it with a new one. Carry out a final check on it. Roger. All of the production departments were conducting their final checks. There were still 4 hours to go until the Spring Festival Gala began. The executives on the Spring Festival Gala's organizing committee arrived. From the looks on their faces, no one seemed to be relaxed and were looking rather uptight. They were finally going to put this year's Spring Festival Gala to the test, so they were very nervous too. The pressure of the task of increasing the viewership ratings that the higher-ups had delegated to them was overwhelming. The feeling wasn't as intense before today, but with the start of the Spring Festival Gala approaching, their emotions were sinking further. Director Zhang, how are the preparations going? Everything is on standby. There won't be any problems, right? How do you expect me to answer that? We've already done everything that we could. If any unforeseen situations really happen, we'll just deal with it on the spot. After all, this is a live broadcast, so nothing will go perfectly according to plan. If you put it like that, we feel even less assured. Yeah, Director Zhang, do give us some assurance. Can we at least retain the viewership ratings from the previous year? Everyone chipped in with something to say. Zhang Ye smiled. Don't worry, everyone. Just leave it to me. The executives looked at one another with bitter smiles. What kind of an answer was that? The viewership ratings for the recent Spring Festival Galas had been dropping year after year. For years ago, 23%. 3 years ago, 22%. Last year, 19%. It had fallen below the 20% mark and was at a historical low. If it dropped any further this year, there would really be no way for them to answer to the higher-ups. The higher-ups had already tasked them to at least maintain the viewership ratings, or if possible, to bring it back above the 20% mark. Only then would they be considered to have successfully completed their job. 20%. It might not look like much, but could they really complete that task? Could they really stop the decline of the Spring Festival Gala? There were still 3 hours left until the Spring Festival Gala began. The backstage was packed with performers. Let's go get our makeup done. It's still too early. Where's my costume? Where is it? Have you checked inside the cabinet? I found it. What a scare. Where did I put my script? Let me have another look. I've forgotten the lines. Little Sue, don't be nervous. How can I not be nervous? Let's rehearse one more time. Some people were so nervous that they kept going to the bathroom. Some people were pacing around and trying to regulate their breathing. There were also regulars of the Spring Festival Gala among them, like Zhang Yuanqi, Xi Xiufeng, and Zhang Xia. Comparatively, they were much calmer than the others, especially Zhang Yuanqi, who had arrived on the dot at Central TV as per schedule. She knew exactly what to do and had taken part in the Spring Festival Gala many times before. As such, there was a natural air of confidence to her. But for the majority of the other performers, this was their first time taking part in the Spring Festival Gala. There was no need to explain just how suffocating the stress and the anxiety was. At this moment, Zhang Ye came backstage to encourage them. Little Hu Dai. Teacher Zhang. Whoa, why are you stuttering? I'm nervous. Your legs aren't going to stutter too, are they? It's fine if you're fumbling with your words. Just don't mess up your footwork later. Don't worry about that. I'll be able to spin for sure. Hu Dai was tickled, her nerves calmed. Where are the laborer brothers? We're here, Teacher Zhang. We're here. What's this about? I heard that the two of you have gone to the bathroom a dozen times. We're feeling a little scared, so we can't really control ourselves. You'll both have to hold it in when you're up on stage. Just hold it for 3 minutes. You can then go to the bathroom all day for all you like after you finish singing. If you two don't think that you can hold it in, then please seek some advice from Little Who Die. Look at her. She doesn't even need to go to the bathroom for 4 straight hours. But you two grown men. Who Die was floored. The Laborer brothers forced smiles. Then Zhang Ye went to look for C.I. Xiaofang's team. Andy C.I., are you still rehearsing? Yup, I still want to go over it another 2 times. Otherwise, I won't feel at ease. Everyone, take a break for now. I recommend that you all stop rehearsing. If you don't, you'll lose that freshness. Once you get tired of it, you'll just end up not being able to do well and lose the desire to perform. Everyone did great during the rehearsals. There's no need to familiarize yourselves any further. Listen to me on this and leave some energy for your performance on stage. Sure, you're the director, so we'll listen to you. Finally, Zhang Ye came to the deaf-mute dance troupe. Qi Xiaomei was signing to her team, looking like she was giving them some encouragement of sorts. Zhang Ye walked over. Teacher Qi, how's everything going? Qi Xiaomei turned to him. Director Zhang. About that, the children are all a little nervous. But don't worry, we'll definitely complete our performance and not screw it up. Zhang Ye nodded and turned to look at the girls. All of a sudden, he raised his hands and gestured for a bit. He paused for a while and gave it some thought before gesturing further. Qi Xiaomei was taken aback. The children were also stunned. Sign language? The first sentence was, do your best. The second sentence was, you'll all be fine. When Zhang Ye saw their expressions, he turned slightly embarrassed. Did I mess up something? I just had someone teach me a little bit. Qi Xiaomei shook her head furiously. No, it was correct. It was completely correct. To encourage them, he is the executive director of the Spring Festival Gala who didn't even have time to sleep, had actually learned some sign language for their sake. Some of the girls' eyes reddened. They were very touched and looked at one another in the eye. They could see each other's determination in wanting to dance well later. They definitely wouldn't embarrass Teacher Zhang. There were still 2 hours left until the Spring Festival Gala began. The gates were opened, and a large group of audience entered to take their seats. Whoa, it's this huge. The stage looks like an entirely new one. It looks pretty good, but I wonder if the lighting effects will be as good. It's about to start. We'll find out soon enough. I'm really looking forward to it. Yeah, I wonder what it'll be like this year. Let's see what sort of an answer Zhang Ye can come up with. Celebrities, leaders, workers, teachers, students, people representing all walks of life were admitted into the venue. There was still an hour left until the Spring Festival Gala began. At Zhang Ye's maternal grandma's house, his family members had all congregated here today. Zhang Ye's 3 younger sisters were happily cheering. It's the Spring Festival Gala. The Spring Festival Gala. Why hasn't it started yet? It's coming up. I can't wait. You 3, come and have dinner first. We can watch as we eat. It's starting. There were only a few minutes left until the Spring Festival Gala began. All the staff members were fully focused. All of them were standing by in position. Zhang Ye had already returned to the production control room. Looking at the second hand ticking away, he felt his heart pounding. He took a deep breath to ease the stress and managed to control his anxiety a little. It had finally arrived. This moment was finally here. Bring it on. This bro is all prepared for this. I don't know if you guys will like it. I don't know if you can accept it. But this is my Spring Festival Gala, and it's the gift I want to present to you for Lunar New Year's Eve. So please be sure to accept it. Zhang Ye said loudly. All departments, stand by. Counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It was time. Chapter 1333, A Magnificent Opening Dance. Chapter 1333, A Magnificent Opening Dance. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. At night. It was 3 minutes to 8 p.m. At Zhang Ye's in-laws' house. Changhe, come here quickly. Why? It's starting. What? But it's not time yet. Hurry over. Online. It's starting. It's already beginning? Why did it start ahead of schedule? I don't know. What's this? An introductory video? There's never been something like that in the past galas, right? America. Chinatown. Mom, the Spring Festival Gala has started. Shouldn't it be starting in another few minutes? Come and watch. It's really started. It's beginning. Right now? At this minute and second. The entire world's Chinese population turned their attention to Central TV Department 1. In the past, the Spring Festival Gala would always start right in the studio. But this year, an introductory video played before the actual event had captured the attention of every Chinese person watching. A piece of music played. On the television screens, a row of words appeared. What is the Spring Festival Gala? An auntie. The Spring Festival Gala is a celebration, a very boisterous celebration. An uncle. The Spring Festival Gala signifies reunion. A chef. The Spring Festival Gala means having loads to eat and drink. Ha! Huadongfang. The Spring Festival Gala? It's a reunion feast for all Chinese people around the world. Xiaodong. The Spring Festival Gala? It's just something that's there. Actually, it's probably more of a companion to the common folk during Lunar New Year's Eve. A seafood stall owner in the south. The Spring Festival Gala? It's about jokes from the north that we don't understand. A cab driver from Beijing. The Spring Festival Gala signifies a good break for me. It's the only time of the year when I can truly switch on my TV and watch something on it. An academic. The Spring Festival Gala? I've never watched it before. It's so tacky. The academic's wife. How would you know that it's tacky if you've never watched it before? Don't mind him. That's just how he is. Ning Lan. The criticism of the Spring Festival Gala shows that everyone still cares deeply about it. People nitpick the gala as they watch it. So that signifies how important it is in the hearts of everyone. A Chinese man abroad. The Spring Festival Gala? If we Chinese who are stationed abroad catch the Spring Festival Gala, it means that we're missing home. A Chinese woman abroad. We're not as picky as the domestic viewers. We just enjoy whatever acts are lined up. An old man who was feeding his wife. The Spring Festival Gala cheers her up. When one becomes old, one behaves just like a child. Zhang Ye. The Spring Festival Gala? It's just the night before Lunar New Year, isn't it? An old man from a scholarly family. The Spring Festival Gala should not only be about entertainment. It should also be educational. The old man's son. Dad. After working hard for a year, the Spring Festival Gala should be a source of enjoyment to everyone. Don't keep schooling us with your thoughts on what it should be. The old man. What's so bad about being able to get a takeaway from it? A young man. Do you know where my greatest source of enjoyment when watching the Spring Festival Gala lies? Several other men. Flaming. A traffic cop. The Spring Festival Gala is everyone watching the performances while we safeguard your peace. A nurse. The Spring Festival Gala is a time when we welcome new lives into this world. Two Navy sailors. The Spring Festival Gala is making sure we're combat ready to protect our land. A firefighting squad. The Spring Festival Gala is maintaining our readiness for any situation. This introductory video stunned every Chinese person who was watching. On television, there wasn't any preaching. There wasn't any deliberate overstating. It wasn't full of praise. Didn't understand the jokes? It was tacky. The greatest source of enjoyment when watching the Spring Festival Gala was flaming it. A lot of negative comments were casually included in the introductory video. This introductory video was very special. It was so special that many people felt touched by it. People from all kinds of industries, be it men or women, young or old, all of them had a different understanding of the Spring Festival Gala, and there were various attitudes for it. What was the Spring Festival Gala? There was never a definitive answer to that question. Every person had their own understanding and answer, just like those people who were featured in the introductory video. The main event hadn't even started yet, but this appetizer of a video clip had already stunned everyone. They had never come across anyone starting off a Spring Festival Gala that way. On Weibo. Whose idea is this? It must be Zhang Ye's idea. This is a good one. Yeah, I quite liked it. Zhang Ye's way of doing things is indeed different from other people's. I like how Sister Zhang answered. The Spring Festival Gala? It's just the night before Lunar New Year. Ha ha. That person who said that the Spring Festival Gala was about flaming it spoke my mind for me. This introductory video has got a thing or two. I'm just worried that this will be the only highlight of the show. I'm worried about that too. That's right. I suppose that the acts lined up will still be the same as the previous years. They're going to have the same kinds of dances on the same stage and with the same songs too. If that's really how it is, I'll just head to bed. At 8 p.m. sharp, Central TV, in the production control room. Zhang Ye said loudly, 3, 2, 1. Curtains up, cue the music. On TV, the scene changed, and the main stage appeared on screen. The sound of music and dancing exploded. The dancers came out onto the stage. The opening dance began. The Spring Festival Gala had arrived. This was the first act of the entire Spring Festival Gala, and it was also the most difficult act to handle. It went without saying how important the opening dance was, yet it was very difficult to manage it. Dancing, singing, getting a bunch of celebrities to strut their stuff on stage. In the many years of the Spring Festival Gala, this formula had been repeated too many times and had totally lost the interest of the audience. As such, Zhang Ye was hoping to prevail over the dissenting views. He spent almost all of the 1 billion renminbi budget to recreate Broadcasting Studio 1's main stage, then brought over the highest-rated song and dance act from his previous World's Spring Festival Gala as the opener here. From the acts, to the stage, to the performers, to the effects, Zhang Ye had spent a lot of effort in trying. To make this work, he did whatever it took to ensure that they could get the gala off to a good start. Watching TV, is this a new stage? All of the facilities and equipment have been changed? Yeah, it's different from the ones that I've seen in past years. It does look very impressive. At the beginning, no one seemed to think much about it. But all of a sudden, the entire stage was imbued with a feeling of spring. Countless flowers started blooming on stage, across the big screen, on the floor, and in the air. It seemed like an ocean of flowers was all around with no blind corners. The 3D lighting effects conjured up many realistic flower blooms all over the place. Then it turned into summer, followed by autumn, and finally winter. The sun, the sea breeze, the snowflakes. All of these effects appeared season after season on stage. The performers were dancing. The 4 seasons were also dancing. At Zhang Ye's maternal grandma's house, the 3 sisters were squealing. Heavens, brother is so awesome. How did they do that? It's too beautiful. Zhang Ye's uncles and aunties were also stunned. At Old Wu's parents' house, what's with this opening dance? Are they real? Or is it special effects? How can the special effects be this good? At a television station, damn, did they really overhaul their equipment? How much would that have cost them? The station head requested a quote from the Americans. Not including the servicing costs, and just based on the hardware alone, it was quoted at 400 million renminbi. If we include everything together, it would cost at least 800 million renminbi. It might even be much more than that. Much less our television station. Which other television station in the world could bear such a cost? Not even the Americans themselves have tried out this set of equipment before. This was just developed this year, and Central TV should be the first in the world to purchase it. Has Central TV gone mad? It's not Central TV that has gone mad. It's Zhang Ye who's the crazy one. That wastrel. It seems like Zhang Ye is really going all out. Watching TV, countless viewers were stunned. This is magnificent. Damn, I'm dumbfounded from seeing this. Is that really special effects? How's that possible? Has technology really become this advanced? Yeah, it has. I heard that this stage is equipped with the most advanced lighting facilities in the world. This was revealed in the news. But as for how good it really is, the media didn't report on that. So no one really knows because no one has seen it before. But what the hell, they've finally revealed just what sort of a stage they've got set up today. As the saying goes, you get what you pay for. Those words couldn't be truer. This money is absolutely well spent. This is so awesome. If I had to give the lighting effects and colors a score out of 10, I would fucking give it 10,000 points. Look, the entire floor is made out of displays. Wouldn't it break when they step on it? Who knows? How fucking much money would that have cost them? This year's Spring Festival Gala has really gone through a total overhaul. They've really switched from shotguns to cannons. I'm gonna cry. Motherfucker, has our Spring Festival Gala finally been bestowed with the facilities of a world-class stage? This opening dance has really amazed me. Me too. What a visual feast this is. Everyone, quickly start flaming. Fuck, I have no idea how to flame them. This year's Spring Festival Gala's main stage is too impressive. This is what I call a Spring Festival Gala. Right? This is what the Spring Festival Gala should look like. What were the stages like for the Spring Festival Gala in the past? It would only have an ordinary large display, one that only got larger and more colorful with each passing year. Basically, there weren't usually many major changes. There was even once when the audience seating was not revamped for 2 years in a row. A lot of people had flamed the Spring Festival Gala regarding this during last year's event. So who could have thought that this year's Spring Festival Gala would bring about such an overwhelming change? Zhang Ye had to withstand such great pressure back then to introduce an advertising model for the Spring Festival Gala. And right now, the most direct effect that it brought about was shockingly seen here. With an opening dance, it had stunned the Chinese population around the world. At home, on Weibo, on the internet, everyone started heatedly discussing this. Chapter 1334. Chapter 1334. The longest act in the history of the Spring Festival Gala. Time. Translator, Leg. Editor, Leg. In Broadcasting Studio 1. The venue of the Spring Festival Gala. The live audience members could feel a greater impact from this entirely new stage. It was so immersive that they could experience the 4 seasons changing around them. They were dazzled by the presentation. Amazing. The stage is really so well equipped. All there is left to see now is what this year's acts will be like. Who's that girl over there? I don't know. Why is there a smaller stage next to the main stage? When did she appear there? I think she was there all along. I saw her too, but I thought that she was a part of the opening dance. But that dance has already ended, so why is she still dancing? How strange. In the production control room, Zhang Ye was observing the video monitor wall and giving instructions. Camera 2, pan up a little. Camera 5, get ready for a close-up. Hosts, countdown in 3 seconds. All right, move. On TV, the cameras zoomed into the stage. The hosts for this year's Spring Festival Gala were already standing in a row. Li Chun said, China Central Television. Hao Hailiang said, China Central Television. Yinmei said, distinguished guests and dearest friends. The 3 of them smiled as they gave fist and palm salutes and said, Happy New Year. A round of applause sounded. The live audience cheered. The hosts for this year's Spring Festival Gala were still mainly the old-timers, albeit with slight changes. The hosts spoke loud and clear, calm and collected, with every word cleanly enunciated. This was especially comforting to anyone listening to them, and was exactly what a professional gala host was capable of. It's New Year's Eve today. We're coming to you live from Central TV's Broadcasting Studio 1. Let's say goodbye to the old and usher in the new as one tonight. Tonight, when everyone is reunited with their families and spending it in joy, we'll accompany you as we await the ringing in of the new year. In this beautiful moment of the world's resurgence, we welcome yet another spring along with you. No matter where you may be right now, please accept our messages of blessings to you. Before the arrival of our annual Chinese Heritage New Year, let us first wish everyone a Happy New Year. Online, what a glamorous lineup of hosts. Yeah, it only feels like the new year when we see them standing together on stage each year. That's right. Otherwise, it feels like something is missing. What's the upcoming act going to be? Hurry up already. Somewhere in Beijing, at Hu Dai's house, more than 20 family members had gathered here today. The television was on in the bedroom and in the living room as well. All of her relatives were staring with wide eyes. Where is she? Where's our little Hu Dai? Didn't they say that she would be featured in the first act? Yeah, but why haven't we seen her yet? Old Hu, could your daughter's act have gotten cut? That's impossible. She'll definitely be performing. Definitely. Then what exactly is her performance about? I don't know. She wouldn't say. She only mentioned that there was an NDA. Hu Dai's parents were also getting anxious. Even now, some relatives still didn't believe that their Hu Dai was actually going to be on the Spring Festival Gala. The reason was that this was too unbelievable. How was Hu Dai like since she was young? Other people might not know, but would their own family not know? She could never keep still and was not strong at learning. She was always inferior to others in many ways, but had somehow managed to be admitted into the naval song and dance troupe. Although she had been going around with the troupe to perform, she was always a backup dancer to someone else. The entire family would sometimes gather together to watch when Hu Dai's immediate family members claimed that she would be appearing in some gala event. But they would never spot her. After all, who would possibly give a close-up shot to a backup dancer? If it weren't for Hu Dai's parents repeatedly replaying the performance 4 to 5 times, and confirming an angle. That coincidentally captured the back of Hu Dai. Nobody would have believed that she was even there at the venue. But now, they claimed that she would be appearing on the Spring Festival Gala? How could that be possible? Could they have gotten it wrong somehow? Suddenly, the image on the television switched. Hu Dai's father was stunned. Hu Dai's mother excitedly shrieked. She pointed at the television and was at a loss for words. The relatives looked up and were all startled. Holy shit. Hu Dai. It's her. It's our little Hu Dai. Hu Dai has really gotten on the Spring Festival Gala. At the same time, the entire world's Chinese population was stunned again. What? Why is there a smaller stage next to the main one? Who's that girl? What's this performance about? At the venue, a woman in a colorful costume was spinning around in circles. It was a white dress, but the lighting that was projected onto her presented it with a colorful and dreamy effect. She was spinning around in the same spot, unhurried, at her own pace. The dress was fluttering as she spun. Looking at this, it was amazingly beautiful. Yanmei looked over there and said, I was just going to ask about this. I saw that little lady spinning over there since the event began, and she still hasn't stopped. Who is she? Li Chun said with a smile. Her name is Little Hu Dai, and she's gifted with the unique talent at spinning around in circles. Yanmei said. Oh, Hao Haoyang said. Then what's her performance going to be about? Li Chun said. She's just going to be spinning in circles. Yanmei replied. You can even make a performance out of spinning around in circles? Li Chun smiled and pointed at Hu Dai. Yes, but there's a meaning to that. Today, she's here as the messenger of time. She will be using her spinning to represent the passing of time and the cycle of the 4 seasons. When we ring in the new year later, little Hu Dai will come to a stop and welcome the new year together with us. On the smaller stage, Hu Dai's feet did not stop. She continued spinning in circles. She was very nervous. She knew that the hosts were all looking at her, that Zhang Ye was looking at her, that the live audience was looking at her, and that her parents were looking at her. At this moment, all the Chinese people around the world had their eyes on her. She was on the verge of breaking down as she was still quite inexperienced with the stage. They've turned the camera to me. God, everyone is watching me. Calm down. Little Hu Dai, you must calm down. Try to think of your prince. Think of Teacher Zhang. The dress. Her appearance. The patterns. The colors. And the setting of the stage. This performance, named Time, was designed by Zhang Ye himself. Hu Dai knew that Teacher Zhang had placed a lot of hope and expectations on her in this act. She wasn't stupid. She could feel that Zhang Ye's energy was limited as the attention he put into the different acts were all at a varying degree. For the songs, Zhang Ye would simply hand them over to the singers and suggest some stage choreography to them before washing his hands of the matter. But it was different for some of the other acts. Zhang Ye had to repeatedly follow up with them from start to finish, often giving instructions over and over again. As Hu Dai's Time was one of those acts, she didn't want to screw it up for him. She could still remember very clearly when she heard Zhang Ye speaking to Hachichi privately, saying that whether the topicality and viewership ratings of the Spring Festival Gala could break out right from the start would depend on little Hu Dai's performance. Teacher Zhang had not said those words to her directly, perhaps in fear that it would put too much pressure on her. But Hu Dai had overheard it and bore those words in mind since then. She understood very well that her act was an important piece of the puzzle in Director Zhang's Spring Festival Gala that couldn't be missed. There was no room for any mistakes. Smile. Keep smiling. Very good. This is it. You mustn't let Teacher Zhang down. Little Hu Dai, you can do it. You can do it. Hu Dai kept cheering herself on. At a newspaper firm. Holy fuck. A messenger of time? So there really is a 4-hour act. The reporters were all dumbfounded. Zhang Ye's parents' house. His maternal grandma was stunned. For hours. His grandpa was also startled. Won't the child get dizzy? His mother said, who knows? His first aunt said, so the allocated time on the program list was not a typo? Watching TV. Some people were dumbfounded. Some people were chuckling. Ha ha ha. Spinning in circles? Io. How can that even be considered a performance? This is such a joke. I feel that this is a pretty innovative idea. Uffed. It does look rather interesting. This really is the longest performance in the history of the Spring Festival Gala. What's more, it's fucking unprecedented and will never be repeated again, ever. There will never be another performance on the Spring Festival Gala that exceeds 4 hours. That's not necessarily the case. It'll never happen again. Why is it not possible? As long as Zhang Ye is around, anything is possible. If they appoint him as the executive director again for next year's Spring Festival Gala, who knows if the guy will create an act that will span 10 hours in total. This fellow is capable of anything. I'm laughing at the previous poster's comment. With this act, I'm unsure of how to start flaming the gala. Haha, that's true. There are too many points that we can complain about. There are so many issues with Little Who Die that we can flame her for. Spinning in circles? I really have to give it to Zhang Ye. This entire performance is just a spinning machine made to suck in all the complaints that we throw at it. She can't stop it all. Zhang Ye must be advertising the chewing gum brand one that he's endorsing. This product placement was almost done without a trace. I'm convinced. Ha ha ha. It's beginning. The flommers have been set loose. Bravo, almighty flommers. Chapter 1335. The Flying Apsaras amazes the audience. Chapter 1335. The Flying Apsaras amazes the audience. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. On Weibo. Flaming. Heated discussions. Controversy. Even after losing Zhang Ye, their spiritual leader, the Flaming Army was still as strong as ever. The discussion around time was instantly drummed up. In an instant, it surpassed the topicality of the opening dance and moved up to the main page of Weibo. It was now trending at #1 on the headlines, although the hosts had only briefly introduced it. And even though the cameras did not give Little Who Die too much screen time, the performance had immediately set off an overwhelming discussion. Further, judging by things, the momentum of time did not seem like it would die down anytime soon. Zhang Ye's Spring Festival Gala was showing its lethality for the first time. Unwittingly, the Chinese population all around the world was starting to get involved in this discussion. At Central TV, the Spring Festival Gala's organizing committee. What? The discussion amongst the public has risen to a crazy level? The topicality has shot through the roof? This is the most controversial performance in the program list, and there were a lot of objections to it within the production team at the beginning. If not for the strong insistence of director Zhang, this act would have been cut a long time ago. That's right. So how did it manage to get so much attention? Isn't it just spinning in circles? It looks like Zhang Ye was right. We were still wondering why Zhang Ye had put so much emphasis on this act. But now, we finally know why. Just how did he achieve this? Yeah, why was he able to do it? I know why. It's because we've always insisted on doing a serious Spring Festival Gala. In the past, the previous executive directors also thought this way. Everyone just wanted to focus their efforts to make it better and ensure that every act was done perfectly. We wanted to make sure that no one could nitpick on them. Yet the facts have proven that the results have never been good. The audience has never accepted what we did. But director Zhang is different from the other directors. He is the best variety show director out there. What he sees from his point of view is different from what a gala director has in mind. What he's doing is to defy the expectations of people. He is trying to create a discussion amongst the audience so that they will come forward and be a part of the event voluntarily. Besides, this act is also very creative. The set and dress are both very beautiful. I still don't get it. That's why we can only sit and watch from here while Zhang Ye is the executive director of the gala. Hi. It looks like we laymen should really just stop commanding the professionals in the future. Zhang Ye has really schooled us today. It was a perfect opening. They were off to a good start. The emotions of the people had been stirred. This was exactly what the Spring Festival Gala's opening act needed to achieve. Up until this performance, it could be said that there hadn't been a Spring Festival Gala that had done it better than this year's had. But everyone knew that this was only the beginning. The upcoming acts were the real highlights of the event. Those were the ones that really mattered. The statistics of the previous years made it very clear that in every Spring Festival Gala, the starting 2 acts would catch the attention of the viewers who just wanted to take a look for the fun of it. Perhaps they did that out of curiosity or habit. But once they found it to be uninteresting, some parents might bring their kids out to set off firecrackers or turn off the television and start playing mahjong instead. They would probably not turn the television back on after that. This was the point in every Spring Festival Gala where they would lose a great deal of viewership. So the next act would play an extremely crucial role. This was an uphill battle, and the army that Zhang Ye had sent forth would naturally be the elites. In the production control room. Over the intercom. Stand by, performers. The props are to be up within 10 seconds. Zhang Ye pressed the intercom button. Hosts, drag the introduction out for another 10 seconds. At the venue, the hosts were quick to react. Oh, you're too good at bragging. Her, it looks like he's gonna soar to the skies. With my size, it would be rather difficult to do that. But it does seem like a group of ladies are going to soar to the skies instead. Oh, is that so? Shall we watch together then? All right. They did their best to churn out the 10 seconds for the preparations. Zhang Ye immediately instructed, Camera 2, move forward. It's starting. He silently breathed a sigh of relief. Ladies, it's all up to you all now. The TV image cut to the main stage. Flying Apsaras 1. Costumes, Zhang Ye. Score, Zhang Ye. Choreography, Zhang Ye. Performers, Air Force Song and Dance Troupe. The music played. The stage lights dazzled. 7 ladies dressed in golden costumes were already standing there too. The entire stage was filled with a visage as beautiful as the Dunhuang murals 3. Online, everyone was once again shocked by this set. It's so beautiful. There's simply nothing to criticize about this set. The more I look at it, the more I feel amazed. Is that a starry sky behind them? It's also appeared below their feet. There's a starry sky all around. I'm still more interested into the language performances. Yeah, I'm not interested in dances anyway. The effects are good, but there's nothing special about it once you've seen enough of them. Haha. Did you guys see the text that was just on screen? The costumes, score, and choreography are all by Zhang Ye. The earlier opening dance was also choreographed by him. Could all of the acts on this year's Spring Festival Gala really have been planned by Zhang Ye himself? Even down to the costumes. This fellow might attract a lot of scolding, but we really can't criticize his ability. This year's Spring Festival Gala must have tired Lord Zhang badly. On the screen, the 7 ladies were dancing. It was slow. It was gentle. It didn't feel intense. Every twinkle and smile was full of beauty. Why are they dancing so slowly? I can't feel any excitement in it. Is it the same old thing all over again? I'm not watching anymore. I'll take my kids out to set off firecrackers. No matter how they dance, that's all there is to it. I'll be waiting for midnight to come back to see Little Who Die. I want to know if she's fainted by then or not. Some people were getting ready to turn off their televisions. But all of a sudden, the 7 ladies on television performed a move that shocked the entire world's Chinese population. They started to slowly lean backwards. Many of the viewers who were about to turn off their televisions stopped. What are they trying to do? Don't fall. Fuck. Do they intend to lean all the way backward? Haha, that's impossible. Yeah, they already out of balance. They're really brave to push it so far. If they fall over, that'll be it. It'd definitely become an incident on the Spring Festival Gala. Heavens, why are they still leaning backwards? By now, the 7 ladies had leaned over into right angles. Furthermore, they were not holding on to any supports. That's right. They were bent 90 degrees backwards in the air. It was as though they were no longer bound by gravity. This shocked all of the audience so greatly that they almost jumped out of their seats. What the heck? Are you all serious? Can you really lie on your backs in midair? At Zhang Ye's maternal grandma's house, his mother shouted, "Io, what the hell?" His eldest younger sister said in surprise, "Oh my God." His second sister looked on dumbfoundedly. Heavens. His first uncle and other relatives all got the goosebumps. At old Wu's parents' house, Wu Changhe was staring in shock. What's happening? What the heck is going on? Li Qinxin was also shocked silly. How did they do that? Wu Mo's jaw hit the floor. This is so impressive. It's super impressive. Fat Sis and the rest of their relatives were also shocked out of their wits. They didn't fall over? Why didn't they fall over? In a household. Mom, let's go. Hold on. Let's get going. We have to set off the firecrackers. Aya, just go by yourself. I want to watch. This. What are you watching? Celestials. On Weibo. Damn. Those ladies are really soaring to the skies. Why can they do that? Damn. This doesn't make any sense. Why aren't they affected by gravity? This is too godly. This dance is so beautiful. Hey, can someone explain how they did it? They're from the Air Force Song and Dance Troupe, right? Even gravity can't affect them? They should fucking belong to the Space Force Song and Dance Troupe instead. Previous poster, I give you a perfect score for that comment. Ha 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 ha. At the venue. At this moment, the 7 ladies on stage executed an even more outrageous move. They stood on one foot and then leaned sideways 4. They were clearly not balanced anymore, and if it were any other person, they would have already fallen over. Yet, the ladies were still wearing smiles on their faces and dancing uniformly as they stood firmly without falling over. The visual impact of this was simply too strong. The live audience members immediately broke out in exclamations and applause. God, does it have to be this amazing? This dance is absolutely perfect. The choreographer is fantastic. Well, the choreographer is Zhang Ye. This is obviously quite a slow dance with no particular traits that are special. But these 7 ladies have made the dance look so godly. This movement that defies gravity is a stroke of genius. Yes, a stroke of genius. This year's Spring Festival Gala really does seem like it'll be different. In a dance group chat, Old He, what's happening? I don't quite understand it either. This dance defies all logic. There must be a mechanism somewhere. But where? I can't figure it out. I know. Teacher's son, how exactly do they do it? It's their shoes. Look carefully. The 7 of them have not raised their right legs once since the beginning. They did not move it at all. It must be affixed to the platform, so their center of gravity has been shifted to where their right leg is supported. It's just that their costumes are covering the point of support. It looks like that's really how they're doing it. Is it that simple? Simple? For such a creative way of doing things, who else besides Zhang Ye could have come up with such an idea? And this dance is very difficult to perform as well. It would require a very long time to practice to sync their moves up. They might even get injured while trying to execute those moves. This Zhang Ye, how godly. When did he make the switch to choreographing dance? Damn, he really doesn't intend to give us a chance at making a living. Shock, dumbfoundedness, amazement, thrill. The TV viewers were all reacting in different ways. They had never seen such a dance, nor people dancing in such a way before. It was simply amazing, and too beautiful to watch. Only Zhang Ye knew the origins of this dance. It was an act from his previous worlds. 2008 Spring Festival Gala. On that year of the Spring Festival Gala, this performance had amazed all the viewers and stood out against many of the other acts. It received even more love than many of the popular language performances in his previous world and was praised by countless people. Even in the few years after that, this dance was not forgotten by people. As long as there was any mention of classic Spring Festival Gala performances, as long as there were replays of the Spring Festival Gala's classic performances on television, this dance called the Flying Apsaras that had amazed countless people would always be included. This was one of the most amazing dances ever on the Spring Festival Gala in Zhang Ye's previous world. If there really had to be another act that could be spoken in the same breath, then only that one dance could go head-to-head with Flying Apsaras. And as it happened, that dance had also been brought over here by Zhang Ye. He did not let any of the most classic Spring Festival Gala dances from his previous world escape from his clutches. Right now, Flying Apsaras had made its appearance in this world. It had shocked the entire world's Chinese population here. Chapter 1336, Skit, Dance If You Like. Chapter 1336, Skit, Dance If You Like. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The dance ended. The audience was left wanting more. This was a dance that would make people want to watch it a second time even after they had just watched it. On television, the hosts retook the stage. The male host commented, "That was so amazing." The female host said, "That's right. Thank you to the ladies from the Air Force Song and Dance Troupe for their wonderful performance." Applause from the audience sounded once more. It was followed by some advertisement messages. The female host said, "Dear friends, we have prepared for everyone tonight the 5 cards of fortune that represent our deepest and sincerest blessings to you. These 5 fortunes are the prosperity and strength card, the harmony card, the friendship card, the patriotism card, and the work dedication card. So now, please take out your cell phones and open up the UniPay app, then tap on the Check It Out button. Then a card will be deposited into your account." The male host added, "In particular, we would like to remind you that before midnight tonight, if you can gather all 5 cards of fortune, you will get a share of the 5 fortunes prize pool. As they say, the 5 fortunes have arrived, so what are you waiting for? Hurry up and start checking it out online." The netizens were getting excited. Has it started yet? Can we start checking it out now? Damn. Hurry up and give out the cards already. Where's my work dedication card? It's ending right before midnight. Hurry, hurry, hurry. In a household. I didn't get it. Damn, it's another prosperity and strength card. Prosperity and strength card. Get. Lost. What a scam. I'm not getting any of the work dedication cards. Why is it always the prosperity and strength card? Dad, quickly check it out. The Spring Festival Gala has started to give out the cards of fortune. All right, I'm definitely going to get a work dedication card for my darling daughter today. Everyone needs only that card. Heavens, it's the work dedication card. You got it? Show me. What the heck, it's true. I'm rich. Rich. They've really given out the work dedication card. I'm going to post the screenshot online. Very quickly, the viewers were occupied. This was the moment they had been waiting so long for. In fact, many of those who didn't use to watch the Spring Festival Gala were now sitting before their televisions and waiting. It was because of this deceptive 5 cards of fortune collection campaign that they were watching it. They initially had no intentions of watching the Spring Festival Gala at all and had no expectations for it either. But unexpectedly, after 2 or 3 dance and song performances, many of them became interested and actually started watching it seriously. These viewers who didn't use to ever watch the Spring Festival Gala were converted just like that, grabbing red packets for the cards of fortune. Watching the Spring Festival Gala, countless families were happily experiencing the joys of the new year. And this joy could not be fulfilled with just those few song and dance acts. It should be time for the language acts, right? By past convention, it should be. This won't be easy to handle. Yeah, the crosstalks and skits have in recent years been getting more and more unfunny. They're not exactly unfunny. They're just too ordinary and disconnected from the common clay. The performances are too traditional, which is why it doesn't feel fun to watch. Let's see how it'll be this year. This year's song and dance acts are pretty good. Yeah, they're amazing. I'm just worried that the language acts would not live up to the expectations of the occasion. Yeah, the most talked about acts are still the crosstalks and skits. Zhang Ye himself is a crosstalk comedian, and he's also acted in a skit before. This might just be worth looking forward to. Hey, it's starting. Instantly, the world's Chinese population refocused their attention on the television. The song and dance act this year had amazed many people. But for the most anticipated language acts, no one had seen them yet. So they were trembling with excitement as they wanted to know how it would turn out. In the production control room, Zhang Ye issued the orders. It's starting. Camera 3, follow. Cut to camera 4. All right, close up. It was time for the first language act. Zhang Ye naturally understood the importance of this more than anyone else. Zhang Ye carefully thought over the arrangement of acts for a long time. Which would be the first to go? It was not an easy decision. It wasn't until after the second dress rehearsal that he finally decided on the order and pushed for this skit to be the first one to be shown. This was the most popular skit from the 2013 Central TV Spring Festival Gala in his previous world. Zhang Ye was hoping for this skit to help get the language acts off on the right foot. He was not worried about the performers. They were veterans of the Spring Festival Gala, so they would definitely rise to the occasion. There wouldn't be any problems there. On the stage, the hosts were still talking. A fashionably dressed Ci Xiufang was in a wheelchair and was being pushed out onto the stage. She was unaffected by her surroundings and was even muttering impatiently, "Make way, make way." Li Chun turned his head and said with a smile, "Yo, Auntie, you're here? Happy New Year to you. Why don't you share with everyone how you're doing after your retirement?" Ci Xiufang sat firmly in her wheelchair and gave him a look. "Tell me how you'd feel if your legs have been shortened." The audience laughed. Ha 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 ha. The famous long-legged and handsome host, Li Chun, was at a loss. "Hi, why is this Auntie speaking in such a way?" Hao Haoyang pushed him aside. "You're no good at phrasing your questions. You have to be a bit more tactful and speak like this. Auntie, happy retirement." "Hey, Auntie." Ci Xiufang looked at him. "Who are you calling in? Auntie, your face is full of wrinkles, and you're trying to act cute." The audience roared with laughter again. Host Li Yin said, "AI, look at this. Just look at you two, getting rebuffed like this. You two are really bad at talking." Hao Haoyang rolled his eyes. "Then why don't you ask?" Li Yin said. "Didn't you hear? Auntie doesn't wish for us to bring up her retirement. Li Chen said. All right, why don't you give it a try instead? The famous interview host, Li Yan, had always been famous for his soft approach with people. He composed his features and knelt down gently in front of the wheelchair. Supporting himself with it, he said, Auntie, I know that you poured blood and sweat into your career. So what do you? Stop playing to my emotions. I won't cry, interrupted Cai Xiufang. With that reply, the audience cramped up with laughter. Io. Uft. Ha ha ha. Io, how face-smacking. Li Yin sighed and said, This. Cai Xiufang waved her hand. Enough, enough, off the stage. This is my territory now, Li Chen said. But this is a public space. Li Yin said. We've been hanging around here since forever. Hao Haoliang said, Yeah. What do you mean by your territory? Cai Xiufang curled her lips. All right then, those who are ugly can stay behind. At that, two of the hosts turned around and ran off stage. Only Hao Haoliang was left stunned before he finally hurried off stage as well. They had all disappeared. Cai Xiufang harumphed. Like I wouldn't be able to handle you people, tisk. The audience. Ha ha ha. This skit looks interesting. It's just the opening, and I think it's quite funny already. This old lady is too harsh. What a viper she is. Ha ha ha. Auntie Ci has gone through a total makeover for this year. Yeah, she's never acted in such a role before. This is definitely a break from the kind of character that she usually plays. Zhang Ye is so bold. The camera's pulled out. The info box was shown. Skit. Dance if you like. Writer, Zhang Ye. Performers, Cai Xiufang, Lian He. Only now was the skit officially beginning. The TV viewers instantly had their appetites whet. Chapter 1337. This is what you call a skit. Chapter 1337. This is what you call a skit. Translator, leg editor, leg. On TV. On the screen. Hundreds of thousands of households were watching the masterful skit actress, Cai Xiufang, whose image had changed from the previous galas she had been in. They were both curious and surprised. This was very refreshing. In the production control room, Zhang Ye was observing the video monitor wall silently. Auntie Ci, I'm leaving this to you. You must shock the audience. If Little Who Die's performance was to increase the topicality of the event, and the Flying Apsara's dance was to spread word of mouth among viewers, then Dance If You Like was definitely to add to the cheers. This act had to work out like it was meant to. The skit one began. Cai Xiufang was sitting there with nothing to do. Then an arguing couple appeared. The man, babe, don't be mad. The woman, stop following me around. The man, babe, I'm begging you, please don't be angry. The woman, I said stop following me. Cai Xiufang. Hey, go home if you want to argue. The man, hey, we're talking here. Are we burdening you? Cai Xiufang. Of course you're burdening me. The man, then I'll burden you today. What can you do? I just want to burden. I to you. I burden. I you. I burden. I you. I burden. I you. Humph. The audience laughed heartily. Cai Xiufang looked at the couple. Hear that, girl? The woman came over angrily. You disgust me. The man, that's not what I meant. The audience. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Then a jogging young man arrived. He was in the middle of exercising and was stretching his back and chest. Cai Xiufang looked straight ahead and produced an item in hands. Tearing the tape loudly, she mimicked the sound of fabric ripping. The young man was doing some leg stretches when he heard the sound. He was shocked and extremely embarrassed, so he quickly pulled his shirt downwards to cover his pants before running off. Cai Xiufang said in satisfaction, Ah, it's finally peaceful. Applause rang out. Ha! How harsh! How devious of Auntie Ci. This is cracking me up. She's driving away anyone who comes by. How wicked, ha 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 ha. At this moment, famous skit actor Lian He came out on stage. Lian He was not young anymore, and he was very short and skinny. These characteristics of his appearance made him very unique. This skit was the first time that he was working together with Cai Xiufang, so it captured the attention of a lot of the common folk. They were all wondering if there would be any sparks from the debut partnership of these two masterful skit actors. It was finally time to see if that would happen. The highlight of the performance was here. The audience applauded for them. On the stage, Lian, he was carrying a boombox over his shoulder and walking over happily. C.I. Xiufang glanced at him. Hey, kiddo. Lian He was taken aback. Are you calling for me? Upon closer inspection, C.I. Xiufang said, Whoa, this child looks really old. Lian He. I'm actually an adult. C.I. Xiufang sighed. An embarrassment to adults then. What are you here for? Lian He twisted his hips. I'm here to practice ballroom dancing. C.I. Xiufang. Ballroom dancing Gu Biao? More like a mouse pointer, Shu Biao. On the other stage, little Hu Dai, who was still twirling around, found it hard to keep a straight face. A child? Mouse pointer? Ha ha ha. I can't take this. I must not laugh. Bear with it. I must bear with it. At this point, Lian He turned on the music. C.I. Xiufang, who was sitting in the wheelchair, suddenly removed the blanket covering her legs and marched over to turn off the music before returning to sit down again. All to the shock of Lian He. Lian He was dumbfounded. Hey, you can actually stand? C.I. Xiufang sneered. Who said I couldn't? Lian He. Then why do you sit in a wheelchair? C.I. Xiufang. I want to. I get lightheaded whenever I stand. I feel faint. Lian He. If you feel faint, you can always go back home. C.I. Xiufang. Too cold and lonely. Lian He. If that's so, then sit in a more lively place. C.I. Xiufang. Too annoying. Lian He rolled his eyes. Hey, old lady, you're even more difficult to please than Empress Dowager Cixi. C.I. Xiufang looked at him and said in a voice dripping with sarcasm, Yo, you've served Cixi before? Lian He was dumbfounded. The audience was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. At Zhang Ye's maternal grandma's house, his grandma was clutching her stomach. Ha ha ha. His grandfather was also laughing uncontrollably. His second sister was slapping the sofa and laughing. It's so funny that it's killing me. Served Empress Dowager Cixi before? Ha ha ha. So he's a eunuch then? On TV, Lian He was getting anxious. Hey, big sis, it's like this. I need to take this time to practice for 10 minutes. Then I'll be done. C.I. Xiufang. You can't. Lian He. Because I agreed with my dance partner to meet here in 10 minutes. C.I. Xiufang. Yo, someone like you has a dance partner? She's blind, right? Lian He. 7. I've got 7 old ladies hounding me every day, insisting that I be their dance partner. But I refuse them all. And all of them are as fair as snow, like princesses. C.I. Xiufang. 7 Snow Whites. Lian He. C.I. Xiufang looked at him. And a single dwarf? So it's a fairy tale. At old Wu's parents' house, Wu Mo was cramping up with laughter. Puffed ha ha ha. Li Qingqin was also laughing while covering her mouth. Wasn't that fairy tale written by Little Yi? Even the usually serious Wu Changhe was tickled funny. Who thought up the script for this skit? On the stage, Lian He harumphed. Looking down on me, are you? Why don't you have a look at what I can do? 1 NA, 2 NA, 3 NA, 4 NA. Hey, did you see that? This move, the spinning top, that swept the entire community was invented by yours truly. My stage name is Little Top, Xiao Tulu. C.I. Xiufang. No wonder I have such an urge to whip 3 you. Lian He was speechless. The audience, ha 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 ha. C.I. Xiufang. Let me ask you, little radish, Xiao Lubo. Lian He. What little radish? C.I. Xiufang. Little screw, Xiao Lucy. Lian He. What little screw? It's little. C.I. Xiufang. I know. Little ostrich, Xiao Tunio. Lian He said angrily. Don't try that on me. I'm practicing right here today, what of it? Hi. I don't believe you can stop me. He then started to sing and dance. You are my a, small apple / however much I love you. It'll never be too much. C.I. Xiufang deliberately messed up his rhythm by singing. Forever singing in the hottest ethnic trend / is the most beautiful gesture in the whole sky. Lian He fumbled his dance moves at that. Lian He ignored her and continued singing and dancing. Your small blushing face warms my heart. C.I. Xiufang continued messing him up. Is the most beautiful gesture in the whole sky. Lian He went along with C.I. Xiufang's singing and kept dancing. He sang even louder, not giving in. Spring has come again, and the flowers are all abloom. C.I. Xiufang sang. Is the most beautiful gesture in the whole sky. The audience was staggering in laughter. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Lian He was almost in tears. I beg of you, big sis, can you stop making trouble? Ci Xiufang threw her hands up. All right, all right. Only then did Lian he clear his throat and continued singing. You are my a small apple slash however much I love you. It'll never be too much. Slash your small blushing face warms my heart. Slash is the most beautiful gesture in the whole sky. Eh, eh, eh. He face-bombed and said dejectedly, I'm done for. I've been practicing to this song for half a year, but I've been thrown off by just one line from you. The audience was roaring with laughter. The applause from the audience was thunderous. Ha 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 ha. Bravo, bravo. Cheers rang out all around. In the production control room, the gags were full on. The audience was laughing. Zhang Ye heaved a sigh of relief. Because High Song 4 didn't exist in this world yet, there were some changes he had to make to this skit from the original version. On the stage, Lian he took out a rag doll. Big sis, look. It's my grandson. Ci Xiufang nodded. Looks just like you. Lian he. It's my grandson's doll which he got me to buy for him. Then Ci Xiufang took the doll from him and threw her voice 5 while holding it. This part was hilarious. Many of the audience members in the venue laughed until they cried. Old lady, your tongue is too sharp. You must be living by yourself. Aren't you single yourself too? How did you know? By your looks. The audience laughed. Ha 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 ha. The gags kept coming. Classic lines came one after another. Finally, the plot reached the turning point. A cell phone rang. Lian he was delighted to hear it. Ha ha. My dance partner is calling me. Ha 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 ha. Hello. Partner, where are you? Do you need me to pick you up? You're not coming anymore? No. Wait. Why aren't you coming? Didn't we already agree to it? You've decided to partner with old man Zhang instead? No. But we've already agreed. So how can you? Oh, never mind. It's fine. You don't have to be considerate of me. Yes. I wish you both the best in your partnership. All right. The call ended. Lian he said dejectedly. How can she just change her mind when we already agreed on it? He pulled off his wig and revealed a head of gray. Ci Xiufang was taken aback. How old are you exactly? Lian he laughed and said, Me? I'm still young. Only 70. Ci Xiufang. You're already 70, so why are you still running around so much? Lian he said, Life is about constant motion. Ci Xiufang shook her head. Wrong. Life is about stillness. Look at the tortoise, which doesn't move around much. How long does it live for? Lian he pointed at himself. Don't look at the tortoise, look at me. Ci Xiufang glanced at him and turned away. I'd rather look at the tortoise. The audience laughed. Ha 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 ha. Online. This is hilarious. I'm laughing so hard I shit myself. Ha 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 ha. Auntie C's tongue is too sharp. Why do I like her so much? Lian he is absolutely getting disparaged here. Ha ha ha. At a newspaper firm, several of the reporters working overtime were laughing so hard they lost their senses. That's so good. It's fucking too good. What a rare old lady she is. Auntie C's acting is so good. It's the script that's good. This is cracking me up. After the old man was consecutively rejected a few times over the phone, Ci Xiufang got up angrily. She took his phone away and smashed it onto the floor of the stage. The skit had entered its climax. Lian, he bent down over the wreckage of his cell phone. Hey, that's my phone. The audience couldn't close their mouths anymore as they kept laughing. Come over here. Let me tell you something, little pineapple, Xiao Bolu. Little top. It's been changed now. I've long wanted to change. Let me tell you this, little slippers, Xiao Tawashi. Just what is my name supposed to be? I'll call you whatever I want. Sure, whatever you say. Listen to me, little camel, Xiao Lutu. Oh my god. I've become 3 people in no time. Big sis, why are you standing up? Ci Xiufang said coldly. For someone like you who's standing up, even though he doesn't look like he's standing up, what reasons would I have to not stand up? The audience applauded. Good one. Well said. Ha ha ha. Ci Xiufang. Starting from now, I'm your dance partner. Immediately, the music played. The scene on stage suddenly changed as several dozen dancers appeared behind Lian, he, and Ci Xiufang. All of them started dancing together. The hottest small apple had brought the entire venue's atmosphere to a high. The audience's applause swallowed the stage whole. The world's Chinese population watching television was also laughing like crazy. On Weibo, in the forums, in the chat groups, on social media. When the skit was broadcast, All of those communication channels blew up. Ah, that was so impressive. How did they manage to come up with such a good script? The script's lines are really heaven-defying. Zhang Ye is too godly. He's really too godly. Auntie Ci and Master Lian also played their roles really well. I really can't believe that there could still be a skit of such quality at the Spring Festival Gala. Me neither, it's incredible. I didn't have any expectations before watching it. But who knew that I would actually tear up from laughter while watching it? I can't take it. I have to go laugh some more, huh? What the heck is the hottest small apple? Ha ha. A mashup of the hottest ethnic trend and small apple, of course. Zhang Ye is really enjoying himself by writing this. Yeah, this fellow actually made a skit for plaza dancing. Ha ha. Is this fellow trying to normalize plaza dancing as an activity? He's really playing the role of the founder well, too. No fault. This skit is really great. Thinking back on the past year's skits, and thinking back on the traditional delivery of those skits, countless viewers could not help but agree on one thing in the bottom of their hearts. This is what you call a skit. This is what you fucking call a skit. Chapter 1338. Because of love, wows the audience. Chapter 1338. Because of love, wows the audience. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. At the organizing committee for the Spring Festival Gala, the executives were thrilled. They're laughing, everyone's laughing. The audience's response is very good. What about the online reviews? I've already checked it out. There are only praises. Yeah, everyone is commenting about how funny it is. Ha ha ha. This is great. Big Sis Ci and Master Lian have absolutely nailed their performance today. It's even a step above their performance at the first and second dress rehearsals. That's right. These are skit masters we're talking about here. They're both battle-hardened actors, the type who definitely perform well when they're put in the situation. Director Zhang wasn't wrong to line up this skit at the beginning. That's right. With this skit spearheading the acts, the effect will be great. In a group chat of the industry, did anyone watch the first skit of the Spring Festival Gala? I watched it. Hi, it was amazing. Old Ci is going to be on fire after this. Yeah, Big Sis Ci might be a regular on the Spring Festival Gala and a big player in the skit industry. She's also highly popular, but that's not the same. Big Sis Ci has never been a main pillar in the field of skits before. She has never had a breakthrough role that left a deep impression on the audience. But this time, it's different. With Zhang Ye's script, coupled with Big Sis Ci and Master Lian's acting, their performance was flawless. Big Sis Ci is going to rise a level after this. A good script is super important for a skit actor. Yes, Big Sis Ci ought to thank Zhang Ye for this. That's right. Such scripts are indeed priceless and to die for. Zhang Ye is so generous to be willing to give it out. Why doesn't he keep it for his own use, though? Because he wouldn't be able to act in it. Even if he put on makeup to look older, he doesn't have Master Lian's image. He'd be too tall as well and couldn't bring out the hilarious side of the role. In the production control room, Little Wang came running in. Director Zhang, Dance If You Like, is now trending at number 2. It's only second to Little Who Dies Act. And it's probably going to catch up soon too. It's really popular. The staff in the room became excited and thrilled. It was a good start. They were off to a good start. Was this year's Spring Festival Gala really going to experience a breakthrough? Could it really get revived in their hands? The production team's staff did not even dare think in that direction. But Zhang Ye smiled and said nothing. It hasn't even started yet. This is only the first skit. There are still many more headliners and killer acts lined up that hadn't been brought out yet. The Spring Festival Gala would always aim to be all-inclusive, catering to the old and the young, whether they were men or women. There was no bias, and everyone's interests would have to be taken care of. This first skit Zhang Ye brought out had immediately generated a phenomenal amount of discussion, with many young people laughing like crazy over it. Even a lot of the elderly people liked it as well. All of it was planned by Zhang Ye. He did not just brainlessly replicate those classic acts from his previous world over here. Everything had to be arranged carefully to achieve the effect. Which acts would be placed at the beginning? Which ones would come later? Which ones could be shown? And which ones would not? Make the cut? All of that had to be scrutinized properly, because this was a gala that spanned the entire evening and not a standalone show. It had to unite the different levels while paying attention to the quality of the acts and also take into account the overall experience. Of course, the resources he had on hand were also a problem. Some of the acts from Zhang Ye's previous world had characteristics that were too distinctive. Although the acts were good, he couldn't find a suitable person for the performance, so he had to give up on using them. Watching TV, the entire world's Chinese population was very surprised. They had not thought that this year's Spring Festival Gala would be like this. It was entirely different from what they had imagined. I'll tentatively give this year's Spring Festival Gala a score of 90 points. Right, just based on the first few acts alone, I have nothing to complain about. The skit was so amusing. My parents are 70 this year, and neither of them used to watch the Spring Festival Gala, nor liked watching skits either. But today, they were actually tickled. My grandparents, too, they nearly pissed themselves laughing. My mom is praising Zhang Ye, too. She says that this skit was very well written and reflective of our lives. It connects to the common folk very well and uses a fashionable language to depict the retirement lives of the elderly like them. It hits quite close to home for her. The next act is starting. Let's keep watching. What's coming up next? I'm looking forward to it. This year's Spring Festival Gala is quite good so far. Let's see if that will continue or not. Yes, if they can keep it up until the end of the show, that would be really awesome. That would be too difficult. Yeah, the opening was great, but that makes it even harder to handle the later part. Surely, Zhang, you did not place the best acts at the beginning, right? There aren't any good acts left. Shouldn't it be time for Old Chun and Old Fan to make their appearance? Aren't the two of them are performing a duet this year? These two are both megastars in the music scene, even when standing on their own. But they haven't had any good duets between them, which is quite sad. There were doubts. There were concerns. There was anticipation. The world's Chinese population turned to stare at their televisions again. On the stage, the hosts were making some light-hearted conversation. Hao Haoyang said, "There's a famous paragon couple. Do you two know who I'm referring to?" Li Chun said, "A famous paragon couple? I know." Hao Haoyang said, "Tell us who." Li Chun said, "It must be director Zhang and his wife." The audience burst into laughter. Zhang Ye and his wife. He only just got married. The SARF's leaders and staff seated in the audience were also amused by this bootlicking. Li Yan rolled his eyes and said, That was too obvious. You can't just say that because director Zhang is the executive director of the gala." Changing his tone, he suddenly said, "Actually, I think so as well. It must be director Zhang and his wife." The audience laughed. "Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha." Hao Haoyang said helplessly. "And who else?" Li Chun said, "You must mean Chun Guang and Fan Wenli, right?" Hao Haoyang said with a smile, "They're also here today." "Oh." Li Chun smiled. "Then let's listen to their love story." In the production control room, Zhang Ye had a mysterious expression on his face. Little Wang asked in concern, "Director Zhang, what's the matter?" Zhang Ye smiled and said, "It's nothing. I'm just feeling the pinch." Little Wang asked in confusion, "What pinch? What do you mean?" Zhang Ye was, of course, feeling pinched by this song. It had taken a lot out of him to give this song away, even though he wasn't going to sing it himself. The real problem was that there was no one for him to sing this song with. He was married, but surely he couldn't get Old Wu to come out and sing this with him, could he? Old Wu also wouldn't agree to that. But even if Zhang Ye could not use this song for himself, it still pained him to give it away to other people. This was because the song was such a classic and so popular with the people in his previous world. He had to sacrifice this all because of the Spring Festival Gala. Old Chun, Old Fan. If you two mess this up, I'll mess the two of you up. The curtains came up. The cameras zoomed in for a close-up. The music also played. With the effects of the dazzling stage lights, Chun Guang and Fan Wenli were standing at separate ends of the stage. Their costumes, bearing, and the stage design were impeccable. The audience was stunned. Wow, how beautiful. The two of them gently raised their microphones. Chun Guang opened his mouth and sang one. "Here is an old CD for you. Have a listen to our love from back then. Sometimes it slips my mind that I still love you." Fan Wenli sang. "I can no longer sing those kinds of songs. Just hearing them makes me blush and shy away. Though I often forget. I'm still in love with you." The man's voice was full of charm. The woman's voice carried a sense of etherealness. Many of the viewers were enchanted. Because our love can't be easily hurt. Everything is always happy-go-lucky. Because our love grew simply. I can always be crazy for you. Because with love, how can there be sorrow? So we are still as we were when we were young. Because of the love that exists, people are still wandering out there, pacing back and forth, watching TV. Many Chinese people around the world were also mesmerized by what they were hearing. Great song. It's more than that. This song is fantastic. Beautiful. It's like they're filming a music video. This song is so well written. Heavens, Old Chun and Old Fan finally have such a godly duet to their names. Can it not be such a good song? I love this song too damn much. Yeah, it's only the first time I'm listening to it, but it's really touching. The songs had always been the least anticipated acts of the Spring Festival Gala. Everyone still preferred the crosstalks and skits, and even some of the dance and magic acts would occasionally amaze them. But songs were always met with a lukewarm response from the audience. For songs that they'd listened to before, no one would find it interesting and would probably have heard it thousands of times already. For songs that they'd not heard of yet, no one knew if they would like it after just listening to it once. This led to the songs on the Spring Festival Gala to be quite a difficult act to handle. So the executive director of every Spring Festival Gala would always put in some work for these acts by inviting the more well-known singers or by getting more people to boost the lineup for the songs. In the end, they even resorted to inviting Korean celebrities to perform, all for the sake of trying to reverse the unpopularity of such acts and giving the viewers a surprise. But today, Zhang Ye had given them a lesson. A quiet and gentle song could also be deafeningly loud. Before this, no one could have predicted that a duet could wow the audience like this. Chapter 1339, 3 songs in a row. Chapter 1339, 3 songs in a row. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Beijing. In a neighborhood, the sound of firecrackers being set off rang out time and again. The children were playing in the neighborhood, with some adults accompanying their children to set off the firecrackers, while others were smoking and chatting nearby. Upstairs, an apartment's window was opened, and a woman shouted down, "Old Lu, quick, bring the children home." Why? To watch the Spring Festival Gala. It's boring, I'm not watching it. Just come back and you'll know. Is it really that good? It's really good this year. Shanghai. In the streets. A cell phone was ringing. Hello, hubby, did you knock off yet? I just did. It's such torture to still be working overtime on Lunar New Year's Eve. Quickly come home and watch the Spring Festival Gala. Spring Festival Gala? I thought that you never used to watch it. But it's different this year. Are you serious? Yes, of course. All right, I'll head back immediately. Nanjing. In a household. Their neighbor from the opposite household came over to visit. Old Li, I'm here to offer you my New Year greetings. Thank you, thank you. Why isn't your family watching the Spring Festival Gala? Spring Festival Gala? We don't watch it because we don't like those skits by the Northerners. The songs and dances are not interesting, and there has been nothing new about it either. You all should quickly watch it then. This year's Spring Festival Gala is really good. How can that be? Old Li, why would I lie to you? What are they performing now? The songs are on right now. After I'm finished here, I have to quickly rush home to continue watching. Is that so? Then let's have a look at it too. The Spring Festival Gala was spreading furiously via word of mouth. People were telling each other about it. 1 became 10. 10 became 100. A lot of people who didn't use to watch the Spring Festival Gala had all turned on their televisions in doubt at the urging of their relatives, friends, or neighbors. They wanted to see how Zhang Ye would save an event like the Spring Festival Gala that was already at the end of its life. This was, in the view of a lot of people, an unimaginable thing to achieve. 100,000 people, 1 million people, 10 million people. The number of people turning on their televisions was increasing by the second. Some people were curious, while others were forced to watch by their family members. As a result, they found themselves unable to stop watching once they started, revealing surprised expressions on their faces. On TV, several old-school singers were performing a song. 1. Return home often. Free up some time. Find yourself time. Take your children and return back home. Bring along smiles as well as best wishes. Go with your spouse and return back home. Mom has a lot of nagging for you. Dad has made a table of delicious dishes. Complain about life's annoyances to mom. And share stories about work with dad. Return home often. Home often. even if you will only help mom do the dishes. Parents don't seek too much from their children. All they desire in life is a family reunion. At the Chinese Academy of Sciences, in a research department, several researchers were watching the Spring Festival Gala and listening to this song. A hush fell over the room. A female researcher stood up silently and walked outside into the yard to privately make a call back home. Her hands were trembling, and her heart was pounding. The call connected. "Little one, is that you, little one?" "Mom, it's me." "Oh, hey, how are you doing? Is your work going well over there? Is your research project successful? How's your health? Is it cold in Beijing? Are you wearing the down jacket?" "I wore it. I've been wearing it for some time already." "That's good then. That's good. Mom, this year I might." "I understand. Your work is more important. Your dad and I are fine. We're doing well." We can understand. Just do your research seriously and bring glory to the country." The female researcher could clearly hear the song in the background coming through the phone on the other end. "Return home often, / even if you will only help mom do the dishes." After hanging up, she immediately teared up and couldn't stop crying. There was no lip-syncing. This year's Spring Festival Gala was different from the past ones. The performers would all have to sing for real. This was requested by Zhang Ye, and it was a compulsory rule for the performers to sing for real. People on the organizing committee and the production team had raised strong doubts about this before. Many of them even expressed objections to it. They felt that on such an important live broadcast event like the Spring Festival Gala, the pressure on the singers would be too great. Too many things could go wrong. So to achieve the best possible effects and the steadiest performance would definitely require a certain degree of lip-syncing. However, Zhang Ye rejected this suggestion. There was no room for negotiation. Many of those on the production team still had a very deep impression of what Zhang Ye's original words were. He had said at that time, "If a singer can't even sing for real or have the courage to perform a song live, then what right would they have to be on the Spring Festival Gala? I don't care about other people's Spring Festival Gala, but there won't be any lip-syncing on mine. If you can do it, go ahead. If you can't, then get off the stage. We'll just replace them with someone else who can." Flaws. There could be some. Mistakes. They might happen too. But all of that was still acceptable to Zhang Ye, because no one singer could guarantee that they would be able to sing flawlessly at every live performance they gave. But this was a matter of attitude. If you were to lip-sync and just move your mouth along with the music, singing, "Return home often," how could you move anyone with your fake singing? On TV, the second song also finished. Because of Love, Return Home Often, and another song were a series of 3 songs all about family ties and love. Right after, the third song began. In the production control room, Zhang Ye was still keeping up with giving out orders. No one knew what was so special about this song, except him. This was not just some group song, because no ordinary song could receive such great attention that exceeded even the language acts like the crosstalks and skits in his previous World's Spring Festival Gala. This upcoming song was exactly what that was. On stage, a Mongolian family of 3 came out onto the stage. A playful harmony and melody sounded too. The daughter asked, "Appa, does the moon go home when the sun comes out?" Dad answered, "That's right." The daughter asked, "Where does the sun go to when the stars are out?" Dad answered, "It's in the sky." The daughter asked, "Why can't I find it even though I look so hard?" Dad answered, "It went home." She and her dad sang, "The sun, moon, and stars are a lucky family." The daughter asked, "Amma, when will the flowers blossom after the leaves turn green?" Mom replied, "When summer's here." The daughter asked, "Can I pick the fruits when the flowers turn red?" Mom replied, "Not until autumn." The daughter asked, "Will fruits sprout if I plant it in the soil?" Mom replied, "It will when spring arrives." The family 3 sang, "The flowers, leaves, and fruits are a lucky family." Zhang Ye's thoughts were spot on. He had used facts to prove it countless times before. A song that was so popular all over the country in his previous world would definitely work in this world too. Once more, the countless people of this world's Chinese population were wowed. "Wow, this little girl is so adorable. This song sounds really cute too. I like it so much. It's nice, not bad. This song is very unique. It's not sung in a way that most songs are sung. How heartwarming. I like it. I like this song. The songs are getting cooler and cooler." I'll give this third song a perfect score. The arrangement of these three songs is really good. The lyrics are good, and so is the tune. What is with me? Why do I feel like I've suddenly become fascinated by this year's Spring Festival Gala? I've been sitting and watching TV without moving for the past half an hour. Heavens, could I have gone crazy? I never used to watch the Spring Festival Gala. Even when I do, it's only because I want to join in the flaming against it. Me too. This year's Spring Festival Gala has really turned things around. What's coming up next? What's the upcoming act going to be? Hurry up. I'm so looking forward to it. I want to see what the magic acts are like this year. I care more about the skit involving Zhang Ye, Yao Jiankai, and Dong Shanshan. Little Who Die's performance has already clearly stated my feelings for this year's Spring Festival Gala. It's totally unstoppable. Yeah, I didn't even bother to eat my reunion dinner and just sat here all this while to catch the Spring Festival Gala. All of the acts would have been totally unimaginable in past years. Wow, they're giving out the cards of fortune again. They're giving out another stash of the cards of fortune. Hurry up and grab them. 200 million yuan, here I come. The celebrities are giving out red packets as well. I managed to grab a red packet from Zhang Ye. I've got a big one. There's 7.80 yuan in it. Damn, I actually grabbed a red packet of Zhang Ye's. There's only 2.5 cents in it. Your sister, Zhang Ye, you're such a miser. Why are you giving out so much less than everyone else? I've managed to grab a work dedication card. What a great harvest. Countless people were sitting and watching TV. This year's Spring Festival Gala had entirely captured their attention. Even if you were to tell everyone to turn off their televisions right now, they wouldn't want to do so. Chapter 1340, A Stunning Magic Show. Chapter 1340, A Stunning Magic Show. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Watching TV. The entire world's Chinese population was eagerly waiting. Hurry, hurry, hurry. What else is there? What other acts will there be? Hurry up and bring them all out. Will the latter acts be as wonderful as the earlier ones? At this moment, the Spring Festival Gala's female host, Yin Mei, smiled and revealed the next act. Next up, let me introduce to everyone a magician. I heard that he will be bringing us some close-up magic one today, and that the act will be pretty extraordinary. I wonder if it's true, so why don't we take a look? In the production control room, Zhang Ye smiled. It was time for the magic show. This should be the act that he was the least confident in. He could easily compose and give out songs for the song acts, as well as teach the dance moves for the dance acts. Even for the acrobatic acts, he could still give pointers and instruct the performers on how they had to jump. Everything except for the magic acts could be handled that way. The reason was that Zhang Ye did not understand the intricacies of how the magic trick was performed. He had seen some of the magic tricks before and could also describe to the magician what it was like. But if he were quizzed on how exactly the trick worked and what the secret behind the trick was, he wouldn't be able to explain most of it. He only knew about some of the analysis of the tricks by the netizens in his previous world. Based on the process of the trick and some clues of how they worked, he had spent over half a month working hard with the magician to deduce and slowly experiment on the magic trick. The difficulty behind it all could not be understood by any outsiders. The Spring Festival Gala. Lu Qian 2. Coins. The magic trick that Zhang Ye had been anticipating for the longest time was finally going to be reborn in this world. So Zhang Ye was really looking forward to it and could no longer wait to see the stunned faces of this world's people. Those expressions and amazement had also been observed on the faces of the people in his previous world when the trick was performed. The TV viewers were also taken aback. A magic show? It's time for the magic act? A close-up magic act? What's the meaning of that? I don't know. Close-up? How close is it? I don't like this. I prefer watching the skits and crosstalks. Hurry up and show us another one of those. I agree. The language acts are still better. Everything else is just a supporting act. It's always the same kind of magic acts every year. If they're not producing pigeons out of thin air, then it's flowers or a live human being. Watching that once or twice is enough, since any more than that is boring. There's nothing new at all. That's true. They just depend on special props and sleight of hand to execute the tricks. Any viewer who has a brain can understand how it works, so there's no point in watching them too many times. Do you all remember last year's magic show on the Spring Festival Gala? I remember. Someone explained how it worked after the act had just finished broadcasting for 5 minutes. Yeah, they just switched the boxes in the back. Yeah, it was just using misdirection to distract the audience. That's how all magic tricks work these days. You're right. They perform the tricks at a distance and often make use of curtains or cloth to block the details. No one can see what tricks or methods they're using behind the covers. Some people became disinterested the moment they heard that the next performance would be a magic show. In this world, the Chinese audience's liking for magic shows had already turned from an initial liking to numbness. They had come across it very often and seen too much of it. Whenever a magician used something to block the audience's view, the audience immediately knew that something was going on behind the covers. Even if they did not know what trickery the magician resorted to, they would assume that it was definitely happening. They would think that there wasn't much technicality involved and thus have less enthusiasm for it. But when the scene cut to the stage 3, when the camera focused on the magician, everyone watching TV was taken aback. This was too close. They had zoomed in way too close. 3 meters? 2 meters? Holy shit. How are they going to execute the magic trick this way? Is that really how he's going to perform the trick? I can even see the magician's facial pores. Whoa, they're purposely stirring up trouble like this. Haha, where'd he get the balls to do that from? At this distance, the trick will definitely be exposed. Yeah, how daring of him. The entire Chinese world's viewers were in disbelief. Instantly, their curiosity was aroused. Some people who were not that interested in the magic act and were preparing to take a trip to the bathroom sat back down at this moment. They wanted to see what tricks the magician could possibly come up with. On screen, a magician was seated and surrounded by a round glass table. Several audience members were seated all around him. Some items were on the table. The magician was seated in the center. Chen Tian was dressed handsomely and looked into the camera that was just a few feet away with a smile. Hello, everyone, I'm Chen Tian. What we call close-up magic is also known as table magic. It just means that the magic will be performed under close observation. As for how close it will be, he suddenly raised his palms and showed them to the camera. The TV viewers could only see a hand obscuring the view. The live audience members could also see this clearly on another screen at the venue. Damn, this shouldn't be more than a meter, right? Everyone was astonished. Chen Tian smiled and said, right, this is how close we're talking. Then let's cut to the chase. I'll first give a simple demonstration to everyone. He pointed at a cup on the table and held it up. I have a cup of apple juice here. He raised it to his lips and sipped from it. Then he showed it to the camera before picking up a bottle of juice to refill to cup with a little more juice. Yes, let's fill it up. This is Tianqi's apple juice. It's delicious. Everyone was stunned. With a puff, the sound of laughter could be heard coming from many audience members. They continued to stare at him without blinking. The paper cup and the apple juice. It was filled to the brim. It didn't look like anything was off. Chen Tian then placed his hand over the top of the cup. Let's not say too much here. With my hand over the top and supporting the cup from below, it's time for everyone to witness a miracle. A miracle? What miracle? Was he going to make the juice disappear? Everyone was blinking and watching closely, not understanding what he meant. They saw Chen Tian pause for 2 seconds before suddenly turning the paper cup upside down. He was actually holding the cup upside down. Under the startled looks of the viewers, he removed the hand covering the top of the cup. However, not a single drop of apple juice splashed out. With a clench of his hand, he crumpled the paper cup. There was no juice. The paper cup had actually become empty. It had actually become empty under the gaze of everyone. Applause erupted at the live venue. A lot of people were so shocked that their eyeballs nearly popped out. Holy fuck. What's going on here? How did it disappear? Where's the juice? This is one awesome trick. It's amazing. How's that possible? Did anyone get a clear look? How did he make it disappear? I don't. No. It just happened. My God. At such a close distance too. How did he pull that off? Yeah, there are several 100 million Chinese people watching around the world. The camera was only 1 meter away, and there was no cut either. So how did it disappear? Is this what close-up magic is? Zhang Ye designed this act. God damn it. Magic can even be done this way. And that Tianqi juice ad could even be done in that way. Speaking of advertising, I really have to take my hat off to Zhang Ye. It was such an eye-opener for everyone. The majority of them had never seen magic being performed so up close before, and were really shocked. But unbeknownst to them, this was only an appetizer. They were just getting started. Chapter 1341. Chapter 1341. The entire world's Chinese population gets shocked. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. At Zhang Ye's maternal grandma's house. That was so amazing. This is good, this is good. How did that happen? Just how on earth did he make it disappear? Stop talking and keep watching. At old Wu's parents' house. That gave me such a fright. This. Where's the apple juice? Where did the juice disappear to? We have to ask little Yi when he gets back. In a household. Dear, quickly come over and watch the magic show. I'm playing mahjong. Stop playing. Come quickly. What's the matter? The magic show this year is unlike those from the past years. This was what close-up magic was. There weren't any grand scenes. But sometimes, it was exactly such simple things that would thrill and excite people. On television, Yanmei was walking over in amazement. Thank you, Chen Tian. That was spectacular. Chen Tian stood up and said to her with a smile, hello. Yanmei said to the audience, today, we've invited several audience members to sit around him, in front, behind, on the left, and on the right. They will be observing from a close distance as he performs his magic. You can say that every move that he makes will be closely scrutinized. She then also sat down at the table. Of course, I'm also one of those who will be observing. Chen Tian inhaled. Such great pressure. He took his seat as well and looked at the camera with a smile. All right then, everyone, let's have a look at the things that I will be using today. First, there's this round table. He stretched out his hand and tapped on the surface. This is acrylic glass. Clunk, clunk, clunk. Chen Tian said, it's very strong. Yanmei doubtfully stretched out her hand to give it a tap. Chen Tian smiled and asked, so does it feel strong? Yanmei nodded. Yes. Chen Tian turned his head and asked the audience member next to him. Give it a try too. The middle-aged man also tapped on it a few times. Chen Tian asked, does it feel strong? The middle-aged man said, it's strong. Chen Tian said, all right, I will require the use of a mat for my next act. Then he took out a black mat and placed it onto the table. And these, some coins, as well as a glass bowl. He took them out one by one. Actually, the entire process is very simple. He looked to the right. Sir, could I borrow your right hand? The middle-aged was a little startled before reaching out his hand. Chen Tian lowered his head and narrowed his eyes. Did you wash your hands? The audience broke out into laughter. Ha ha ha. Chen Tian placed 3 coins in the middle-aged man's hand and then took one for himself. What I will do next is to push this coin through the tabletop and catch it from below. Yanmei was surprised. What? The audience was also dumbfounded. What did you say? Push it through? The glass? How is that possible? That was everyone's initial reaction. Chen Tian smiled and said, I know that this sounds quite unbelievable, so I want to make a pact with everyone. If I pull it off, I won't ask for much. Just give me 5 seconds of applause. Can you all do that? Yanmei said. Much less 5 seconds. I'll even clap for 10 seconds for you. The audience members stared with wide eyes. Chen Tian smiled. Well then, watch closely. Don't blink. He held up the coin and pinched it with his fingers. His other hand was holding the glass bowl and positioned under the table. The atmosphere seemed to have frozen. 1 second. 2 seconds. All of a sudden, Chen Tian loosened his grip on the coin. The next moment, something clinked. From below the table, Yanmei was stunned. The audience burst into an uproar. Chen Tian brought the glass bowl back into view from under the table. The coin was in the bowl. Instantly, applause rang out. Oh my God! Damn! It really went through. How did he do it? This is too unbelievable. The atmosphere at the venue erupted. The TV viewers were also stunned. They could feel goosebumps all over their body. They had seen it happen right before their very own eyes. Yanmei exclaimed, how did you do it? Chen Tian gave her a look. Ms. Yanmei, I can sense from the look in your eyes that you're doubtful. I know what you're thinking. You're thinking that this black mat on the table should have something in connection to the coin passing through the tabletop. Am I right? Please say yes. Yanmei helplessly said, yes. The audience was amused. That's right. The mat on the table. That mat must be a magician's prop. Chen Tian smiled and said, all right. Since Ms. Yanmei has her doubts, I will remove this mat from the table. He really took it away. If I can make the coin pass through the table in such circumstances, that would really be too incredible. He looked into the camera. So I still have the same request. If I can do it, I won't ask for much again. All I need is 2 hours of applause from you all. Yanmei giggled. Uft. The audience laughed. Uft. Ha ha ha. 2 hours? And you claim that's not asking for much. Do you know how many hours the Spring Festival Gala runs for? Chen Tian had already picked up a coin and placed it onto the glass table. He covered it with his hand and then positioned the bowl underneath to catch it. The venue fell silent. Chen Tian did not move. The audience did not blink. Suddenly, Chen Tian shifted his hand a little. At the same moment, the entire Chinese world's viewers watched as the coin suddenly fell through the glass and clinked into the bowl. At Zhang Ye's maternal grandma's house, his 3 sisters screamed. His parents also exclaimed out loud. At old Wu's parents' house, Wu Mo was dumbfounded from watching. Wu Changhe and Li Qinqin couldn't look any more surprised. At the venue, a lot of people were so shocked that they forgot to clap. Yanmei said, "What just happened?" She rapped the tabletop. "What's going on here?" Chen Tian looked at her. "Ms. Yanmei, I can again sense from the look in your eyes that you're still doubtful. I know what you're thinking. Even though the coin has passed through the tabletop, my hand was covering it at the moment that it fell through it. You must be thinking that there's some kind of trickery in there, right? Please say yes." Yanmei gave a wry smile. "Yes." The audience laughed. Ha ha ha. She didn't say anything at all. You're just making things up yourself. Chen Tian wiped his hands. Okay, due to Ms. Yanmei's doubts, I shall attempt an even harder challenge. I'll make the coin pass through the acrylic glass without covering it up with my hands or anything else. What? Not covering it? The audience once again burst into an uproar. Then Chen Tian said something even more shocking. And not only that, I'll let you pinpoint which area of the glass surface you want me to make it pass through. Yanmei randomly pointed. Here then, Chen Tian asked. Over here? All right. He placed the 3 coins together at the spot Yanmei pointed at on the glass. On top of that, you can choose any one of the coins that you wish to see passing through the glass. Yanmei was startled. Me? Pick a coin. Chen Tian nodded. Yes. Yanmei chose without thinking. I'll choose the one in the middle. The live audience applauded loudly. Good one. The middle coin is the most difficult one to attempt. Being in the middle, it was in between the 2 other coins. Chen Tian said, the one in the middle? All right, no one blink. He bent forward and reached a hand underneath the table. He pointed at the middle coin from below the glass. Is it this one? Yanmei had a look. Yes. But before the audience could react, Chen Tian suddenly slapped his hand against the bottom of the glass. Yanmei jumped. The audience was surprised too. Clink ring ring. The coins on the table flipped into the air from the force. The next moment, everyone discovered to their shock that there were only 2 coins left on top of the glass. Meanwhile, the coin that was in the middle had now impressively appeared in Chen Tian's palm below the table. Applause. Cheers. Screams. All of that filled the stage in a split second. It blew up on Weibo. Ah. This. That was so impressive. How did he do that? My God. Does it need to be so ruthless? Why aren't there any loopholes? Yeah. Why can't anyone spot it? Damn. I'm almost laying down before the television. Heavens. On TV. Yanmei continuously exclaimed. I can't even believe my eyes. Chen Tian looked at her yet again. Yanmei nodded and said, I'm doubtful. Chen Tian said, But I haven't even asked. You did not ask, but I know that you'll be asking me to say please say yes. The audience was rolling with laughter. Chen Tian laughed and said, In fact, most magicians would end their show at this point. But since we're on the stage of the Spring Festival Gala tonight, I'd like to extend it a little. The audience became very excited upon hearing that. Wow, there's still more? What else can he come up with? Shouldn't that already be the furthest he can go? He already made the coin pass through the tabletop without covering it. So what else could he be attempting? A minute later, when Chen Tian covered one of his hands and pushed it through the glass tabletop to retrieve those coins from Yin Mei's palm below the table, the entire audience went crazy. The countless TV viewers were so startled that they jumped out of their seats. Oh, my God, fuck, did they really have to make it so ridiculous? God, someone tell me that this isn't real. Why? How? A magic act that had never gained acceptance in the many years of the Spring Festival Gala had ignited the entire venue. Astonishment, shock, thrill, dumbfoundedness. All kinds of expressions appeared on everyone's faces. They had really gone crazy. This magic show was too stunning. This was Zhang Ye's idea. This was Zhang Ye's concept. It was stunning despite being simple. There was humor within the shock. This magic act was absolutely perfect. Chapter 1342. Restoring Honor to the Art of Cross-Gender Acting. Chapter 1342. Restoring Honor to the Art of Cross-Gender Acting. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Chen Tian was on fire. The magic act was on fire as well. Even the insiders in the field of magic were very amazed. How did the apple juice disappear? What about the coin? Did he use misdirection to distract? Are the coins a prop? What trickery did they incorporate into it? I can't figure it out. What about the glass? What's the mechanism to make it work? Did anyone spot how the trick was done? There weren't enough gaps to analyze how the trick was done. I figured out one, but not the rest. We'll need to play it back slowly so that we can analyze it carefully. Chen Tian's technique has always allowed him to be recognized as one of the better magicians in the industry. He has handled the details of the tricks very well. But even so, why have I never heard of Chen Tian having skills in this aspect of magic? Yeah, how did he suddenly get the skills? He even included humor into his interactions during the act. This isn't his usual style of magic. Could it be Zhang Ye? I heard that too, that the magic trick was designed by Zhang Ye. But he's a layman. How could he possibly think up something like that? God knows. This magic act called Myriad of Changes had even shocked the industry insiders, not to mention the common folk. Everyone knew that magic was just an illusion. There was no such thing as instant teleportation or supernatural powers to speak of. But as for where the trickery lay, no one could figure it out. That was why they were stunned. That was why they praised it. Very quickly, the whole internet was taken over by discussions related to this magic act. Tianqi Company. The apple juice advertisement was sponsored by them. Thinking to back then, Tianqi Purified Water and Family Spring were direct competitors in the bottled water industry. That earth-shattering advertising battle between Li Xiaoxiao and Zhang Ye was still fresh in the minds of everyone. It could be said that Tianqi Company and Zhang Ye were foes since he had dominated them. But it was precisely because Tianqi and Zhang Ye had such a confrontation that they knew how good he was. There were no eternal foes, so they also took part in the bidding of the advertising rights for the Spring Festival Gala this time. In their bid, they had even identified that they wanted Zhang Ye to design the way their ads appeared. From the looks of it, this decision couldn't be more correct. The ad has been placed. This is such a good placement. Although it was only given one scene and a single tagline, it's great. Yeah, everyone will talk about our brand now whenever they discuss the trickery behind that magic act. This money was quite well spent. At the Spring Festival Gala, the acts followed one after another. The Acrobatics Act. This was the most popular acrobatic show in all of the Spring Festival Galas in Zhang Ye's previous world. Its difficulty, set design, and admiration for it were all spectacularly marvelous. Zhang Ye had spent a great deal of effort in approaching many acrobatic and performance troupes before he managed to bring the act to this world. The audience was dazzled by the sight. Here we go again. It's time for the acrobatics show. Wow! Bravo! Bravo! This is so exciting to watch. These performers are amazing. They can even execute a move like that. Impressive. This acrobatics show is so freaking awesome. At the venue, in the audience, there was a woman who wasn't paying attention to any of the performances. Her name was Zhao Ku, the wife of Gao Shiliang, who was the successor to the art of cross-gender acting. Watching the acts on stage and listening to the cheers and applause of the audience around her, she was completely indifferent to it all. Right now, she was very nervous because her husband was about to take to the stage. How could she care to watch the other acts? Honestly speaking, this was the first time that Zhao Ku was seated in the audience to watch her husband perform. In so many years, she had always been around whenever her husband performed. That was because she was his agent as well. However, she had not once sat in the audience to watch him perform. She was afraid that she would have to listen to the people around her speaking ill of her husband. The thing that angered her most was listening to others criticize her husband, so she might as well not hear that and just wait in the backstage for her husband to finish performing. But it was different today. She was seated in the front row to cheer her husband on. She wasn't going to hide anymore. Old gal, don't be nervous. You can do it. You won't have any problems. Show them how hard you've worked for the past 20 years. Let them see what real cross-gender acting is all about. On stage, the acrobatics show had just ended. The host came back on stage to introduce the next act. On TV, the info box was clearly displayed on screen. The new drunken concubine won. Lyrics, Zhang Ye. Composer, Zhang Ye. Choreography, Zhang Ye. Performer, Gao Shiliang. Here it comes. Here it comes. Zhao Ke's heart jumped into her throat. She could feel the veins in her neck pulsing hard. The only worries she had now were that the audience would not accept the performance and not give her husband recognition. She turned her head and looked around at the audience who was still discussing the previous act. In her head, she was screaming out, "Please. Please, everyone. These are old Gao's painstaking efforts that he put all his life into. Please watch him and give him your attention. Please listen to him seriously." The colors on the stage changed. The music came on and the lighting changed. What amazed everyone most was that a platform had slowly started rising up in the middle of the stage too. On top of it was a person dressed as a woman, wearing a large red robe and surrounded by dancers. Wow, how beautiful. Who's that woman? I don't know. I don't know her either. Audience members were discussing the act. But when the melody played, when Gao Shiliang started moving his long, flowing robes and began singing, countless TV viewers and live audience members were dumbfounded. Love and hate happen in a second. I toast the moon to show my affection. Lost in this love-hate relationship. My lord, when will you love me again? The chrysanthemums reflect the moonlight. Who knows of the chill in my love's heart? Drunk in your majesty's arms. Dreaming of the tang. A beautiful sleeve dance 3. A stunning and beautiful face. A gentle and lovely singing voice. Everyone was enchanted at the sight. Not many people knew who he was. The majority of the people did not even know about Gao Shiliang. Online. She's so beautiful. She's really beautiful. Why haven't we seen this woman before? That's a man. Get lost, previous poster. Haha. Do you know any man who's that beautiful? And can sing with such a womanly charm? That's really a man. His name is Gao Shiliang. You can search for him online. What? Damn, I searched for him. That's really a goddamn man. Heavens. A man. Oh my god. What's happening? Impossible. That's impossible. Damn it. If this is a man, then how many people in the world still dare to call themselves women? What kind of a performance is this? I heard that it's called a cross-gender act. Cross-gender? This is really very impressive. He's totally able to pass as a real woman. What the hell? This is awesome. It's so impressive. Yeah, he must be very skilled. I don't think he could do it if he didn't put in 10 to 20 years of hard work into the craft. Those movements, that demeanor, and that voice, everything about it is imitated to perfection. I've met a truly godly person today. At a newspaper firm, several reporters were dumbfounded from watching this performance. At Zhang Ye's maternal grandma's house, the entire family was in disbelief. At old Wu's parents' house, the entire family was stunned. At the venue, Zhao Ke was also stunned. She had thought that there would be voices of scolding and ridicule. However, she heard none of that. Everyone around her was praising it. Cross-gender act? This isn't some simple cross-dressing act. Is this some form of art? It definitely is. Yeah, if this isn't art, then what is? Too beautiful. From head to toe, I can only describe it with one word: beautiful. Applause thundered. Praise flooded in. Some audience members even put up their hands and cheered loudly. Hearing all of that around her, Zhao Ke looked at her onstage husband and then smiled. Her tears started rolling down uncontrollably. Old Gao, can you hear this? Do you hear them? All of the applause is for you. They're all cheering for you. What is cross-gender acting? Not many knew about it in the past, and not many understood it either. Contempt, disdain, strange looks. That was how everyone viewed them in the past. Therefore, Zhao Ke felt very grateful to Zhang Ye. Because on this day, Zhang Ye had gone against all that pressure and stood his ground to bring this cross-gender act onto the stage of the Spring Festival Gala. Because on this day, Zhang Ye had restored honor to the art of cross-gender acting. This wasn't cross-dressing. It was art. It was a genuine form of art. Chapter 1343, Attack of the Thousand-Hand Guanyin. Chapter 1343, Attack of the Thousand-Hand Guanyin. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. On Weibo, a heated discussion was going on. This year's Spring Festival Gala is really different. The acts are all very novel. Yes, I agree with this view. It's so refreshing. Many of the acts have never been seen before. Yeah, it's my first time hearing of something like cross-gender acting. This year's Spring Festival Gala is so damn enjoyable. Right. Only the skits and crosstalks were watchable in the past, and some were not even that interesting to speak of. But this year's songs and dances, as well as the magic show, have all left the audience in shock. Zhang Ye is really quite capable. I heard that there are still many new acts lined up. There's still more? Yes, like that dance by the deaf-mute dance troupe. I've seen the program list too, but what kind of a deaf-mute dance troupe are they? How can the deaf-mute dance? I still don't get it. That's true. Like that flying apsaras from before, I thought that it was a rather good performance. There are so many good, able-bodied dancers in China, so why didn't they just get them instead? Wouldn't they dance better? Looks like it's coming up. It's the next act? On TV, the live broadcast was still ongoing. The Central TV host, Yin Mei, stood on stage with a smile that looked slightly restrained. Next up, I would like to introduce a teacher to everyone. Her name is Qi Xiaomei, and she is the coach of the deaf-mute dance troupe from the China National Ethnic Song and Dance Ensemble. The cameras switched to the audience. In the front row, Qi Xiaomei stood up nervously. She put out her hands and used sign language to greet everyone. Yin Mei translated. She said hello to everyone. The audience greeted her with applause. Qi Xiaomei once again broke into sign language. Yin Mei said, "Teacher Qi is saying that the children might live in a world with no sound, but the voices in their heads are the same as yours and mine." With a pause, she observed Qi Xiaomei's sign language and explained, "They live in a world without a spoken language, but they'll use their way of communicating to connect with everyone. Thank you." Qi Xiaomei gave a slight bow. The audience applauded again. Yin Mei faced the camera. "Now, I would like to introduce a very special act to everyone. It's special because the performers who are taking part in this performance are all living in a soundless world. They can't hear their parents' affectionate voices, and of course, cannot perceive the beautiful melodies of music. But even so, they would still like to send us a New Year's greeting with their beautiful dancing. Let us enjoy this upcoming dance, Thousand-Hand Guanyin 1. At Old Wu's parents' house, Wu Chang has said, "It's starting." Li Qinxin also said, "This act feels like a very risky choice." "Yes, there's huge controversy over it," Wu Changhe replied. At Zhang Ye's maternal grandma's house, his eldest younger sister had her hands clasped together. God bless, God bless." His other two sisters were chanting, "Please bless this act with smooth sailing." Zhang Ye's maternal grandma asked, "What are you girls doing?" His second sister said, "Grandma, you don't know about it, but this act has been constantly criticized by people on the internet ever since the second approval session. It has been slammed into the ground." Online, everyone was indeed still arguing about this act. I think that it's pretty good. What's so good about it? It must be a task the upper management set for them. There's a really good chance that they wanted the handicap to be included as part of the gala. But the effect of this act won't be good. I do sympathize with our disabled friends, but the Spring Festival Gala is quite different. This is not some charity gala, so there's a need to allow only whoever is good enough to perform on the show. Well, maybe they're really that good at dancing. Come on, I don't believe that a deaf and mute person can dance better than an able-bodied one. Yeah, they can't even hear the music. A lot of people had doubts about this. The deaf-mute dance troupe's act was one of the most controversial ones ever since Zhang Ye's program list was revealed. Some people expressed their support for it and encouraged this sort of a move. Having disabled performers on the Spring Festival Gala was also a humanistic touch. As for whether the dance would be good enough, that was secondary. It was more important that the handicapped could feel the warmth from watching the gala on Chinese New Year's Eve. But more people opposed this move. They felt that the quality of the act couldn't be sacrificed just because there was a need to show concern for their handicapped friends. It couldn't become a case of moral kidnapping, as that wouldn't be fair. Everyone had their own opinions. The controversy did not die down. The act was finally going to begin. The answer to everyone's doubts was going to be revealed soon. On TV, the set design was still as exquisite as before. The stage effects were still as stunning too. A performer stood on stage, and the first shot showing her was a direct close-up from the front. The girl stood there in a beautiful gold dress. No, it wasn't just one. There were many of them. They were standing in a column. It looked like they were only one person. A lot of the audience members were slightly taken aback. The music came on as the guqin started playing. Suddenly, while everyone was still in shock from seeing this, a pair of hands appeared out from behind the lead girl. It was almost instantly followed by another pair of hands shooting out from behind. This effect really gave the feeling that there were hands growing out from the girl's back. It could be passed off as real. 3 pairs of hands. 5 pairs of hands. 10 pairs of hands. Suddenly, the dozen-odd pairs of hands retracted back inside uniformly before slowly extending out again from both sides. The hands were adorned with long, golden nails, giving it a dazzling and hypnotic look. The entire world's Chinese population was dumbfounded. What? How could it be? How did they achieve that? Why are their movements so in sync? This is impossible. Aren't they deaf? Even normal people couldn't do that with such precision. So how can they do it? Holy fuck. However, it was still too early for them to be stunned. When the dozen-odd pairs of hands retracted back again, they started slowly fluttering before opening out without warning from behind the leading girl's back like a fan. The stunning image of Guanyin with 1,000 arms appeared. At this moment, counting everyone who had seen it, the entire world's Chinese population was screaming. The visual impact shot into their souls. The audience at the venue was stunned. The TV viewers were also stunned. Heavens! Oh my God! God! This is too beautiful. Deaf mutes? Are they really deaf-mute people? How could it be so beautiful? At Zhang Ye's maternal grandma's house, his mother was wide-eyed. His father was gasping. His 3 younger sisters were squealing. Everyone had finally shut their mouths. All of the doubters and critics were no longer talking. At this instant, they could only feel a sense of shock. They were staring at the breathtaking beauty taking place on television that couldn't be described with words. The dance went on. Retraction. Extension. The flurry of hands moved. Spiritedly, as though they were attached to the back of the lead dancer and entirely controlled by her alone. Fluttering, agile, and ever-changing, the applause kept coming round after round. Some live audience members were so excited that they stood up. Some people started weeping. When they reached up to wipe away the tears, they somehow cried even harder. It was fantastic. It was too fantastic. Yin Mei's eyes reddened as well. In the front row, Qi Xiaomei's hand signals were constantly changing. She pursed her lips and clenched her teeth, holding back the urge to cry as she commanded the children on stage. This is it. Very good. You've all performed very well today. Teacher is proud of you all. You're the best students I've ever taught. Well done. All of you, well done. This was a dance that shocked everyone. Compared to the feelings that flying apsaras had given them, this was 10 times more shocking. These were deaf and mute people. These girls could not hear anything at all. Many of the TV viewers were in tears. Guanyin and the 1,000 arms. So this was what the 1,000-hand Guanyin was. For a dance like this, one could never find another like it, even if they searched to the ends of the earth. Chapter 1344, Blooming in Glory. Chapter 1344, Blooming in Glory. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. On TV, the 1,000-hand Guanyin came alive in the performance. The pairs of hands were blooming as flowers would. It was ever-changing, according to their own will. It was like a magical fantasy. A golden glow had filled the entire stage. It was so beautiful that it left people breathless at the sight. Everyone was gripped by what they were seeing. When the dance was halfway in, the dancers moved into a staggered position and showed themselves one by one. It was at this moment that the entire world's Chinese population saw each and every one of their faces clearly. Nervous, serious, meticulous. The lead dancer was a girl named Zhang Ye. She was 22 years old and a native of Hebei. She was born deaf and mute. Her biggest dream was to get onto the stage of the Spring Festival Gala one day. Dad, Mom, I've made it to the Spring Festival Gala. Aye, can you see me? I've really made it to the Spring Festival Gala. Behind her, the second girl's name was Lu Mimi. She was 20 years old and a native of Anhui. She was also born deaf and mute. Her biggest dream was for technology to advance enough so that she could overcome her handicap one day and have a chance at hearing the sounds of this world just like any normal person could. The third girl's name was Hu Lijuan. She was 19 years old and from Tianjin. She didn't have any dreams. She just enjoyed dancing and hoped that she could keep dancing with everyone even after she turned 30, 40, 50. This was what she felt happiest doing. The fourth girl was named Zhao Qi. She was 21 years old and from Shaanxi. Her greatest dream was to meet her Prince Charming one day so that she could have a grand wedding and be happily married to him. The fifth girl was Si Aixian. The sixth girl was Wu Shangnan. The seventh girl was Jiao Fong. In a village, half of the village's residents had gathered together. "It's little Yi. My daughter. That's my daughter." A middle-aged woman pointed at the television in tears. In a township, several young people were dumbfounded. It's Lu Mimi. It's Lu Mimi from the dance class next to ours those years ago. It really is her. She went to the Spring Festival Gala. In a city. Holy shit. Isn't that Zhao Qi? What's she doing at the Spring Festival Gala? At a provincial capital. Old Li, quickly come and have a look. What's the matter? It's Hu Lijuan. Hu Lijuan. Lijuan was a student of mine. Have you forgotten? I remember now. Why are you crying? I'm so happy for her. So happy for her. At old Wu's parents' house, Li Qinqin wiped the tears off her face. That was so good. Wu Changhe was also convinced. This little Yi is really capable. Fat sis said rather stunned. All of this was choreographed by Zhang? Li Qinqin nodded. Wu Mo cried out. My brother Zhang is amazing. Fat sis gave him a look. Don't you be calling him what you like. You should be addressing him as uncle-in-law. On Weibo, the controversy from before, the criticism from before, all of that had disappeared at this moment. I have to apologize. Me too. Damn, I'll have to take back what I said before. Who says that the deaf and mute don't know how to dance? The deaf-mute dance troupe would drag down the act quality of the Spring Festival Gala? Bull fucking shit. This dance will surely be recorded in the annals of history. Agreed, this is fantastic. Honestly speaking, I've never seen such an amazing dance since the time I was born. How much effort did these girls have to put in before they could achieve such a level of skill? I'm so touched. This dance is so much more stunning than flying apsaras. That's right. Flying apsaras is a performance that stuns us with its technical skill. Meanwhile, this thousand-hand guanyin touches us on an emotional level. So a dance can even be performed in this way. Who choreographed this dance? It's so cool. Zhang Ye. Yes, everything was planned by him. How did he come up with such a creative idea? Looking around in all of the past Spring Festival galas, no other dance can be mentioned in the same breath as this thousand-hand guanyin performance. I'm crying. Me too, that was so touching. It must have been really difficult for these girls. I suddenly feel like I've been purified. Thank you, girls. I'll never forget this dance as long as I live. I was surprised, I laughed, and I got touched. This year's Spring Festival Gala is truly miraculous. Yeah, so the Spring Festival Gala can even be made in this way. The dance had ended. The act was over. However, everyone was still unable to calm down after a very long time. The applause at the venue was uproarious and lasted for a long time without stopping. In the audience, Qi Xiaomei, who was sitting in the front row, was extremely proud. She had never been extroverted, but at this moment, she was sitting ramrod straight. Rumors, criticism, strange gazes, doubtful looks. From the time she was born, she had been through so much. Especially at the time the Spring Festival Gala's program list was announced, she and the children had to put up with a tremendous amount of stress. It was so overwhelming that they were all worn out by it and could hardly breathe. But they endured it and clenched their teeth while training day and night. They were physically disadvantaged to begin with, but had used their hard work to make up for it. They knew that they could do anything that normal people could do. If normal people could perform this dance, then they could do it too. In fact, they wanted to do it even better. The tears that Qi Xiaomei had been holding back started rolling down her cheeks. All these years of persistence, all these years of waiting, all these years of blood and sweat. Today, they've finally shown the world they're dancing. Today, they were blooming in glory. On the stage, singing one rang out. The girls and teacher from the China National Ethnic Song and Dance. Ensemble's deaf-mute dance troupe had realized their dreams on the stage of the Spring Festival Gala. Similarly, two laborer brothers had come to fulfill theirs. I still remember the spring of many years back. At the time, I still hadn't cut off my long hair. I was broke and didn't know her care. A home without water or any snacks. Still, I was very happy back then, even with just a broken guitar to my name. On the streets, under the bridges, and in the fields, singing those songs that no one cared about. If there comes a day I am helpless and old, please remember me / in the stories we told. If there comes a day I quietly go, please bury me in / the springtime glow. Dreams. This word always held an eternal charm. The two of them did not have superb singing skills, nor did they have handsome faces. They also did not have a stage presence like the big-name celebrities, but their rugged voices with broad ranges was a constant presence, as it told everyone their story. This was a story related to their dreams. In the countryside, their co-workers were cheering. They're here. It's them, sweetums, did you see that? That is my work buddy. They're doing us laborers really proud. Keep it up. Keep it up. Online. This is great. This song is so well written. Is it another song of Zhang Ye's? This song hit me right in the feels. Only the two of them can sing a song like that. Why do I feel so moved listening to this? I get the feeling that they're singing even better than the celebrities. This song, Spring Days, and this pair of laborer brothers, their singing had moved everyone in the audience. Today, they were blooming in glory. The Spring Festival Gala kept hitting a new high, wave after wave. Chapter 1345, The Five Senses Claim Credit, Gets Sent into Battle. Chapter 1345, The Five Senses Claim Credit, Gets Sent into Battle. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The Spring Festival Gala continued. The entire world's Chinese population was trembling in excitement. At this point in time of the past Spring Festival Galas, many people would be feeling tired due to their circadian rhythm and the time difference overseas. There were viewers who couldn't finish watching the event or catch the ringing in of the new year as they went to bed early. However, it was different this year. It was getting quite late, but the eyes of the viewers were still beaming. No one was willing to turn their gaze away from the television, not a single person. It was too exciting. This year's Spring Festival Gala was a fucking drug. They couldn't look away once they started watching it. Hurry up, what other acts are there? Hurry, 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 we can't wait anymore. That's right, what about the crosstalk? We're already halfway through the Spring Festival Gala, but why hasn't there been a crosstalk yet? The language acts had always been the most anticipated acts for everyone. Up until now, almost all of the acts had been presented. Dancing, singing, acrobatics, magic, skits, and so on and so forth. Only the crosstalks had yet to make an appearance. A lot of people were waiting for this moment to arrive. On TV, the hosts were making announcements. Finally, the first crosstalk arrived. This was what the Spring Festival Gala was like. It needed to work on the bigger picture, and the flow had to be right as well. Earlier, the Thousand Hand Guanyin and Spring Days had cheated many of their tears. As a result, they couldn't keep them constantly immersed in a feeling of sadness and would have to bring out a language act to relax the atmosphere. And bringing out a comedy at this moment was particularly critical and an even harder task. If it wasn't a strong enough act, it would have a hard time meeting the expectations of the audience. It would be really difficult to pull them out of the emotions the previous performances induced. As to that, Zhang Ye had naturally taken it into account. He was extremely confident in this act. In the crosstalk world, in a small circles group chat, those performers are way too spineless. We can let it slide regarding that youngster Little Hu, but why did old Lu and old Li get pacified by Zhang Ye too? They really have no backbone. This olive branch was offered to them by the Spring Festival Gala. So did you think they could reject it? Old Lu and old Li also did not clash with Zhang Ye. Back then, it seems like they were the smart ones by not participating in the denouncement of Zhang Ye by the crosstalk world. Let's see just what kind of a crosstalk they can come up with. It won't be good for sure. As if Zhang Ye could come up with a traditional script for the crosstalk. Yeah, Zhang Ye's scripts are all too vulgar. They aren't good enough for the professional stage. Online, quite a few people were also discussing this. The crosstalk is here. I've been waiting for such a long time. The crosstalk script is provided by Zhang Ye as well. Yeah, it's all by him. Will it be any good? All of Zhang Ye's crosstalks seem to be a bit. Yeah, How could he possibly know how to come up with a script for a Spring Festival Gala crosstalk? Who knows? Does this crosstalk have 5, 6 people in it? How can they perform that way? This is this year's first crosstalk. Let's see how it goes. However, everyone was deeply shocked the moment the crosstalk was broadcast live on television. On TV, the info box one appeared. The famous crosstalk actor, Zhang Ye, appeared on stage with a laugh. He was a chubby man and had a jolly demeanor about him. His appearance would make anyone feel like laughing. Zhang Ye was playing the role of the head 2 today. Head. AI, let me tell everyone about something. I had a dream last night, and this dream was especially strange. I dreamed about my 5 senses from eyes. Yo. Head. Head what? Eyes haha. Huh. Head. Hello hello. Eyes. Do you remember me? Head. I dare not say I do. May I know what your surname is? Eyes. My surname is I. Head. Wait what? Eyes I. Head. Does your surname exist in the 100 family surnames 3? Eyes. It's on the first line in the list. Head. Where is it mentioned? Eyes. Zhou. Qin. Suan. Yen. Yin being I. Head. Never heard of that before. Zhou. Qin. Suan Yen. Zhou. Qin. Suan Li. Eyes. Ah. Zhou W. Zheng Yen. Head. Zhou W. Zheng WNG. Eyes. FNG. CHN. Chu Yen. Head. Stop poking around already. Aren't you afraid that you'll poke yourself blind? Eyes. No I. Head. What's your name? Eyes. I'm Eyes. Head. Eyes. Eyes. AI, that's right. Head. Who would be called something like that? Eyes. Then what do you call this part of yours? Head. Don't touch me. If you damage them, where am I supposed to get a replacement? Eyes. So what do you call this part? Head. These are my eyes. Eyes. Well, I am your eyes. Soon after, the 5 senses came out onto the stage one by one and started a heated debate. The live audience. Ha 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 ha. I can't take this anymore. I'm dying of laughter. My stomach is cramping up. Ha 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 ha. At Zhang Ye's maternal grandma's house, his mother was clutching her stomach and was bent over from laughing. His 3 sisters were staggering back and forth in laughter. Uft. Ha ha ha. That was so funny. Our brother is too godly. Online. Awesome. I have to take my hat off to this crosstalk. Me too, I'm convinced. There wasn't any internet slang used, but it's still really funny to watch. This format is quite novel too, but the language used in gags are still the traditional type. Zhang Ye actually knows how to write traditional gags too, and he can even write them so well. Yeah, I thought he only knew how to write those vulgar gags like he did in the past. Ha 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 ha. This is so enjoyable to watch. This crosstalk is amazing. So a traditional crosstalk can be this funny too. Zhang Ye has smacked the face of the crosstalk world. It's so funny that I'm crying. The crosstalk world was blanketed with silence. Tang Dazhan's face was sunken and he did not speak a word. The other traditional crosstalk actors who did not make it to the Spring Festival Gala had their faces turn green with anger. They did not get to see what they wanted to see. How was this possible? Zhang Ye wrote this. So he was even capable of writing this sort of script? So it turned out that it wasn't that he couldn't write something that would be good enough for a large-scale gala. The format was novel. The idea was outstanding. The points of laughter were frequent. It was positive and healthy. Even those people from the crosstalk world who were biased against him couldn't find any fault with this crosstalk of Zhang Ye's, which was most shocking to them. In the production control room, Little Wang was clapping in admiration. She whispered, "This crosstalk is hilarious. I would die laughing each time I watched it." Ha Chi-Chi also quietly said, "Yeah, it's such a novelty." When Zhang Ye, who next to them, heard their whispers, he couldn't help but feel amused. Novel? If they knew that this crosstalk was actually an extremely old performance from the Spring Festival Gala decades ago, in his previous world, he wondered what their expressions would look like. Zhang Ye had pondered over which crosstalk to use for this year's Spring Festival Gala for a very long time. He had written out the acts one after another, but also rejected them one after another. He didn't find them to be suitable at all. Finally, he clenched his teeth and brought out this masterful piece to help hold this Spring Festival Gala together. Master Ma Ji. The 5 Senses 4 claim credit. This act saw a stunning debut today and won great cheers from the audience. Chapter 1346. The Spring Festival Gala draws to a close. Chapter 1346. The Spring Festival Gala draws to a close. Translator, Leg. Editor, Leg. In a household. It was a family of 4 generations. Grandpa, this year's Spring Festival Gala is so enjoyable. This crosstalk is pretty good. Yes, it's really funny. This year's Spring Festival Gala has finally made me feel like I'm watching the Spring Festival Gala of when I was young. Wow, it's time for another skit. This should be the second skit, right? The first skit set the bar really high, so this second one will need to do really well if it's to do better. Yeah, Dance If You Like was quite a good skit. Stop chatting already. Hurry up and watch. On TV, the stage had been set up. 2 skit actors walked onto the stage. A lot of people who were watching TV were actually having some doubts. By putting such an amazing skit like Dance If You Like as the first skit, wasn't that a bit overkill? With the quality of that skit, it could easily qualify as the finale act of the Spring Festival Gala. By putting it at the start of the show, it might have amazed the viewers, but what are the skits that came later? How would they have to perform to live up to expectations? Everyone would subconsciously compare them for sure. If the latter skits were slightly off, wouldn't the effect be softened? What was Zhang Ye thinking? Could he be so confident that the latter skits would do even better than the first skit? No way, right? But when the skit actors played their parts, everyone was convinced. Skit, the leading role and the supporting role won. Lead actor, Gao Hong. Supporting actor, Qian Hao. Gao Hong had bushy eyebrows and a pair of large eyes. Qian Hao had a sharp chin and was balding. Both of them were very famous skit actors in China. They hadn't partnered much before as they were from different skit troupes. However, as the executive director this time, Zhang Ye had put them to work on the same act. The moment they stepped onto the stage, the 2 of them exuded a strong comedic feel that made the audience amused. Qian Hao, that's not right. Gao Hong, what's not right? Qian Hao, this costume is not mine. Gao Hong, it's yours. Qian Hao, you must have taken the wrong one. Let me look at the one you're wearing. Gao Hong, don't bother looking at it. This is yours, you're the traitor. Qian Hao, I'm the traitor? For which play? Gao Hong, the one we're rehearsing. Qian Hao, I'm once again the turncoat, huh? Once again? Audience, ha 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 ha. Later. Gao Hong, don't you forget. The moment I draw my gun and raise it, you fall down. Qian Hao, why? Gao Hong, it shows that I'm a crack shot. Qian Hao, all right. Gao Hong, are you the one who led the Japs here? Qian Hao, Captain, the Imperial Army ordered you to give up your weapons and surrender. Gao Hong, shut up. You must be daydreaming, you traitor. I'll execute you on behalf of the people and the government. By the time Gao Hong turned his head, Qian Hao had already fallen to the ground. Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Qian Hao sat up. I'm over here. Gao Hong, why'd you drop to the floor before I shot you? Qian Hao, hey, wasn't that what you said? That once you pulled out your gun and raised it, I should fall down. Gao Hong, but I haven't even opened. Fire. Qian Hao, then doesn't that show that you're a crack shot? Qian Hao upstaged Gao Hong and stole the show again and again as the supporting actor while the audience laughed like crazy. I can't take it. I can't take it anymore. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. My stomach hurts. Your sister. This is too damn funny. This is even funnier than the first skit. Damn, so this is their trump card for the skits. Can it not be so funny? That was so wonderful. I couldn't even bear to look away for a second. I was laughing nonstop. Ha ha ha. In the production control room, Zhang Ye was calm and composed. Chen Paisai and Zhu Shirmao's skit had also been brought over here by him. This skit was one of the most classic skits in the early Spring Festival galas of his previous world, so would it look rather outdated too if he used it here? Zhang Ye had thought about this carefully beforehand. After some research, he realized that it wouldn't. So he used it. The only issue was that the selection of the actors was very difficult. The actors for Dance If You Like were easier to choose as Auntie Ci and Master Lian were both quite apt for those roles. But for actors like Zhu Shirmao and Chen Paisai who had such strong individual styles, it was quite impossible to find 2 people as unique as them. Zhang Ye himself couldn't act in this either. Zhu Shirmao? He did not have that imposing air about him. Chen Paisai? He could not portray that crass manner either. So Zhang Ye could only find people who were the closest fit and put them on stage. In the end, it was the skit actors Gao Hong and Qian Hao who caught Zhang Ye's attention. Under Zhang Ye's repeated direction and gelling together in the rehearsals, this extremely well-known, the leading role and the supporting role skit was finally presented to this world's audience. From the look of the live audience's reaction, it had turned the world upside down. The skit ended. The audience was still laughing. The next act in the order began. It was a dance. When many of the audience saw this, they knew that it would be a transition act. After those wonderful crosstalks and skits, there was definitely a need to release all of that excitement. Besides, the first few performances of the dances had been too amazing. Flying Apsaras and the Thousand-Hand Guanyin were each more amazing than the last. When everyone thought of them, they felt that even if the following dances were well performed, they would still be eclipsed by those at the beginning. Peacock Love 3? What the heck was this? They were wrong again. In fact, they couldn't be any more wrong about it. When the stage lights dimmed, when a man and a woman used their hands and started the dance, the image of a male and female peacock came alive. The mannerisms, the movements, the postures, all of that was vividly presented. The audience gasped when they saw it. The set design also seamlessly blended into the performance. The blue tone of the background added a strong poetic feel, and the moon slowly moved across the curved screen. It created an impactful and strong visual experience, with butterflies fluttering in the bamboo forest. The particle effects slowly glowed upwards and built a beautiful environment to match the courtship of the pair of peacocks. With the development of the peacock's love, the portrayal of the dance reached a climax. When the peacock laid down at the end, the peahen fluttered her wings as peacock plumage fanned out all across the screen behind them. Everyone was shocked and astonished. Beautiful. It was the height of beauty. It was so beautiful that it entered every cell of one's body. It was so beautiful that it weaved through the gaps in one's teeth. Screams. Applause. Everyone in the audience spared no effort in showing their praise and amazement at the performance. Masterful. I know this woman. She's Chang Hua, a 40-something-year-old dancer who was famous in China many years ago. She won major international prizes and then retired for some reason. I heard that she settled down abroad. That's Chang Hua. Damn, I know her too. She's a goddamn master at dancing. This is purely her own ability. The artistic and aesthetic values of this dance are too amazing. Zhang Ye is so capable. He actually convinced and invited Master Chang back from overseas. This dance is too frighteningly good. Chang Hua was famed for her portrayal of animals in her dances. This dance can only be performed by her, no one else. The choreography is very good too. Zhang Ye is too fucking talented. Yeah, that final plumage fan was so good that it blinded me. Me too. I could literally feel my blood pumping through my veins. I have a question. What? Don't peahens not have trains? In the production control room, Zhang Ye was giving orders. Whether a peahen could fan out their tail plumage was also widely complained about for some time by the majority of the people in Zhang Ye's previous world after Yang Liping 5 and her partner finished with their amazing dance performance. 4. 5. Because Master Chang Hua was the lead dancer, the roles for this dance were not changed by Zhang Ye. Ultimately, the highlight of the fanning of the plumage at the end of the dance was still left to Chang Hua to perform. Only she could be relied upon, as her partner was still lacking by quite a bit compared to her. As for the doubts of whether a peahen could display a train, Zhang Ye also had his own explanation. And his explanation was, if she wants to display it, who are you to say that she can't? There are already so many oddities among humans, so why can't there be one in the peacock world as well? The acts continued on one after another. They were getting closer and closer to midnight. Chapter 1347. Who will come out for the finale? Chapter 1347. Who will come out for the finale? Translator, leg__editor, leg. The Spring Festival Gala continued. The Red Packet War was also getting increasingly fierce. Regardless of gender and age, everyone was joining in to grab the red packets that were given out. They grabbed. They laughed. They scolded. Wow, I grabbed a red packet with 3 yuan in it. Previous poster, that's a pretty generous red packet. Haha, I grabbed one with 60 cents in it. Thank you to Sister Zhang for the red packet. Thank you, Sister Ning. I grabbed one from Sister Ning that has 30 cents in it. Oh, sect leader who also gave out some red packets. Damn, why did I get Zhang Ye's red packet again? Me too, I got his as well. This is infuriating. There's only 1.2 cents in it. What kind of an odd figure is that? I received 2.8 cents. How am I even supposed to claim that 0.8 cents? This Zhang Ye is such a cheapskate. Ah, I've never seen a celebrity who's so stingy. Ha ha ha, this is too funny. Zhang Ye, show yourself. I promise not to beat you to death. Zhang Ye has always been a cheat. It's not like you guys didn't know that. And why can't I get my hands on the work dedication card still? I don't have it either. I've already collected 3 sets of the other 4 cards of fortune, but there's no work dedication card to be seen at all. They're just trying to stir up trouble. We're just 20 minutes from midnight. This event is going to end at midnight. Oh, my work dedication card. Hurry, hurry, it's our final chance to try and get it. This year's Spring Festival Gala is spectacular. It's so fun that I forgot to grab red packets. Yeah, there's no room to be distracted. And at this moment, on TV, Zhang Yuanqi's act was finally starting. At the beginning, the audience was only expecting that the Heavenly Queen would sing a song. It shouldn't be too different from the other songs that came before, except that the song was a Zhang Ye original. It wasn't until the cameras cut to the stage that the TV viewers realized that this song was apparently different from the others. A photo album appeared on screen. On it, the pictures flipped by until they animated. A young father and mother were with their little girl. On each picture, the dates were shown at the bottom together with the little girl's age. The first picture, the girl was 1 year old. The second picture, the girl was 2 years old. The third picture, the girl was 3 years old. The audience was taken aback. They were all watching in bewilderment. Whose pictures were those? What were they supposed to mean? Zhang Yuanqi sat at a piano with closed eyes and played softly as she sang one. The old tree at the door has grown new shoots. The dead tree in the yard flowers new fruits. All my life, I've kept what I've wanted to say, hidden within my now head of gray. I remember a girl with tiny feet and a pouty little mouth of meat. I gave her love all my life. I had. Just to hear her call us mom and dad. In the pictures, the girl turned 18. The gray hairs on her parents' heads were starting to show. Zhang Yuanqi sang loudly. Where has the time gone to? I didn't get to enjoy my youth, and I'm already old. Raising children my whole life. My head is filled with children's cries and laughter. The girl was now grown up. In the pictures, her parents were gradually getting older. The only thing that stayed the same were the smiles on their faces. They were still as kind and doting as ever. The girl in the pictures was not someone unknown. By the time they were showing the 10-year-old her, everyone had already guessed it. They recognized who it was. It was Zhang Yuanqi. The girl in the pictures was her. Zhang Yuanqi sang. Where has the time gone to? I didn't get the chance to see you grow up, and I'm already going blind. Taking care of daily chores my whole life. In the blink of an eye, all that's left is a face full of wrinkles. At the venue, some of the audience members started crying. Some of them started hugging their parents beside them with their eyes reddening. Backstage, little he, why are you crying? I am just missing home. At Zhang Ye's maternal grandma's house, his mother furtively wiped away her tears. His father looked at her. You're crying? She glared at him. Who's crying? Can I rub my eyes? His father said. Okay. The song ended. It blew up online. This year's Spring Festival Gala is such a tearjerker. Teacher Zhang, you're such a cheat. The design of this song is really good. Old Zhang sang it even better. This year's Spring Festival Gala is so fun to watch. Yeah, the acts thus far are finely crafted. I'm impressed. They get more and more touching, and more amazing. Every one of the acts can be considered a work of art. Did you guys realize something? Zhang Ye treats Sister Zhang quite differently. All of the other acts that Zhang Ye came up with were acts that he couldn't take himself, all except for this one that Sister Zhang just performed. Zhang Ye can clearly sing this song too, but he actually gave this great song to Sister Zhang. That's true. The two of them have quite a long friendship. Haha, the cheapskate has finally relented. Only Sister Zhang can get something out of him. I like this song so very much. This performance is a crowning touch. Yeah, the earlier acts were all fantastic too. At Director Li Ke's house, the entire family was watching the Spring Festival Gala. His wife said with a smile, Old Li, you regret calling it quits now? Li Ke shook his head and said, "What's there to regret? Even if I went through with the job of this year's Spring Festival Gala, even if I had thrown everything I had into it, I couldn't have done it to such an extent." This year's Spring Festival Gala organizing committee made one very correct decision, which was appointing Zhang Ye as the gala's executive director. They were right to get Zhang Ye because, based on his skills and talent, he was the only person who could have reversed the fate of the Spring Festival Gala. His wife said, "It's really quite good." Li Ke said, "Yeah, little Zhang is truly capable. All there's left to see is how the Spring Festival Gala will end. I wonder who's the finale act." His wife gave a wry smile. "That's quite difficult. There were so many good acts at the beginning. So who can live up to the expectations as the finale?" Li Ke said, "Yeah, if it were any other Spring Festival Gala, the performers would all love to be the finale act. But this year's Spring Festival Gala probably didn't attract any volunteers to the final test. This is really not an enviable task, as the earlier acts have set the bar too high. It's so high that it's probably all the way in the sky. It's easy to step onto the stage, but the issue is who can leave it with their heads held high." His wife said, "Then what can be done?" Li Ke chuckled and said, Her, that's a problem for little Zhang to bang his head against." Time was passing too fast. It didn't feel like this year's Spring Festival Gala took long before midnight started approaching. The netizens were startled when they checked the time. There's just a little over 10 minutes left. We're almost into the new year already. Who's the finale act this year? I don't know. The program list isn't arranged in order of appearance. How many acts are left? I don't think there's that many. The tradition every year is to have a skit or crosstalk for that, isn't it? Damn, could it be that Zhang Ye will personally take the finale act? Ha. Then the pressure on Zhang Ye will be enormous. Based on the momentum of the earlier acts, who can carry the finale? The skits were all getting more and more amazing. If Zhang Ye, Yao Jinkai, and Dong Shanshan's skit were put at the end, then what level of a skit would they have to come up with? Could they possibly do better than the earlier ones? Who knows? We're going to find out soon. The so-called finale of the Spring Festival Gala did not usually mean the last act of the evening. This was because after midnight had passed, some acts would still be performed for the audience. Most people would generally refer to the last act that was shown just before midnight as the most important finale. Without a doubt, this was what the audience and the entire world's Chinese population cared about the most. They looked forward to it and paid a lot of attention to this act, which was the most important and heavyweight performance of the entire Spring Festival Gala of the year. Nothing else came close. What would the act be like? Who would take the finale? Could they give this year's Spring Festival Gala the perfect end? Everyone watching TV descended into chaotic conversations. Chapter 1348, Selling Crutches, First Half. Chapter 1348, Selling Crutches, First Half. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The countdown to midnight began. There were only 15 minutes left to go. In the production control room, Zhang Ye sat there and gave commands speedily. Camera 2, cut over there. Yes. Dim the lights a little on the left. Okay. That's not enough. Dim it further. Understood. Camera 5, pay attention when you're doing the close-up later. All right, Director Zhang. Next to him, 2 makeup artists were putting makeup on him. At this moment, Zhang Ye's image was of a country bumpkin. He was dressed in a very simple dark blue getup and even wore a hat on his head. Ha Chi came running in. "Io, Director Zhang, why aren't you in the waiting zone yet? You're on deck, up next." "I'm coming." Zhang Ye dished out several more instructions worriedly. Ha Chi quickly said, "I'll take care of things here, so don't worry." Zhang Ye instructed, "All right, old Ha, remember to pay attention to the camera angles." Ha Chi said, Okay, I'll remind them. Just hurry up and go. Teacher Yao and Teacher Shanshan are both standing by and waiting for you." Zhang Ye said, "All right, I know." Backstage, the executives of the Spring Festival Gala's organizing committee were going around and inspecting the ongoing work. They were instructing the staff to pay attention as midnight was approaching, and it was at that time that everyone would have to be even more prepared for anything that might crop up. When they came to the door of the staff room, they could hear the sound of a TV drifting out from within. Is there someone in there? Who's inside? They're watching the Spring Festival Gala in there. The several executives frowned. One of them pushed the door open to go in. A staff member on the production team, standing in the distance, quickly called out when he saw them. Sir, don't. Who is it? It doesn't matter who it is. Everyone is busy working, so why is someone in there lazing around? When the door was opened, the several executives on the organizing committee were startled. In the room that wasn't big, the live broadcast of the Spring Festival Gala could be seen on the screen of a small television. The exceedingly beautiful woman sitting before it turned out to be Wu Ziqing. "Ayo, Chief Wu, why are you here?" "Chief Wu." The executives were a little stunned. Wu Ziqing turned her head to look at them and smiled. Old Wang, it's all of you." One of the executives asked, "Did you come to check on the work too?" Wu Ziqing shook her head. "No." Another executive wondered, "Have you been in here all this while?" "Hi. If we knew you were here, we would have prepared an office for you. It's Lunar New Year's Eve. Why aren't you spending it at home?" Wu Ziqing giggled. My husband is busy working here, so there's no point in me staying home. Wherever he is, I'll naturally be there to spend the new year with him." She then waved them off and said, "All right, I'm not talking anymore. My husband's act is coming up." The executives were overcome with emotion. Director Zhang took charge of the Spring Festival Gala. Chief Wu was giving him her support by staying up and accompanying him here. Just see how good their relationship is. On TV, the hosts had been talking on stage for quite a while. It was finally time for the finale act to make its appearance. Yanmei laughed in joy and said, "I saw a couple backstage earlier with a pair of crutches and was wondering what they were doing with it. Shall we take a look to find out?" The info box appeared. Skit, selling crutches. Script, Zhang Ye. Performers, Zhang Ye, Dong Shanshan, Yao Jiankai. Online. Wow. As expected. Damn, it's really Zhang Ye who's up for the finale. Bro, that's so awesome. How brave would he have to be? Can this skit meet the expectations of a finale? Selling crutches? It sounds really ordinary. At Zhang Ye's maternal grandma's house, his grandpa said excitedly, "It's beginning." His auntie shouted, "It's little Yi himself who's taking the finale act." His third sister was so excited that she lay in front of the TV. "Brother's about to come on." His eldest younger sister said in annoyance, "Ming Ming, don't block the TV." His second sister shouted, "I'm so looking forward to this. Let's go, brother." His parents were staring at the screen unblinkingly and feeling a little nervous. During a phone call, "Hello, old son. Big Sisley, Happy New Year. Are you watching the Spring Festival Gala?" No. Go and watch it. Zhang Yi is coming on soon." "It's finally his turn?" Okay. In a household. "It's Zhang Yi. Aunt, it's your turn to play a card. Let's stop playing for a while." "What's the matter? Let's continue after we finish watching the finale skit." "Aya, we can just play as we watch. It's the finale skit, so we need to pay close attention to it. I can't concentrate on playing cards." "All right then, let's watch it together." In the crosstalk world, I really want to see just what kind of a skit Zhang Yi can come up with. Last time, his skit was really controversial. That one about table tennis, right? He's still not suited to acting in skits. I expected him to do a crosstalk for his self-directed Spring Festival Gala. He actually put himself in the finale act? Yeah, isn't he afraid that he'll get screwed over? I have to admit that this year's Spring Festival Gala is indeed spectacular and wonderful. But who doesn't know the importance of the finale act? If he suddenly screws it up at the end, the entire Spring Festival Gala is done for. All of the prior hard work will be tarnished by this skit of his. Let's see how he chooses to wrap this up. It definitely won't be as good as the earlier skits. More and more people had come back to their televisions. More and more Chinese people abroad had turned on their televisions. It was impossible to count the total number of people watching. 300 million. 500 million. 600 million. The staff in charge of tabulating the statistics were petrified by the figures. The few of them looked dumbfoundedly at the computer that was collecting the data. Chinese people from all over the world were waiting to watch Zhang Ye's finale act just before midnight. They were hoping to be surprised. They were hoping for a last hurrah. On TV, the cameras cut to the stage one. Zhang Yi and Dong Shanshan were already on stage. Around them, the set looked very normal. It was on the streets, and there was a long bench. Their clothes and style especially dumbfounded the audience. This was clearly a rural image, with Zhang Yi looking like a country bumpkin, while Dong Shanshan looked even more so. She was dressed in a little red jacket and wore a headscarf. Her face was deliberately made to look uglier as well. Uft! What kind of an image was this? Why did they look like that? Dong Shanshan called out to him. Hey, great trickster! Great trickster! Zhang Ye was carrying a pair of crutches and strolling. Hearing that, he couldn't help but turn around slowly. Why are you shouting great trickster? I came out here to sell these today, so can you not call me by my nickname? The audience. Great. Huckster. Nickname? Ha ha ha. Dong Shanshan said helplessly. Our child's father. Zhang Ye replied, yes. Dong Shanshan smacked her lips and said, in my opinion, why don't you forget about selling these crutches? Everyone out on the streets has got a good pair of legs, so who would buy them from you? Zhang Ye curled his lips and said, nonsense. You're asking me not to sell them? To make these crutches, I spent an entire day and night not sleeping putting in the effort and materials to make them. If I don't sell them, how would I make a profit? Dong Shanshan. But everyone on the streets is completely healthy, so who are you going to sell them to? Zhang Ye gave a slight laugh. Don't you know me well? And to think that you were calling me great trickster just now. I can trick good into evil, depression into joy, sharp into dull. Even if a couple is getting along perfectly fine, I can trick them into breaking up. And to sell these crutches today, I can trick someone with a good pair of legs into thinking that they're lame. The audience laughed. So he intends to scam people. Trick someone into thinking that they're lame? Just how on earth are you going to do that? With this opening, the audience quickly became curious. Dong Shanshan. Haha, come off it. Zhang Ye. You don't believe me? Dong Shanshan curled her lips. I don't believe that anyone who can walk perfectly fine can be tricked into thinking that they're lame. Zhang Ye. Just watch. This is where my strength lies. Dong Shanshan snorted and laughed. Like I wouldn't know where your strength lies? My child's father. He's really interesting, you know? When he heard that someone bought a horse, he went over there to try to sell them a harness. When he heard that someone bought a motorbike, he went over to try to sell them a helmet. When he heard that someone had insomnia, he went over to try to sell them some sleeping pills. When he heard, Zhang Ye waved it off. Stop rambling. That is called demand and supply. You've got to grab the opportunities. Dong Shanshan giggled. But your opportunity spotting can be wrong at times too. Zhang Ye spread his hands. These crutches were a mistake, I guess. Dong Shanshan pouted and said, when he heard that a neighbor had broken his leg driving a tractor, he got greedy and made this pair of crutches in advance. But the neighbor was so badly injured that he had to use a wheelchair after he was discharged from the hospital, so the crutches couldn't be sold. A wheelchair? The audience laughed. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Ye harumphed. Don't worry, I'll definitely sell away this pair of crutches. Why today? Dong Shanshan. But everyone out here has no problems walking, so who will you sell it to? Zhang Ye. My dear wife, we'll specially identify someone who can walk well today and sell these to him. I'll show you how good I am at swindling. Dong Shanshan. Aren't you cheating people this way? Zhang Ye laughed. He who takes the bait. Know that? Help me out by shouting for buyers. Dong Shanshan. But I don't know how to trick people. Zhang Ye. Just play it by ear, all right? Hey, there's someone coming. Start shouting. At this moment, Yao Jinkai came out onto the stage. In countrified getup, he was riding a bicycle and passing by. Dong Shanshan reluctantly shouted, make a turn, Guai. Make a turn, Guai. Yao Jinkai, riding his bicycle, started swerving more and more. Oh, AI. The audience laughed. Make a turn, Guai. Make a turn, Guai. Dong Shanshan tucked her hands in her sleeves and shouted. Yao Jinkai braked. Hey, why are you randomly issuing orders? Do you even know where I'm going when you asked me to turn? The audience laughed. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Ye reminded her. Peddle the wares. Dong Shanshan shouted. Selling me. Selling me. Zhang Ye said angrily to her. What are we selling? Dong Shanshan. Crutches, Guai. Zhang Ye, put it together. Dong Shanshan shouted even louder. Abduction, Guai me. Abduction, Guai me. When she said those words, many of the audience members burst into laughter. Abduction, Guai me. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. Ha 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 ha. Teacher Shanshan is too good at this. Their acting is so good. This finale act does seem to be pretty good. It's only just started. Not much has been revealed yet. We still have to watch the rest of it to see if it's any good. Meanwhile, backstage, Ha Chi Chi, Zhang Zhua, Little Wang, The members of the production team. The leaders of the production team. Everyone was staring hard at the screen at this moment. Some of them were sweating. Some of them looked very nervous, their extremities turned cold. Some of them felt their hearts leap into their throats. It looked like they were even more nervous than the trio performing on the stage. This was unavoidable as the finale act was simply too important. They were all praying silently in their heads. This has to work. It must work. Director Zhang. Teacher Yao. Teacher Shanshan. It's up to you three now. Whether the Spring Festival Gala is a success or a failure all depends on this performance. Chapter 1349, Selling Crutches, Second Half. Chapter 1349, Selling Crutches, Second Half. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. On TV. Confused, Yao Jinkai parked his bicycle and walked over. What's going on? Who's abducting Guai Miyu? Dong Shanshan said clumsily. No one, his crutches are for sale, Guai Mi. Yao Jinkai looked at him. You want to abduct Guai Mi people? The audience laughed. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Ye glared at him. Are you blind? Abduct? If I want to abduct, would I abduct someone like her? Would you buy her off me? Dong Shanshan did look ugly in costume. The audience laughed. Ha 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 ha. Yao Jinkai spoke in a northeastern accent. Hey, just what is going on between the two of you? Dong. Shanshan gave a dry laugh. We're a couple, and we're just having fun here. Zhang Ye also laughed. Her. There's nothing to do, so we're just having fun. Yao Jinkai said into the camera. These two, having fun by selling the wife on the New Year? Backstage, a staff member came running over. Boss, the viewership numbers have exploded. What? How many are there watching now? We can't get the figures yet. Then how do you know? The staff tabulating the viewership data told us. They said that since Director Zhang's skit began, the viewership numbers shot up in a straight line. It has grown to a crazy amount of viewers. Good. Very good. It's still Zhang Ye who has the most appeal. Come on, Director Zhang. Let's see how high of a viewership ratings you can achieve. Are we going to break the record this time? It all depends on how the skit does. The skit continued. Yao Jinkai had successfully been tricked by Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye smiled and said, in recent days, have you noticed that any part of your body is feeling different from before? Think about it. Think hard about it. Yao Jinkai touched his head. I don't feel that anything is different, except that my face keeps swelling. The audience laughed. Ha ha ha. Zhang Ye snapped his fingers. That's right. But this isn't the main illness. Do you know why your face is swelling? Because of necrosis of your peripheral nervous system causing your upper body to swell. Yao Jinkai was startled. Then where am I getting affected? Zhang Ye pointed. Below the waist and above your feet. Yao Jinkai, my legs. Zhang Ye, spot on. Yao Jinkai shook his head. No, that can't be. I don't have any major problems with my legs. Zhang Ye rolled his eyes as he pointed at Yao Jinkai and said loudly, take 2 steps forward. 2 steps. If you're fine, just walk 2 steps to see how it feels. Walk. The audience. Ha ha ha. Zhang Ye is really too much. How wicked of him. Yao Jinkai got frightened. His movements were very stiff. All right, 2 steps. I'll take 2 steps if you want me to take 2 steps. Zhang Ye, stop. There's nothing wrong with your shoes, right? One is higher than the other. Yao Jinkai. These are sneakers. They're almost flat. Zhang Ye. That's right. So it's your legs that have a problem. One of them is shorter. How about this? I'll give you a tune-up. Do you believe me? When I lift my hand, raise your leg as high as you can, then slam it into the ground when I lower it. Do you believe me? There's definitely a problem with your legs. Your right leg is shorter. Come, raise it. Dong Shanshan watched curiously from the side. Yao Jinkai nervously raised his leg. Zhang Ye swung his hand downward. Yao Jinkai followed and stomped his foot. Raise. Stomp. Raise. Stomp. Finally, Zhang Ye pointed at him. Stop. Do you feel numb? Yao Jinkai said dumbfoundedly. I do. Dong Shanshan hurriedly pulled Zhang Ye aside and asked in bewilderment. How did his foot become numb? Zhang Ye rolled his eyes. Of course. You'd feel numb if you stomped your foot too. The live audience burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. I can't take this anymore. This cheat. Old Yao has been scammed again. Ha 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 ha. You'd feel numb if you stomped your foot too? What a classic line, damn. Zhang Ye. Start walking. Don't control it. I'm 100% sure your leg has a problem. Don't control it. Relax. Let's go? Keep walking. Walk faster. Walk. Don't think. Why don't you follow my lead? Keep walking, bit by bit. Let's go. Yao Jinkai staggered behind Zhang Ye. The more he walked, the more unsteady he was. Aya, oh my god. Zhang Ye smiled and said, right, now walk by yourself. Dong Shanshan said in surprise. He's tricked a good pair of legs lame. Yao Jinkai turned around. What did you say? Zhang Ye chuckled and said, see that? My wife saw it. She says that your leg has become lame from being idle. Yao Jinkai was almost in tears. My dear sis. Then why didn't I notice it earlier? Dong Shanshan laughed. That's because you didn't meet him earlier. If you did, you'd have already been crippled. At Zhang Ye's maternal grandma's house, his third sister was cramping up from laughter. His second sister was crouched on the floor and clutching her stomach as she laughed. The entire family was staggering from laughter. This is too funny. Little Yi is terrible. How did he even think of something like that? Ha ha ha. The skit was getting to the best parts. The laughter of the audience didn't stop. Yao Jinkai, use a crutch. Zhang Ye, please sit down. After you use a crutch, your legs will start balancing out and then gradually get better. Back then, when an old man noticed that my leg had problems, my wife didn't allow me to see a doctor because it pained her how much it would cost. In the end, I was crippled. He patted his leg and said, there's a steel plate inside and I can't bend it. Yao Jinkai said in surprise, this leg is crippled? Dong Shanshan, no, this is a good leg. Zhang Ye harumphed. What are you saying? Would I have needed crutches if it was a good leg? Yao Jinkai, that's right. Dong Shanshan interrupted. Those crutches are not. Yao Jinkai got angry. Aya, my dear sis. Can you please stop messing around already? This is a discussion between two patients, so why do you keep trying to interrupt us? Dong Shanshan was exasperated. Backstage, some of the performers who had finished their acts had also gathered around to watch the Spring Festival Gala. Like Zhang Yuanqi, like Chun Guang and Fan Wenli, like Ci Xiufang and her team. At this moment, they were all laughing hard at the skit. Ha ha ha. I'm crying, I'm laughing so hard. I can't take it. I can't take it anymore. I'm dying from laughter. On TV, Yao Jinkai. Then where can I buy crutches? Dong Shanshan said. It just so happens that we have a pair of crutches here that we could sell to you. However, Zhang Ye appeared to get annoyed. What are you saying? Stand aside. What are you trying to sell? If you sell them, what will I use? How can you behave like this? Women are so stingy. Why can't I just gift it to him? Yao Jinkai, don't. Dong Shanshan was stunned. You're not selling it anymore? Zhang Ye picked up the crutches and handed them to him. Here, take the crutches. Yao Jinkai said agitatedly. Bro, I can't take this for free. I have to pay for it. Zhang Ye smacked his lips. I know what you're like. Women, if they want money, you can't just not pay them. I have to uphold your honor. So if I don't accept the money, that would mean I'm looking down on you. Isn't that so? I still have to accept it. So all right, just pay me half the amount. 100 yuan. Yao Jinkai immediately said, AI, sure. Zhang Ye smiled and said, if you pay me any more than that, I'll be angry with you. Yao Jinkai fumbled through his pockets for cash for a long time. Bro, I only have a total of 32 yuan in my two pockets. Dong Shanshan took the money that Zhang Ye received and sighed. We'll just take it then and get however much we can get out of it. But at this moment, Zhang Ye suddenly stared with wide eyes at Dong Shanshan. What of the bicycle? He shouted at her. What of the bicycle? The audience laughed. Ha ha ha. Yao Jinkai slapped his forehead and quickly went to push the bicycle over. That's right. Zhang Ye stared at Dong Shanshan and said, how can you be like that? Dong Shanshan was so angry that she almost cried. I didn't say I wanted the bicycle. It was you who said you wanted the bicycle. The audience. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. This is hilarious. What of the bicycle? Uffed, ha ha ha. That is such a classic line. At Old Wu's parents' house, Li Qinxin was laughing and wiping away her tears simultaneously. Wu Mo was gasping for air from laughing too much. I'm dizzy from laughing. Why is it so funny? When did she say that she wanted the bicycle? On TV, Zhang Ye said angrily, I'm so sorry for that. This wife of mine is really getting out of hand. How can she say that she wants the bicycle as well? Dong Shanshan said in anger. I didn't say that I wanted the bicycle. Yao Jinkai hurriedly said. My old bro, don't be angry. I feel that my sis here isn't wrong in saying that. For a person with a problematic leg like me, I might as well bid farewell to this bicycle. It was another classic line. The entire audience's laughter roared like the thunder. It was so loud that it nearly tore through the roof. Dong Shanshan became so angry that she snatched the bicycle. No, you can't take another person's bicycle. Then she pushed it back into Yao Jinsai's hands. Hurry up and take it back. Bring it home with you. You don't know how badly he's cheating you. Yao Jinkai also said angrily. You're the one who's cheating me. How can you be like this? I've been wondering. The two of you live together as a couple, but why are you such different people? Dong Shanshan. Zhang Ye smiled. Bro, please accept these crutches. Yao Jinkai said gratefully. My old bro, this must be fate. The audience cramped up with laughter again. Ha ha ha. Old Yao is such a fool. Zhang Ye is too damn immoral. It tickled me for sure. I need to catch my breath. I've never watched such a funny skit before. The skit was nearing the end. With the conclusion, it brought the skit to a wonderful close. Zhang Ye pushed along the bicycle that he had earned and said to his wife, What are you still looking at? Don't tell me you're feeling bad. Come, let's go elsewhere. Dong Shanshan said, Where are we going? Zhang Ye kicked up the bicycle stand and gave a smile. Let's find someone with a bad leg and sell this bicycle to them. The skit ended. At this moment, the entire venue was seething with excitement. The Chinese people around the world were overflowing with excitement. Thunderous applause erupted. Applause. Screams. Cheers. It went on for a long time. Watching TV, Tang Dazhang's face had turned green with anger. How was that possible? How could that be possible? He had pulled it off. Zhang Ye had actually pulled off this finale act. Quite a lot of people from the crosstalk world who were waiting to see Zhang Ye make a joke of himself were silenced. At Zhang Ye's maternal grandma's house, his three younger sisters had gone hoarse from all their shouting. That was awesome. Our brother is so awesome. This skit is perfect. It's so good. At director Li Ku's house, that was really a good performance. The skit's script was even better. Those three are such a good match. Yeah, they have so much chemistry together. This skit is simply godly. On Weibo, the trump card. Yeah, so they actually did leave the trump card for the finale. I had thought that the crosstalks and skits before this were very godly. I was wondering how Zhang Ye would end things off, but I never expected this at all. Nothing else fucking comes close to this. This is the funniest skit I've ever seen. Agreed. I laughed from the start until the end. Me too. My stomach hurts from all that laughing. It was amazing. Yup, it was fantastic. It was so good that I cried. It was unbelievably good. Zhang Ye really brought out all of his tricks for this year's Spring Festival Gala. This is what you fucking call a skit. This is what a fucking Spring Festival Gala should be like. At this moment, all of the TV viewers saw a momentary illusion. The Spring Festival Gala has returned. The enchanting Spring Festival Gala from the yesteryears had finally made its comeback after all these years. Chapter 1350, Ringing in the New Year. Chapter 1350, Ringing in the New Year. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Backstage. The trio had already exited the stage. Zhang Ye, Yao Jinkai, and Dong Shanshan's Spring Festival Gala debut came to an end. The thunderous applause was still ringing in their ears. Zhang Ye, encore. We haven't had enough. I'm crying from laughing so much. Can you see? They were shouting all kinds of things. When Zhang Ye heard it, he gave a happy smile. The nervousness from taking charge of his first Spring Festival Gala and going on stage for his first Spring Festival Gala performance had all disappeared without a trace. He could finally heave a long sigh of relief. Zhang Ye had taken a really big risk on this skit, not because of the choice of the script, but because of the changes made to the characters. There were only so many classic skits from his previous world, and even fewer that could be used as a finale, so this presented to Zhang Ye a very big problem. What role was he going to play? What roles could he play? Pan Changhong. He couldn't do it. Chen Paisai? He couldn't act like him. Zhu Shimao? That would be even more difficult. Even Uncle Zhao Benshin's one image was not something that Zhang Ye could match. So when the script was finalized and confirmed with Yao Jiankai and Dong Shanshan, Zhang Ye decided that he would have to take the risk of altering the characters a bit. Yao Jiankai was to play the dupe. Dong Shanshan was to play the ugly role, and he would play the countrified role. For both Dong Shanshan and his roles, they didn't deliberately make themselves look older than they were. This was because he knew that they might not achieve the best effects even if they dressed up to look old. Instead, it might even make the audience unable to concentrate on the performance, so they might as well just do it as their actual ages. There were also some modifications to the script. In the original version, Fan Weiqing had addressed Uncle Benshan as Big Bro, while Yao Jiankai called Zhang Ye Old Bro over here. The original also featured a middle-aged couple, replaced by a young couple over here, but the effects were still the same. Looking back on it, the response was extremely good. In fact, it was even better than any of the acts that came before. The famous selling crutches was also restored by Zhang Ye in this world. Dong Shanshan clutched her chest, panting. Did I stutter through one of my lines? It scared me, and I almost said it wrong. Yao Jiankai had sweat pouring down his face. It's all right, Shanshan, you did pretty good. Dong Shanshan smiled and said, It looks like the audience's response wasn't too bad, right? Yao Jiankai laughed and said, Just listen to that. It's more than not bad. This applause, this laughter, these screams, not many skits in the past have ever gotten such a warm reception. Isn't that so, Zhang Ye? Yao Jiankai turned his head with a smile, but was startled when he realized that Zhang Ye was no longer standing there with them. Zhang Ye was anxiously running off into the distance. Dong Shanshan shouted after him, Where are you going? Zhang Ye raised a hand at them. I've got to run. There's still a pile of work that requires my attention. You two head back home. Only then did Yao Jiankai remember that Zhang Ye was the executive director of the Spring Festival Gala as well. He wasn't like them, able to put everything down once they finished performing the finale skit. The entire Spring Festival Gala was still waiting for him to take command. So he said, Why would we head back home at this time? Teacher Shanshan and I will wait for you so that we can throw a celebratory feast when the gala is over. Zhang Ye said, All right. He soon disappeared from sight. Yao Jiankai stared in that direction. Hi, Zhang Ye must be really tired out this time. Dong Shanshan smiled and said, Well, he always risks his life when it comes to working. If the viewership ratings of this year's Spring Festival Gala aren't ideal, then it would definitely be a waste of the hard work that he's put in over the past 2 or 3 months. In the production control room, when Zhang Ye returned, the production team's staff squealed. Director Zhang, your acting was so good. That skit was really godly, not to mention the audience. Even I was laughing like crazy. You didn't see it, but the camera operators in the venue were almost rolling on the floor laughing. This finale skit just before midnight has really lived up to expectations. Our viewership ratings are gonna explode. Right, it's definitely gonna be explosive this time. They were beginning to celebrate in advance. Zhang Ye smiled and said, The Spring Festival Gala isn't over yet, so hurry back to your positions. Don't screw it up at the last second. Right. Understood. All right, Director Zhang. Everyone, let's give it more effort. We're going to make the final push. I'm full of energy right now. Everyone was very excited. Zhang Ye's skit had given everyone confidence and a boost. Everyone was thinking that even without the prior acts, even without the new stage that was heavily invested in, just by this selling crutches skit by director Zhang at the end, it was absolutely enough to make this year's Spring Festival Gala stand out among the Spring Festival Galas in recent years. This skit was such a classic, and it was also very critical since it was the finale act just before midnight. In just a short while, it had lit up all of the Chinese people's emotions around the world. Just by looking at the reactions of the live audience, one would know that everyone was blown away by wave after wave of climaxes. The moment selling crutches ended, it hit the highest point of the night. That imagery, that enthusiasm, they could only be described as crazy. How many years had it been since there was such an atmosphere at the Spring Festival Gala? How many years had it been since such laughter had been heard at the Spring Festival Gala? Today, they had achieved it. Zhang Ye had led them to create a surprisingly amazing Spring Festival Gala. On TV, the hosts reappeared on the stage. Little Who Die's act was also coming to a conclusion. Midnight was almost here. Beijing. It's time to set off the firecrackers. It's almost New Year. Everyone, let's count down. Tianjin. There are only 2 minutes left. This is an interesting new year. This year's Spring Festival Gala is awesome. Shanghai. I've realized that the Northerners' skits are also quite interesting to watch. Yeah, I didn't used to watch them either. But who knew that I would watch it this year, and nearly ended up laughing to death. I'll be sure to catch the Spring Festival Gala every year from now on. Zhang Ye's skit is the best. Shenzhen. This New Year's feels different from before. I don't know why, but I'm exceptionally happy this year's New Year's Eve. Ha ha ha. It must be because you watched the skit. That's true. I actually watched the Spring Festival Gala from start to finish. Me too. I didn't miss any of the acts. Me too. I watched them all. Overseas. The Spring Festival Gala is great. I left China many years ago, but I just realized that a wondrous person like Zhang Ye appeared in showbiz. Yeah, I really liked that last skit by him. The performance was really great. I'll remember him. With the Spring Festival Gala coming to a perfect close and the country prospering and strong, I'm really proud to be Chinese. On Weibo. Wow, Little Who Die still isn't dizzy. Did she really spin for 4 hours? How godly. The acts on this year's Spring Festival Gala are all fucking godly. I can't even describe how wonderful it is. Hurry, they're giving out red packets again. It's another wave of red packets being handed out. Grab them. Grab them all. Haha. I grabbed one with only 1 yuan in it. Damn, I got Zhang Ye's red packet again. There is only 1.7 cents in it. This adds up with the 1.3 cents that I received earlier, so I can finally withdraw a full 3 cents now. Uft. Zhang Ye, you great trickster. Ha 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 ha. This cheapskate is beyond saving. I got the work dedication card. I got it. I received one too. Damn, I've finally completed my collection of the 5 cards of fortune. It's ending at midnight. They'll be announcing the winners very soon. 200 million. It's gonna be mine. The red packets were being distributed in large quantities. The 5 cards of fortune were released in large batches. At the end of the year, these were the last moments of craziness. On TV, the Spring Festival Gala's live broadcast. Yan Mei raised her microphone and said loudly, "As we can see, Little Who Die is turning faster and faster now. Dear friends, there's only 1 minute and 7 seconds left until we ring in the new year. At this point in time, let us bid farewell to the old and welcome the new with thanks. Let us embrace a better and more beautiful spring with fervor. We're thankful for the great times. We're thankful to our dearest homeland. We're thankful to our parents who raised us. We're thankful to those friends and family who helped us during the year. And of course, we should also praise ourselves and thank our own perseverance and hard work for getting us through the year. Let us confidently and passionately welcome a more hopeful and even more magnificent tomorrow." Li Chen smiled. "Is everyone ready?" The host said in unison. "Come, let's count down to the new year together." The live audience stood up. The performers sitting backstage also stood up. The staff members at the venue raised their hands into the air. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year. Little Who Die stopped turning. Flower blossoms were scattered all over the stage. The lights were putting on a gorgeous display. At this moment, the entire venue erupted with excitement and cheers. The host shouted New Year's greetings. "It's the new year. New Year has arrived. Happy New Year. Everyone, Happy New Year. Let us wish everyone a Happy New Year. May you achieve everything your heart desires, and your family be happy." At this very second, the whole nation was in jubilation. At this moment, all the Chinese people in the world were celebrating the new year. Chapter 1351. Chapter 1351. All of China's population get ripped off by the 5 fortunes. Translator, leg editor, leg. It was now past midnight. It was a new year. The sounds of firecrackers going off popped through the streets. Those at the venue of the Spring Festival Gala were also in a very boisterous mood. The Spring Festival Gala continued. The acts were being performed. When Ning Lan, Hua Dongfang, and the other celebrities appeared on stage together, when the song was performed, the world's Chinese population overflowed with excitement once more. My Chinese heart won. Hills and streams appear only in my dreams. I've not set foot in my homeland in ages, it seems. Yet nothing can ever possibly transform my Chinese heart. Though I wear a Western suit, my heart is still Chinese. My ancestors branded every inch of me with the Chinese stamp. Yangtze, Great Wall, Huangshan, Yellow River, weigh so heavily on my bosom. Whenever, wherever I am, you are dear to me. At old Wu's parents' house, Wu Chang has slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Well sung." Li Qinqin said, "My Chinese heart? What a great song." Wu Amo was dumbfounded. Did Brother Zhang write this song, too? At Zhang Ye's maternal grandma's house, his third sister applauded. "Our brother is indeed our brother." His eldest younger sister marveled. "I thought that the acts after midnight would just go through the motions and not be so detailed and serious. But it turns out that there are actually still such good performances to watch. The quality of the acts is still as high." His father said proudly, "Your brother has never been sloppy when it comes to work. If it's something that he can do, he will surely do it to the best of his abilities. Little Yi takes after me in that area." His mother rolled her eyes. "Go away, he takes after me," his father said in a speechless manner. "With that sloppy attitude of yours, what has it got anything to do with you?" His mother stared her husband. "Who's sloppy? Who are you talking about?" His grandma quickly stopped them both. All right. Why are you both arguing on New Year's Day? If I have to say something fair, little Yi actually takes after me." Everyone burst into laughter at that. This was destined to be a night to be remembered forever, especially for those who were attending the Spring Festival Gala live. They knew very well what kind of a Spring Festival Gala they had witnessed tonight. Be it the introductory video at the beginning, the gala's opening, the middle, the closing, or the finale. Or perhaps even the construction of the stage, the lighting, the special effects, or the costumes. They were astounding from the start until the end. It had exceeded all expectations from beginning to end. It was unprecedented and would never be replicated again. This saying might not be really suitable when used in many other situations. To say that it was unprecedented was still quite a valid argument, since that could be verified with past cases. But to say that it would never be replicated again was something that people in the present could never be certain about. But at this moment, a lot of people were actually thinking to themselves that this year's Spring Festival Gala would really never be replicated again. It wasn't that they weren't rigorous about the standards, nor that they were short-sighted about the future. It was simply because they really could not imagine how future Spring Festival Gala could get mentioned in the same breath as this year's Spring Festival Gala that Zhang Ye helmed. It was unimaginable, truly unimaginable. If such a time were to come, then the executive director of that year's Spring Festival Gala would probably be Zhang Ye too. The live audience members felt this way. The television viewers similarly remembered this night in their minds. Especially those who participated in the Five Fortunes battle, they would never ever forget this night, which would leave them gnashing their teeth in anger. On TV, host Yin Mei started the advertising talk. "Now, I would like to announce some exciting and good news. Our 5 Cards of Fortune collection campaign has ended, and the cash prize has been dispersed. Those who have collected all 5 Cards of Fortune can now launch your UniPay app. A surprise is waiting for you inside." Exciting? Surprise? Haha, we've been waiting for this for a long time. It blew up in the outside world. Even many of those who were at the venue of the Spring Festival Gala started taking out their phones. It's here. The campaign has ended. Haha, it's time to receive the red packet prize. My 200 million. Quickly. Has it been credited yet? Ah, it's been credited already. How much did you get? This is... In the production control room, when Zhang Ye heard the announcement, the look in his eyes started flickering. Ha Chi-Chi, who was standing next to him, asked, "What's the matter, Director Zhang?" Zhang Ye coughed. "Ahem, nothing. The 5 deceptions were here. Their arrival could not be avoided." Meanwhile, when those people who had gathered all 5 of the Cards of Fortune opened up their UniPay wallets, each and every one of them was deeply shocked as their eyes grew wider and wider. Surprise? Your sister. Exciting? Your sister. What is this? What the hell is this? 220 yuan. I received 220 yuan as well. Me too, what the fuck? Your sister? Didn't they say that it would be 200 million? I had to fucking toil to gather those 5 cards. Where's my 200 million prize money? Has it all been split and given out? Aren't they splitting it amongst too many people this way? Just how many work dedication cards did the Spring Festival Gala program team give out at the last fucking moment? My God, Zhang Ye, show yourself. I'm in tears. I've been collecting them for a month, and all I got for it is 220 yuan. It's not even enough to pay for my internet bill. Whose idea was this? Whose idea was this? This advertising campaign was planned by Zhang Ye. I should have known that this scammer wouldn't have any good intentions. 220 yuan? I might as well die. Zhang Ye really is a fucking great trickster. Yeah, he's just like the character he played in the skit. This fellow has totally scammed all of us. Oh, I want to bite someone. This has got to be the biggest scam in history. Ha ha ha. Io, this is so funny it's killing me. I knew it. Any plans created by Zhang Ye definitely aren't anything good. Just look how this ended. This fellow only wanted us to watch the Spring Festival Gala to gather the 5 cards of fortune. He only used us to contribute to the viewership ratings. It's a conspiracy. It's a great big conspiracy. Zhang Ye, you're really oozing with evilness. Quick, turn off the TV. Don't help him by contributing to the viewership ratings anymore. What's the point of turning it off now? The Spring Festival Gala is ending right after this. He's already gained enough viewership ratings. I'm so pissed off. It was only now that everyone realized what this was all about. Backstage, some of the production team's staff had also gathered all 5 of the cards of fortune. They secretly opened up their UniPay wallets to check, but were startled and nearly fainted from the surprise that they saw. 220 yuan. They nearly rolled up their sleeves and confronted Zhang Ye about it. Does it have to be this little? Does it have to be such a scam? We gathered them for so many days. Do you know how much electricity we've wasted? And that was it. At old Rao's house. Rao cursed angrily. Zhang Ye, fuck your grandpa. Qinshan was also very angry. Aunt, Zhang Ye. He really doesn't have the makings of an adult. Rao sneered. You're only giving me 220 yuan, right? Fine. Qinshan, go get the key to Zhang Ye's studio. I'll see what valuable things are in there and take them for myself. The netizens were enraged. Countless people were so angry that they broke down. A group that was spontaneously organized started causing a commotion. They were all expressing their views by shouting rallying cries. Denounce Zhang Ye. Denounce Zhang Ye. Return my 200 million. Return my 200 million. Zhang Ye, your sister. Zhang Ye, your sister. Those who didn't manage to gather the 5 cards were cursing. Those who did manage to gather the 5 cards were also cursing. Everyone gritted their teeth in hatred. Come on, you can't deceive people in such a way. In the blink of an eye, countless threads that were titled Zhang Ye, your sister, started appearing in the forums and on Weibo all over the country to fully express the countless grass mud horses that were rampaging through their heads. And now, the Spring Festival Gala was finally coming to an end. The music started playing on television. Zhang Xia appeared on stage as the lead singer. Behind her, all of the Spring Festival Gala's participating performers came back out, and the entire stage was filled with them, including the hosts. Selling Crutches was the finale act before the new year at midnight, while this song was going to be the finale act of this year's Spring Festival Gala. It was the essential song of Zhang Ye's previous World's Spring Festival Gala, a night to remember too. A night to remember, a night to remember. Wherever you might be in this world, we are in the same embrace in this vast country. Wishing our homeland well, homeland well. Farewell to this night, farewell to this night. Whether you are a new friend or old, let us meet again next spring. The Green Hills, forever young people, forever young people. The Green Hills, forever young people. The Green Hills, forever young people. Wishing our homeland well, wishing our homeland well. The song was very touching. The singing voices lingered in the air. The curtains on this year's Spring Festival Gala had finally drawn to a close. Watching TV, a lot of people were feeling a swirl of emotions. Some people gasped in admiration. Some people were calling it good. Some people couldn't help but appreciate it. Some people were discussing the prior acts with their family. And a large group of people were scolding Zhang Ye for being so immoral. Initially, they had been amazed by this year's Spring Festival Gala and Zhang Ye's abilities to oversee it to such success. They also had a good laugh over Zhang Ye's skit. But they couldn't have expected that this fellow was so terrible to cheat all of them at the very end of the show. Especially this song at the end. It sounded even more sarcastic the longer they listened to it, and they got angrier and angrier as a result. A night to remember. That's right. This was truly a night to remember, all right. The 5 fortunes? They should be called the 5 deceptions instead. And they were even the 5 goddamn heavenly deceptions. Chapter 1352. The Spring Festival Gala comes to a close. Chapter 1352. The Spring Festival Gala comes to a close. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. At Central TV. Broadcasting Studio 1, Production Control Room. All of the staff members were holding their breath. Zhang Ye was seated in the command position with an earpiece on and taking charge of the operations personally. He stared at the video monitor while slowly sliding 2 buttons upward. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Cut. We're done. The Spring Festival Gala's live broadcast signal was cut. Exhausted, Zhang Ye plucked out the earpiece and threw it onto the table. He heaved a long sigh of relief with a smile on his face before turning his head to everyone and saying, "It has ended." The broadcast signal had been transferred over to Central TV Department 1's back-end Master Control 1. The television signal was definitely still going, but whatever was being broadcast now was no longer under the control of the Spring Festival Gala's executive director. Zhang Ye was only responsible for the Spring Festival Gala, and at this moment, Zhang Ye and the Spring Festival Gala's production team's responsibilities also ceased. With this, it has ended. Everyone in the production control room broke into jubilant cheers. Our work is done. Happy New Year. Oh, we did it. Yeah, we did it. This year's gala was great. We were so awesome. Everyone could only express the excitement in them by shouting it out. Then the production control room's door flung open. Outside, the staff members of the production team came rushing in one by one. The Spring Festival Gala Organizing Committee's members were also standing outside. They were all here. Everyone had come over. A bustling 60 to 70 people were both squeezed into and out of the production control room. Some of them hugged together amid the screaming. Some of them fist-pumped and cheered. Some of the female staff members were even surreptitiously wiping away tears of joy. It really hadn't been easy. This year's Spring Festival Gala had really not been easy at all. Li Ku had suddenly quit, and there was no one left to take the role of the executive director. They kept encountering difficulty after difficulty. With the Spring Festival Gala fast approaching, Zhang Ye stepped in and led the production team to stage a stunning reversal to turn the tide. Before this, who could have expected that this year's Spring Festival Gala could be done to such an effect? No one. No one could have expected it. But Zhang Ye managed to. All of them managed to. Zhang Ye embraced them one by one. "Old Han, you've worked hard," Zhang Ye said. Assistant Director Han said, "It's no big deal." Zhang Ye said, "Old Ha, you've worked hard." Ha Chi-Chi said, "No, you're the one who has suffered." Zhang Ye said, "Old He, the lighting was superb." Old He said, "It was because we had your leadership." Zhang Ye said, "Old Son, you had to put up with a lot over at the venue today." Old Son said emotionally, "That was nothing. That was nothing." Zhang Ye asked to embrace every staff member and address them by their names as he told each of them, "You've worked hard." But everyone knew that the one who had worked the hardest of all was not them. The person who almost single-handedly carried the entire Spring Festival Gala, the person who had spent 2 months in a row working on the front lines, was standing right before them. The executives came in and grabbed hold of Zhang Ye's hands. Chief Zhao said, "It was hard on you. Director Zhang, you were amazing. You were so amazing." Director Ma said loudly, "This was the best Spring Festival Gala that I've ever watched. You're really a god." Deputy Chief Liu said, "Director Zhang, thank you. Thank you." But Zhang Yi sincerely responded, "I should thank the few of you instead. We had differences of opinion, but you all still gave in to me and did your best to accommodate me." Director Ma quickly said, "Let's not bring that up. It's already in the past." Chief Zhao said, That's right. It's already in the past." Then, he gave a loud laugh and said, "If you're still coming back to helm the Spring Festival Gala as the executive director next year, old Zhao and I would like to team up with you again." Zhang Yi was startled. He hurriedly waved it off, saying, Whoa, please spare me. You still want me to direct the Spring Festival Gala? This year's event has already nearly taken my life. I'm not going to do it again. Everyone laughed loudly. Yes, this year's Spring Festival Gala was indeed full of scares and shocks. Suddenly, an executive on the organizing committee said, "Here, everyone, quiet down for a bit. May I suggest that we give a round of applause to Director Zhang?" Everyone started shouting. Sure, 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 Zhang Ye quickly said. Please, there's no need for that. However, no one seemed to have heard him. Applause rang out. Director Zhang. Thank you. Thank you. You've worked hard. Director Zhang, it was all thanks to you this time. You're basically a god among men. If we didn't have you taking charge this time, we really wouldn't know what to do. Director Zhang, thank you. The applause continued for a long time. Everyone was grateful and giving their heartfelt thanks. They had all witnessed Zhang Ye's suffering, hard work, and sacrifices in recent days. During the 2 months of preparing for the Spring Festival Gala, the light in Zhang Ye's office had never been flipped off. With all of the external pressure placed onto him, the production of the programs was also overseen by him personally. Even the criticism from the fallout of the 5 Cards of Fortune collection campaign had to be placed onto Zhang Ye himself and deflected from Unipay and the Spring Festival Gala. Zhang Ye had already predicted early on that this would be the outcome, so he started making plans when nobody realized it yet. He had Unipay settle the PR issues first, and even got them to deliberately set the amount very low when the red packets were given out in his name. All of it was done so that he would become the person to bear the blame for everything. The dirty work, the tiring work. He took on all of it. He was a director worthy of all the respect in the world. All of a sudden, the crowd of people parted. A lot of people were pushing to the sides to create a path as a woman. Gracefully walked in from outside. Chief Wu. Ah, Chief Wu. It was Wu Ziqing. Zhang Ye was also stunned. Hey, what are you doing here? Wu Ziqing smiled. I was waiting for you, of course. Zhang Ye exclaimed. I was overseeing the Spring Festival Gala's recording. Why did you come here to wait for me? When did you arrive? Director Ma laughed and said, Chief Wu was here since the live broadcast began. She's been waiting all this while backstage. Look at you. Zhang Ye grumbled. It's so noisy here. Wouldn't it have been more comfortable to wait at home? He might be complaining, but he was very touched at heart. Director Zhang, do hurry back home. Yes, you must be tired out from the entire day. Hurry back home with Chief Wu. Director Zhang, Happy New Year. Chief Wu, Director Zhang, Happy New Year. Everyone was wishing them well. Zhang Ye also said, all right then, all of you hurry back home too. We've been so busy for the past 2 months, so be sure to rest well for a few days. I estimate that the viewership ratings will only be released tomorrow or the day after. We've already done all that we could and the acts have all performed up to expectation. In fact, they even exceeded that. However the viewership ratings look, there isn't anything regrettable. We can only wait for the results, so go back home and enjoy the new year without worry. Let's not think too much about anything else. Viewership ratings? Yes, they were only waiting for the viewership ratings to be released now. They had done their best, but the results still depended on how the viewership ratings would do. Everyone was really looking forward to the day it would be released. The higher-ups had set the target for them to hit at 20%. Could they exceed this figure? How much could they exceed it by? No one dared to presume too much. Chapter 1353, The Celebrity Rankings Index, gets updated. Chapter 1353, The Celebrity Rankings Index, gets updated. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The next day, it was the first day of the Lunar New Year. In the morning, at the entrance to a neighborhood. Yo, oldly. Big sis Joe, Happy New Year to you. Happy New Year to you too. Why are you up so early today? Hi. I was too tired last night, so I was already asleep by 8. Then you didn't watch the Spring Festival Gala. The Spring Festival Gala? I haven't watched it in some years. There's nothing interesting about it anyway. Then you're really wrong about it this time. There will be a repeat telecast of it on Central TV Channel 1 in a bit. Quickly go back and watch it for yourself. You'll know how wrong you were after you've watched it. This year's Spring Festival Gala was that good. More than that, it was crazy good. Is that so? Then I better hurry home to watch it. Some people did not watch it yet. Some people had only just found out about the news and hurried back home to catch the rebroadcast. The Spring Festival Gala was being replayed. A lot of those who were up early had actually waited in front of their televisions to catch the entire show once more from start to finish. Further, they were enjoying it very much. On Weibo, this is really good. There's nothing to nitpick for this year's Spring Festival Gala. Zhang Ye is so awesome. Yeah, this is what true skill looks like. I think some changes might be stirring in the entertainment circle. Can Zhang Ye make it to the top? I don't know, but I know that those heavenly kings and queens will definitely be very worried. The Spring Festival Gala was truly fabulous, but I'm definitely gonna remember that fellow forever due to the 5 fortunes. Ha ha ha. Come on, don't take it so seriously over this bit of money. My 200 million. How can I not take it seriously? Asterisk cries asterisk, you guys don't know this, but I cracked my phone by tapping it too much while trying to get the work dedication card. In the end, all I received was 220 yuan. That Zhang Ye is awful. Uffed. The newspapers on the first day of the new year went on sale. Shocking. The Spring Festival Gala has been revived from the dead. The Spring Festival Gala sets off a wave of frenzy. Zhang Ye is marched from variety director to the Spring Festival Gala's executive director. A Spring Festival Gala that everyone is praising. Thousand Hand Guanyin amazes the audience. Topicality of Little Who Dies act shoots through the roof. A magic show that shocks the industry. Hilarious Selling Crutches receives great praise. Zhang Ye wins the affirmation of the industry insiders. Former executive director of the Spring Festival Gala, Li Ku, lavishes praise upon Zhang Ye. I admit that I am not as good as him. Many lines from the skit, Selling Crutches, set to become this year's hottest internet slang. Talk of all 40 acts on the Spring Festival Gala is bursting through the roof. An unprecedented occurrence. The craziest Spring Festival Gala executive director in history, personally crafting all of the acts on the show. Dong Shanshan's popularity soars, gathering the 5 fortunes, the biggest scam in the history of advertising and marketing. The Spring Festival Gala's viewership ratings to be revealed soon. Zhang Ye's path of defiance. Can Zhang Ye reach the summit of the entertainment circle? At the newspaper stands, copies after copies of newspapers were flying off the shelves. Online, the news articles were getting published one after another. This was the effect of the Spring Festival Gala. This was a grand gala in which the entire world's Chinese population participated in, and all the more so for this year's miraculous Spring Festival Gala. The media was dominated by news of the Spring Festival Gala. From the various ranking lists, it could also easily be seen. On the top Chinese music chart, number 1, Because of Love. Number 2, Where Has the Time Gone? Number 3, Lucky Treasures. Number 4, A Night to Remember. Number 5, The New Drunken Concubine. Number 6, My Chinese Heart. And so on. Without exception, from the 1st to the 10th spot, they were all songs from yesterday's Spring Festival Gala. In fact, they were all leading by far in their popularity compared to the other songs on the chart. On Weibo's trending topics. First, the 5 cards of fortune collection scam. Second, Selling Crutches. Third, Little Who Dies time. Fourth, skit, the leading role and the supporting role. Fifth, Spring Festival Gala viewership ratings. And so on. In the top 10 places, no, in the top 50 places, the topics were all related to the Spring Festival Gala. The views on the video highlights. First, Selling Crutches, 300 million views. Second, Thousand Hand Guanyin, 150 million views. Third, Myriad of Changes, Magic Show, 120 million views. At the top of the charts were all acts that had appeared on the Spring Festival Gala. They had all exceeded 100 million views, and that showed that the viewers did not get enough of it after only watching it once. They had to watch it a second, a third, or even a fourth time. And on the most watched celebrity rankings index, it was the same as well. Needless to say, for Zhang Yuanqi, who was already a heavenly queen, it would not look too obvious even after her popularity had boomed. But this wasn't the case for the others. Dong Shanshan's popularity had soared. With the skit she acted in, it brought her up into the middle of the B-list celebrity rankings. Yao Jiansai's popularity also rose after his outstanding performance on the Spring Festival Gala. The successor to the art of cross-gender acting, Gao Shiliang, had risen up to the bottom of the C-list rankings overnight after being an almost unknown small-time celebrity all this while. C.I. Xiufan's popularity grew by leaps and bounds too. Even if she was already considered a big sister among the domestic professional skit comedians, Dance If You Like had helped propel her to the top of the skit industry. Magician Chen Tian became famous overnight and was now closing in on a place on the C-list rankings. The one who surprised everyone the most was Hu Dai. Everyone else still had some previous popularity to base off of. Even if some of them did not have lots of popularity, they were still at least at the D or E-list rankings and had some fans to call their own. But little Hu Dai had started off from nothing. She was just a backup dancer and hadn't even been the focus of the camera before. But just by spinning in circles on the stage of the Spring Festival Gala, she actually managed to turn herself into a top D-list celebrity. It was the same for many others. The performers who participated in the Spring Festival Gala all experienced a significant boost to their popularities. This was what the Spring Festival Gala was, a stage that could work miracles. On it, nothing was impossible if you dared to dream it. But of course, a situation like this year was also an exception of exceptions. It was a never-before-seen development in the years since the Spring Festival Gala began. This year's Spring Festival Gala had created so many stars that it was unimaginable. It was so heaven-defying that when the industry insiders and citizens saw the updated Celebrity Rankings Index, they got rather dumbfounded. Later that morning, Zhang Ye's parents' house. Wu Ziqing was already up while Zhang Ye was still sleeping soundly in bed. At some point in time, the cell phone on his bedside started going off. Ring, 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 ring. Zhang Ye rolled over and continued to sleep. It wasn't until he had no choice that he drowsily grabbed his phone and answered it. It was the magician, Chen Tian. Director Zhang. Yes. You're still resting? It's fine, just speak. The rankings index has been updated. I just thought I'd call you to say thanks, but I won't say too much so that you can get back to sleep. We'll talk again when there's a chance, or you can call me anytime you like. His phone continued to ring. This time, it was Dong Shanshan. Haha, Zhang'er. Hey, Shanshan. Did you see my spot on the rankings index yet? Are you a B-lister? I'm in the middle of the B-list. Whoa, congratulations. I'll treat you to dinner sometime. All right, I'll hold you to your word. It isn't easy getting a meal out of you. Immediately after that, Zhang Xia, Chen Guang, Fan Wenli, Gao Shiliang, and the others who had performed on the Spring Festival Gala were calling to thank Zhang Ye. It was very late when they dispersed last night, and there were also a lot of matters to attend to. With the venue quite chaotic, everyone only cared about enjoying themselves. So they didn't get to say some words to him. But with the Celebrity Rankings Index updated now, and the dust having settled, it was expected that everyone would come forward to thank Zhang Ye. It was Zhang Ye who had given them the chance to be part of the Spring Festival Gala, while the acts, set designs, and even the costumes were designed by him. Their rise in popularity was the direct cause of Zhang Ye, so it wouldn't be right if they didn't say a word of thanks to him. There were more than 20 calls. Zhang Ye spent a full 30 minutes answering them. Afterwards, he didn't feel sleepy anymore and sat up from bed with a bitter smile. But thinking about it, he also started feeling rather excited and couldn't help but check out the Celebrity Rankings Index as well. What about me? What about this bro's popularity? He had nearly been driven crazy during these past 2 months. As a result, Zhang Ye immediately fell asleep in bed after returning home with Wu Ziqing. He did not even wait for his parents to get back from his maternal grandma's house. The moment he opened his eyes again, it was already the morning of the first day of Lunar New Year, so where could he have found any time to check on the rankings index during the night? Page 1, Page 2, Page 3. Zhang Ye rolled his eyes and felt utterly speechless. He couldn't find his name on the list. He knew that there could only be one explanation for this. It must mean that his popularity had increased by so much that the backend system or the manual calculations could not be handled properly. So his name and status was temporarily set as pending in the rankings. He wasn't unfamiliar with this occurrence since he also had such a status once during a previous battle of the popularity rankings. The statistics were processed several days later, and his popularity had soared at that time. Hopefully, it was the same case this time. Hurry up and let this bro get into the S list. Hurry up and let this bro reach the summit of showbiz. Only this step was left. It was the final push. The Reach the Summit plan that was drawn up half a year ago had been successfully undertaken step by step. All that was left now were the results. Chapter 1354, Drawing Tint Blood. Chapter 1354, Drawing Tint Blood. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. On the same morning, the television in the living room at Zhang Ye's parents' house was also replaying the Spring Festival Gala. From the sound of it, the rebroadcast seemed to have already reached Zhang Yuanqi's "Where Has the Time Gone?" song. The shouting of Zhang Ye's mother came from outside the bedroom. "Son, are you up yet?" "I'm up, Mom. Come and have breakfast." "All right. Where's old Wu?" "She's making breakfast for you, so come out quickly." "Okay, I'm coming." They were having leek dumplings for breakfast. The moment Zhang Ye came out of his bedroom, he could immediately smell the aroma of the food. Wu Ziqing was holding a pair of chopsticks. "Why didn't you sleep a while longer?" Zhang Ye sighed and said, "I wanted to, but there were so many calls the entire morning. Everyone was calling to say thanks or offer their congratulations. So how could I get back to sleep?" Wu Ziqing smiled. "Yes, I heard your cell phone ringing. Come over and eat." Zhang Ye turned his head to the side. "Dad, what time did you all get back yesterday?" His father put the newspaper down. "A little before 2 a.m., I guess." "Why didn't you all turn off the TV before going out?" Zhang Ye asked. His father laughed and said, "Your mom didn't let me. She said that it would help with the viewership ratings that way." His mother said happily, "The TVs at your uncle's houses were also left on. I called them and told them to do so before we went over to your grandma's place yesterday." Zhang Ye applauded. "Great job, Mom." His mother laughed. His father said, "How much viewership could it possibly add with just these few TVs switched on in our family?" His mother shot his father a look. "What do you know? One more is still more than none." Zhang Ye asked, "I haven't read the newspapers yet." "What is?" "Everyone's thoughts on the gala." "Of course it's getting a lot of praise." His mother got all excited the moment she spoke. She pointed at the stack of over a dozen copies of newspapers on the coffee table. "Read for yourself. I went out to buy them this morning. There's also news online and on TV, and they're all talking about you and yesterday's Spring Festival Gala. Many of the industry insiders are saying that this Spring Festival Gala of yours is the most wonderful one since the debut one. Even the one that everyone thought was the best from 20 or 30 years ago is not as good as yours from the perspective of the act's quality, art direction, or entertainment value." Zhang Yi smiled. The masses' eyes are sharpest. After lunch, Zhang Yi sat on the sofa and flipped through the newspapers one by one. Beijing Times, Morning Post, and even People's Daily had all given this year's Spring Festival Gala high praise. Zhang Yi was quite pleased with everyone's evaluation. If even this year's Spring Festival Gala were to be questioned and criticized by the people, then that would really be the biggest joke in the world. Other people might not know about the origins of these acts, but Zhang Yi knew them quite well, of course. The acts that could be shown on the Spring Festival Gala in his world were the ones that had emerged from the competition in China. They went through a round of selection, and those that did not make it were eliminated. The ones that remained were all the most excellent ones. And what Zhang Yi did this time was to put these selected acts through another round of selection to pick the most reputable and excellent acts from the best ones that had been on the Spring Festival Gala of his previous world. This was equivalent to picking out the best acts out of an already excellent pool of choices. He did this for all 40 of the acts. The Thousand Hand Guanyin, Lu Qian's Magic Show, Selling Crutches, Spring Days. Which of them were not well known? Which of them were not the classics of the classics? So how could this year's Spring Festival Gala not be enjoyable to watch? It would be a wonder if it wasn't good. Zhang Ye had brought over so many of the classic acts that spanned decades of the Spring Festival Gala in his previous world to this world and put them all into one show. He had basically brought over all that he could bring over. But of course, he wasn't going to bother about next year's Spring Festival Gala and the year after that. That would be left to some unlucky executive director to worry about. It was enough to be the executive director for the Spring Festival Gala once, and he definitely did not plan on doing it a second time. This job was way too tiring, and the stress was too enormous. He had never had a good night's sleep these past 2 months. With the Spring Festival Gala over, Zhang Yi was finally able to take some time off. He was taking it easy and relaxing now. He just wanted to rest up for the next few days to enjoy the new year properly. It was almost noon. His parents were already dressed. His father said, "Little Yi, Zuching, we're heading to your aunt's place now. Zhang Ye asked. So we're heading to my aunt's place for lunch? Yes. Your dad and I are going over early to help make lunch, his mother said. All right. Then old Wu and I will be there in a bit, Zhang Ye said. There's no rush, just be there before lunch, his mother said. All right, Zhang Ye said. His mother reminded him. You still have to go over to your maternal grandma's house tonight, since you weren't there yesterday. Be sure to go over today to give your New Year's greetings to them. Take a shower and quickly tidy up the place. Zhang Ye said, I got it. His parents left. When the door closed, only Zhang Ye and Wu Zuching were left in the house. Wu Zuching was clearing the plates from breakfast. Zhang Ye gave a cheeky laugh and hugged her from behind. Old Wu. Wu Zuching did not turn around and laughed as she continued clearing the table. What's the matter? Why are you laughing so slyly? What do you mean? Listen to your choice of words. Aya, stop clearing the dishes. Zhang Ye hungrily eyed old Wu, who was dressed in homey attire. Wu Zuching laughed and said, aren't I almost done clearing them away? Zhang Ye blinked and said, this bro hasn't been home in 2 months. Ahem, shouldn't you express something to me? Express what? Old Wu asked. Come, let's talk in my room. Zhang Ye then led her into his bedroom. Wait, my hands are still dirty. Quickly, we have to leave soon. But it's still so bright and early. It'll be dark once the curtains are drawn. There isn't enough time. There's still an hour. Oh you. Quickly, Hully Arpu. This fellow suddenly threw out a phrase in English, catching Wu Zuching by surprise. Little Yi. If you can't speak English well, don't use it. Was the pronunciation wrong? It wasn't very good. Oh, then I'll study hard to learn it. Why are you suddenly thinking of learning English? Don't just stand there. Let's talk as we get out of these clothes. If I do get to the summit of the entertainment circle, the next goal will be to step onto the international stage. So it will definitely be useful to know some English, Russian, and Spanish too. I'm preparing to learn them all. It's not that I want to communicate with them, but this bro would at least know who is scolding me. I'm going to focus my learning on the foreign swear words first. I'll check if there are any crash courses on swearing in English later. If there's one, I'm going to sign up for it so that I'll be prepared in times of need. AI, do you think it's easy being a celebrity? There are so many things to learn. I don't think that just anyone can become a celebrity. There aren't any celebrities in the entertainment circle who learn a foreign language. Just to scold people either. Aya, hurry up, there's no time. No time. All right, I'm ready. The door closed. The curtains were drawn. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. 30 minutes. A youthful energy encompassed room. After 2 months, Zhang Ye finally drew 10th blood from old Wu. Chapter 1355. The Spring Festival Gala's viewership ratings are out. Chapter 1355. The Spring Festival Gala's viewership ratings are out. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Noon. In his bedroom, the two of them were putting their clothes back on. At this moment, Zhang Ye's mother called to hurry them up. Mom, what are you doing? Getting ready to leave. Why are you so slow? Your aunt and cousin are waiting. We'll be there immediately. We just finished watching the rebroadcast of the Spring Festival Gala. Hurry up. Got it. The call ended. Wu Ziqing chuckled. Never does a word of truth come out of your mouth. Then what should I have said? Zhang Ye got dressed very quickly. When he saw that old Wu was still only half dressed, he said, I'm gonna head downstairs to warm up the car. Old Wu said, Okay, I'll be right behind you. Zhang Ye threw on a jacket, then opened the door and left. As he made his way downstairs, he had a spring in his step and felt like he was floating. The feeling was amazing. Having worked at Central TV without much rest for the past 2 months, he was finally relieved of a great deal of the tiredness. He felt very spirited and his eyes glistened with life. He felt powered up again and even started humming the melody to the hottest ethnic trend. This sort of life was so enjoyable. He had a harmonious family. His work was going well. His career was thriving. And his wife was so beautiful. He wouldn't exchange this life for anything. Downstairs, Zhang Ye walked to his car. But before he could even reach it, 20 to 30 people suddenly appeared in the seemingly empty neighborhood. It was just like magic, and Zhang Ye got a big scare from it. 3 reporters materialized from behind the car. 5 reporters sprang out from behind the tree in the garden. 6 reporters came out from the corridor beside. It was as though this were an illusion where people appeared out of thin air. Teacher Zhang. Director Zhang. We're from the morning news. Can we interview you for a moment? Teacher Zhang. Can we take up a few minutes of your time? We're from Youth Daily. We're from Xinhua News. The reporters from the news outlets surged forward in a chaotic fashion. They had probably been camping there for a very long time. But this wasn't unexpected since Zhang Ye had become the most watched person in the entertainment industry ever since he took responsibility for the Spring Festival Gala. The news related to the Spring Festival Gala was overflowing. Yet the most important person related to it had not once given an interview during the entire duration. Zhang Ye did not give any interviews, nor could the reporters find him. Even when the Spring Festival Gala ended last night, many of the reporters did not go back home and just waited at the main entrance of Central TV. In the end, they still couldn't catch him leaving. As a result, they could only descend on his place to wait for him. With the Spring Festival Gala doing so well this year, who wouldn't want to get a first-hand interview with Zhang Ye? As Zhang Ye was in a good mood, he answered with a smile. All I have is 5 minutes, so ask quickly. He opened the car door and started the engine. The reporters got excited and immediately shoved their cameras and microphones at him. Did you plan out all 40 of the acts? How did you manage to do that? I just wrote them all. Director Zhang, there's news that you've already been earmarked internally to be the executive director for the next Spring Festival Gala. Your info is not reliable. I don't know anything about it. Which act are you most happy with for this Spring Festival Gala? I'm happy with all of them. People say that you saved the Spring Festival Gala. What do you have to say about that? It was not me who saved the Spring Festival Gala. It was everyone who didn't give up on it. That's the most important reason of all. What were the biggest problems you encountered while directing the Spring Festival Gala? The biggest problem? It would have to be that I only had 24 hours in a day. If only I had another 10 hours each day, I could have gotten a better night's sleep. The Spring Festival Gala's viewership ratings will be announced soon. Are you looking forward to it? I guess. What are your expectations? That's difficult to say. At this moment, the click-clack of high heels came from the corridor. Wu Ziqing had come downstairs. When the reporters saw her, they restrained themselves. Chief Wu. Chief Wu. The reporters all subconsciously carved out a path for her to pass. Wu Ziqing smiled at them. Is the interview done yet? This question left the reporters too embarrassed to say no. It's already done. Thank you, Director Zhang. Chief Wu, Happy New Year to you. We won't hold the two of you back then. Then we'll get going. In fact, they still had a ton of questions to ask. It wouldn't be enough to ask 1,000 questions in an interview with Zhang Ye. But with Chief Wu's arrival, the reporters could only obediently take their leave. At Central TV, a lot of people had come back to work overtime today. This included many of those in the Spring Festival Gala's organizing committee and production team. Ha Chi-Chi and Zhang Zhua also rushed over early in the morning in anticipation of the result. Have the viewership ratings been released? Not yet. It should be out soon. Yes, the stats department said that they're going through the calculation of the results right now. Will we be able to surpass 20%? That won't be a problem for sure. Yes, I also don't think that 20% will be difficult to achieve. But anything more than that is harder to say. At the SARFD, it's still not out. Chief Liu, it'll be out very soon. Let's hope that it will be a good result. Yeah, how the Spring Festival Gala does this year will all depend on the viewership ratings. If we're talking about word of mouth and the response from the viewers, then this year's Spring Festival Gala has clearly been a big success. But the end result is still dependent on the viewership ratings. It's something that we cannot avoid no matter what. That's right. Little Chi, notify me once the viewership ratings have been released. The higher-ups are also waiting to know about it. Understood, Chief Liu. In the crosstalk world, I hear that the Spring Festival Gala's viewership ratings will be released very soon. It should be really high this time around, right? That might not happen. For the past few years, they were all hovering around 20% or so. The lowest it went to was around 19%. This perennial weakening is not something that can be improved overnight. Haha, it will be fun to see if the viewership ratings are not ideal this time. My guess is that it won't be too good. Me too. That 5 Cards of Fortune collection campaign was too scammy. Just take a look online. There are still countless people scolding Zhang Ye over it. The viewership ratings will definitely be put in doubt. 2. Yes, however high it might get, it definitely won't cross the 25% mark. 25%? I think you're already overestimating it. At a dinner event in the directing circle, Li Ku and about 9 well-known directors were seated together at a table. They also started discussing this matter. How much do you all think it's going to get? 27%. I think it might only be 25% for a more conservative guess. It should be around 27% to 28%. Will it be able to reach 30%? That's not likely to happen. It will be difficult, but it's not impossible. If it does hit 30%, then Zhang Ye will truly be godly. At a newspaper firm, it's not out yet. No, they still haven't released the figures. Make the necessary preparations. Leave the exact figure blank for now and get the rest of the content filled in so that we can publish it the moment it gets released. Chief editor, then what kind of viewership ratings should we phrase it with? Write one for 20% and another for 30%. We'll have 2 drafts on standby. What if it hits 40%? 40%? You must be dreaming, right? Damn, you're right. Stay vigilant and be prepared for any news. On Weibo, how much will it get? Yeah, this is taking so long. Why haven't they released it yet? I also want to know how many people got pulled back into watching the Spring Festival Gala by Zhang Ye. I'm sure that the viewership ratings will hit 40%. Previous poster, please wake up. Ha ha ha, it's a little overblown to claim that it will hit 40%. But I believe that 30% is still possible. That scammer, I'll curse his ratings to not even hit 20%. Just thinking about those 5 deceptions is making me angry again. Zhang Ye also successfully used the collection of the 5 deceptions to scam my family of our viewership ratings. I hope the fellow doesn't even get 10% for the viewership ratings, otherwise it'll be very difficult to ease the hatred I have for him. That's right. Let's fucking curse the viewership ratings to a historical low. You're extremely right. Zhang Ye has always liked breaking historical records, so let's give him a chance at it this time as well. Please condemn this jinxed scammer to an eternity of infamy. Sincerely wishing for the Spring Festival Gala's viewership ratings to make a new historic low. Sincerely wishing for the Spring Festival Gala's viewership ratings to make a new historic low. Sincerely wishing for the Spring Festival Gala's viewership ratings to make a new historic low. The group of netizens were making a commotion with their jokes and laughter. A large number of them were even Zhang Ye's fans. These people had always been unafraid of trouble. Wherever there was a commotion, Zhang Ye's army would be there as well. From that moment on, a discussion and forecast of the Spring Festival Gala's viewership ratings were set off on the internet. Regarding the final results of the Spring Festival Gala that Zhang Ye directed this year, they were all very concerned and wanted to know how it had done. The release of the viewership ratings was impending. There was a very tense mood at Central TV. The executives were feeling very nervous. The media was also waiting impatiently. The people were very eager to find out. Everyone was just waiting for a number. The entire world's Chinese population was waiting for an outcome. At 12 o'clock sharp, it wasn't released yet. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, it wasn't released yet. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, it still wasn't released yet. Many people were almost going crazy over this. Holy fuck, why isn't it out yet? Didn't they say that it was going to get published soon? Yeah, how long has it been already? Is the statistics agency even working? Their work rate is really poor. At the statistics agency, in the office, boss, that's impossible. But the numbers show that there's nothing wrong. Calculate it again. Use the band 2 signal statistics. Yes. Not long after, boss, we're still getting the same number. Impossible. Calculate it again. Okay. Once, twice, thrice. They calculated it over and over again. They used all kinds of methods to calculate it again and again. The end results were still the same. This left the entire office's statisticians a little dumbfounded. They stared at the figures and were feeling at a loss at what to do. They thought that there could only be 2 possibilities. One was that the computer had gone crazy and caused all of the equipment to go haywire at once, and the second was that all of them at the office had gone crazy. How was this possible? How the fuck was this possible? Several of the leaders were stunned on the spot. Everyone in the office stared wide-eyed at one another. A minute later, someone finally spoke up. B-boss. Yes. Are we going to publish this? Just publish it. Past 3 in the afternoon. At Central TV, a group of people were sitting there impatiently and having tea. Suddenly, the employee responsible for liaising with the statistics agency came rushing in after pushing the door open. It's out. The Spring Festival Gala's viewership ratings are out. Hachichi flew over. Everyone else stood up. How much is it? Quickly speak. Did it reach 30%? Did it? That employee panted. Everyone, you have to see this for yourselves. My God. Hachichi was the closest, so she snatched the viewership ratings form and lowered her head to read it. She then screamed, "Holy shit. This. Zhang Ye ran over and grabbed it. What are you shouting for? Let me see what the... His hands trembled, and he dropped the piece of paper. A third person rushed up. Just how much is it? Let me have a look, damn. Chapter 1356. Chapter 1356. Viewership numbers that tear a hole in the sky. Translator, leg editor, leg. At Central TV, everyone was screaming in surprise, feeling like they were going crazy. Oh my God, this. Heavens, is this for real? I'm not fucking dreaming, am I? This viewership numbers. Damn, are we about to tear a hole in the sky this time? Leave out the words about to. We've already torn a hole in the sky. At the SARFT. Director, what is it? Everyone's working. Why are you shouting so loudly? It's the Spring Festival Gala's viewership ratings. Quickly look at it. It's already out. It was just released. Let me see. What the heck? Is this for real? I verified it with the statistics agency the moment I saw it. It's real. There's no mistake about it. Quick, bring this to Chief Hu and the others. Hurry. At a newspaper agency, the phone was ringing. This was a call that the editor-in-chief had been waiting for a long time. He quickly went back to his office and closed the door to take it. The agency staff outside were all looking in that direction. Then they heard the exclamations of the editor-in-chief. What? This is impossible. There must be a mistake. No, go and verify it again. Really? Damn, you've already verified that this is real? A minute later, the editor-in-chief pushed the door open and came out. Everyone stood up in wait of the announcement. Chief editor, how much is it? Our drafts are ready to be published. Yeah, we've already prepared them. The editor-in-chief screamed. Discard all of the drafts from before. Immediately. Rewrite everything from scratch. Hurry up. Write it at your fastest speed. But don't we already have them prepared? Didn't we already write a draft each for a viewership ratings of 20% and 30%? The editors did not understand. The editor-in-chief said angrily, both those figures for the ratings are incorrect. He lowered his head and picked up a pen to scribble something on a piece of paper. Take a look for yourselves. Then he turned and walked away. All the editors rushed forward to see. Then they were dumbfounded. In the crosstalk world, the news spread rapidly. The crosstalk actors who had feuded with Zhang Ye all gasped when they heard the figure. There were dumbfounded looks on all of their faces. What the heck? Did they get it wrong? This must be made up. It most definitely has to be made up. These viewership numbers, only an idiot would believe it's real. This is impossible. Right, it's impossible. At a dinner party in the directing world, there was silence. And then, there was further silence. Oldly. After seeing these viewership numbers, what do you think? I have no thoughts. That is purely his skill. Just what kind of a person is this Zhang Ye? You're the only person among us who has had any dealings with him. What kind of a person? Yes. He's probably an extraordinary talent. Luckily for us, this guy doesn't know how to direct films and TV series. Otherwise, every one of us other than Old Li and Old Han would probably not be able to make a living anymore. These viewership ratings too goddamn scary. Shanghai, at the home of a previous Spring Festival Gala's executive director. When he heard the news, he nearly fainted. His wife asked, Old Wan, what's the matter? Are the viewership ratings for the Spring Festival Gala out? Old Wan's face had turned green with anger. This is too goddamn big of a difference. His wife said in a stunned manner, What? Could the Spring Festival Gala have exceeded 30% in the ratings this year? That's not that big of a difference. The Spring Festival Gala that you directed years ago also received 22% in the viewership ratings. So how much is it this time? Old Wan coughed. Right now, he was too embarrassed to tell his wife. At Beijing television, Hu Fei came walking in. Zhang Ye has absolutely defied the heavens. Xiao Lu was startled. Is it finally out? Dafei quickly asked, how much is it? How much? Ho Gu and Ho Di also rushed over anxiously. Did it exceed 30%? 30%. Hu Fei chuckled before passing the viewership ratings form to them. Have a look for yourselves. In the domestic entertainment industry, there's no one who can hold back little Zhang anymore. When the several of them saw it, they nearly jumped in shock. They were really scared silly. This. Oh my fucking heavens. At Zhang Ye's maternal grandma's house, when Zhang Ye and Wu Ziqing had just arrived, their cell phones started ringing. Wu Ziqing's call was from the SARFD. Zhang Ye's call was from Ha Chi-Chi, who was currently at Central TV. In the call, Ha Chi-Chi's voice trembled as she said, Director Zhang, this is too amazing. You're simply too godly. The viewership ratings are out. It's simply unbelievable. Zhang Ye smiled. Calm down, calm down. Ha Chi-Chi said excitedly. But I can't calm down. Do you know how much it is? Zhang Ye chuckled and said, I've already guessed it. We've all worked hard for a long time and put so much effort into the Spring Festival Gala. We've been exhausted, and we've been scolded by so many people. If it's still no good, we might as well not continue in this line of work. Ha Chi-Chi said in admiration. So you've already guessed it? But of course, Zhang Ye said. Ha Chi-Chi said, You're still the calmer one among us. Zhang Ye said happily. So what was the final figure that was calculated? Ha Chi-Chi told him. Zhang Ye was taken aback. How much? Ha Chi-Chi got a little suspicious and repeated it to him. Zhang Ye looked very stunned. What? Ha Chi-Chi said, Huh? Didn't you already guess it? Yes, I already guessed it. Zhang Ye said dumbfoundedly. These viewership ratings are well within my expectations. It's not too low, nor is it too high. I think it's pretty good. Well, all right then, sister, huh? Since the viewership ratings have been published, it's time that you and brothers will hurry home to enjoy the new year. You've both worked hard. On the other end, Zhang Zhua took the phone. Director Zhang. What hard work. When old Ha and I heard this viewership figure, the two of us got so pumped up. Even if we have to go through another 2 months of the Spring Festival Gala, we would be able to hold up for sure. But aren't you amazing to be able to guess the viewership ratings? Zhang Ye laughed and said, Well, of course. Otherwise, would I be the executive director? The call ended. Wu Ziqing was looking at Zhang Ye and smiling. His several uncles and aunties were all staring at him. His parents and younger sisters were almost going crazy from the anxiety. Little Yi, how much is it? Brother, tell us quickly. I'm so nervous. Brother, you guessed it early on? Zhang Ye gave an indifferent smile. But of course, everything is within my control. The viewership ratings were something that I could guess too. He finally broke down and cried out, Your sister. As if I could guess something like that. I thought that old Ha was just going to tell me that it reached 30%. That was the figure that I guessed. Wu Ziqing laughed at her husband. On Weibo, in the forums, in the media, within the industry, at the SARFD, in the entertainment circle, at the entertainment companies, among the overseas Chinese. When the viewership for the Spring Festival Gala was announced, it blew up at home and abroad. Anywhere that could blow up at this moment blew up. When they saw these viewership ratings, each and every person was shocked and dumbfounded, disregarding everyone else. Even Zhang Ye himself was dumbfounded. It wasn't that everyone was making a fuss out of it, and it wasn't that they were inexperienced in life either. Some people had predicted that this year's Spring Festival Gala's viewership ratings would come out of left field, but no one could have expected that it would be so far out. This was a viewership that could tear a hole in the sky. 56.8%. The country was stunned. The world was shocked. Chapter 1357. Into the Annals of History. Chapter 1357. Into the Annals of History. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. At Zhang Ye's maternal grandma's house. Zhang Ye was answering call after call. Many of those who received the news started calling up Zhang Ye in shock. An executive from the Ministry of Culture. Director Zhang. Congratulations. Likewise to you, Minister Zhou. I'm really in awe of you this time. Haha. I hadn't expected such a viewership ratings figure either. Yeah, this year's Spring Festival Gala was such a great success. Director Zhang. Tomorrow afternoon, let me throw a celebratory feast for all of those on the organizing committee. Central TV's deputy station head. Director Zhang. Hey, Deputy Station Head Hong. Thank you. You're too polite. If you ever wish to return to Central TV at any time, if anyone says no, I, Old Hong, will surely be the first one to take it up with them. Station Head Hong. There's no need. There's no need. The former Spring Festival Gala Executive Director, Li Ku. Director Li. Director Zhang. I'm calling to congratulate you. Hi. It was all to your credit for laying the foundation for me. Otherwise, it couldn't possibly have done so well. Come on, stop flattering me. What has this got to do with me? It was all due to your own skill. If I had been the one handling the Spring Festival Gala this year, it might not even achieve a viewership ratings figure of 20%. He received over a dozen calls. Everyone sounded really excited over the phone. 56.8%. What kind of a concept was that? This was nearly 3 times the viewership ratings of last year's Spring Festival Gala. This was 20 times the average viewership ratings for the first season of The Voice. This was over a dozen times the average viewership ratings of I Am a Singer. It was too impressive. It was too fucking impressive. According to the various media outlets and the industry insiders' forecast, there was no doubt that the Spring Festival Gala would reach a viewership of 25%. But whether it could hit 30%, that was still pretty difficult to put a finger on. As for 35% or 40%, a lot of them didn't even dare to think that high. There was no inkling of such a figure. In their opinion, no matter how capable Zhang Ye might be, he couldn't possibly achieve a 40% viewership with the Spring Festival Gala that had such a weak reception for so many years. However, the results left everyone nearly pissing their pants. This viewership performance was actually 2 levels above the high that no one dared to imagine. It had exceeded that forecast figure by twice the amount, 56.8%. It was a viewership that sent shockwaves all around. The media was dumbfounded. The industry was stunned. The people pissed their pants. The entire country was astonished. That's such an insurmountable fortress. Zhang Ye has always been someone who's performed miracles. He actually revived this hot potato that no one was willing to handle. I have nothing I can say. This is what true skill is. 56.8. This has set a new bar for the Spring Festival Gala. But what about next year? Whoever takes over the Spring Festival Gala next year will surely die. Ha ha ha, that's true. This viewership is too heaven-defying. What is going to happen to those that come after this? Is it that difficult? All they have to do is to appoint Zhang Ye again for next year's gala and the one after that. Right? That guy might have a questionable character, but the Spring Festival Gala that he directed was so fucking fun to watch. I'm someone who never used to watch the Spring Festival Gala, but I caught it this year. If Zhang Ye is invited to direct next year's event, I'll definitely watch it again. If they invite him to direct every year, I'll watch it every year. Damn. Although I've been scolding Zhang Ye for an entire day and night over the 5 deceptions, I still somehow got fucking pulled into his fandom after the broadcast of the Spring Festival Gala. This fellow has always been loved and hated just as much. The news spread quickly as articles got published one after another. The Spring Festival Gala's viewership ratings are released. The highest in 20 years, 56.8%. A miraculous Spring Festival Gala. Zhang Ye makes history once again. Zhang Ye, a godlike director? The Night of Miracles. The Spring Festival Gala's viewership ratings reaches 50% again after 23 years. Is Zhang Ye the most deserved Best Director of the Spring Festival Gala? The Spring Festival Gala's viewership ratings shock industry insiders. Last night, Zhang Ye left a mark of his legend at Central TV's Broadcasting Studio 1. This success belongs to Zhang Ye. Please cheer for him. Zhang Ye single-handedly helps the Spring Festival Gala back to the top. It's finally safe to say, the Spring Festival Gala of the yesteryears has finally returned. They were reporting the news without holding back. They did not skimp on the compliments. The Chinese media outlets were singular with praise. Overseas, meanwhile, the foreign media outlets were also reporting on the news. The Japanese media, the largest New Year gala in China, achieves great success. The Korean media, the world's top Go player, directs the Spring Festival Gala to a new record. The English media, a colorful life of a mathematician. The American media, a Chinese gala, sets the world record for viewership numbers. On the second day of the new year, the Spring Festival Gala's celebratory feast was held. In the previous years, a symbolic celebratory feast would always be thrown within a week after the Spring Festival Gala was held to thank everyone for their hard work and sacrifice. Of course, it was only symbolic in nature because if it was based on the results of the viewership ratings, none of the previous 10 years of the Spring Festival Gala would be qualified to have a celebratory feast thrown for it. So this celebratory feast became routine and was gradually turned into a superficial practice. But it was different this year. It was not a symbolic event for this year's Spring Festival Gala. They were really holding a celebratory feast. This reputation, these viewership ratings. If this wasn't called a real celebratory feast, then what would? By the time Zhang Ye arrived, he saw that many others had also arrived. A majority of them were familiar faces. There were the leaders at the Ministry of Culture and the SARFT, people from the production team, the staff from Central TV, and many of the participating performers of this year's Spring Festival Gala. A lot of celebrities were in attendance. There were a total of 25 tables won. There were 200 to 300 people in total at the venue. The entire 3 floors of the restaurant were booked for this event. It could be said that the celebratory feast this time was of an unprecedented scale. There was a cheerful atmosphere in the entire restaurant. Zhang Xiao waved. Zhang Ye smiled and said, "Grandma Zhang." Zhang Xia smiled widely and said, "You're surrounded by an air of glory." Zhang Ye said, "Don't say that, don't say that." Fan Wenli came over. "Director Zhang, congratulations." Zhang Ye said, "And the same to you, old Fan. Didn't both you and old Chen's popularity go up again?" Fan Wenli smiled and said, "It was only because of you that we managed that. With the exposure from this Spring Festival Gala, it has given us more than enough to take a year's break from work." Zhang Yi said, "Yes, there should be a work-life balance, after all." Yao Jinkai also came over. He said happily, "Yo, our star has arrived." Zhang Yi waved it off and said with a grin, "What star?" "Today's stars are the executives of the upper management. I'm just here as a supporting figure." A few people who didn't know Zhang Yi well were startled when they heard this. They all wondered if Director Zhang was always this good at talking. He was this humble? But those who knew Zhang Yi well were all amused when they heard that. Like they didn't know what kind of a personality this fellow had. Who was he bluffing? If you cared so much about the higher-ups, would you have fought against them so many times over the years? Which department's executives have not been scolded by you before? Very soon, everyone was here. The 25 tables were filled. The executives were seated at the main table. When Zhang Yi saw that the banquet was about to begin, he joined the table the production team's members were seated. As a result, the executives saw this and would not agree to such an arrangement. "Director Zhang, where do you think you're going?" "Oh, you should be sitting over here." "It's okay. I'm fine with sitting here." You're the star today, so quickly come over." "Sir, you don't have to be so courteous to me." "That won't do. Haha, come. We've already left a seat empty for you. If you don't come over, we won't start the banquet." "Well, all right then." Zhang Yi went over. In the end, he was cheerfully nudged by a few executives to sit together with Deputy Minister Zhou. This treatment would not be offered to anyone other than Zhang Yi. This wasn't just because Zhang Yi was Wu Ziqing's husband. Everyone knew that the reason why the Spring Festival Gala had done so well this year was due to Zhang Yi. To say that this breakout the Spring Festival Gala had experienced this time was all down Zhang Ye's contributions alone would be overstating things a little. But if they were to say that they had also contributed to the record-breaking viewership ratings of the Spring Festival Gala, it would surely be quite embarrassing to claim so. All of them really did not dare to accept any credit for this. What had they done? Thinking about it, it didn't feel like they had done anything at all. Under the suggestion of the higher-ups, everyone raised their glasses for a toast. Deputy Minister Zhou said loudly, "Everyone, you have all worked hard, especially Director Zhang. Turning the tide so spectacularly this time has completely convinced everyone. There's nothing that anyone can say to that. The Spring Festival Gala is not only the best New Year's gift to us, but it is also the best New Year's gift to the people." He raised his glass. "I would like to take this chance to offer a toast to all of you on behalf of the leaders from the different departments. Let's not talk too much and just drink. Cheers to everyone. You're too polite, Minister. Cheers, cheers, cheers." The celebratory feast was very boisterous and enjoyable. Everyone was extremely happy and carefree. This was the first time that the Spring Festival Gala's popularity had done so well. A heaven-defying viewership ratings of 56.8%. Each and every one of the 40 acts was on fire. This was a day that would enter the annals of history, and all of their faces were glowing with pride. Each table generally seats 10 people. Chapter 1358. Chapter 1358. The battle at the top of the entertainment industry is revealed. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. On the third day of the Chinese New Year, at Old Wu's villa, in the morning, another wave of firecrackers was being set off. When Zhang Ye called out to Wu Zuqing several times after waking up and received no response from her, he continued to lie in bed, lighting up a cigarette and puffing away. Oh right, time to check the celebrity rankings index. When Zhang Ye opened it to check, he saw that his popularity status was still pending. Hadn't it been 2 days already? Why wasn't it out yet? Efficiency. Efficiency, my comrades. Then he remembered something. He opened up the Game Ring's interface that he hadn't checked in a long time. When he brought up the interface, a very long series of numbers was displayed. This astronomical figure was the reputation points that Zhang Ye had accumulated. It was so large that it even gave Zhang Ye quite a scare. Having not used it in such a long time, it had grown to such a large figure? Well, this wasn't unexpected since his popularity had been growing all this time as well. I am a singer. His wedding, the advertisements, and the Spring Festival Gala. Ever since his Reach the Summit plan began, his popularity had been climbing like a rocket's ascent. Naturally, his reputation points would also increase since he hadn't used it much all this while. Since it was the new year, he thought that maybe he should try his luck out. So he activated the Lucky Halo, upgraded, and placed some additional stakes on Lottery Draw 2. With a total of 10 stakes, he spent 100 million reputation points. The lottery draw began. Clunk, clunk. The slot machine started moving. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. With a ding, the machine gave out the prize. 10 shiny treasure chests, medium, were dispensed. It was a skills category item. Calligraphy Skill Experience Book. Zhang Ye was taken aback. He had received this item on more than one occasion. If he remembered correctly, he should have already maxed out on the level 1 Calligraphy Skill Experience books. Even if he didn't max out on it, he was probably quite close to the limit. The Calligraphy Skill Experience books that he just received were the higher level ones. It was a very good item which could still be used to level up on a maxed out lower level skill. These 10 higher level skill experience books could give Zhang Ye's originally maxed out calligraphy skill a further breakthrough. For these skills category items, it wouldn't be too much no matter how many of them he received. His luck today didn't seem too bad at all. He immediately flipped open the skill experience books. 1 book, 5 books, 10 books. He learned it all. Zhang Ye was equipped with so many skills now. Lockpicking, flying a plane, playing the piano, directing, photography, acting, taiji, taekwondo, hacking, programming, and even that flight engine manufacturing skill experience book that he received in that last lottery draw he attempted. If he counted the stats category items as well, then it would be even more. Fruit of alcohol tolerance, fruit of strength, fruit of agility, fruit of charm, etc. Even he had lost count of them. Although there were a lot of them, they were not really that refined. For example, the commercial airline piloting skill. During the plane hijacking incident, Zhang Ye had only managed to land the plane with a lot of luck. If he were to attempt it again, he would probably die trying. So Zhang Ye had a goal in mind, which was to slowly upgrade all of his skill and stat category attributes to the maximum level 1 by 1. It was a rather ambitious goal. It would be better to take it slowly then. Just as he was about to attempt another few lottery draws, his cell phone rang. The call was from Ha Chi-Chi. Old Ha. Director Zhang, are you home? Yes, what's the matter? Are you at your parents' place, or? I'm at the villa. Then we'll head over there now. Is it convenient? Why? There's no need. That won't do. We must go over to pay you a New Year's call one. Old Zwa, Old Wu, and the others are already on the way too. We've already bought our gifts for you. Besides, there are also some work issues to discuss. All right then. Come on over. All right, we'll see you in a while. Zhang Ye minimized his game ring interface and put on his clothes before heading downstairs. But to his surprise, some people were already downstairs. Wu Ziqing was sitting on the sofa and chatting with a man and a woman dressed in business attire. When they heard the sound, the Three of them looked over to the staircase. Wu Ziqing smiled. You're up? Zhang Ye sighed. I thought you were already out. Those two people hurriedly stood up. The man said respectfully, Mr. Zhang. The woman also said, Mr. Zhang, Happy New Year. We're here to pay a New Year's call to you and Chief Wu. Zhang Ye self-deprecatingly waved it off. No need to be so polite. Just carry on chatting and don't mind me. He quickly made an attempt to slip away. Well, all right. These people were both older than him and were in leadership positions at the SARFT, but were addressing him as Mr. Zhang. This made Zhang Ye feel rather awkward. The woman quickly said, Don't, Mr. Zhang. It's about time we leave too. The man said, That's right. We won't disturb Chief Wu and you from resting. Wu Ziqing stood up to send them off. I'll accept the fruits, but please take everything else back with you. The woman gave a wry smile. Chief Wu. Wu Ziqing smiled. Your thoughts are appreciated, all right? The woman said, We're always in your care, but you're still rejecting our gifts. You're making us feel really bad about it, but all right, please continue to guide us in our work for the coming year. The two of them left. Soon, another group of visitors arrived. For the entire morning, 6 groups came to pay their New Year's call to Wu Ziqing. There were those from the SARFT, the television stations, the media organizations, as well as the old subordinates of old Wu's. Wu Ziqing received them one after another. As her husband, Zhang Ye had to be at his best too. Every now and then, he would come over to sit with them. But as they were always talking about things like government policies, culture, trends, and skill, Zhang Ye found it difficult to join in on their conversations. He was a coarse person, after all, having arguments, scolding people, smacking faces, becoming famous. This was what Zhang Ye's world was about. Finally, Ha Chi-Chi and company arrived. Zhang Ye quickly led them up to the second floor. Little Wang giggled. It's so active at your place. Who are all those people? Ha Chi-Chi shushed her. Quiet. Those are executives and staff members from the organizations. Who cares who they are? Zhang Ye said with a laugh. I don't really know them in any case. Ha Chi-Chi said amused. Then why were you chit-chatting with them for so long? Zhang Ye rolled his eyes. Do you think that I wanted to? We're completely different kinds of people, and there's nothing in common for us to talk about. Zhang's was said, puffed. Department heads are always afraid of trouble, while you're always looking to stir up trouble. It sounds more like you have nothing in common to speak with them about. Everyone laughed. Zhang Ye also chuckled. Zhang's handed over the gift they bought. Director Zhang, Happy New Year to you. Wu Yi also smiled and said, There wasn't a chance to wish you before the Lunar New Year since you were so busy with the Spring Festival Gala, but we're finally able to come and visit you to wish you a Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Director Zhang. Zhang Ye laughed heartily. Thank you, Happy New Year to you all too. In the second floor's guest area, everyone was seated together. Zhang Ye asked, Old Ha, what was that you mentioned on the phone? Oh, it's an important matter that we're very concerned about. Ha Chi-Chi opened her bag and took out some documents. The Chinese Celebrity Rankings Index will be updated soon. I just received news that your ranking will be revealed at midnight today. Today? That was only a little more than 12 hours from now. Zhang Ye took a deep breath. Are you sure? Ha Chi-Chi said in seriousness. Yes, I'm quite sure. Zhang Ye smiled and said, Okay. Ha Chi-Chi said, I had a meeting with old Zhua, old Wu, and the others before this to analyze the situation and get a gauge on our opponents. Have a look at this info. A copy of the information was handed out to everyone. Zhang Ye lowered his head and went through the information. A graph detailing the 7S listers' popularity growth was shown, with his own graph included as well. Ha Chi-Chi said, Ever since the Reach the Summit plan was thrust into motion, our popularity has caught up to the 7 people, and the gap between us is shrinking. Although there's still a bit more to go, it's something we can achieve with some fight. If we quantify the data, our score would be at 85 compared to theirs at 100. Meanwhile, the other A-listers ranked below you would only score 50 or so. We've already pulled away from the other A-listers. Compared to those 7 people, we're really not that far away from them anymore. Zhang Ye smiled and said, Yes, that's right. Zhang's was said, We only got delayed these past 2 months due to the Spring Festival Gala. Ha Chi-Chi said, One of the Heavenly Kings and another Heavenly Queen experienced a breakout in popularity as their holiday movies' box office earnings reached a record high and won many awards. This increase in their popularity was something unexpected. It was even greater than the popularity you gained when you did I Am a Singer. Meanwhile, the other heavenly kings and queens have not been slacking either. They've all been fighting their way up during this holiday period to fend you off. Because of the inactivity during these past 2 months, they have also pulled away from our popularity score by a bit. There was even a rumor in the industry recently that suggested that you've already lost your chance at fighting for a position in the S list. Zhang's was said in amusement. They claim that it's already been decided. Little Wang giggled and said, but none of them could have expected that the Spring Festival Gala would be so explosive, could they? Chi laughed as well. Yeah, those 7 S-listers might not be pushovers, but they forgot that we're not pushovers either. A Spring Festival Gala with a viewership. Ratings of 56.8%. That's over half of the world's Chinese population who stayed watching TV to catch the broadcast that night. I want to ask, who else is there? This viewership has surely given everyone a scare. All that's left is to see how much popularity the Spring Festival Gala will bring us. I suppose those heavenly kings and queens are also getting nervous over this. But since all will be revealed tonight, there's nothing that they can do. It's the same for us too. All we can do is wait for the results. Zhang's was said. I doubt there'll be too many people who will sleep well today. Wu Yi also said nervously. Let's stay up and wait for the results. Little Wang said, what's the use of waiting? We should go back and offer some joss sticks to ask for a blessing. Zhang Ye rolled his eyes. What's the use of offering joss sticks? I guess I'm probably too superstitious, Little Wang apologized. Zhang Ye said, you'd have to give some offerings too as well. Little Wang and Wu Yi were speechless. Chi laughed and said, we still have to depend a little on luck. Let's hope Lady Luck is on our side this time. Those 7 people have been holding on to their spots for too long, and there hasn't been much change in showbiz in a decade. Those 7 people, those 7 spots, it's about time that one of them gave up a seat for Director Zhang. Little Wang applauded. That's right, this is what it means by the Wheel of Fortune is always turning. They appeared to be in a relaxed and happy mood, but the truth was that they were all extremely unsettled and were just pretending not to be. They couldn't help being nervous. Having reached this point where they were at the final step, who wouldn't hope that they would have a surprise waiting in store for them? Who wouldn't hope that they could take a spot from one of those 7 people? A continuous onslaught for half a year. A plan to reach the summit that was carried out for 6 months. Popularity? Contacts? Experience? Ability? Status? Achievements? Whichever it was, they felt that Zhang Ye had already achieved enough to qualify for a place among those 7 spots. All there was left was to see how far this miraculous Spring Festival Gala could take them. Be it success or defeat, it would all depend on tonight. Chapter 1359. Chapter 1359. Zhang Ye ascends to the summit of the Chinese entertainment circle. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Later that morning, Zhang Ye's phone was ringing incessantly. His mother called. Son. Yes. Are the rankings going to be published tonight? I think so. How confident are you? Hi. Who can say for sure? How can you not know? This is such a big deal. There's no use in worrying about it. I'm also waiting for the results. Zhang Xia called. Little Zhang. Grandma Zhang. All the best. I'll be waiting to see you get to the top. There's not even a hint of it happening. But there's still a lot of hope that it will happen. You're the only person in the entertainment circle who has gotten this close to breaking into the S list in recent years. If you can't get up there, there's even less of a chance for anyone else. All right, I'll be counting on your blessings then. And I'll be waiting for your good news. Zhang Yuanqi called. Old Zhang, what's the matter? Can you make it? Hell, like I'd know. All the best. You should be able to. Let's see what the results are tonight. Okay. A lot of his family and friends were very concerned. If the Spring Festival Gala was a big deal to a lot of people, then this battle to reach the summit of the entertainment circle was Zhang Ye's personal big deal. The result of the Spring Festival Gala was already known, and Zhang Ye had given the entire country's people a very satisfactory answer. Meanwhile, tonight's update of the Celebrity Rankings Index would be Zhang Ye's answer to himself. He was also extremely looking forward to it. Reaching the summit of the Chinese entertainment circle was his very first goal since the day he entered the industry. Now it was right before his eyes. All there was left was this final step. Zhang Ye paced around the house for a long time, walking from the study to the bedroom, then from the bedroom to downstairs, and from downstairs to the garden. He was thinking if there was anything else he could do, but he realized that nothing more could be done. Activate the lucky halo? That would be useless. Everyone's popularity score was already fixed. He could only wait for the results now. The news began spreading. This was also not much of a secret. There was overwhelming coverage in the news as everyone's focus turned to this battle at the summit of the entertainment circle. All shall be revealed at midnight tonight. The battle for the summit. Who will be the last one standing? Will today usher in a change in the 7 S-listers spots? Analysis by industry insiders. A difficult-to-predict outcome. Tonight, anything is possible. The entertainment circle might really be welcoming a new heavenly king. On Weibo, it's really happening. This day has finally arrived. Is it really possible? I think it will be quite difficult to say. Yeah, those 7 people haven't moved from their spots in such a long time. But their opponent is Zhang Ye. Has he not created enough miracles? Everyone never thought that he could do well when he was taking charge of the Spring Festival Gala. But look at what happened. Zhang Ye took charge of it so well that it was heaven-defying. That's what true ability is. This fellow might like scolding and scamming people, but it has been really emotional to see Zhang Ye climb from his role as a small-time radio host over the years to where he is today. It really has not been easy for him to make it to where he is now. He had to fight against so many obstacles every step of the way. Let's see if he can finally reach the summit today. Lord Zhang, you can do it. It's time for showbiz to see some shakeup. The entertainment circle has indeed undergone quite a bit of change in the years since Zhang Ye's debut. Yeah, I feel very happy whenever I see Zhang Ye causing trouble, and I get in a better mood. This person is really infectious. I like him so much. I won't scold you today, but I'll definitely take it up with you another time over the 5 fortunes. You can do it. My large saber is again, unable to endure the thirst. At the team office of a heavenly king, the company was in a frenzy. Is the calculation out yet? It's too difficult to count. It has to be done even if it's too difficult. We have to know how much Zhang Ye is behind in the popularity score compared to ours. The effects from the Spring Festival Gala are too great. There's no way we can process all that data, then estimate it. We can't just sit around and do nothing. This really came out of nowhere. Who could have expected that Zhang Ye would execute the entire Spring Festival Gala so beautifully? All the momentum that we had going for us has been thrown out the window. What do we do now? He couldn't possibly be catching up to us, could he? No, it won't happen. Zhang Ye's popularity score before it went pending was still too far away from our score, right? No matter how explosive the Spring Festival Gala was, it shouldn't push Zhang Ye into the S list, right? In any case, just prepare for all possible scenarios. Understood. At the team office of a heavenly queen. We're not in danger, are we? That's hard to say. Yeah, Zhang Ye is coming on too strongly. That guy's unstoppable now. I did some calculations and found that our heavenly queen's sister should not have much to worry about. Even though there's not much difference in the popularity scores of the 7 heavenly kings and queens, we're not at the lowest spot. Yeah, it should be those 2 heavenly kings who should be the most worried. Are you guys saying that Zhang Ye is really going to jump in? AI, who can be so sure of that? But based on Zhang Ye's current popularity and status, he's truly capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the S-listers. Let's just wait for the results. At a talent agency that a heavenly king was signed with, it had been a state of emergency everywhere in the company for the past 2 days. Go and arrange another event. It's too late. Can't we bring forward the premiere of the movie that will be shown in several days? We can't do that. The SARFD already approved the movie's screening schedule. God damn it. Who was the one who said that Zhang Ye wouldn't be able to catch up the other time? Who said that the battle for the summit was already a foregone conclusion? Zhang Ye's popularity score is still pending. Who knows what kind of a ranking he'll get after the update? We only have this one heavenly king in our company's lineup helping us gain a foothold in the industry. If that spot gets taken away, everyone else is going to be affected as well. Hurry up and get moving. I want everyone to think of ways to drum up our heavenly king's popularity. Yes. President Zhou, I have an idea. What is it? Speak quickly. Let's pull some underhanded method and bring Zhang Ye down. We'll make him. Fuck off. President Zhou. Are you fucking trying to be funny or what? You want to bring Zhang Ye down with some underhanded methods? Don't you fucking know who Zhang Ye's wife is? You're not afraid of dying, huh? Do you think that the company's circumstances are still not messy enough? Do you think that the face smacking that we received from the industry-wide boycott the other time was not harsh enough? Old Hong, what on earth made you hire someone like that? Right now, immediately, I want him out of my sight. I don't want to see this fool anymore by this afternoon. Understood. The industry was in chaos. The entertainment industry was in chaos. Those heavenly kings and queens teams were all preparing for any eventuality. A lot of the heavyweights of the industry were unsettled. If it were someone else, they would still be able to deal with them. The waters of the entertainment circle ran too deep, and there were many sinister things going on within. Fake news, harmful rumors, obstruction, backstabbing. In many of the crucial ranking battles in the past, there was always a lot of fighting going on behind the scenes. The celebrity teams and entertainment companies spared no effort in executing their deadly plans and enacted scene after scene of palace dramas that would leave anyone stunned and shocked. Why were the best dramas on Chinese television always those about power struggles within the palace? That was because they didn't need to learn anything about it. They would only need to act as themselves, and that would be good enough. But this time around, it wouldn't work. Those tricks would work on anyone in the entire entertainment circle, except Zhang Ye. His wife was the Sarf's leader. His wife was Wu Ziqing. Do him in with a deadly plan? Entrap him? Do you think that they are sick of living? Therefore, when pitted against Zhang Ye, all they could do was to compete fairly. A storm was brewing. The winds were howling. Many of the celebrities in the industry could only stare wide-eyed at this most thrilling drama in 10 years which was about to take place. There was going to be a change soon. This time it was really going to happen. At night, it was getting closer and closer to midnight. The outside world had blown up, and no one could sleep soundly. The attack by the heavenly kings and queens fans was getting fiercer and fiercer as their spears all pointed at Zhang Ye. Controversy, doubt, attacks. There was no peace at all. However, at the home of the person in question, it was as quiet as it could get. It didn't seem like anything had happened and felt just like any other night. In the garden of the villa, Zhang Ye and Wu Ziqing were admiring the moon. Little Ye, are you cold? I'm not cold, what about you? I'm not cold either. I initially hoped to rest well over the Lunar New Year holiday so that I could spend more time with you. But it looks like whatever the outcome is, I'm not likely to be able to rest much. Do what you want to do. It's all right. Haha, but it's a little tiring. It looks to me like you're enjoying this, though. The happiest event in this bro's life is marrying you, my beautiful wife. Even if I can't get to the top today, I have no regrets. It's midnight. Oh, is it? Just hit midnight. All right, let me check it out. Is it up yet? Yes, it's up. It's pretty good. The Chinese Celebrity Rankings Index was updated. Zhang Ye's name had astonishingly appeared within the ranks of the S list. On the 4th day of the new year, at midnight, Zhang Ye ascended to the summit of the Chinese entertainment circle. Chapter 1360, The Birth of a New Heavenly King. Chapter 1360, The Birth of a New Heavenly King. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. At Zhang Ye's parents' house. Has the rankings index been updated yet? Yes. How is it? Say something, will ya? He's in the S list. Are you serious? Check it again. I've already checked it 3 times. Our son has made it to the top. Good. Good. Very good. I'll go and call our relatives. His father was so excited that he couldn't say anything else. His mother's hand that was holding the phone was even trembling. Hello, Mom. Little Ye has reached the top. Hello, brother. Your nephew has reached the top. Yes. For real. Hello, Little Ye's aunt. Little Ye. His mother made the calls one by one, and her tears were slowly rolling down her cheeks as she did so. It had taken too long. They had been waiting so long for this moment that when it finally came, they were in disbelief that this was really happening. At Zhang Ye's first uncle's house. Dandan, whose call was that? It was from eldest aunt. Brother has reached the top. What? We have a superstar in our family now. Brother is so awesome. He's the best. Little Ye has finally made a name for himself. At Zhang Ye's studio, screams and cheers erupted. It's done. God, Director Zhang has done it. Ah. At Yao Jinsai's house. Dad, look at this quick. I saw it already. God, Uncle Zhang has done it. He's really done it. This night ought to belong to him anyway. Little Zhang hasn't had it easy these past few years. This should be the best gift that the world can give him for the new year. I'm so happy for Uncle Zhang. At the team office of a heavenly queen. Heavens, Zhang Ye has really become an S-lister. That can't be possible. Just how much popularity has the Spring Festival Gala brought him? I've done some calculations. It should be an astronomical figure. This fellow is too fearsome. Little Lian, stop addressing him as this or that fellow. Zhang Ye is now on equal standing with our heavenly queen sister. Okay, sisterly, I understand. I'll pay attention to that. At Zhang Yuanqi's house, she was in a call with Feng Weiyang. Sister Zhang, Teacher Zhang has really done it. I see. Aren't you surprised? I am, but not by much. True. You already predicted that if there would be any changes to the S-list, the person coming up would definitely be Zhang Ye. At the team office of a heavenly king. This is truly unbelievable. It's Zhang Ye who's the unbelievable one. Damn, he really came up. Without much film credit to his name, not acting in any TV series, never taking on commercial appearances, and not even having a talent agency behind him. This person has actually reached the summit of the domestic entertainment circle. He has actually become one of the 7 S-listers. Oh my God, I'm not dreaming, am I? If anyone told me in the past that this would happen, I would never have believed it. He's really like some kind of god. Yeah, there has never been a celebrity like Zhang Ye in the entertainment industry. Nor will there be another like him in the future. He's truly one of a kind in the world of entertainment. In the crosstalk world, in a group chat. Fuck, he has really broken into the S-list. How the hell did this happen? What's going on with those heavenly kings and queens? Is there no one who can stop Zhang Ye? What are they all doing? With Zhang Ye reaching the summit, can the crosstalk world have a peaceful time? Wouldn't he come and scold us every other day? AI, there's nothing we can do even if he does that. We were the ones who scolded him so often in the past. The fact that Zhang Ye hasn't taken it up with us after he got married is already quite good. At an entertainment company, the world has changed. It's all to the credit of the Spring Festival Gala. It helped him ascend to the top. Before Zhang Ye got to the summit, the entertainment industry was already greatly troubled by him. Now that he's reached the top, will there be any peace in the entertainment circle? Who knows? Zhang Ye is just a bomb waiting to go off and show business. Yeah, even if there were going to be a change to the 7 spots of the S-list, many people in the industry were hoping that the person coming up would not be Zhang Ye. They would have accepted anyone but him. That's right. But it's always what we fear most that comes true. It just had to be this fellow who made it to the top. On Weibo, tonight's events will definitely go down in the annals of showbiz history. I don't know why, but I'm getting really excited over this as well. I love Zhang Ye so much. I'm so happy and proud of him. He deserves this. Even if there are some issues with this fellow, Zhang Ye is indeed well qualified to sit in this heavenly king's throne. The new generation has replaced the old. Congratulations, Zhang Ye. Ha ha ha. Zhang Ye must be ecstatic at home right now. I wonder if he'll show himself in public tomorrow. What would he say? Remember the time Zhang Ye left behind a poem after he was forced out? Vast snow clouds darken the skies, / the blowing north winds drive the geese, and snow. / worry not that close friends won't appear on the road ahead. / who in these lands don't appreciate you. Haha, wonderful, delightful. Those people who scolded and doubted him back then could never have expected that Zhang Ye would be able to ascend to the top of the entertainment circle one day. Who could have expected something like that? Although he hasn't exactly reached the status of being appreciated worldwide. But who in China doesn't know him? Zhang Ye has done it today. I've been waiting for the rankings index to be updated all this while, but I wasn't as excited as I thought I would be at the moment of revelation. Later on, I finally realized it was because Zhang Ye was already a heavenly king in my heart. Watching him come all the way here from the time he was just a radio host to becoming one of the top in the entertainment circle, I've actually witnessed all of that. This is truly an honor of a lifetime. The dust settled. The battle to reach the entertainment circle's summit ended. Zhang Ye had snatched a spot from one of those 7 people purely through his own abilities, and this indicated the birth of a new heavenly king in the Chinese entertainment circle. This was the biggest restructure to the entertainment circle in 10 years. This was the first time that the S-list rankings had changed in 10 years. Some people were cheering. Some were calling it good. Some were looking forward to it. Some were smiling bitterly over it. Some people broke down. Some people vomited blood. Some people were troubled. On this night, no one in the country was able to rest well. Zhang Ye, Zhang Ye, Zhang Ye. Online, in the households, on the streets, on the news, on television, this name was splashed everywhere. At home, in the villa, the constant ringing of the cell phone broke the silence of Zhang Ye and Wu Ziqing's time together. Wu Ziqing smiled and said, "Take it." "All right," Zhang Ye said with a smile. The call connected. "Zhang, you must treat us to a meal." "But of course." "Haha, congratulations." "Thanks, and congratulations to you too." "Oh, what's there to congratulate me for?" "You know, when you go out in the future, you can brag that you're friends with Lord Zhang. People are going to respect you so much because of that." "Shut up." "Ha ha ha." His phone was exploding with the continuous calls from his family and friends. Ha Chi-Chi, Chen Guang, Zhang Xia, Yao Jiankai, Fan Wenli, Zhang Yuanqi, Dong Shanshan, Yu Yingyi, his younger sisters, his uncles, his aunties, his paternal cousin, Deputy Station Head Hong, Deputy Minister Zhou, Hu Fei, Ho Gu, Ho Di, etc. In the end, even Lillian, who was on the other side of the globe, received this news and called over to congratulate him. It was his moment of glory. Old Wu was there with him. His friends were there with him. This was a night that Zhang Ye was destined to never forget. Chapter 1361. Chapter 1361. Documentary Interview. A Day in the Life of Zhang Ye. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. On the 4th day of the new year. In the morning, the newspapers went on sale. Birth of a heavenly king. Zhang Ye mightily ascends to summit. Showbiz could be entering new era. Many celebrities offer congratulations on Weibo. Zhang Ye reaches new popularity high. Switching on the television, it was all news of Zhang Ye as well. Central TV. Tonight, A Date with Yin Mei will have a special feature episode. The famous interview host, Yin Mei, shall be taking a step into Zhang Ye's house to bring everyone the realest side of him. They will be following Zhang Ye around for a day to document his private and work life on camera. Are you ready for Zhang Ye's first appearance since he became a heavenly king? On Weibo. Wow. It's coming, it's coming. Haha. A Date with Yin Mei is coming. I'm really looking forward to the interview. Right? I've never seen Zhang Ye in his daily life before. It's his debut appearance on a show after becoming a heavenly king. I have been watching this show. It's rather interesting. I just want to see Wu Ziqing. Actually, me too. Chief Wu is so beautiful. If Zhang Ye's wife had abandoned public office to join the entertainment industry, she would definitely be much more popular than this fellow. Ha 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 ha, agreed. Just for Chief Wu alone, I have become a flamer-turned fan of the SARFD. The interview is with Zhang Ye. Can you guys be serious? They should already be filming it now, right? Let's wait for tonight to watch. +1. At home, it was past 7 a.m. Zhang Ye was up very early today because he had an appointment for an interview. However, he did not expect that Yin Mei and her team would be even earlier. He had just opened his eyes when the doorbell downstairs rang. Oh, they're here. I think so. Can you answer the door, old Wu? Okay. Wu Ziqing went to open the door. Zhang Ye yawned as he made his way down the stairs. He and Yin Mei were already very familiar with each other as they had worked together during the Spring Festival Gala. Outside the door, a casually dressed Yin Mei was standing there with a smile. Behind her was only a single cameraman. The camera was already on and recording. From the time Yin Mei had knocked on the door, the camera was already recording. They were here to document Zhang Ye's day at home and work after all, so it would surely be recording throughout the day. Yin Mei smiled and said, Chief Wu, Happy New Year. Wu Ziqing smiled. You're here? Come on in. The camera focused on her for a short while. Sorry to disturb you. Yin Mei stepped into the house and said with her head lowered, I have to change into slippers, right? Zhang Ye came up to them and said generously, Hi. There's no need. Just walk around as you like and treat this as your own home. The camera shifted focus to Zhang Ye. Yin Mei smiled and said, Director Zhang, I'll be following you around today. Wherever you go to, I'll be coming along too. Whatever you eat, I will be having it as well. So please do take care of me. Zhang Ye said, That depends on how big of an appetite you have. Yin Mei smiled. I can eat quite a lot. Zhang Ye said. Then let me think if I should take care of you. The few of them laughed. Yin Mei said, there's actually nothing too special about today's interview. Just go on with your daily life as usual and chat with me when you can spare some time. You can ignore me when you're busy, but I'll be following and observing you. Zhang Ye blinked and said, just go on with my daily life as usual? Yin Mei nodded and smiled. Yes, we want to capture the realest side of how you live. Zhang Ye turned around and walked away. All right. Oh, where are you going? Yin Mei was taken aback. Zhang Ye said, I'll head back to bed for another 2 hours. I usually sleep until 9 a.m. Yin Mei giggled. Pfft. The cameraman also burst out laughing. Wu Ziqing grinned. Ignore him. That's how he is. Zhang Ye was just kidding anyway, so of course he didn't really head back to bed. Yin Mei looked at Wu Ziqing. Is your husband always like this? Wu Ziqing laughed and said, yes, he's usually like this, always joking. Yin Mei asked, may I look around your house? Sure, please feel free. Wu Ziqing did not stay with them and headed off to make breakfast. Upstairs, Yin Mei and the cameraman came up. Zhang Ye was brushing his teeth in the bathroom when he saw her coming up. He mumbled with the toothbrush still in his mouth. Old Yin, you two haven't had breakfast yet, right? Yin Mei said, not yet. Zhang Ye said happily, it's not that I'm bragging, but you should try my wife's cooking. I guarantee you that you won't want to leave after today. He spat out the toothpaste foam without a care, then rinsed his mouth and spat out the water before saying again, don't doubt me. I'm not lying. Yin Mei said, looking forward to it. You're making me hungry. Zhang Ye wiped his face and stepped out in his slippers. You're hungry? Come, let's go. Breakfast was ready. Yin Mei said politely, thank you, Chief Wu. Wu Ziqing said, no need to be so polite. Yin Mei said, do you usually make the meals at home? Wu Ziqing smiled and said, I don't really have time to cook often. He's busy with his work and I'm busy with mine as well, so we don't usually get to have dinner together. Zhang Ye was really showing off. Here, take a bite. Sure. Yin Mei picked up the chopsticks and tasted the food. She then gave a surprised expression. This is really too good. Zhang Ye laughed heartily. See, I wasn't lying, right? Yin Mei immediately turned to the camera and said, it's not that I'm being flattering here, but this is so good that I could die. Zhang Ye boasted, you still haven't had a taste of my wife's specialty dishes. Let's wait for lunch so that you can find out for yourself what I mean. Ring, ring, ring. At this moment, Zhang Ye's cell phone rang. He picked it up and said, Old Ha. What's the matter? Okay. Yes, I understand. Let's talk when I get back to the office. All right, sure. They hung up. Zhang Ye said to old Wu, something has come up at the studio. I have to go back to the office for a bit. Wu Ziqing asked, will you be back for lunch? Zhang Ye said helplessly, I'll have to see. I might not be able to if it gets busy over there. After breakfast, Zhang Ye put on his jacket and left. Yin Mei and the cameraman followed him into the car. In the car, Zhang Ye stepped on the accelerator and drove out of the neighborhood. Then, he turned his head to the front passenger seat where Yin Mei was sitting and said, sometimes I feel sorry for my wife. A lot of times after she's finished cooking, and just as I'm picking up my chopsticks to eat, I receive a call about some urgent matters that I have to attend to immediately. There are times when I really feel like taking a break for half a year, but it's not something that I can do. People like us who do this for a living, can we really just take a break whenever we want? Are we just going to ignore the viewers? Abandon our work? Disregard the fans? There are so many people waiting to see us, and so many people depending on us for their livelihoods as well. So how can we just drop everything without a care? We have to get to our feet even if we're paralyzed. Yin Mei sighed and said, I have it a little better than you. My workload is not that great, although it does get quite busy at times, and I can't go home since I travel for work. Zhang Ye asked, Old Yin, are you single? Yin Mei smiled and said, I'm currently single. My marriage broke down precisely because we couldn't understand each other's work commitments. I don't think I'll settle down again before retirement. The atmosphere became a little heavy. Both of them understood this feeling quite well. Zhang Ye was driving along when he suddenly started talking to himself. Worried my affection breaks my vows, one. Still fearful of beauty's allure and seclusion. In this world, who can fulfill both callings? Faithful to Buddha, faithful to you. Yin Mei fell silent. This poem had mercilessly struck at her heart. The cameraman also drew in a deep breath. Director Zhang. May I request for a piece of calligraphy from you? What calligraphy? The poem you just recited. Sure, I'll get someone to send it over to you after I write it down. Thank you. You're welcome. Chapter 1362. A Song Called the Clown. Chapter 1362. A Song Called the Clown. Translator, Leg. Editor, Leg. Later that morning, Jiamen East. In the neighborhood the studio was located, Zhang Ye's car got surrounded by reporters the moment it drove in. A large number of fans were also crowding around and shouting Zhang Ye's name. Zhang Ye, please give me an autograph. Congratulations to you. Heavenly King. Heavenly King. Zhang Ye, I love you. It was bustling and alive in the neighborhood. In the car, Yanmei was wordlessly marveling at this. It was the first time she was witnessing Zhang Ye's popularity up close. What do we do now? Zhang Ye was clearly very familiar with such situations. Just stay in the car and wait. He opened the car door and got down to walk towards the fans. He signed autographs for them one by one while answering questions from the reporters who were standing close by their audio recorders and microphones out. Soon after, Ha Chi-Chi, Zhang Zhua, and the others rushed forward to take over the task of handling the reporters. Meanwhile, Zhang Ye finished signing autographs for the fans and also satisfied all requests of taking photos with them. In the end, he excused himself from his fans, and they were also very understanding about it, parting to let him through. Thank you. Thank you, Teacher Zhang. Love you to death. Lord Zhang, I'll always support you. Teacher Zhang, I just enjoy watching you scolding people. Haha, I finally have a picture together with Teacher Zhang. I even got to touch his hand. Hee. I've decided not to wash my hands for the next 3 days. Zhang Ye got back onto the car and drove in. Yanmei did not quite understand the situation. Are you like this every day? Zhang Ye smiled and said, What do you mean? Yanmei asked, Don't you avoid the reporters? Zhang Ye said, If I have urgent matters to attend to, there's no choice but to avoid them. But if I'm free, I'll answer as many questions as I can. The larger news agencies and TV stations can easily schedule an appointment for an interview, just like in your case. But the smaller media outlets don't even have a chance to do so, so it isn't easy for them too. Some of them start staking out at 5 a.m. during the winter while it's snowing heavily just for a chance to ask some questions, but might not even get any work accomplished for their efforts. I just have to answer some simple questions that they pose or do an impromptu interview with them, none of which takes up too much time. But because of that, they might be able to keep their jobs and bring home the bacon for their families. So what does it matter to me to just say a few extra words to them? Hearing that, Yanmei was taken aback. She was really taken aback. Yanmei said, Director Zhang, this is the first time I've heard such words from a celebrity. You're such a kind person. Zhang Ye smiled and said, Kind? There aren't too many people who would describe me as that. They got out of the car. Yanmei shook her head. Nobody would give autographs and take pictures with their fans one by one either, especially for a celebrity of your status. I've heard before that you never reject your fans' requests for autographs and pictures, but I thought that was just a rumor. Now that I've seen it for myself, I finally believe it. You're really kind. Zhang Ye laughed and said, It's not easy for someone to like another person. So just based on that, if they request an autograph, would it really be right to reject them? It's not a matter of whether I am kind or not. Haha. I also do not think that I'm a kind person anyway. All I keep doing is taking advantage of other people every day. You just haven't seen how I get scolded by them. Ha Chi-Chi and the others returned after they finished handling the reporters. Everyone went upstairs together. Zhang Ye said as he walked, I've always been someone who would not let others be happy if they made me unhappy. If they make me happy, I'll surely make them happy as well. We only have status as celebrities because of the fans and the ordinary folks supporting us. It's all due to them that we are who we are. Otherwise, we couldn't have the good food and clothes that we have. If someone saw you on the streets and called out to you, Hey, Zhang Ye, can I take a picture with you? Would you just turn your head and leave? If that happened, that person would probably be very disappointed in you for their entire life. It's just a few seconds of your time. Surely it wouldn't hurt to make someone happy if you could spare it, right? Yanmei sincerely said, I've learned something. She now realized that Zhang Ye was different from all the other celebrities that she had interviewed before. No fronts, no hypocrisy, no deceit. This was just someone who was very sincere, even if he had some shortcomings here and there. When they got upstairs, Zhang Ye began working. Yanmei stayed close by to observe. No one was bothered by her presence. His work today required his urgent attention. The executive director of the Spring Lantern Festival Gala 1, which would be taking place in a few days, had come to seek advice from Zhang Ye. Even if Director Shun was much older than him, and was also a veteran gala director of Central TV, he still came over with the sincere hope that he could learn something from Zhang Ye. Little Zhang, you've got to help me out. Old Shun, take a seat. Help me look at this skit. All right, let me go through it. I think it's not too bad, but it still feels like something is lacking. Oh, I've gone through this skit by Old He before. Yes, it's one of the skits that was submitted for the Spring Festival Gala's first approval session. Then I'll share with you my personal views on it. I think that the problem with this skit lies here. He kept working until noon. After Director Shin left, Zhang Ye said to Yanmei, "Let's go back to my place for lunch." But Ha Chi-Chi said, "Director Zhang, the advertisers will be arriving very soon." Zhang Ye asked, "There's still more work?" Ha Chi-Chi nodded and said, "You've just broken into the S list, so 2 of our endorsement advertisers would like to make some changes to their ad campaigns. They want to make use of your ascension into the S list as part of their ad campaign. But since their advertisements were planned out by you, they're requesting that you go through it first. They only dare to submit it if it's to your agreement." Zhang Ye checked his watch. "When are they arriving?" Ha Chi-Chi said, "In 15 minutes. Zhang Ye looked at Yanmei helplessly. "Are you fine with eating box lunch?" "I'll have whatever you're having," Yanmei said with a smile. Zhang Ye called Little Wong over. "Bring us meals quickly. We still have lots of work to attend to after lunch." Then he called Old Wu. "Old Wu, we won't be able to go back for lunch." "It's fine. Eat by yourself. Don't wait for me." "All right, what about dinner?" "I'm not sure. We'll see how that goes." At 2:30 p.m., the advertisement matters were finalized and tied up. Zhang Ye was just about to take a break when something else popped up. His Weibo account and official website were attacked by hackers. Initial investigations judged that the attack was carried out spontaneously by the fans of the previous Heavenly King who had been replaced by Zhang Ye. What are the losses like? There isn't really much of a loss, but the effect from the attack is pretty big. Your Weibo account has really been hacked this time. Director Zhang has said that his account was hacked so many times in the past. It looks like it has happened for real this time. You guys still have time to crack jokes? Damn, hurry up and handle the issue. Past 3 in the afternoon. The issue was finally resolved. Zhang Ye said to Yanmei, "So how is it? Wasn't it really boring to follow me around for today's interview? I don't really have much to do here except to deal with crap." Yanmei smiled and said, "It's indeed quite different from what I was expecting." Zhang Ye looked at his watch. "Is the interview ending soon?" Yanmei nodded. "Thank you for your time today, Director Zhang. Congratulations again for getting into the domestic S list. I also wish that you can continue going higher and further from here." Zhang Ye said happily, "Thank you." Yanmei looked at him and said, "So at the end of it all, there's one last question I have for you. I've been thinking about something all this while during the interview, but I just can't figure it out, nor could I come to a proper conclusion. Therefore, I would like to ask you, what do you think being a celebrity means? What did it mean to be a celebrity? What was a celebrity?" This was quite a difficult question to answer. Ha Chi-Chi looked at Zhang Ye. Little Wong glanced over. Zhang Zhua, Wu Yi, and the others sat down to listen. After some thought, Zhang Ye suddenly raised his head and looked at a wall with a mask was hanging from it. It was the mask of the clown from his time on King of Masked Singers. He had kept it with him all this time and hung it on the wall. He asked, "Old Yin, do you know about this mask?" Yanmei smiled and said, "It's the clown's mask." Zhang Ye said without warning, "Would you like to listen to a song?" Yanmei did not catch his drift. "Listen to a song?" Zhang Ye laughed and said, "Would you?" Little Wong raised her hand. I wanna. Wu Yi laughed and said, "Of course." Tong Fu applauded. "Director Zhang, hit us with it." Yanmei looked at him. "Of course I'd like to listen to it." Zhang Ye walked over and picked up a guitar. However, he did not sit down, leaning against the wall as he strummed the strings. Everyone was applauding and cheering as they waited for Zhang Ye to showcase his singing. On the same night, a date with Yin Mei was broadcast. Zhang Ye's interview had been edited into an hour-long show. Countless people were sitting and watching TV as they waited to see Zhang Ye's first appearance on television since reaching the summit. They were all looking forward to seeing what Zhang Ye would say to the world. His mother was watching. His father was watching. His sisters were watching. Wu Ziqing was watching. Zhang Yuanqi was watching. Zhang Xiao was watching. Ning Lan was watching. Yao Jiankai was watching. The other heavenly kings and queens were watching. Everyone in the entertainment circle was watching. The country's citizens were all watching. They thought that Zhang Ye would be extremely happy. They thought that Zhang Ye would be in high spirits. They even thought that Zhang Ye might speak conceitedly during the show. Reaching the summit of the entertainment circle was something that many celebrities would never achieve in their lives. But that didn't happen. There wasn't any of that at all. When that song played, when that sorrowful melody sounded from the television, everyone was stunned agape as they watched Zhang Ye play the guitar and sing on screen. Sorrowful? Why was it a sorrowful melody? Celebrity? What did it mean to be a celebrity? Zhang Ye was singing in a deep voice too. Applause rings out amid the shouts and cheers. Smiles welling up along with tears. The rising curtain delivers you happiness. The falling curtain reserves solitude for him. How much practice and how many tears does it take to stand right here? The pain of failure, the encouragement from success. Does anyone know how much time and effort it took to progress? The clown, he who turns sadness into delight and presents it to you. On TV, the camera cut to Yanmei. Everyone could see that tears were flooding down her face. Watching TV, Fan Wenli looked shocked. Zhang Xiao's eyes reddened. Chen Guang sighed as he stared out the window. Zhang Yuanqi closed her eyes and thought of many things. Yao Jiankai sighed and sniffed. His mother looked at her son and felt very heartbroken. Dong Shanshan was stunned and her tears started falling for some reason. The clown, he who turns sadness into delight and presents it to you. A date with Yin Mei concluded, but a lot of people watching TV could not calm down for the longest time. Many of them had been deeply moved by this song called The Clown. What was a celebrity? Perhaps this was what it meant to be a celebrity. Chapter 1363, Competing for Heaps of the Highest Awards. Chapter 1363, Competing for Heaps of the Highest Awards. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The next day, there were reposts all over Weibo. It was also heavily reposted on everyone's moments. Zhang Ye's interview was on fire. The poem and song were extremely touching. In the impressions of many people around the country, Zhang Ye had always been a comedian. He was often known for starting trouble, taking advantage of people, and dealing many face-smacking moments to others. He also entertained the public from time to time and had some stunning works as well, which were either amazing, funny, or wondrous. He was always able to bring laughter and joy to everyone. A lot of people would break out into laughter the moment they saw him. So they subconsciously thought that Zhang Ye would also be the same in his private life. But after watching A Date with Yanmei, when they saw the most authentic side of Zhang Ye's daily life, when that poem was presented in a self-questioning sort of way, when that song was sung with a sorrowful voice, many of the people fell silent. A lot of people also teared up over it. A song Zhang Ye sang spontaneously at his studio had touched many of them. At the studio, everyone was replaying the interview from yesterday, even though they had already watched it countless times. When Zhang Ye arrived, everyone gathered around him and started chattering away. Director Zhang, good morning. Director Zhang is here. Director Zhang is here. Did you watch the interview last night? The effects of the show were amazing. I cried a total of 2 times yesterday. Once was during your singing here at the studio, and the other was when I went home to watch the show on TV. The Clown was sung so well. Yeah, it was so stunning. They're also talking about it to no end on the internet. A lot of celebrities reposted the link to last night's show. The results of your interview are great. Our Heavenly King's debut show was a great success. Zhang Ye had not expected that this interview would cause such a big stir either. In his previous world, The Clown had always been a song that he liked very much. However, it wasn't exactly mainstream, and its popularity was clearly not comparable to that of Spring Days, Because of Love, and many of the other classics. When he heard Yanmei asking him what it meant to be a celebrity, he got a jolt of inspiration and thought of this song that he sang to them. Who could have thought it would get such a great response? Zhang Ye smiled and said, "If I knew, I would have sung it better." Ha Chi said, "It was already very good." "How was that good?" Zhang Ye shrugged. I didn't even tune the guitar or play it properly. And I also forgot to warm up my voice before singing. But Zhang's would disagree. That's what makes it realistic. Little Wang agreed. Right. That was why it managed to touch so many people. Ha Chi said. Correct. This song isn't exactly suitable to be sung in a proper manner. Zhang Ye smiled and said, all right then. He checked his watch. What time is the awards ceremony? Ha Chi said, it's still early, but we have to get your makeup done in advance. The makeup artists at the awards ceremony are not good enough, so we'll be bringing our own over. Zhang Ye sighed. I'm not an idol. Why would I need to put on makeup? Little Wang said anxiously. How will that do? You're now a heavenly king, so your status is very different. Ha Chi laughed. Right? We know that you dislike having makeup on, but this is unavoidable. The awards ceremonies over the next few days are all quite important and will require you to dress up properly for it. So please just regard it as a form of respect. Zhang Ye chuckled and said, all right, I'll let you guys handle things. The studio's team was growing larger and larger, and they had also recruited a dedicated makeup artist of their own. The makeup artist was a woman who had joined Zhang Ye's team for some time already. However, she hadn't really been put to work much. This was actually her first time seeing a celebrity who didn't like having makeup done. Moreover, he would even glare whenever there was any mention of having him get makeup. This left the female makeup artist with not much work to do. All she did was sit around all day, and this nearly drove her crazy. But she was finally able to get a chance to do something. Her eyes had turned green from all the waiting. Putting on makeup, removing the makeup, putting on makeup again, changing the hairstyle. She came up with 4 different styles for him. The female makeup artist was finally able to get her money's worth at doing her job. Zhang Ye could only roll his eyes as he let her fiddle with his hair. Ha Chi was looking at something in her hands as she said to him, Director Zhang, the interview yesterday came at just the right time and has addressed our most urgent concerns so far. When you ascended into the S-list during the night several days ago, I had a look at the popularity score rankings. We were in 7th and last place, and we weren't that far off from that ex-heavenly king who had been squeezed out by you on the S-list. The two of you were only separated by a very small difference in the popularity scores, and he could have easily caught back up to you if he experienced any breakout in his popularity, so it was still a very dangerous position to be in. It was not that safe, and we couldn't relax yet. Although there hasn't been any precedent of a heavenly king or queen dropping off so shortly after making it into the S-list due to an aggregation effect, it isn't guaranteed. Little Wang blinked. Would we become the most short-lived S-lister then? Tong Fu shot her a glance. That mouth of yours. Don't jinx it. Little Wang hurriedly spat away her words. Me and my big mouth. Zhang Ye acknowledged her, thinking about how he never considered this point. How much are we in the lead by? Not by much. Ha Chi said, but after yesterday's interview went viral, it helped us to put out the fire that was approaching and even gave us a push to open up a gap. But if we want to play it safe, we have to gain at least an 80% lead over our rival. Therefore, we must secure a few of the awards in the coming few days. Zhang Ye laughed and said, it's a good thing that Director Zhang has had quite a bit of work this year. Ha Chi said, that's right. We were nominated for many of the awards, so we have a chance of fighting for them. Zhang Ye said, it looks like these awards are really quite crucial. All right then, let's contend for as many as possible. We aren't going to reject any of them. After the new year, it was time for many Chinese awards ceremonies to be held. A lot of the highest awards ceremonies were concentrated and given out during this period of time. It was unnecessary to mention how great of an honor the highest awards would bring. This was the greatest affirmation that a celebrity could get, and the awards would also be a contributing factor to their popularity scores. So there was still a possibility that there could be some changes in this period. If that ex-heavenly king took home several of the highest awards given out and increased his popularity score by 30%, he could surpass Zhang Ye's current popularity score and regain his place among the S-listers. But of course, the highest Chinese awards would only have an effect on the Chinese celebrity rankings. On the Asian and international celebrity rankings, there wouldn't be any effect. A similar attribute was included in the Asian Celebrity Rankings Index, but that would only be contributed to by a win in an Asian or international awards ceremony. Elsewhere, at the ex-Heavenly King's team office, at this moment, they were only known as the top A-list celebrities team. Can we still fight our way back up? There's still hope. Yes, there's still a chance. If we can win 2 or 3 awards, we can reclaim the spot that we lost. Zhang Ye has no works in the area of films. Everyone, let's do our best. There won't be any problems for sure. Let's fight it out with Zhang Ye. We have to regain our spot on the S list. The battle for the highest awards kicked off. Everyone in the media, the industry, and even the public were waiting to see how it would turn out. Chapter 1364. Chapter 1364. The annual Most Popular Celebrity of the Year award winner is announced. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. On the news. A flurry of awards to be presented to their winners. Will Zhang Ye be able to keep his Heavenly King status? The annual Most Popular Celebrity of the Year award has turned into the Most Watched Celebrity of the Year award. Who will be the biggest winner of the year? The battle for the awards will be unveiled tonight. It's time for an assessment of the celebrity's past year. Who will take the top honors? In the evening, outside the venue of an awards ceremony, many reporters were present. It was a gathering of the stars, and their fans were screaming for them. One by one, the celebrities' cars arrived, and they got out of their rides before heading into the venue. Ah, Sister Zhang is here. Sister Zhang is so beautiful. Sister Zhang, I love you. Wow, it's Jiang Hanwei. All the best, old Jiang. I love you. Ah, it's Sect Leader Hua. Sect Leader Hua. Wave to me. God, Sect Leader Hua looked at me. The reporters' DSLRs were snapping away. The fans were shouting in a frenzy around the perimeter. Zhang Ye's car was also lining up outside to get in. Whenever he spotted someone familiar through the windows, he would wave at them with a smile. Today, he had only brought along Ha Chi-Chi and Yang Shu, who was acting as his chauffeur. When he first saw that some celebrities would bring their families to walk down the red carpet together, he pondered whether he should also bring old Wu with him. But after some consideration, he decided to scrap the idea. It was better not to show off in such a way. It might still be okay if this was a private event, but since his wife was an executive at the SARFT, it would surely be better for her not to accompany him into work-related events. Zhang Ye was also afraid that it would scare the organizers. A car pulled up beside his, and the car's window rolled down. It was Ning Lan's smiling face. Yo, Teacher Zhang. Zhang Ye also rolled his window down and pretended to say politely, Yo, Teacher Ning. Ning Lan smiled and said, How does it feel to be a heavenly king? Zhang Ye sighed and said, I still don't know if I can keep the title. I need to discuss something with you, Ning Lan suddenly said. Zhang Ye asked, Discuss what? Ning Lan said, I quite like the song The Clown. I would like to cover it and have a shot at the music scene to test my chances, so can we discuss the authorization of that? Zhang Ye shrugged. Sure, just sing it if you like. Ning Lan said, All right, you're great. It's settled then. Zhang Ye said happily, It's no big deal. Ning Lan then waved at him. All right, I'll go ahead then. Zhang Ye was taken aback. Damn, did you just cut in line? Ha ha ha. Ning Lan's car had already driven in front of his. Zhang Ye rolled his eyes. When they reached the front, it was finally their turn for the red carpet walk. Ning Lan got off the car. She walked down the red carpet with an extraordinary air and waved to her fans who were standing on both sides, triggering squeals from them. Ning Lan. It's Ning Lan. My goddess. Ning Lan, I love you. Ning Lan was very eye-catching in her long white dress. Her long legs and long stride allowed her to travel several meters in just a few steps. When her car drove off, Zhang Ye's car pulled in and stopped there. As Yang Shu was not a professional chauffeur, her driving skills were really not that great. She tried for a long time to bring the car to a stop with some jarring movements and got so nervous that she was sweating all over her forehead. Finally, she managed to stop it right beside the red carpet. But this display made many of the staff and reporters at the venue roll their eyes. Who is this? Can't you hire a better driver? Why did you get a female driver to send you here? When the car door opened, Zhang Ye appeared. The reporters were dumbfounded. What? It's Zhang Ye's car? Uft. You're a heavenly king. Can you not be such a comedian? It's Zhang Ye. The new heavenly king has arrived. Quick, get more pictures. Yeah, take more pictures of him. In the whole of the current Chinese entertainment industry, Zhang Ye was clearly the celebrity who attracted the most attention. No one else came close. So the reporters present would obviously give him special attention. Zhang Ye maintained his smile as he walked forward. He looked at the people on both sides of the red carpet and waved to them just like the other celebrities had done before him. The fans screamed, "Zhang Ye, the scammer has arrived. What do you have to say about the 5 deceptions? Haha, you still dare to come here today?" All of a sudden, someone started booing with a E. With that, this sound started ringing out in the venue. E, 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 ha ha ha. Everyone hooted. The reporters were taken back before cramping up with laughter. Ning Lan, who was walking ahead of him, nearly stumbled. Chen Guang, Zhang Xia, and some others who had just entered the venue were also bent over in laughter when they heard the ruckus outside. Zhang Ye nearly fainted. "Your sister. What kind of reception did the other celebrities get when they arrived? They were all being cheered for. So why is it that when I arrive, all I'm getting is this fucking hooting? And all of this is even getting recorded on video." However, the crowd was still unsatisfied. "Our booing isn't in unison. Yeah, it sounds really messy. I suggest we do it again." "Sure. Agreed. Support. Get ready, everyone. 1, 2, 3. Yeet." There was shouting everywhere, followed by loud laughter. This interaction had never happened before. Zhang Ye was dismayed and nearly vomited blood. When Ning Lan saw this, she stopped in her tracks and waited a while for him. Then, when Zhang Ye caught up to her, she gently linked arms with Zhang Ye and finished walking the red carpet together with him. This helped to diffuse the situation a little for Zhang Ye. Ning Lan giggled. "I'm a loyal friend, aren't I?" Zhang Ye also chuckled. "Nice. I didn't give that song to you for nothing then." Ning Lan laughed. "Ha ha ha ha." At the back, there was a car not too far away. The expression on the ex-Heavenly King's face was a sullen one. He seemed to be thinking about something. However, his agent and assistant were both delighted at the sight of Zhang Ye getting booed. Look, the public did not forget about how he deceived them. Yes, it looks like we really have a chance this time. As long as Zhang Ye does not get crowned the most popular male celebrity, our chances of returning to the S-list are much higher. The importance of this award is tremendous. Look at the fans' attitudes towards him. How can he possibly be popular? Yeah, he's offended too many people. Inside the venue of the award ceremony, several of Zhang Ye's friends were waiting at the front for him. When Zhang Ye arrived, they immediately got down to making fun of him. Zhang Xia said in amusement, "Why is your entrance always different from others?" Zhang Ye said in dismay, "Grandma Zhang, let's not bring that up right now, shall we?" Chen Guang belly laughed. "This is the first time I've encountered a situation like this. Let me laugh a while longer." Hu Dongfang also came over. "Teacher Zhang, what's with those lousy social relations of yours?" Xiaodong, Amy, and Li Shaoxian were also laughing over there. "Director Zhang, you've opened all of our eyes today." Zhang Ye rolled his eyes. "Laugh all you want. This bro is not going to bother arguing with you people." He harumphed and went off to find his seat. Row 1, seat 5. Where was it? Oh, over here. In the end, he bumped straight into Zhang Yuanqi and her manager, Fang Weihong. Zhang Yuanqi said with a laugh, "I heard that the people were booing you in unison when you walked down the red carpet just now." Zhang Ye exclaimed, "Why does everyone seem to know about this? Who's the one spreading rumors?" Fang Weihong laughed loudly. "A good deed goes unnoticed, but a scandal spreads far and wide." In no time at all, the celebrities and staff at the venue were all happily talking about this. "Hey, did you hear about it? About that incident involving Teacher Zhang?" "Yeah. Ha 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 ha. Of course I heard about it. It's killing me, it's so funny. Yeah, I laughed so hard I couldn't breathe." Teacher Zhang is indeed the biggest oddity in the domestic entertainment circle. Something like this can only happen to him. Didn't you see the dumbfounded looks on the reporters' faces? Even they've never come across something like that before. Soon, the award ceremony officially started. Talking, speeches, performances. An hour later, the main show began. The biggest prize of the night was finally going to be presented. Next up is an award that a lot of people are looking forward to the most. It is also the most important and prestigious award today. We will be revealing the winners of the most popular male and female Celebrity of the Year awards without any further ado. The most popular female Celebrity of the Year award goes to Zhang Yuan. Chi. Applause sounded from the audience. "Congratulations, Sister Zhang, congratulations. A well-deserved winner. We already guessed it would be you. Congratulations." Not long after. Next, we will be announcing the winner of the Most Popular Male Celebrity of the Year award. And the winner is... Who will the award go to? The winner is Zhang Ye. Instantly, applause thundered. Wow, it's been won by Zhang Ye. Congratulations. Director Zhang, congratulations. That's so amazing. Ha ha, we're in for a treat. This is a huge prize. Teacher Zhang, you're the winner of the award this year. Zhang Ye was very surprised. Many of those at the venue were also very surprised. The Most Popular Celebrity of the Year award was one of the highest awards the entertainment circle gave out. Those who received this prize were the most reputable and popular celebrities around. Zhang Ye. He had the popularity, and he had the qualifications as well. But did he have the reputation? Was there even a less reputable celebrity in the entertainment circle after him? In the second row, that ex-heavenly king did not say a word at all. His agent and assistant sitting beside him were both dumbfounded. How is that possible? Why is it him? How is he even popular? That's right. Didn't the people just boo him? This is impossible. At this moment, that ex-heavenly king looked at them and sighed. Can't you two see? The people were only booing him because they like him from the bottom of their hearts. His agent was stunned. His assistant also fell silent. Booing him because they liked him? They liked him from the bottom of their hearts. Chapter 1365. Target, the Asian S-List. Chapter 1365. Target, the Asian S-List. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. 2 days later. Shanghai. The annual music awards ceremony was held. The stars gathered and the awards were given out one after another. The nominees for the Best Lyrics Award are Chun Guang, A Small World, Zhang Ye, Exaggerated, Zhang Ye, I Really Love You, Zhao Yunji, Blossom of a Dream, Sun Tiandong, White Birch. And now for the announcement of the winner for this year's Best Lyrics Award. The winner is Zhang Ye. Exaggerated. Applause rang out. Everyone gave their congratulations. Congratulations. Haha, congratulations, Director Zhang. This is a good start. There was no doubt that Teacher Zhang would win this award. Yeah, he has written so many good songs this year. Yeah, if we really base it on the quality of the lyrics, it wouldn't be too much even if Zhang Ye had 10 of his songs shortlisted for the Best Lyrics Award. For this award, Old Chun is still not a match for him. Zhang Ye has total dominance here. It's time for the Song Composition Award. Let's see who wins the Best Composition Award. Moving on, the next award was announced. The nominees for the Best Composition Award are Zhang Ye, I Am What I Am, Shu Han, A Little Dance Tune, Zhang Ye, Because of Love, Su Qi, Boundless Spring. Now to announce the winner of this year's Best Composition Award. And the winner is Teacher Zhang Ye. Because of Love. There was applause. Wow, another one. Impressive, Teacher Zhang. Director Zhang, you owe us 3 meals now. You've won both the annual Lyrics and Song Composition Awards. Only 2 people have achieved this in the history of the music awards. Yeah, only 2 people have won it simultaneously. Don't worry, there's still the Song of the Year award up for grabs. Yeah, Zhang. You might just become the first person in history to win all 3 of those awards. Finally, it was time to announce the Song of the Year award. And the award for Song of the Year goes to... Which is the first song that comes to everyone's minds? Which song will it be? I hereby announce that the award for Song of the Year goes to the King of Karaoke. Applause rang out through the venue. A lot of people even gave a standing ovation and cheered Zhang Ye. This song is truly good. He's gotten the trifecta. It's the first time that this has happened. 3 of the most important awards have been presented to Zhang Ye. It's a pity that he did not win the Best Arrangement award as well. Other than the Best Newcomer, the Best Arrangement, the Best Band, the Best Group, and some of the other awards, Zhang Ye has gotten all that he could get. Zhang Ye is definitely the biggest winner tonight. The next day, Nanjing, the film awards ceremony was held. The Best Actor, the Best Actress, the Best Director, the Best Screenwriter, the Best Adaptation, and other film awards were given out. All of these awards naturally had nothing to do with Zhang Ye. And the day after that, at night, the annual Best Director Award was given out. This was a directing awards ceremony that was independent of the Film Industry Awards. The annual award for Best Variety Director goes to Zhang Ye. The annual award for Best Film Director goes to Li Ke. The Annual award for Best Director goes to Zhang Ye. This announcement for the final award shocked many industry insiders. What? The Best Director award was given to Zhang Ye? Ah, that is way too surprising. The Darkest Dark Horse has won. This is a top award that covers all of the other director awards. It's usually given out to a film director since the artistic qualities of a film definitely surpass those of the variety and TV industries. It's always been the case every year, so why was it given out to a variety director this time? This is unprecedented. It wasn't given out to a variety director. Then what is it for? The highest honor in directing was given out to the gala director. You mean the Spring Festival Gala? So that's how it is. You've enlightened me. It makes sense if that's the case. So it was presented to the executive director of the Spring Festival Gala. With the heights that this year's Spring Festival Gala has reached, the presentation of this award is indeed faultless. On the same night, at another award ceremony that was held at the same time, the award for Best Dance goes to. There's absolutely no suspense to who's winning this prize. And the winner is Thousand Hand Guanyin. The Thousand Hand Guanyin was awarded the highest prize in the dance category. As the choreographer and planner of this dance, Zhang Ye went up on stage to accept the award with Qi Xiaomei and a representative of the deaf-mute dance troupe. Another day later, at the venue of an awards ceremony. Next, we will be announcing the Outstanding Artist of the Year award. And the winner is Zhang Ye. 1, 5, 10. Over several days, many awards were given out. In this time, Zhang Ye collected so many awards that his hands went soft. Of the many awards given out, only a few of them counted as the highest awards and would count towards the popularity score in the celebrity rankings. Most of the other awards did not contribute any points to a celebrity's popularity, like the Most Outstanding Artist of the Year, which may sound quite important, but was in fact just a prize that was given out by some local organizations rather than being some national award. Then, there were the awards like the Online Most Talked About Person Award or the Most Popular Weibo Figure Award, which Zhang Ye also won, and could still be considered honorable prizes. This clearly showed the affirmation from the organizations and the people of Zhang Ye, so it didn't really matter whether it would contribute to the popularity scores or not. All kinds of random accolades, all kinds of mainstream prizes, all kinds of the highest awards. Zhang Ye had won a total of 12 of them and was ranked third among all of the celebrities to receive an award. The netizens were very surprised. Zhang Ye is on a crazy streak. Why is he winning so many awards? With him winning all of those awards, can he even fit everything in his house? Ha ha. Last year was a harvest for Zhang Ye, ascending to the S-list and winning all kinds of awards. There isn't anyone else who's had it more glorious than him. Yeah, even though Sister Zhang has garnered more prizes than Zhang Ye, most of her awards are related to the film industry. Zhang Ye wasn't even involved in any films or TV series, but if he really acted in them and didn't do too badly, he would likely get more awards than Sister Zhang. That ex-Heavenly King can't catch up anymore. Yeah, their popularity scores have pulled apart from each other. Zhang Ye has finally stabilized his position in the domestic S-list rankings. It's the new year now. What do you guys think Zhang Ye will do? Who knows? He's already near the top in the domestic market, right? Could Zhang Ye be gunning for a place in Asia next? That sounds likely. On this day, the final awards ceremony concluded. At night, Zhang Ye drove home. The moment he opened the door to the villa, he jumped at the sight before him. The interior of the large house had been decorated and brightly lit. Pop, pop, confetti streamed down. A big crowd of people were applauding and screaming. Director Zhang, congratulations. We're here to celebrate for you. Let's enjoy this together. Ha, we were fantastic last year. Wu Ziqing stood on the side with a smile and watched everyone as they enjoyed themselves. Ha Chi-Chi Zhangzhua, Little Wang, Tong Fu, and the other employees from the studio had all come over. All of them looked really happy. Zhang Ye also smiled. What's with all of this? Ha Chi-Chi said. We're here to throw you a party, of course. Zhang Ye said happily. Well, thank you. There's also a cake. Little Wang hummed a tune as she pushed the cake over. Director Zhang, please cut it. Zhang Ye looked at old Wu. Did you arrange this? Wu Ziqing smiled. It has nothing to do with me. It was them who arranged this for you. Zhangzhua laughed and said, You've reached the summit of the entertainment circle. Yet we still haven't officially thrown a party for you. Now you've won so many awards, of which 5 are even the highest awards. This has helped our popularity score pull away by a large distance, and there isn't a need to worry about being caught up to. We can finally celebrate in peace now. Let's have some cake. Here comes the wine. Come, cheers. Everyone cheers. It was extremely lively inside the house, and everyone was very excited. Becoming a heavenly king. Winning countless awards. These were the results and harvests of Zhang Ye's past year. Ha Chi-Chi, who had had a few sips of red wine, was already starting to ramble quite a bit. Director Zhang, we've already achieved the goals that were set last year, and even completed them beyond expectations. Now that the Reach the Summit plan has been realized, and we're into the new year, why don't you set a new target for us? What shall we do this year? Which direction should we head in? We're at your disposal. Zhang Ye smiled and said, this year? It's probably time to make a push in Asia. Everyone's eyes lit up. Asia? All right. We should have aimed for the Asian region long ago. Compared to the popularity we've domestically, we're still quite far behind on the Asian stage. Yeah, we might also be on the A-list in Asia, but our ranking is very far at the bottom. Moreover, once we head out of our own country, we're actually not that well known to others. We're actually just somewhat on par with the other Asian B-listers because a large part of the popularity score is influenced by our ranking domestically. Since our popularity score in the country is rather high, it was this that pushed us up forcefully on the Asian rankings. Right, there's potential for development in Asia. Yes, there's a lot of potential actually. All right then, it's settled. We'll listen to Director Zhang for orders. Everyone got very excited and was full of confidence like never before. Ha Chi-Chi said, what a coincidence then, Director Zhang. We've just received an invitation at the studio that we haven't had time to tell you about. An event is about to take place in Asia, and since you haven't traveled out of the country before, why don't we take this opportunity to make an appearance in Asia? We can increase our visibility and maybe scout out some opportunities along the way. Zhang Ye agreed. That sounds great. Ha Chi-Chi nodded. All right, I'll reply to them then. Come, let's make another toast. Our target is the Asian S-list. All right, the target is to become an Asian heavenly king. Cheers, cheers. And just like this, the goal for this year was set. Chapter 1366, Taking a Trip to Korea. Chapter 1366, Taking a Trip to Korea. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. In the blink of an eye, the Lunar New Year had passed. A new year was beginning. On this day, Zhang Ye took on his first job since the turn of the year. He was scheduled to fly to South Korea to take part in an annual charity banquet. This was one of the most watched charity auction events organized by the Red Cross Society and featured many celebrities who came from all over Asia. The exposure gained from taking part in this event was pretty good, and one could do charity while increasing their visibility in the Asian region as well. It was a win-win situation for all those involved. The organizers would also be rotated each year, with China being the host 2 years ago, while Japan took last year's event. This year, it was Korea's turn to organize the charity auction, and it was slated to be held in Seoul. At the airport, in the lounge for first-class passengers, Zhang Ye was here by himself today. When he arrived, quite a few people in the lounge turned to look at him and were pointing their fingers and whispering, clearly having recognized who he was. That's Zhang Ye. It's really him. What is he doing here? Is he taking part in the Asian charity banquet? He's going too? Yes, you all can read the papers. There were several newspapers on the table. The Grand Asian Charity Banquet will be held soon. Heavenly Queen, Su Milan, confirms her attendance. The Chinese celebrity team will have a grand lineup. Will the Chinese celebrity team take the top honors? In the lounge, Zhang Ye found a spot with no one and sat down. At this moment, several familiar faces also came in. They looked around the place. Hey, it's Teacher Zhang. Come, let's go over there. It was the 3 beauties of the Spring Garden Girl group. Zhang Ye smiled and waved to them. You've arrived? Xiaodong said in surprise. And where are you headed to? Zhang Ye blinked and said, Seoul. You're going too? Amy was happy to hear that. I didn't know that you were going. Zhang Ye smiled and said, I only agreed to it 2 days ago. Li Xiaoxian smiled. Teacher Zhang is an Asian A-lister, and he's even more popular than the 3 of us in Asia. So how can they not invite him? Zhang Ye waved it off and said, That's only because of my domestic popularity score pushing me up in the rankings. I'm not really well known in Asia. Soon after, Chen Guang also arrived. Xiaodong waved. Brother Chun, over here. Chen Guang was taken aback. Lord Zhang is here too. Zhang Ye rolled his eyes. Yeah. Chen Guang asked, you're going too? Zhang Ye said in amusement. Hey, why is everyone asking the same thing the moment they arrive? Why can't I be going? But true, it's this bro's first time going abroad. Chen Guang asked interestedly. I had thought that you would never consider going overseas to develop your career, but how about this? It looks like you're thinking of aiming for the Asian region in the future too. Zhang Ye laughed and said, I'll just try and see how it turns out. Some more people arrived. A-list film star Ning Lan. A-list film star Jiang Hanwei. A-list film star Big Chi. And there was also the singer who had just made his comeback in the entertainment industry, Zhao Wuliu. Nothing needed to be said for Ning Lan. The relationship between Zhao Wuliu and Zhang Ye was also quite good since they already knew each other from I Am a Singer. Jiang Hanwei and Zhang Ye were also old acquaintances, having fought before and gotten into a car crash as well. They were the type to not be on speaking terms even when they met. Meanwhile, Zhang Ye was not familiar with Big Chi. He would always see him at every year's award ceremonies, but had never spoken to him before. Now that they had met here, the two of them shook hands and made small talk. With this, they could be considered as having officially met. The people here were all rather popular celebrities in the Asian Celebrity Rankings Index, with the highest-ranking ones being Ning Lan, Jiang Hanwei, and Zhang Ye. Spring Garden was slightly below them, while Old Chen and Big Chi were ranked further down in the middle to bottom of the Asian B-list rankings. Oh right, there was also an exception here. Zhao Wuliu had retired from the music industry for too many years and was no longer considered a popular figure. But even if they were to consider his former popularity in the Asian celebrity rankings, it was quite obvious that it wasn't that high either. Perhaps sensing everyone's doubts, Zhao Wuliu laughed and said, I'm definitely not popular enough to attend the Asian charity banquet, but there's another event at Seoul tonight. It's the International Heavy Metal Music Festival, and Old Chun will be going to it as well. Chen Guang smiled and said, Yes, that's right. Amy exclaimed, Hey, why didn't they invite me? Chen Guang said, It's not like you do rock and roll. Amy giggled, But I have a rock and roll heart. Zhao Wuliu said, If you guys have nothing to do tonight, everyone can attend the music festival and have a look. Ning Lan said, Sure, we'll go have a look. Big Chi said, All right, let's go together. Zhang Ye said, It's fine if they didn't invite Spring Garden to take part in the festival, but why didn't they invite me? This bro has also played and sung rock and roll. Zhao Wuliu was taken aback. Oh yeah, why didn't they invite you? Ning Lan laughed and said, Because he has terrible social relations. All of a sudden, a woman's voice sounded from behind them. Teacher Zhang, much less the heavy metal music festival, you were nearly rejected by the Korean organizers of the charity banquet. It was Heavenly Queen Su Milan. She was an alluring woman with graceful beauty. Like Zhang Ye, she was one of China's 7 S-list stars. Xiaodong was amused. Sister Lan, what do you mean? Su Milan laughed lightly as she explained. When the higher-ups appointed me to lead the Chinese celebrity team this time, I followed up on many issues with them. I heard that Teacher Zhang's visa application was rejected twice as they said that he had anti-Korean sentiments, so it wasn't approved. In the end, after some back and forth, it was finally passed. Ning Lan laughed. Xiaodong laughed. Ha ha ha. Li Xiaoxian asked, Anti-Korean sentiments? Chen Guang said, Well, Zhang did beat up a Korean star 2 years ago and argued with him as well. During the internet livestream a few months ago, he also went on the Go server and humiliated quite a few Korean GMs. Amy said, I'm convinced by no one in the entertainment circle except for Teacher Zhang. Everyone was tickled. Teacher Zhang was someone who brought chaos along with him wherever he went. In these few years, just how many people had he offended? Jiang Hanwei rolled his eyes. He was also one of those who had been offended by him. Big Chi did not interject since he wasn't really that familiar with Zhang Ye, so he naturally wouldn't crack a joke at Zhang Ye's expense. Zhang Ye sneered. The more they don't want me to go, the more this bro wants to go over to have a look. Su Milan finally put her hand out. Teacher Zhang, I've been hoping to meet you. Zhang Ye shook her hand. Teacher Su, I've been hoping to meet you too. Su Milan said. It should have been you leading the team this time since such work is better suited for a male comrade. Chen Guang said in an undermining tone. Who would dare let Zhang Ye lead the team? Amy said, if teacher Zhang were to lead the team, he would surely lead everyone down the drain. Xiaodong nodded in seriousness. Right. I'll be less worried if it were Sister Lan leading the team. Zhang Ye was speechless. Everyone laughed. Zhang Ye was familiar with the well-known Su Milan. This was only their first meeting, but Zhang Ye's first impression of her was quite good. At the very least, there weren't any communication problems between them, and that was good enough for him. There was still some time until the flight. All of them sat down together and started chatting. Su Milan didn't come by herself. She had a male companion dressed in normal clothes following her like a shadow. At a glance, anyone could tell that he was her bodyguard. Zhang Ye did not know whether he got the wrong impression, but he felt that this person was always subconsciously looking over at him. From the time when he arrived with Su Milan, this feeling was already there. Zhang Ye suddenly turned to look at him. The bodyguard was startled, then tore away his gaze and even had to wipe away cold sweat. Zhang Ye got curious. He wondered what on earth was he up to. Why are you suddenly getting all nervous about for no apparent reason? Ning Lan said, Sister Zhang and the others will be arriving tomorrow, right? Su Milan said, yes, we're the first group flying over. The other group will arrive tomorrow. I'll contact Sister Zhang tomorrow, and we'll meet up at the hotel. All of a sudden, 2 passengers in the lounge with them headed over. Teacher Zhang, may I have an autograph? Sister Lan, can we get a picture together? The bodyguard, Sun Aishi, immediately blocked them off with his body. Apologies, please turn around and leave. But when Zhang Ye saw this, he said, they're just here for autographs. Why stop them? Sun Aishi was taken aback and quickly put his hands down to let the 2 passengers pass. Everyone was at a loss for words. Aren't you Sister Lan's bodyguard? Why are you so easily ordered around by Zhang Ye as well? But even if they found this rather strange, they didn't take it to heart. After signing the autographs, Jiang Hanwei said, Old Su, did you only bring 1 bodyguard with you? Where are your assistants? Su Milan replied, yes, I'm going over to attend a charity event. Tongues will wag if I bring too many people with me. Look at you guys. Aren't you also bringing hardly anyone with you? Chen Guang laughed and said, I came here by myself. Xiaodong said, my assistant flew over on an earlier flight. Ninglan also brought only her agent with her. Li Xiaoxian asked in wonder, Teacher Zhang, you didn't bring anyone with you? Zhang Ye smiled and said, I'm used to being on my own. Chen Guang said, it's different abroad, especially in Korea. You're not that well liked there, so even if you don't have your agent or assistant with you, surely you should have brought along your bodyguard with you. Zhang Ye casually said, there's no need for that. Jiang Hanwei glanced at him and understood what he meant by not having a need for that. Su Milan added, there's nothing wrong with being a bit more careful. It's not really that safe over there, and if something bad really happened, the organizers might not even be of much help to us. It was almost time to board the plane. Everyone gradually got up and headed over to the boarding area. Su Milan turned to her bodyguard and said, nobody brought their bodyguards along, and there aren't too many people in the entourage either. I'll have to trouble you a little for this trip to Korea. Other than me, could you also please take care of everyone else's safety? I'm the team leader, so I must ensure that everyone gets there and comes back safely. With a pause, she smiled and said, especially Teacher Zhang Ye. He's not popular in Korea, so I'm afraid that something might happen to him. Please keep an extra eye on him. Amy heard that and added, yes, you must prioritize Teacher Zhang's safety. The bodyguard's name was Sun Aishi, and he was a 7th-generation disciple of the Sun family style. Even though it wasn't a large sect, he was still trained in formal martial arts from a legitimate school. He began his training at a young age and was employed after Su Milan had offered a large sum of money for his services. He was also the person in charge of her security detail and has always been very trusted by the Heavenly Queen. But when he heard what they said, Sun Aishi couldn't help but wipe away sweat. Surely there's no need, right? Su Milan was taken aback. What's the matter? Protect him? It would be more appropriate for this master to protect me. He can beat 10 of me with just one of his hands. With my level of kung fu, it wouldn't even make him bat an eyelid if I were to show my skills to him. Sun Aishi smiled wryly and said, Sister Lan, there's no need to worry. With Master Zhang around, as long as it's not a firearm threat, Our team's safety definitely won't be compromised. Su Milan looked at him. Master Zhang. Sun Aishi shut his mouth. Su Milan said, Old son, can you explain? Sun Aishi dabbed at his sweat. Sister Lan, I can't talk about it. Su Milan said, puzzled. Why are you addressing him as Master Zhang? Sun Aishi turned silent and pretended not to have heard her. When Su Milan saw this, she did not inquire any further. She looked off into the distance at Zhang Ye's receding figure with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. This man seemed like he contained quite a few secrets. So much so that even the captain of her security detail had great respect for him. It looked like this man was not simple at all. How interesting. Chapter 1367. Zhang Ye's Legend in the Martial Arts Community. Chapter 1367. Zhang Ye's Legend in the Martial Arts Community. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. On the plane, Zhang Ye was sending voice messages to his mother while preparing to board the plane. His conversation to her was so funny that the people around him were nearly cramping up with laughter. They heard him saying, Mom, you don't have to worry at all. I'm just going on a trip abroad. Nothing could possibly happen. Rest assured that I'll abide by the principles of respect and tolerance on my trip this time. If they don't respect me, then I will still respect them. If they still disrespect me, I will still respect them. If they still continue disrespecting me, I will still continue respecting them. And if they still insist on disrespecting me, then damn it, I'll friggin' take it up with them. They can't keep on disrespecting me, don't you think? Ninglan laughed. Ha 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 ha. Xiaodong laughed. Ha ha ha. Su Milan also couldn't hold in her laughter anymore. Wherever there was Zhang Ye, there would always be laughter and a relaxed mood. Wherever this fellow went, it would always sound like he was giving a crosstalk. The flight attendants on the plane were pleasantly surprised when they saw him. Wow. Teacher Zhang, you are here? Let me get your luggage for you. Teacher Zhang, your luggage, leave your luggage to me. This was a China Airlines flight. When Zhang Ye boarded the plane, several of the flight attendants immediately surrounded him. They fought to help him with his stuff and hung the group of celebrities behind him out to dry. Zhang Ye was a little embarrassed. There's no need. Amy said in a speechless manner. Look at the treatment he is getting. Xiaodong said. We're all sitting first class, so why is the treatment so different? Big Chi laughed and said, Teacher Zhang is a lifelong honorary passenger of China Airlines. He doesn't even need to pay for his flights. Years back, he saved a plane of passengers and flight attendants, so it's obvious that he would get different treatment from them. Ninglan remembered this and said, Oh yes, that's indeed the case. A flight attendant informed the captain. The captain also came out to greet him. Teacher Zhang, welcome. Zhang Ye smiled and said, There's really no need to be so polite. The captain said, That won't do. We can neglect anyone, but we must never neglect your presence. Teacher Zhang, I've gotten married, and my bride is one of the flight attendants you saved. Zhang Ye said in surprise, Oh? Was it the slim one or the plump one? The captain smiled and said, The slim one. Zhang Ye said, Whoa, you're a blessed man. Congratulations. The captain said, Thank you. It was all because of you that I could marry her. I'll bring some wedding candies to you later. Zhang Ye was also very happy about this and felt a sense of achievement. In the first-class cabin, everyone got seated. Sun Aishi was helping everyone in the group with their luggage. Li Xiaoxian said, Thanks, Brother Sunday. Sun Aishi gave a sincere smile and said, You don't need to be so polite, Teacher Li. Xiaodong was on her tiptoes trying to put her luggage away. Brother Sun, I'm also having some trouble over here. Don't bother yourself with that, Teacher Xiaodong. I'll do it for you. Sun Aishi said, taking on everything himself. Xiaodong smiled. Thank you. Sun Aishi said, Sister Lan just instructed me. I'll be in charge of the team's safety, so everyone can look to me if there's any trouble on the road. Ning Lan asked curiously, Old son, are you a veteran? Usually, bodyguards were veterans. When Su Milan heard that, she smiled and said, Old son isn't one. He's actually a serious martial artist and has great kung fu. It wouldn't be easy for 5 people to get near him. Amy said in surprise, He's that powerful? Sun Aishi blushed a little. No, I'm not. Big Chi asked, Is there real kung fu in this world? Sun Aishi explained, We tend to just call it Chinese martial arts. Xiaodong smiled and said, Then between you and Uncle Jiang, who is better at martial arts? Everyone in the entertainment circle knew that the Asian kung fu superstar Zhang Hanwei was born with a martial arts background and really had the moves to back him up. In the eyes of many, Zhang Hanwei was someone who was the most skilled in kung fu within China because he was the only martial artist that they knew of. None of them have heard of any other more skilled practitioners before. So whenever the media and news wrote any reports related to kung fu masters, they would always think of Zhang Hanwei first. This was a publicly recognized fact. Zhang Hanwei looked at him. "Which sect do you belong to, Master Sun?" Sun Aishi said, "The Sun family style." Zhang Hanwei said in surprise, Master Sun, he is your? Sun Aishi said, "He is my second uncle." Zhang Hanwei smiled and said, "Then let's have a friendly spar sometime when you're free." Sun Aishi said, "Sure, I'll seek Master Zhang's guidance when there's an opportunity." Then they started to chat. However, Zhang Ye was not interested in this conversation at all. In fact, he wasn't even listening to what they were saying. He was making use of the time before the plane took off with his head lowered and laughingly messaging Wu Ziqing on his phone. Ning Lan was sitting next to him. Ning Lan smilingly said, "They're talking about kung fu. Aren't you interested in hearing what they have to say? When I got detained by those people during my filming and you went to help me get out of that situation, I remember hearing those martial artists addressing you as Master Zhang." Zhang Ye said in an unfocused manner. Ning Lan said, "You also know a little bit of kung fu?" Zhang Ye answered as he texted on his phone. I know a little." Xiaodong turned around in surprise. "Teacher Zhang knows it too?" Chun Guang said in amusement. "Don't listen to his bragging." Amy giggled. "Why do I find it so unbelievable? Looking at the physiques and demeanors, it's obvious that only someone like Master Sun is a true practitioner of the martial arts." Zhang Hanwei did not say anything. Meanwhile, Sun Aishi was almost pissing his pants. He hurriedly said, No, that's not how it is. Big sis, please don't praise me, all right? In front of someone like him, who dared to be called a master. He is the one who is the true Chinese martial arts master. And he's even the master of Taiji Fist, which had been lost for over 100 years until recently. Even if Master Jiang and I were to combine our strength, we wouldn't be a match for him. This is someone who has even sparred with a martial arts grandmaster before. He's a monster who single-handedly swept aside the entire Zhou family-style school, Huashan sect, Amei sect, Wudong sect, Shaolin Monastery, Kongtong sect, and a dozen other sects. He's someone who would instill fear to people in the martial arts community just at the mention of his name. You want to compare me with him? Aren't you putting me to shame that way? Sun Aishi was at a loss. He couldn't talk about the incidents involving Zhang Ye, so he was really hoping that he could crawl into a hole somewhere and avoid all the questioning. Finally, Zhang Ye finished chatting. He tossed his cell phone onto his chair and then got up to go to the lavatory. 1 minute. 2 minutes. He finished his business. When he opened the door to step out, Zhang Ye got surprised. A dark figure suddenly showed up outside the door. It was the Heavenly Queen's bodyguard. Zhang Ye thought that he was waiting to use the lavatory as well, so he stepped aside and said, "It's yours." No one else was around. However, Sun Aishi did not go in. He turned serious and gave a fist and palm salute as he said respectfully, "The Sun family style's 7th-generation disciple, Sun Aishi, pays his respect to Master Zhang." Sun family style? Was it a small sect? Zhang Ye was startled. "You know me?" Sun Aishi continued saluting him with great care and said, "I was fortunate to have heard from my elders regarding Master Zhang's deeds. That martial arts community's big battle on the peak that day was witnessed by one of my elders too. He even had the honor of fighting alongside Master Zhang and saw for himself Master Zhang's glory. Every time when I think about it, it always gets my blood pumping." With a pause, he quickly said, "Sister Lan asked me about your matters just now, but I know about the rules of the martial arts community, so I didn't mention anything to her. Don't you worry about that. I'm not someone who's ignorant of the rules." "Rules? You know about them? But I don't know about them. What martial arts community's rules are you talking about?" Zhang Ye was a fellow who had never regarded himself as part of the martial arts community. He was just an artist in show business. Back then, he had only gone to take on the various large sects because he was left with no choice. Who would have thought that after that, there would be a legend about him being passed down within the martial arts community? Further, the people in the martial arts community were even saying nothing about it and trembled at the mention of that incident. "Why don't you all just talk about it?" No one is saying that you aren't allowed to speak about it. You all have got to help this bro out by promoting the incident so that I can gain even more popularity. If the martial arts community knew that this was how Zhang Ye thought, they would probably cough up blood. Actually, the so-called martial arts community's rules were just referring to how if you knew something, then you'd know it. That was all down to you being qualified enough to know about it. And if you didn't, that just meant that it wasn't something that you should know about. For example, people like Sister Lon and the rest of the entertainment circle celebrities. They were not part of the martial arts community, so these were things that no one would tell them about. At least, Sun Aishi could not tell them, because this involved too many people and was an event way beyond his comprehension. Besides, he did not have the seniority yet, so of course he couldn't go around shooting his mouth off as he liked, especially not to outsiders. Matters of the martial arts world were only meant to be known by those from the martial arts world. That was the rule. Sun Aishi said respectfully. If there's a chance in the future, I hope I can receive some pointers from Master Zhang. Zhang Ye could only give a fist and palm salute and say, "You're too kind with your words." Sun Aishi was overjoyed. "Then I take it that you've agreed?" Zhang Ye exclaimed. Well, sure. Chapter 1368. There's no heavy metal music in China? Chapter 1368. There's no heavy metal music in China? Translator, leg editor, leg. The plane took off. It was soaring tens of thousands of feet up in the air. Ning Lan closed her eyes and slept. Su Milan was reading a book. Chen Guang and Zhao Wulio were discussing tonight's music festival. Old Zhao, which song did you prepare? Bobo. Oh, that one. There's some difficulty to it, so it will have to depend on my condition. What about you? I don't really know too many heavy metal songs either. I'll probably go ahead with Chariot. Neither of us are true metal singers, so we'd be forcing ourselves to sing in that style. But we have no heavy metal to call our own in China. Yeah, hi. In the end, we still have to do covers of other singers' songs. There are some heavy metal songs that came out in our country in recent years, but they're still not mature enough to be called good. We're still starting, so let's take it slowly. I'm sure there will be a day when we can finally have good songs of our own. Hopefully so. Zhang Ye was wearing an eye mask to nap and had overheard their conversation. Surely not, right? China does not have any heavy metal music to call its own. Then what is the heavy metal scene like internationally? He got curious about this. After all, he wasn't from this world and had slowly gotten to understand many matters in China. But there were still a lot of things he did not know about in the international scene. Since he was now thinking about aiming for the overseas market, he would naturally have to start getting a picture of how things worked abroad, especially for things like the style of music, as well as the culture. This was the other objective that Zhang Ye had for this trip to Korea. He was going to scout for intel. An hour. 2 hours. The plane landed. They had arrived in Korea. Seoul. The airport. When they came out to arrivals, they were met by someone from the charity banquet's organizers. Perhaps there was also a leak in the news, so a lot of Korean fans and Chinese international students could also be seen standing in wait. Su Milan. Su Milan. Jiang Hanwei. It's Xiaodong. A lot of people were shouting in Korean. Many of them were even holding up signs and cheering for their idols. Zhang Ye could not understand nor read the Korean letters, but he could still sense that no one was shouting his name. This showed that there was a significant drop in his popularity once he got out of China. In China, Zhang Ye was of equal status to Heavenly Queen Su Milan. He would have all kinds of fans surrounding him where he went, like at the airport lounge where 2 passengers approached Zhang Ye and Su Milan for their autographs and pictures. However, once they arrived in Korea, Su Milan was still enjoying the same kind of attention while Zhang Ye was not as well known anymore, with his popularity dropping by a notch. Without mentioning Su Milan, even Jiang Hanwei, Xiaodong, Amy, and the others were more popular than Zhang Ye. It was to the point that a lot of the people did not seem to know who Zhang Ye was, as they did not even cast a glance at him. On the bus, Zhang Ye looked out of the window and took in the exotic scenery, feeling very relaxed. Ning Lan asked, "You seem to be in a good mood, don't you?" Zhang Ye smiled and said, "Yeah, it's rare that I can go somewhere without getting recognized." Xiaodong rolled her eyes and said, "But you're an Asian A-lister." Zhang Ye said in amusement, "I'm at the bottom of the A-list, and it's also only because of the stats that I'm in it. There are also lots of people who know you here," Chen Guang said, "but it's just that not many of them are fans of yours." This is because you haven't had any art that's made it overseas, nor did you participate in any of the regional Asian activities. Amy said, but coming back to the point, the people who have the greatest influence and popularity in the Asian region are mainly the Korean celebrities. Of the Asian heavenly kings and queens, over half of them are Korean stars. The Korean entertainment industry is world famous. From their selection criteria to the training and promotions, all of it is quite professionally handled. I feel that we're lacking compared to them in this area. Jiang Hanwei spoke at this moment. The Korean celebrities are indeed very popular. They might not have many successful examples on the international stage, nor do they have that many international superstars, but they have it really good in Asia. Just using China as an example, as long as a Korean star has a good act and is slightly better looking, they'll be quite popular in China. At the very least, they can develop pretty well in our market. But for our own celebrities, if they're thinking of expanding into the Korean or Japanese markets and doing well, that becomes a really difficult thing to achieve. The bus traveled down the road. Everyone chatted along the way, reaching the hotel, unpacking their luggage, eating. By the time everything was done, it was already afternoon. They had free time now since the charity banquet would be held tomorrow. Since everyone had nothing to do, they decided to accompany Chen Guang and Zhao Wuliu. Shall we leave? All right, let's head to the heavy metal music festival to see what it's about. I hardly ever listen to metal. Old Chen and old Zhao will both be singing. Yeah, don't mind us if we embarrass ourselves. Haha, we'll be cheering both of you on from the audience. After arranging for the transportation and an interpreter, they set off for the venue. Later that afternoon, a little after 5 p.m., at a venue in Seoul, the music was pumping hard. They had gone in via the back entrance and were ushered to the VIP seats. Once they got in, Ning Lan covered her ears. It hasn't started yet, right? Why is it so noisy then? Amy laughed. This is exactly the kind of atmosphere they're aiming for. Heavy metal music is very enjoyable to listen to. You need to feel it with your heart. It's a pity that we don't have many songs in our country. Most of the performances we have are just imitating what they do overseas and are only covers of foreign songs. Big Chi asked, what about Korea and Japan? Amy was a professional musician, so she naturally knew about the scene. She explained, Korea and Japan also have their own styles of heavy metal. For example, in Japan, their style is closer to that of the earlier heavy metal scene. Meanwhile, for Korea, I personally do not feel that they have a very clear style. What they do is forcefully switch English heavy metal songs into Korean. But if you want to say that that's Korea's very own genre of heavy metal, then I guess it wouldn't be wrong either. Xiaodong said, it's only China that doesn't have their own identity of metal to speak of. Amy said, there's nothing we can do about that. This is a path that we have to slowly find our way in. We have to see how we can use the Chinese language to bring about our very own style of metal. It may sound very simple, but it's in fact far too difficult to achieve. There wasn't a style of metal that belonged to China. They were talking about this again. This was already Zhang Ye's second time hearing this today. He was getting more and more curious about what this world's heavy metal scene was really like. The audience filed into the venue. There were Chinese international students, Koreans, and many Westerners attending the event. The scene was bouncing, and everyone was dressed in very unique ways. Some of them were more alternative, while some were fully dressed in leather jackets and leather pants. Some people had dyed their hair all kinds of different colors. A majority of the crowd were young adults, and they were all pretty unique in their own ways. 20 minutes later, everyone had been admitted. The International Heavy Metal Music Festival officially began. A Korean band came out on stage. The moment they appeared, loud screams rang out from the audience. It was in Korean. They were all shouting the same thing. Obviously, Zhang Ye and the others did not understand what was being said. The interpreter who had come along smiled and explained, they're calling out the band's name, Storm. Zhang Ye remarked, Thunder didn't come with them? Amy rolled her eyes and said, this is one of the most popular heavy metal bands in Korea. Xiaodong shouted, they're starting. Su Milan looked to the stage curiously. She wasn't really someone who listened to heavy metal music either. All of a sudden, the stage lights flashed and dazzled. Violent music rocked the arena. Guitar, bass. It set the arena off. All the shouting was in Korean. They couldn't understand what was being sung and could only feel the music. Amy was an expert in this area. She said loudly, this is really quite good. Xiaodong also knew a little about this. This metal voice, their lead singer has got a really good voice. Su Milan quietly listened in appreciation. Ning Lan was sitting with her legs crossed and covering her ears. She found the noise unbearable. Only Zhang Ye had a different expression from the others. He was stunned. The second band came out. It was a heavy metal band from Japan. They were followed by a third band, which was one of the American representatives. The fourth band was from Finland. The fifth one was from England. In the audience, many of the Chinese international students were hooked by the performances. They were waving their hands wildly to the music. This is awesome. What a great song. I like Storm so much. It's still more amazing to hear it live. Yeah, it was really worth the effort to come here today. Have Chen Guang and Zhao Wuliu made their appearance yet? Soon. It's a pity that we don't have any heavy metal music to call our own. Su Milan gave her evaluation. Jiang Hanwei and Big Qi were also discussing the performances. Only Zhang Ye alone was stunned as he listened to the bands perform one after another. That was it. Was that it? Damn. And I was wondering how special the heavy metal scene would be after listening to everyone talking today. I thought that this world's heavy metal music would be very different from my previous world. Well, isn't it the same, after all? Isn't this just ordinary heavy metal? They didn't have something like this in China? Are you kidding me? Chapter 1369. Zhang Ye saves the day. Chapter 1369. Zhang Ye saves the day. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. In the music festival arena, the music was restless and the fans were screaming. Amy was getting all excited and also started screaming. Xiaodong was following the beat and humming along. Only two people were behaving differently from the others. One of them was Ning Lan, as she could not stand this kind of music. The other person was Zhang Ye. He had a speechless expression and did not seem at all interested in the performances. Li Shaoxian asked, "Teacher Zhang, you don't like this?" Zhang Ye looked at her and said loudly, the music was too loud. Li Shaoxian also said loudly, "You don't like this?" Zhang Ye grimaced and said, "They're all singing in foreign languages. I can't understand a thing." Amy turned around and shouted, "This is what real heavy metal is." Zhang Ye simply responded with a her. Ning Lan was amused and gave a her of her own. Amy said in surprise, "This is so good." Seeing Amy constantly praising the foreigners, Zhang Ye started to ignore her. "You call this good? It's so very normal." Then, screams came from the Chinese celebrity team. "It's Old Chen's turn. It's time for Old Chen to sing. Let's go. Bravo, great singing. He hasn't even started yet." Haha, I was just shouting in advance. Only then did Zhang Ye raise his head. Ning Lan stopped covering her ears as much. Since this was Chen Guang's performance, they would definitely have to listen to it. Chen Guang was still considered quite popular in Asia. It wasn't that high, but it could not be considered low either. Some of the Korean fans who liked rock and roll, as well as many of the Chinese international students, liked him a great deal. But of course, he couldn't be compared to the local Korean celebrities and those rock and roll stars from the West. Be it for cultural or political reasons, in Japan or Korea, it was still the local stars and Caucasians who were more popular with the crowd. This was a phenomenon that was very difficult to change. The music played. The band was an in-house one since Chen Guang and Zhao Wuliu did not have their own bands. Neither were professionals when it came to singing heavy metal songs and were just representing the Chinese rock and roll scene as guests today. Chen Guang started shouting, "If you look around, we're like stars in the sky." Amy called out, "This is pretty good." Xiaodong smiled and said, "It's this song." Li Shaoxian had also heard it before. "It's that classic heavy metal song from America." Jiang Hanwei said, "Old Chun has got really good vocals." Zhang Ye was actually quite looking forward to it at first, but he became annoyed listening to it. Good vocals? What's so good about that? Old Chun isn't suited to singing these types of songs. As someone who sings pop rock, why are you even getting yourself involved in heavy metal? Their group had a portable Wi-Fi hotspot on them. Zhang Ye searched the internet for this world's heavy metal music. There weren't too many subgenres, and they had gotten off to a slower start compared to Zhang Ye's previous world. They were late by at least 20 years in development over here, so it was no wonder that Zhang Ye found it a little awkward to listen to. It was also no wonder that the China of this world still did not have any heavy metal music to call their own yet. So it was all down to the late development of metal in this world that the scene hadn't matured enough. This International Heavy Metal Music Festival was only in its 5th year, so compared to the other genres of music, metal was in its infancy. Of course, describing it as still in its infancy was something that only Zhang Ye could say. This was because he had experienced the growth and maturity of metal in his previous world. He had listened to many classics by so many different bands. This was why he had the qualifications to evaluate this matter in such a way. But to the people of this world, the current heavy metal scene was at the forefront of things. Naturally, no one would feel that it was still in its infancy, since none of them had witnessed any mature forms of metal. Perhaps in another few years, or a decade, they would finally see that day arrive. Chen Guang finished singing. Next up, even more bands took to the stage to perform. The bands were all heavy metal bands from all over the world. The tension in the arena was growing by the second. Ninglan was about to vomit from listening to the performances. She yelled, "Can I ask, when are we leaving?" Amy said, "We're only halfway through." Sister Ning, continue listening. Feel the music with your heart. You'll definitely feel the soul of heavy metal. Ninglan rolled her eyes. Feel the music with my heart. I can't appreciate it even if I use my kidneys to listen. Zhang Ye was amused by this. Likewise, he too was unable to appreciate the performances. Mistakes. Roughness. There were blemishes in every performance that he listened to. And most crucial of all, he could not understand anything in English and Korean. There was even a band that sang in Spanish, leaving this fellow even more confused. An international music festival with heavy metal bands from so many different countries singing in their own languages. All of them had their own form of metal, all except for China. A great country like ours still had to cover other people's songs. This fact made it even less meaningful. There was absolutely no sense in participating at all. Then Zhang Ye suggested, "I think it's about time to leave." Ninglan said, Yes, it's really too noisy here." While they were talking, the Korean band on stage suddenly started singing. Big Chi was taken aback. "Boba?" Li Shaoxian exclaimed. "Didn't teacher Zhao say on the plane that he was planning on singing this song?" Amy was stunned. "Did he?" Xiaodong also remembered that. "I think he did." Zhang Yi frowned and said, "Don't they all have a preset song list for music festivals like this? Surely they wouldn't let two groups of people sing the exact same song, right?" Amy said, "That's right. What's going on here?" Su Mylan said, "Could something have happened?" At this moment, everyone's cell phone sounded. Amy cried out, "Look at the group chat on your phones." Zhang Yi asked, "What group chat?" Amy said, "We made a group for those of us who were on the plane." Everyone took out their cell phones to have a look. It turned out that Zhao Wulio had sent the message. He should currently be backstage and would be making his appearance on stage after a few more songs finished. In the group, "Zhao Wulio, anyone? Is anyone here?" Su Mylan asked. "What's the matter, old Zhao?" "Amy, why is somebody else singing your song?" Zhao Wulio started cussing. "Goddamn motherfucking hell. That Korean band changed their song at the last minute by choosing to play Bobo instead. Even the organizers were not informed of this, and it was only found out after the band had gone on stage. This is the only song that I have prepared, and I have no backup songs that I can use. I don't think I can go on stage to sing anymore." Jiang Hanwei typed, "What about changing to a different song?" Zhao Wulio, "There's no time left. It's an in-house band who's playing my set, and we only practiced this one song earlier. Besides, I'm also not an expert in heavy metal, so I don't really know that many songs. Furthermore, my English isn't good either. Even if I'm better at it than Director Zhang, it's still not by much. If I chose a different song, how could I memorize the lyrics? I would have to correct all my pronunciations, so there's no way I can rush it. That group of Koreans are horrible people." Su Mylan suggested, "What about Old Chun?" Zhao Wulio, "He only had one song prepared as well." Amy said, "Then what can be done?" Zhao Wulio said, "That is why I'm calling for help. Do any of you here know metal? Any song would do, even if you only know one. Hurry and come stand in for me. I need someone to help me out." Su Mylan said, "All right, we got it. Let us discuss it for a bit." Zhao Wulio said, "We only have 10 minutes left." Overseas, everyone was still very helpful within the group. And besides, it was very difficult to say that the Koreans did not deliberately cause this. Being the leader of the group, Su Mylan naturally took the responsibility. Now that everyone knows about the trouble old Zhao has just encountered, how should we handle this? Ning Lan threw up her hands. I can't even sing pop songs well. All the more so for heavy metal. Jiang Hanwei said, I don't know rock and roll either. Big Chi expressed, I'm even worse. I'm totally tone deaf. Su Milan looked at Amy. Amy, you know a little about heavy metal, don't you? Amy was almost in tears. I'm only good at talking about it. I don't know how to sing it. Xiaodong added, not too many people know how to sing heavy metal. Even if there are, our members of Spring Garden don't have the vocals to do so. They were an idol group, not some rock band. Su Milan turned to look at the last person. Teacher Zhang. Zhang Ye smacked his lips. Heavy metal? Su Milan asked, can you do it? Zhang Ye laughed. I guess I'm okay. Ning Lan was the first one to show her disbelief. You know how to sing heavy metal? Big Chi also said in surprise, isn't your English really bad? Amy said, Teacher. Zhang, are you for real? Have you ever listened to heavy metal? Zhang Ye thought to himself, when I started listening to heavy metal, you weren't even conceived yet. Chapter 1370. Chapter 1370. The shocking debut of Dreaming of the Tang Dynasty. Translator, Leg. Editor, Leg. They were pressed for time. They had to race against the clock. So who's going on? Only Teacher Zhang can do it. There's no time left. Old Zhao is still waiting, so let's hurry up and decide. We're in a foreign country, and every move we make will affect our country's image. We cannot afford to lose here. Didn't Teacher Zhang already say that he can do it? Then it's settled. Teacher Zhang, we're depending on you. Everyone came to an agreement. Zhang Yi looked at them. I'll be taking the stage then. Amy sighed. There's no one else anyway. Zhang Yi nodded and said, all right, but I don't have a band. Su Milan said, a band? Big Chi said, yeah. How are we going to handle the band issue? Suddenly, Zhang Yi asked, Amy, I heard that you can play the drums? Amy was taken aback. Yes, I can. Zhang Yi looked at Xiaodong. Sister Dong, your skill on the bass hasn't been lost, right? Xiaodong was dumbfounded. It's still okay. Zhang Yi glanced at Li Xiaoxian. Classmate Xiaoxian, you can still play the guitar, right? Li Xiaoxian was taken back. I guess. Zhang Yi snapped his fingers. All right, our band has been formed. Everyone was dumbfounded. The members of Spring Garden exclaimed, no, we can't do it. This is a heavy metal performance. We haven't even tried much of rock and roll before, much less heavy metal. Teacher Zhang, please don't pull us down with you. You should get someone else, or maybe borrow a band from the organizers. Zhang Yi glanced at them. Do you guys think that I'm asking you because I want your level of playing? It's just that there isn't anyone else I can ask, and the organizers' in-house bands are all foreigners. It's not like I had any practice in advance with them, nor can I properly communicate with them about the tune. There isn't enough time either, so the three of you will have to make do. Big Chi said. Yeah, there are only the three of you amongst us who are professional musicians. Ning Lan laughed and said, surely you all can't expect old Jiang and me to do it, right? Xiaodong finally crumbled. All right. Amy was on the verge of tears. I'll give it a try. Zhang Yi then called them over. I'll briefly explain it. I'll be the lead guitarist, so Xiaoxian will accompany me. This is how the melody will sound like in general. When I increase the pitch, you'll follow me, Sister Dong. This is your part. Amy, I don't care what you do. Just improvise. It doesn't matter whether you can remember it or not as long as you keep up with my rhythm. Don't mess up the tempo. Hold steady. When we reach verse B, repeat these notes. All good, he explained and wrote it. The members of Spring Garden were stunned. Amy exclaimed, which song is this? Xiaodong also asked, why doesn't it feel like I've heard this melody before? Does this song exist? Zhang Yi rolled his eyes. Why do you care what song it is? I'm the one singing it. Li Xiaoxian was the most obedient one. Okay, I got it, Teacher Zhang. Zhang Yi checked his watch. Come on, let's go. Xiaodong face-bombed. She could only bite the bullet and follow Zhang Yi. Amy clenched her teeth and stared. It was like she was staring death in the eye. Ning Lan watched as they walked into the distance and laughed. These guys, why do they look like they're walking onto the execution grounds? Big Chi said worriedly. Will this work? Su Milan smiled and said, whether it works or not, it still has to be him. Big Chi said, I'm just afraid that with Teacher Zhang's English, he'll make a fool of himself. Singing a song in English and pronouncing it wrong would be so embarrassing. There are so many foreigners watching in the audience today. Jiang Hanwei kept shaking his head. This last second band was too thrown together. Backstage, Zhao Wuliu was pacing around. Chen Guang was also with him to discuss a way to handle the problem. At this moment, Zhang Ye arrived with his people. When do we go on stage? Chen Guang was startled. What are you guys doing here? Xiaodong gave a wry smile. We're here to save the day. Zhao Wuliu was astounded and surprised. This is great. We must depend on our own people at such crucial moments. Teacher Zhang, are you the lead singer? Do you really know heavy metal? Zhang Ye laughed and said, I know a lot. Chen Guang said, Can you sing in English? Zhang Ye smiled, but did not say anything. Zhao Wuliu said, Regardless, I'll go and tell the organizers so that we can switch out. He brought along the interpreter to look for them and settled it after much discussion. During this time, Zhang Ye seized the opportunity and communicated further with the members of Spring Garden about the song. He spoke to them on when to get into the flow and when to increase the power, detailing everything to them. It was a good thing that they were all longtime friends and had also performed on the same stage before, so they had some mutual understanding. At this moment, a Korean staff member came over from the other side and said a few words. The interpreter immediately relayed. It's your turn. Zhang Ye smiled. Comrades, let's go. Xiaodong said, All right. Amy said, Hell, let's do this. Li Shaoxian said, I'm going to try my best too. Chen Guang called out to him. Hey, why didn't you change your clothes? You're still wearing those Chinese clothes. But Zhang Ye just reached up and adjusted the collar of his Chinese jacket one. There's no need to change. Chen Guang looked really helpless and dared not imagine what sort of a performance they'd give. The four of them took a deep breath backstage before Zhang Ye stepped up and led the others onto the stage. It was a large venue. There were nearly 10,000 people in attendance. Everyone's attention was suddenly on them. The American audience. What? Who is he? I don't know. Why do those clothes look so weird? Is he Chinese? The Korean audience. Isn't that Spring Garden? It's them. That's Xiaodong, Amy, and Li Shaoxian. Did they come to the wrong place? Yeah, this is a heavy metal music festival, not some pop concert. Who is that guy? I know him, it's Zhang Ye. What? He is that Zhang Ye? That heavenly king from China. Yeah. The Chinese international students. Zhang Ye. It's Zhang Ye. Damn, what is that guy doing here? Even Spring Garden is here? What are they doing up there? Where's teacher Zhao Wuliu? Why is there a change to the lineup? How can Zhang Ye possibly know how to sing heavy metal? That's right. This fellow's English cannot even be compared to a middle school student's. Is he wearing a tongzhuang? That's an updated form of it, right? How is he going to perform a heavy metal song wearing that? Shouldn't he at least change into leather pants? What an unprofessional guy. He must be trying to create trouble. The heavy metal bands from the different countries were all shaking their heads. Especially the bands from Japan and Korea. They were very opinionated. What is this? Are they even here to sing heavy metal? You wouldn't think so just by looking at them. Where did they pop out from? Are they Chinese? But China has no metal of their own. They're definitely going to cover a song. How uninteresting. Of all the acts that this music festival is featuring, why did they choose to invite the Chinese? Are they trying to mess around? Just because the song they prepared was performed by someone else, they don't have any other songs they can perform? Trash tier. What do you mean? One of the Korean bands changed songs for their performance, which clashed with one of the songs the Chinese selected. That happened, so they can't sing it anymore, and had to change their lineup? Well, I guess it's not surprising. The Chinese don't have their own metal. How many songs could they possibly know? In the VIP seating, Chen Guang and Zhao Wuliu came over to join the others. Ning Lan told them, Take a seat, it's about to start. Chen Guang was not looking forward to this at all. Zhao Wuliu's heart was pounding as he silently cheered them on. Su Milan's pair of beautiful eyes were staring at the stage. Big Chi shouted, Come on, come on. On the stage, Zhang Ye stood there calmly. Xiaodong and the others were behind their instruments. Seeing the audience muttering, hearing the lukewarm applause from them, Zhang Ye was very unhappy. The bands that appeared before them did not receive the treatment that they were getting. Was it just because of his Chinese jacket that they assumed he didn't know heavy metal? Just because he was Chinese, they thought that he didn't know heavy metal? Zhang Ye found this ridiculous and sighed. Thinking back to the prosperous Great Tang, how mighty was China back then? What did we not have at that time? What could we not do at that time? Who was not convinced by us at that time? Change clothes? Change into something that would befit metal? Don't be stupid. Today, this is what I'll wear. Today, I'm dressed in this Chinese jacket. I'll let you all listen to China's heavy metal. Zhang Ye's electric guitar rang out. A deafening melody filled the arena. It was a melody that carried a strong feel of heavy metal in it, as it stirred everyone who heard it up in surprise. All of them raised their heads and stared straight in a stunned manner at Zhang Ye, who was up on stage. The sound of the bass came in. The drums started playing as well. The melody's pitch was getting higher and higher. Zhang Ye's face had a reminiscent look on it. He suddenly shut his eyes, and a voice that was heavily laced with a sense of heavy metal suddenly rang out across the venue. The moment he opened his mouth, the entire audience at the venue exclaimed. The foreign Chinese students were dumbfounded. Chen Guang was dumbfounded. Su Milan was dumbfounded. Ning Lan was dumbfounded. And even the trio of Spring Flower Garden, who were playing with Zhang Ye, were so shocked that they nearly took their hands off from their instruments. Zhang Ye sang too. Chrysanthemum, Sword, and Wine. 3. Infused into the noisy garden via coffee. Another nation worships the ancient moon at a sun altar. The Kaiyuan 4 Golden Age charms people. Everyone was stunned. It was in Chinese. Jesus, why was it in Chinese? Chen Guang and Zhao Wuliu looked at each other, stunned. Ning Lan gasped. Big Qi stared with wide eyes. Su Milan leaped to her feet. Zhang Ye sang in his head voice. 5. The wind can't blow away sorrow. 6. Flowers can't satisfy nostalgia. The snow can't reflect the land. The moon can't fulfill old dreams. He then raised his right hand and unfurled his fingers, singing loudly. Our fate's imprinted in the lines of our palms. Tonight is sober and dreamless. Following my destiny, going toward a myth. Dreaming of the Tang Dynasty. YYY. A dream? Of the Tang Dynasty? A majestic picture was painted for all to see. Instantly, the Chinese international students stood up and started screaming madly. The Western audience stood up in shock. How was this possible? The Korean audience was at a loss for words as they gave expressions of disbelief. God, this was China's heavy metal? This was China's very own heavy metal music. But that was impossible. Didn't China not have its own heavy metal music? This was not possible at all. Why does this song sound even more complete than our heavy metal music? A lot of people were stunned. Zhang Ye sang loudly. Tonight's goblet reflects the bright moon. Feudal peoples, a busy Silk Road. Tonight's goblet reflects the bright moon. A collection of treasures and talented people. Tonight's goblet reflects the bright moon. The smell of paper and ink. The artist's soul flooding out. Tonight's goblet reflects the bright moon. Heroes radiating courage to the universe. Amy could feel her blood pumping as she drummed furiously. Xiaodong was playing the bass and was captivated by the music. Zhang Ye suddenly switched to an operatic style of singing and growled, reminiscing about golden ages. Close friends from all over the world. A vision of a borderless world. If only millions of manners could be built. 7. He fist-pumped his right hand. Chen Guang raised his hand. Zhao Wuliu raised his hand. Big Qi raised his hand. Even someone like Ning Lan, who did not enjoy heavy metal, got caught in the moment and raised her right hand. The atmosphere had hit a fever pitch. The entire venue responded. 1 hand. 100 hands. 1,000 hands. Zhang Ye took a deep breath and howled. Our fate's imprinted in the lines of our palms. Tonight is sober and dreamless. Following my destiny, going toward a myth. Just like returning to the Tang Dynasty in a dream. This magnificent scale. This resplendent sight. These overwhelming emotions. These towering heroics. It was crazy. Everyone had gone crazy. Chen Guang and Zhao Wuliu could feel their pulse coursing. The Chinese international students' tears were streaming. This is our very own style of heavy metal. Today, China has finally truly gained its own identity in heavy metal music. On this day, on this date, this pioneer heavy metal piece from China in Zhang Ye's previous world, this most classic heavy metal piece that made everyone go crazy over it. Dreaming of the Tang Dynasty debuted, dressed in a Chinese jacket, and with Dreaming of the Tang Dynasty, Zhang Ye roped in Spring Garden with him and shocked Asia. Chapter 1371, The Encore Finale. Ashamed. Chapter 1371, The Encore Finale. Ashamed. Translator, Leg. Editor, Leg. The performance ended. The audience was screaming. That was awesome. Oh my god. This is what heavy fucking metal should sound like. I feel all of the blood in my body pumping. This is our very own style of heavy metal. What a great teacher, Zhang. What a great dreaming of the Tang dynasty. Zhang Ye, Zhang Ye, Zhang Ye, Zhang Ye. Many of the Chinese international students were chanting Zhang Ye's name. Many of the foreigners also started chanting. Things were going out of control in the arena. Many of the participating bands were also dumbfounded from listening. Several white band members looked at one another in shock. The song that was just performed had opened their eyes. This heavy metal was clearly quite different from their styles, with many of its own elements added. In fact, these elements were what amazed them. It was detailed and added in a cultural style. After they finished listening to the performance, it felt like they had benefited from the experience as well. This was very novel and quite high level. They did not know if it was a false impression, but they actually felt that this Chinese guy's heavy metal music had surpassed theirs by a great deal. It was astonishing. This song did not even seem like it belonged to this era of heavy metal. Several of the Korean bands looked disgusted. How could this be? They were just mocking the fact that China did not have its own brand of heavy metal, but their faces were smacked swollen by Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye. So this was the Chinese heavenly king who had beaten up one of their Korean stars, Li Anson? Where on earth did this guy pop out of? Zhang Ye leaped off the stage. The Spring Garden members followed close behind. The following performers, a Japanese band, went on stage next. The music festival continued. When they got backstage, the members of Spring Garden burst into excitement. Xiaodong exclaimed, "That was so kick-ass. It was so fun." Li Shaoxian said excitedly, This song is awesome." Amy grabbed Zhang Ye by the shoulder. "Teacher Zhang, my brother, my dear brother, that was so impressive of you. This song is godly. It's so fucking godly," Xiaodong said. "I think I've fallen in love with heavy metal." Amy let out a guffaw. "We've really made an impression this time. We've earned glory for the Chinese rock and roll scene. This is the first time that the Chinese rock and roll scene has shouted its own voice on an international heavy metal music stage. It's so awesome. Teacher Zhang, are we going to be popular?" Zhang Yi smiled and said, "Who knows? As long as we enjoyed ourselves, that's enough." Li Shaoxian said, "We'll definitely be popular. Just look at the audience's response. All of them went crazy." Xiaodong marveled. "Yeah, there were several thousand people who raised their right hands. That sight was so stunning. Even the foreigners are shocked by our performance." Currently, several other bands were also backstage with them. A Finnish band member looked at them and politely smiled. A Dutch band member gave them a thumbs up. Zhang Yi and the others smiled back at them. Taking a bottle of water and drinking, Zhang Yi then said, "Get some rest. That was really tiring." Amy said excitedly, "What was so tiring about that? I had such a great time." Zhang Yi rolled his eyes. "You might not be tired, but I am. I'm hoarse." He did not have a voice trained for heavy metal and had to force it for today's performance. The difficulty of this song was extremely high and not just anyone could sing it. Zhang Yi had to expend a lot of energy just to be able to perform it. 1 song, 2 songs, 3 songs. The final performance ended. The set list for the International Heavy Metal Music Festival was completed. Zhang Yi smiled. "Let's go." The members of Spring Garden were also getting ready to leave. However, the organizers came over and informed everyone that in accordance to the past music festivals, when all of the bands finished performing, there would be an encore finale. The band with the most cheers would get the opportunity to perform the final song of the night, just as how it had been done every year. Zhang Yi shrugged it off since he didn't feel like they would be the ones to get the chance. But when they heard the shouting coming from inside the arena, he and the Spring Garden members were stunned. The screams were deafening. The crowd was shouting their names one by one. Storm, Zhang Ye, Y99, SS Band, Zhang Ye, Zhang Ye, Zhang Ye. At the beginning, they were shouting for all the different bands. The cheers for the more popular bands were also very loud. But towards the end, the minority group of just over 100 Chinese international students were shouting so loudly that they covered up the screams of everyone else. Their shouting became louder and louder, more and more in unison. In the end, even a lot of the foreigners shouted along with them. Zhang Ye, Zhang Ye, Zhang Ye. Cheers rang out all over the arena. Zhang Ye pointed at himself. "Are they shouting for us?" Amy said, "Yes, it's us. It's us," Xiaodong said. My God, they're really calling for us. Li Shaoxian said anxiously. So are we going on or what? Zhang Ye laughed. Since everyone is showing so much support for us, let's do one more song. Xiaodong said. You have another Chinese metal song? Amy could not believe it either. There's another? Zhang Ye smiled, but did not say anything. Another? Get rid of the question mark, and you have your answer. In the VIP seating, Chen Guang was stunned. Zhao Wulio was so excited that he nearly cried. Big Qi said startled. The foreigners are shouting for Zhang Ye? Su Milan gasped and said. They're calling for him to return on stage for the encore. Teacher Zhang's song won over the audience. Chen Guang said in a surprised and nervous manner. But does he know any other songs? Zhao Wulio shook off his surprise. Yeah. Where's he gonna find another song? Zhang Hanwei looked at the empty stage. They still haven't come back onto the stage? Su Milan said worriedly. Do they really have no more songs to perform? Zhang Ye, they still weren't coming out? As a result, the audience in the arena roared even louder. In Seoul, in the arena of an international music festival, over 10,000 people were shouting a Chinese person's name in unison. What kind of a visual was this? What kind of an honor was this? Many of the foreign bands were dumbfounded. The faces of the Korean band members looked even darker. They were playing in their own country tonight. This was their home turf. But everyone was actually cheering for a Chinese band to play the encore? How could something like this even happen? Suddenly, the screams exploded. They're here. Zhang Ye. It's Zhang Ye. Spring Garden. One more song. One more song. One more song. On stage, Zhang Ye led the group out and leaped onto the stage with a flourish. One more? All right then. I can even sing 10 more songs if you want. Then the guitar, bass, and drums played together. When Zhang Ye opened his mouth, his voice once explosively filled the entire venue again. Yo-oh-oh. Yo-oh-oh. It was crazy in the audience. Everyone was rocking out. Zhang Ye sang loudly. In the middle of the crowd, there stands you and me, meeting and getting to know each other. In the middle of the crowd, there stands you and me, pretending to wear honest smiles. There's no need to speak, you know exactly what it is that you and me both want to do. There's no need to care so much or feel sorry. Someday, I'm sure you will understand me. Chen Guang no longer knew what to say. Zhao Wulio got so excited that he couldn't control himself. Ning Lan cheered. Big Qi howled. There was another. There really was another song. Well done. Teacher Zhang, well done. Zhang Yi sang loudly. Not gonna believe. Xiaodong got into the flow of the song. Believe whatever the reasons are. Zhang Yi and Amy shouted together. People have become so indifferent. Zhang Yi sang. Not gonna remember. Li Shaoxian sang. Spiritedly, remember the past. Zhang Yi, Xiaodong, Li Shaoxian, and Amy sang. I'm no longer the person I was. The crowd sang so hard they went hoarse. They were waving their arms like crazy. Some people even started crying listening to the song. All of a sudden, the guitar played quieter. The drum beat disappeared. The sound of the bass also died out. 1 second. 2 seconds. Zhang Yi clutched the chest of his Chinese jacket and closed his eyes. I felt lonely before, and I've been shunned too. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and sang out loudly with a determined but uncaring look. But I've never felt ashamed to show my face. The arena blew up. Nobody could control their emotions anymore. Screams, howls, craziness. No one was spared. This final verse speared the hearts of each and every member of the Chinese celebrity team. They had been lonely. They had been snubbed. But they had never been ashamed. Zhang Ye, just what kind of a person was he? Chapter 1372. Chapter 1372. Experiencing a rise in the Asian popularity score. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. On that night, the event came to a successful end. The International Heavy Metal Music Festival concluded with Zhang Ye's singing. However, the nearly 10,000-strong audience in the arena were reluctant to leave. They were still in a state of elevated emotions as they continued shouting a name crazily. It was the name of a Chinese person. Zhang Ye, Zhang Ye, Zhang Ye, Zhang Ye, Zhang Ye, with dreaming of the Tang dynasty. And with ashamed. It gave the attendees of the event goosebumps. It was great. It was awesome. On the returning bus, Zhang Yi had a lingering look on his face. Tang Dynasty's song. Black Panther's song. He had brought them out today, and it felt great. It was so fun. Zhang Ye might not be a professional rock and roll musician, but he did have a rock and roll heart. On the bus, Zhang Ye and the Spring Garden members got surrounded by everyone. Big Chi gave them a thumbs up and said excitedly, "There's nothing I can say except that it was awesome. It was so impressive. Did you all see the atmosphere in the arena? Nearly 10,000 people were chanting your name. Nearly 10,000 people were screaming and shouting. This sort of atmosphere isn't something that we usually experience in a normal concert back at home. Such a level of craziness can only be felt in a heavy metal performance like this. I got so pumped up listening from the audience. Old Chun, old Zhao, and I screamed until we were hoarse." Zhang Yi laughed. "Haha." Amy exclaimed, "I had such a good time too." Xiaodong said happily, "Today was such a nice outlet." "Yeah," Li Shaoxian said. "Who says that China doesn't have its own form of heavy metal?" Su Milan then laughed. "Today, I finally understood where the nickname of face-smacking Zhang came from. In the past, I didn't really pay much attention to it and kept wondering why people were always calling him that." Amy said, "Haha, you're only learning this now, Sister Lan. Teacher Zhang has been walking the path of smacking faces for so many years. He's even expanding it outside of China." Ninglan laughed and said, "I never used to listen to heavy metal music. Listening to the others perform today only sounded like I was listening to noise. It really pained my ears to hear them sing. But when Teacher Zhang sang his song, I didn't find it annoying at all. I even found it rather entertaining. So what was with that? That is what our teacher little Zhang is capable of." "Huh." Zhang Yi pretentiously waved it off. "Sister Ning, let's be more modest, more modest." Zhao Wulio gasped and said, "Director Zhang, I really have to take my hat off to you today. I'm entirely convinced. Just what do you not know? You can even come up with a Chinese-style heavy metal song? And it was even created on the spot? Do you know how many bands in China could not make it in the scene, even after many years? If we had known, we would have come to you for guidance long ago. Then China's rock and roll scene would have been able to proudly say its name on the international stage several years earlier." Zhang Yi said, "I was just helping you out back there. I'm not a professional at this." Chen Guangbeli laughed. "How was that just helping out? You absolutely killed it, you know? With today's performance, it's opened a new chapter for China's heavy metal. Those two songs of yours are the stepping stones to the empire of China's metal scene. It's an extremely valuable contribution. It has also set a direction for the Chinese heavy metal bands who are still struggling to find their way in the international metal scene. This is as good as being the founding father of the industry. When future generations play metal, who can avoid being linked to you? In the future, when people mention the development of metal music in China, the first name they will bring up is yours. They would all talk about the 5th International Heavy Metal Music Festival. This will benefit all future generations." Zhang Yi exclaimed, "It's not that great. It's not that great." When Xiaodong heard this, she rolled her eyes playfully. Hey, what about us? Why isn't anyone mentioning us?" Amy also said unhappily, Right. What about our contributions?" Everyone hastily started to flatter them as well. "You guys were great too. Right. Your names have already gone down in history. Haha, Sister Dong's bass playing was great. Amy's drumming was also very on point. That's right. It's very difficult to imagine that you guys had only refined the details just before getting on stage. The singing was very good too. That ending shout that the three of you did, that was so heavy metal." With this, the three ladies of Spring Garden got extremely spoiled by the compliments. Amy puffed out her chest. "From now on, the three of us have also become rock singers." Xiaodong also joked. "That's right, we've switched genres and won't be carrying on as an idol group." Zhang Yi and Li Shaoxian were speechless. Everyone was amused. But today really was an exhilarating day for all of them. The four of them had really done China proud. Elsewhere, somewhere in Seoul, at Li Anson's office studio. Appa, what's the matter? That Zhang Yi is in Seoul. What? What is he doing here? I think it's for tomorrow's charity banquet. But just a while ago, he and the Chinese celebrity team members attended the International Heavy Metal Music Festival. He even went on stage and outdid our famous Korean Storm Band, as well as the other foreign bands. The venue's atmosphere was totally crazy. It was simply unbelievable. How is that possible? It's true. One of our staff members was present at the venue. How would a Chinese guy know how to sing heavy metal? On a Korean social network. The video is out. Let me recommend a clip to everyone. All of you, have a listen to this. What is it? It's a song that was performed at the Heavy Metal Music Festival. Wow, this is a great performance. What a stunning performance. I can feel my blood surging from listening to it. Who is he? This is a heavenly king from China. He's also an Asian A-list celebrity. I don't know this person. I don't know him either. Isn't that the world #1 in Go? Yes, that's him. Oh. I remember him now that you mention it. Japan. Online. That was such a classic. Those who like heavy metal music should all listen to this. It's really difficult to believe that this song was performed by a Chinese guy. Who is Zhang Ye? It's that teacher from the Chinese university. He led some students to scold our countrymen some time ago. It's him. He even knows how to sing? Yeah, I heard that this person is one of the top celebrities in China. Right, he's also on the Asian A-list rankings. The media in Asia also followed up with reporting this news. The reporters in Asia were very shocked. This news was indeed quite unbelievable to them. The International Heavy Metal Music Festival opens. A Chinese celebrity amazes the venue with a spectacular performance. China's heavy metal music comes to Asia. Dreaming of the Tang Dynasty sweeps an entire music festival. A Chinese celebrity steals the limelight. Zhang Ye, an Asian A-list celebrity with a tainted past. The clip from the music festival went viral. The two songs that were recorded live went viral. Instantly, Zhang Ye's name became common knowledge across Asia. And this was even Zhang Ye's first time stepping onto a stage abroad. It was also the first time he used this method to introduce himself to the citizens and media of Asia. On this night, the Asian Celebrity Rankings Index was updated. On the rankings, Zhang Ye's popularity score had actually increased by quite a bit. Chapter 1373, The News Spreads Back to China. 1373, The News Spreads Back to China. On the morning of the second day, back in China, people gradually caught wind of the news. At Zhang Ye's studio, everyone was coming in to work as usual. Morning, Director Ha. Brothers, why you're here already? Good morning. Nothing happened during the night, right? No, nothing. Ever since Director Zhang reached the summit, there have been fewer people scolding him these days. What's the matter? What's with this? What is it, little Wang? Look, why has Director Zhang's popularity on the Asian Celebrity Rankings Index suddenly gone up? It's very normal for it to rise by a little, isn't it? It's not just by a little, it's risen by quite a bit. What? That can't be. Yeah, isn't the charity auction going to happen tonight? Besides, Director Zhang's activity this time is only for him increase his exposure in Asia. He's only going to take part in the regional activity to let those who do not know him yet learn about him a little. We aren't exactly expecting him to gain much of a rise in popularity at all. Let me have a look. Damn, it really has risen. What's with this? What happened? Did Director Zhang kick up a fuss abroad again? They were all confused. They did not understand what had happened and quickly went to find out. At a newspaper firm. What? Are you serious? Zhang Ye has done something to shock the foreigners in Korea? At a heavy metal music festival? What the heck? There was even an incident like that. The Asian media outlets have already reported about it. Hurry. Go and find out about the events. Why would Zhang Ye participate in a heavy metal music festival? At Central TV, such a thing happened. What? Something this big happened last night. Are there any sources? Are there any sources from the music festival? What do you mean by no? Go and seek it out. Hurry. You must get your hands on the video of last night's music festival. At Zhang Ye's parents' house. In the neighborhood. Old Zhang. AI Big Sis Sunday. Your family's little Yi is in the limelight again. What happened? Didn't you watch the news? He sang in Korea and shocked to the foreigners. What did he sing? I'm not sure either. Meanwhile, the news was spreading all through China. It wasn't because of the time zone difference, nor was there a blackout in the news. The key issue was that the Chinese media was not paying any attention to the International Heavy Metal Music Festival. After all, everyone knew that China's heavy metal bands did not have much of a status in the international scene. It could even be said that they had no status at all, and that would not be putting it too harshly. They did not even have a heavy metal music style to call their own. Over time, Media stopped paying attention to it. This was just like how the Westerners did not really pay attention to table tennis, as they were not good at the sport and always lost whenever they played. Who would want to concern themselves over that? As such, this news arrived late to China. That was why the Chinese were the last ones to find out. After learning about the events that happened during last night's music festival, countless people became really curious. Simultaneously, they found it hard to believe. Just what songs did Zhang Ye sing? What songs did he perform? From the news and the Asian media, they found out that Zhang Ye had actually led Spring Garden on stage and outperformed all of the other heavy metal bands from the other countries. He had dominated the chance to sing the encore finale and became the most popular band that the attendees wanted to watch at last night's music festival. Was this some kind of tall tale? Was this some kind of nonsense? When did China's heavy metal scene reach that level? What was going on? Clips? Sources? A live audio recording? They still didn't know if they could get their hands on those since it happened in another country. If it had been in China, that would not have been a problem at all. One of China's greatest strengths lay in the acquisition of pirated resources. It led all of the other countries in the world, and Chinese netizens were feared for their ability and awareness of where to look for such resources. Very soon, they were found by those extremely resourceful citizens. In fact, there was even an HD video of the entire International Heavy Metal Music Festival. Countless people in China started watching it out of curiosity. In the end, they were all shocked by what took place in the arena. On Weibo, a lot of metalheads were in an uproar. Oh my god, that was godly. Zhang Ye sang it in such a godly way. That was truly scary. I'm getting the goosebumps. That Zhang Ye fellow can even sing heavy metal? And it was in Chinese too. Heavens. Tears are streaming down my face. It's in Chinese. It's really a heavy metal song in Chinese. We finally have our very own metal. Ah, how exciting. This feeling is indescribable. Dreaming of the Tang dynasty? Fuck. How can it be so stunning? Shouldn't it be old Chun and Zhao Wulio going on stage to perform? I heard about this music festival, but I don't remember that Zhang Ye was invited for it. So why did he perform? And there's even Xiaodong and the others too. I heard from one of the Chinese students studying over there. There was a Korean band who resorted to dirty tricks and sang the song that Zhao Wulio was slated to perform. Old Zhao only had one song prepared, so he didn't get to sing it when the time came. It was Zhang Ye who led Xiaodong, Amy, and Li Xiaoxian to save the day. Who could have thought that by going on stage, they would end up shocking everyone? That was so impressive. Damn, I'm fucking impressed as well. Regarding Zhang Ye, a lot of people are still scolding, criticizing, and doubting him. He has been attacked by a lot of people these few years. Yet why can he still get to the top of the entertainment circle by making it into the S-list step by step? Why is it that even after scolding him, everyone still loves him to death? Because in these crucial moments, people still have to fucking depend on him. You have no choice but to be impressed. Zhang Ye is on fire again. This fellow is going to be on fire all across Asia this time. Was it really that good? I don't really enjoy it. Previous poster, go listen to it a few more times. It's really good. Yeah, these two songs signal the rise of China's heavy metal scene. They carry tremendous meaning to them. Face-smacking Zhang has returned. He's gone and slapped the faces of those in Asia. Ha ha ha. How satisfying. It feels so good. I just like this grumpy temper of Zhang Ye's. That's right. He always ends up smacking the faces of others out of the blue. Quite a few people also felt that the songs were average, because not everyone was able to accept metal and rock music. But whatever everyone's evaluation of them, no matter what the disagreements were, they all loved to hear about how Zhang Ye had shocked the foreigners with his performance on the Asian front. How uplifting. How vaunted. He's shown the might of our country. At Zhang Xiao's house. Mom, have you watched the news yet? I did. Teacher Zhang is really capable. Well, he just can't sit idle for longer than a moment. At the Princess of Love songs, Shui Kaiki's home. Sister Shui, have you heard them yet? Yes. How were they? Those songs are what heavy metal should sound like. At musician Huang Cheng's office studio. Teacher Huang, what do you think? Zhang Ye is really good. Compared to our country, there are more people in Asia who listen to heavy metal, especially in Japan and Korea. The acceptance level there is much higher and more professional as well. If even they were so shocked by Zhang Ye's songs, then it clearly states his abilities. There really is no one out there who can touch him. I like these two songs as well. I always get goosebumps each time I listen to them. A rock band in China. These are really the stepping stones of our country's heavy metal scene. It's so awesome. All of us have Zhang Ye to thank for that. Among the people, in the media, within the industry, in the rock scene, across Asia, there was only praise. Chapter 1374, The Charity Banquet Begins. Chapter 1374, The Charity Banquet Begins. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Noon, 12:30 p.m. Seoul, Korea. The air here was clear and smog-free. Other than this difference, the surrounding skyscrapers and traffic almost made it seem like back home. At a restaurant emblazoned with Hangul, the Chinese celebrity team that was now abroad did not behave too conspicuously. They simply found a random restaurant close to the hotel and went in. Some Koreans were pointing at them and whispering, look, those women are so pretty. Are they celebrities? They don't look like they're from our country, right? They're Chinese celebs. That person is Zhang Ye, right? I saw a video of him yesterday. It's really him. According to the news reports, he's a hooligan. He has a really bad reputation back in China. Yeah, Ansanapa was beaten up by him before. During the Japanese delegation's visit to China, he also scolded them. But his singing is quite good. When the Chinese celebrity team first arrived in Korea after their flight, the people at the airport did not know Zhang Ye, and no one gave him much attention either. But just a day later, when the Chinese celebrity team appeared in public on the streets of Seoul and in the restaurant, already some people could recognize Zhang Ye without his shades on. This was such an obvious difference from before and was also reflective of Zhang Ye's increase in popularity on the Asian celebrity rankings. Although this change was not enough to cause a qualitative change yet, it was still a good start. This indicated that there was still a lot of room for improvement in Zhang Ye's Asian popularity. His fame was slowly rising. Zhang Ye's trip to Korea had already exceeded his target of just making an impression on the Asian stage. They ordered food, then started eating. Ning Lan was pointing behind Zhang Ye with her chopsticks and smiling. Are those people talking about you? Zhang Ye laughed and said, Who knows? I can't understand what they're saying. Xiaodong giggled and said, Look at our director Zhang. He's always so charming and capable. He gets famous wherever he goes to, and even the Asian market has opened its doors to him. Zhang Ye pretentiously waved it off. Keep it down, keep it down. The accompanying female interpreter arched her brows. Turning back to take a look, she could not bring herself to tell Zhang Ye that they were mostly speaking ill of him. Hooligan, bastard, fighting, scolding. Which of those words had a positive ring to them? Chun Guang asked. Where's Sister Lan? Amy said. She went off early in the morning to take care of some business. I guess she might be picking up the others right now. Li Xiaoxian said. I've already sent Sister Lan our location. She'll be coming over in a bit. As they were talking, the others arrived. Outside, the two heavenly queens arrived side by side. One of them was Su Milan. The other one was Zhang Yuanqi. There were another 5 or so other Chinese celebrities behind them. They were all going to take part in this year's Asian charity banquet and had probably arrived today on the same flight as Zhang Yuanqi. Hua Dongfang was also among them. But other than old Hua, Zhang Ye was not familiar with the rest of the group since he hadn't had any dealings with them before. Zhang Ye greeted, Old Zhang, Old Hua, you're here? Hua Dongfang smiled and said, You guys have already started eating? Why didn't you wait for us? Zhang Ye said, Who knew when you would arrive? Hua Dongfang went over and sat down beside Zhang Ye. He said, You're on fire again. Everyone back home just found out about what happened last night. The media dropped a bunch of reports, and there was a heated discussion on the internet as well. Just before we boarded our flight, the news was still describing how you laid the stepping stones of the Chinese rock scene. You're the man. You can't even rest when going abroad. Zhang Ye said happily. Well, I could not do anything about it since there was a chance to win some glory for China, right? Zhao Wuliu laughed. Right. When it comes to gaining glory for China, it's a task that's best left to teacher Zhang. Zhang Yuanqi also came over and sat down. When we get to the charity banquet's venue this afternoon, you'll be walking down the red carpet with me. Zhang Ye smiled and said, The two of us, together? Sure. Su Milan grinned. I was arguing with Sister Zhang all day on our way here about that. In the lineup of this Chinese celebrity team, the 3 most popular celebrities back home were Zhang Yuanqi, Su Milan, and Zhang Ye. They were all S-listers, so in accordance with previous arrangements, two of them would be required to walk down the red carpet side by side. As Zhang Yuanqi and Su Milan were both female, it wouldn't be that suitable for the two of them to walk together. So Zhang Ye definitely had to pair up and hold hands with one of them while walking down the red carpet to keep a male-female pairing. From the looks of it, they had made the choice before arriving. Zhang Ye was very happy about it. Was it really worth it to argue for so long? Hua Dongfang spoke. Yeah. In the end, they had to settle it with a match of rock, paper, scissors. Zhang Ye belly laughed. Looks like Sister Zhang has got the better luck. Zhang Yuanqi said, how was I lucky? I was the one who lost. Zhang Ye was taken aback. He said, so you mean that the person who lost has to walk down the red carpet with me? Zhang Yuanqi laughed and looked at him. What did you think? Zhang Ye was speechless. Everyone had a good laugh. After the meal, everyone started getting busy. Makeup, doing their hair, changing clothes. Some of the celebrities brought along their own teams, while others did not. The charity banquet organizers had also gotten a professional team of makeup artists for the guests. Zhang Ye did not use the organizer's makeup artists to help him with his makeup, but latched on to Zhang Yuanqi's team instead to have their makeup done together. Zhang Ye's makeup was easy to do and only took half an hour to complete. The rest of the time was spent waiting on Zhang Yuanqi. It was now that he realized how troublesome it was for a female celebrity to have their makeup and hair done, taking 2 full hours before she was ready. At 4 p.m., the Chinese celebrity team arrived at the perimeter of the venue. The reporters had already flocked here, with the Japanese, Korean, and Chinese media all gathered around the red carpet, ready to take photographs. A bit a ways, the Korean celebrity team started making their way into the venue. Among them, Zhang Ye spotted a familiar face he had not seen in a long time, Korean star Lee Anson. The Korean celebrities walked down the red carpet group by group. The Chinese celebrity team was watching from afar and listening to Zhang Ye's rambling. Zhang Ye was muttering, Lee Anson is still around in showbiz? I thought that he'd have already retired. How nostalgic it is to see a familiar face. I really missed the time I sent him flying with a kick. Zhang Yuanqi was speechless, as was Chen Guang and Hua Dongfang. Over there, a female Korean celebrity tripped over on the red carpet. The reporters went crazy as they rushed to snap as many photos as they could. Zhang Ye scoffed. That was so unprofessional. That falling over motion was so fake. You can just see that her acting is not good. That was clearly done to increase the discussions about her. Look, you'd have to act better if you want to look like you've twisted your ankle. If you had fallen over after twisting it, I could have given it to you and considered you a pro. But who would just lie down on their side? Do you think you're lining up on the runway for a takeoff or something? All of Spring Garden was speechless. After the Korean celebrities finished walking down the red carpet, it was time for the Japanese celebrity team to do so. However, the first female Japanese celebrity to walk down the red carpet also fell over within her first 2 steps. The male celebrities around her rushed over to help her up, with the female celebrity looking completely embarrassed. The reporters went into a frenzy again. Gotcha! Gotcha! Flashes were going off everywhere. Zhang Ye clapped and praised. That's a good one. This one's a real pro. Just look at how she fell over. I bet she practiced it over and over many times. From head to toe, I can sense professionalism all over her. All of her toes were in on the act as well, with drama bursting out of every cell of hers. There's absolutely no sign that it was a fake fall. Even in the international sporting arena, the strictest of international referees would have to give her a free kick if they saw that. It was flawless. He looked at the Chinese celebrity team. Which soccer team does that female celebrity play on? Big Chi, Su Milan, Jiang Hanwei. The Chinese celebrity team. Soccer, your sister. She's a renowned movie actress in Asia. All right. Everyone was at a loss. This mouth of Teacher Zhang's, there's really no one like him. Do you have to be so sarcastic? Hua Dongfang clapped him on the shoulder. Teacher Zhang, I finally know why Sister Zhang and Sister Lan were so unwilling to walk down the red carpet with you. Zhang Ye rolled his eyes. Why? Amy said, because everything you say is likely to offend someone. Anyone else might have a chance of setting things right after offending another person. But for you, everything you say is always so extreme that it leaves no room for any backpedaling. If you let those female celebrities hear what you say, There's no doubt that they'll get so angry that they'd fight you. Li Shaoxian giggled. Shen Guang also laughed. Ha ha ha. Chapter 1375. Zhang Ye's prepared auction item. Chapter 1375. Zhang Ye's prepared auction item. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Within the venue, the decor was exquisite and brilliant. The Asian charity banquet was into its umpteenth year. It was held on a nearly annual basis and was always a grand affair. However, it was slightly different this year as it would be partially broadcast live. The red carpet event would not be shown, with the signal only coming on when the main auction event began. Be it for the Korean, the Japanese, or the Chinese sides, as well as the rest of Asia, the live broadcast would all be done over the internet. Four types of people were present at the event: the staff, the celebrities, the reporters, and business people from all different industries. They would all come together and share a feast. After the red carpet event was symbolically held, the Chinese celebrity team was met by staff from the Asian Red Cross Society and brought to two adjoining tables to be seated. Shen Guang was also attending the event for the first time as his popularity last year wasn't high enough. He craned his neck around. There's really quite a lot of people from the business world. But for Xiaodong and the others, they had been present at this event every year in recent times. Yes, we're mainly depending on them for the charity auction bidding. There are business people from China as well as other countries. Hu Dongfang laughed and said, I can see quite a few people that I know. Is that the boss of Northern Pharmaceuticals? And isn't that Sun He Wine Industries CEO? Even Boss Qian is also here. Amy said in surprise. Boss Qian? Li Shaoxian looked over. Qian Haitao. Big Qi also said in surprise. You mean the richest man in China? The list of those from the business world was also very glamorous. There were many influential CEOs attending the event, and even the richest man in China was here. As the biggest annual charity event in Asia, the Chinese businessmen were all extremely supportive of such events, whether it was for their corporate image or for their own personal ideals. Many of them were old acquaintances and started chatting the moment they came into the building. Zhang Yuanqi, Su Milan, Ning Lan, and Zhang Hanwei also went over to greet the people they were familiar with. Zhang Ye didn't really know anyone here and wasn't interested in getting to know them either. So he sat by himself, humming and messing around on his phone, showing zero awareness or interest in expanding his network. As someone who was an Asian A-list celebrity, he was easily the only one who acted like this in the entire building. Big Qi asked, Teacher Zhang. Zhang Ye looked over. AI. Big Qi laughed and said, What item did you prepare for the auction? Zhang Ye asked in return, What did you guys prepare? Rather embarrassed, Big Qi replied, Well, I painted an ink wash painting one to put up for the auction. Impressed, Xiaodong said, Oh, Brother Qi even knows how to paint? Big Qi laughed and said, Haha, I just know a little bit. I learned when I was young, but of course I can't compare to professionals. I'm just in it for the ride, but didn't know what else I could bring for the auction. Li Shaoxian gave a bashful smile. We're not here today to compare how pro we are. We just have to show up to aid the cause and do our part for the donation drive. Amy said, But you still have to know a little. Otherwise, if we lower the standards of the auction, that would be so embarrassing. Then she giggled and said, Shaoxian, don't worry. If no one wants what you wrote, I'll bid for it so that you won't look bad. Li Shaoxian slapped Amy's arm. You're always cursing me. Amy laughed. Ha ha ha. Zhang Ye asked, What did you write, Shaoxian? Li Shaoxian answered in a reserved manner. It's just a simple calligraphy piece. I've always liked it. Hu Dongfang said. Doesn't Teacher Zhang also know calligraphy? Big Qi asked. What's Teacher Zhang's calligraphy like? Zhang Ye smiled and said, Not too bad, I guess. But Li Shaoxian said, How is it only not too bad? Brother Qi, you just haven't seen Teacher Little Zhang's calligraphy before. Big Qi said interested, Really? Zhang Ye waved it off. I'm just writing whatever. It's not meant to be displayed. Actually, they did not really know much either, and were just praising him. No one knew how skilled Zhang Ye's calligraphy had gotten. In fact, a lot of people did not even know that Zhang Ye knew calligraphy at all. Zhang Ye said, The auction item that I brought is just some tea leaves. Chen Guang's eyes lit up. Dahong Pao. Zhang Ye said happily, Yeah. Amy clapped. Nice. Then our Chinese celebrity team will definitely be getting the top honors today. The items that we brought to the auction are basically just filler, but Teacher Zhang's item is on a different level. It's the best tea since ancient times, and it's something that only Teacher Zhang has. It's such a valuable item. Zhang Yuanqi and the others came back to the table at this time. Ninglan heard what they were talking about. How much did you bring? Zhang Ye said, feeling pinched. 5 grams. Amy was floored. Xiaodong was speechless. Nobody knew whether to laugh or cry. Su Milan said in a stunned manner, only 5 grams. Zhang Yuanqi laughed. This guy is such a cheapskate that it's incredibly difficult to just get 5 grams of Dahong Pao off of him. The sun rose from the west today. It was still Sister Zhang who knew him best. But Zhang Yi did not like hearing that. Did you guys think that I brought cabbages to auction off? That the tea leaves I bring would have to be measured in caddies? This tea of mine only goes by the gram. 5 grams of tea leaves is enough to make a pot of tea. Everyone scoffed. Zhang Yi harumphed. Don't think that I'm being cheap here. I only have a few tea trees that don't even produce a few caddies of tea leaves a year. If each and every person wants some of them, and I gave away half a caddy each time, would I have any left? How many of you haven't had some of my tea? Li Shaoxian covered her mouth and giggled. It's pretty good indeed. Amy instantly changed her tone as well and gave him a thumbs up. Lord Zhang is a loyal friend. Zhang Yi said, that's more like it. Big Qi was envious. Lord Zhang, I haven't tried it before. Zhang Yi laughed and said, all right, come and get some from me when we get back. Big Qi immediately said, how generous. Then I'll help myself. Chen Guang said, we can't depend on Zhang'er's tea leaves to bring home the top honors then. It's only 5 grams, so even if it goes for a high price per gram, it won't be much money. I guess the enormous responsibility will still have to go to Sister Zhang or Sister Lan. Amy said excitedly. Right? We have to auction off an item for the highest possible price. Ninglan said. It would look good on us if we can get first place. Su Milan laughed. All right, then old Zhang and I will give it our best. Zhang Yuanqi checked her watch. It's almost time for the live broadcast, right? Yes, it's starting right away, said her female assistant beside her. Online. Quite a few people in Asia were already waiting at their computers. The Japanese netizens. Has it started yet? It's about to. There will be a lot of celebrities today. Yeah, let's see who walks away with the highest honors. It was Korea last year, wasn't it? It's time for our Japanese celebrity team to get it this year. The Korean netizens. It's starting. From the pictures taken earlier at the red carpet event, there seem to be a lot of new faces, doesn't there? Yeah, the Asian Celebrity Rankings Index is always changing, every day, so the people attending it each year are always quite different from the past years. This year's most expensive auction item will definitely be ours. Haha, that's right. Let's see what these Asian superstars will put up for auction this year. The Chinese netizens. Have you guys seen the photos? Zhang Yi walked down the red carpet with Sister Zhang. Haha, look at that fellow. Acting like he's all famous. It's just because he is overseas and people don't really know him yet. If this were back home, everyone would be booing him for sure. Hurry up and begin already. I'm just waiting for the live broadcast to start. They are doing real-time interpretation on the stream this year, right? It's getting more and more advanced these days. It's time for the Chinese celebrity team to showcase their talents. Come on, let's get the top honors. We have to depend on Sister Zhang for that. The Asian charity banquet had always been held very successfully. Through promotions, hype, and the branding, it had slowly built itself into a grand charity banquet in all of Asia. It attracted great attention, and people all over the region welcomed it greatly. There were even people who started treating this banquet as a variety show, with it trending higher and higher each year as everyone guessed who would take home the top honors. Under these circumstances, many Asian stars and business people started participating in the event willingly. With this virtuous cycle, the Asian charity banquet got better and bigger each year. The attending celebrities and entrepreneurs also garnered quite a bit of attention from it. Furthermore, this was attention from all of Asia. The celebrities and entrepreneurs who won the top honors would also receive a special reward from the organizer, on top of the huge amount of attention they would get as a form of appreciation for their contributions to philanthropy. As for what the special reward was, it was always different each year. But from past experience, this special reward often had great value attached to it and was priceless. Everyone wondered what it would be this year. Chapter 1376, Auction. Chapter 1376, Auction. Translator, Leg. Editor, Leg. The live stream began. The Asian charity banquet officially started. Many of the netizens from countries all over Asia couldn't wait any longer. The master of ceremonies was a famous comedian one in Korea. His lines were very quickly translated during the broadcast by the interpreters to the different countries in Asia. Esteemed guests, good evening. The annual Asian charity banquet has begun once again, and I'm very honored to be chosen as the host of this event. This year, we invited 63 celebrities from all over Asia, as well as the elite business people of each country's business world. The auction will be starting very soon, so let me once again thank every celebrity who has traveled here from afar and for providing us with their personal effects to be put up for auction. We would also like to thank each and every business person for taking the time to participate in the auction. A heated discussion was already taking place on the internet. Seoul, at the venue of the charity banquet, dinner had been served. There was even red wine. Closed captions and real-time interpretation were available on the live stream back home, but this wasn't the case at the venue. The onstage host was speaking, but Zhang Ye did not understand a word. He wasn't really interested in the auction today and only showed up at the event to be present. He had no intentions of being in the spotlight today and was scarfing down the food, head down. A glass of wine was served to him, and upon tasting, it turned out to be surprisingly good too. Xiaodong was speechless. Is it yummy, Teacher Zhang? Zhang Ye pointed at the plate. Not bad, why don't you have a taste too? Xiaodong couldn't think of a reply. Amy also said in a speechless manner. Did you really come here to eat? Zhang Ye was taken aback. If you aren't here to eat, then what are you doing at a banquet? It's not like I can understand what the host is going on about. Li Shaoxian gave a smile and said, even though it's called a banquet, how many people do you see picking up their utensils? Everyone's mainly going through the motions. What if the camera turns to you and you're seen with your head down and gobbling up the steak like that? It wouldn't look decent at all. For this sort of banquet, it's about putting on a show. Chen Guang grunted in agreement. Zhang Ye turned to look at Zhang Yuanxi, Ning Lan, and the others and found that none of them were eating either. Zhang Ye simply scoffed. All right then, continue being hungry and pretend all you like. That's right, sit up straight and stiffen that spine. Yes, keep that posture and hold it. I'll just eat by myself. Xiaodong rolled her eyes at him. Amy was nearly driven mad. Zhang Ye had always behaved rather unrefined and would never be constrained by rules. He would always do whatever pleased him. If he was hungry, why would he have to pretend not to be so? He could only put on a show after he had his fill. On stage, the first auction item was brought out. The live broadcast camera cut to focus on the female celebrity who had provided the auction item. She was a Japanese sports star and a famous tennis player in Asia. The item she put up for auction was a tennis racket she had used many years ago. Very quickly, the people on the floor started bidding. Every guest at the venue was given a number plate too, including the celebrities as well. Every time it was raised, it would represent a bid increase, with no cap to the upper limit. The final transaction price would not include any commissions that were present in commercial auctions. The entire bid would go towards charity, so the final value of the bids for such charity auctions were often higher than the true value of the items. This was because everyone was participating in the auction for charitable causes and not to profit. But of course, your item would have to be worthwhile in the first place. If the item you put up for auction was too crappy, no one would be crazy enough to spend several million to bid on it. $1,000, $3,000, $5,000. Sold. The first auction item was sold rapidly, with a Japanese businessman winning the bidding. This was only a warm-up for the rest of the night's auction since the people on the floor didn't seem too interested in the first item. However, the transaction price still went far beyond the tennis racket's value. The second item, the third item, the fourth item. The auction items were displayed in turn. Big Cheese ink wash painting was the fifth item to be put up for auction. There wasn't a lack of people who knew about paintings at the venue. Even among the Japanese and Koreans, there were people who were hobbyists in this field. When it came to calligraphy and paintings, there really weren't any national borders. When everyone saw it, they looked speechless. A Japanese businessman shook his head. A Korean businesswoman laughed without saying anything. What is this? It isn't even good enough to be considered an amateur piece. China is a giant in the world of calligraphy and paintings, so what is with this skill they were seeing? However, Big Chi still had quite a bit of reputation in Asia. A lot of people had watched his movies, especially the Chinese business people who were also very supportive of him. They kept bidding until the price of the ink wash painting was finally closed at $6,000. It was a Chinese businessman who walked away with the item, and Big Chi seemed to know him personally. All of this was done as a show of support for the actor. Big Chi laughed and said, "I thought that my item would fetch at least tens of thousands of dollars." Hua Dongfang said in amusement, "Perhaps you thought too much of yourself, old Chi." Big Chi pouted. "Was it really that bad?" Li Shaoxian opined. "It wasn't too bad." Big Chi looked at Zhang Ye. "What do you think, Teacher Zhang?" Zhang Ye clenched his teeth and answered supportively, "It's not bad." Big Chi sighed. "See, it's them who don't know how to appreciate art." Zhang Ye nearly bust a gut. "Not bad, my ass. I wouldn't buy this lousy painting for 10 yuan. Ink wash painting is the hardest to produce among the different kinds of paintings out there. Do you think that you can just pick it up with a few days of practice?" Soon, it was time for Xiaodong's item to be put up for auction. This item was quite a special one. It turned out that Spring Garden had once released an album with only 4 songs on it. Further, this album did not get distributed in the market and could not be bought, with the reason being that the record company had closed down back then, among other reasons. In the end, plans for the distribution of the album ran aground. Although the songs on it were later adapted and reissued several years after their debut, this album was out of print. No one had seen it before. The bidding immediately became intense. 5,000, 10,000, 11,000, 20,000, 30,000, 40,000. Xiaodong, Amy, and Li Shaoxian were all quite surprised. The final transaction price reached $50,000, which converted to slightly less than 400,000 yuan. It was the most expensive item thus far in the auction, and they felt very honored. Ninglan said, "Nice." Xiaodong blushed and said, "I never expected that it would fetch that much." The Korean businessman who won the bidding was also very happy. He went on stage and gave a speech, talking about how he was a longtime fan of Spring Garden. Xiaodong was also invited onto the stage. She gave her speech in English and expressed her thanks to the Korean businessman. Shen Guang said happily, "We're in first place for now." Amy said, "It's just for the time being. The highlight of the event hasn't arrived yet." Big Chi smiled and said, "But it's still a good sign." Many of the Korean and Japanese celebrities cast glances at the Chinese celebrity team. Although there were many countries in Asia, only the celebrities from China, Japan, and Korea were considered successful in making a name for themselves. As a result, the competition today was mainly between them. Due to many historical hatreds, ethnic differences, and political clashes, the 3 countries had always had an intense rivalry. It was the same for their celebrities, and no one wanted to lose to the others. Since this was an occasion with a first place, no one wanted to get second place. All of them were hoping that their auction items would get an astronomical bid. First, this would bring honor to their country, and second, it would boost their own popularity. Walking away with the top honors on a stage that was broadcast live to all of Asia? How incredible would that be? Chapter 1377. Who will walk away with the top honors? Start. Chapter 1377. Who will walk away with the top honors? Start. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. At the venue, the auction's atmosphere was building up. Another 3 items in a row were put up for auction. One was an item that belonged to a female Japanese star. One of them was from Chun Guang, and the other one was from a Korean soccer star. The final transaction values of these items did not exceed that of Xiaodong's Spring Garden album. Then Li Anson's item was put up for auction, but no one at the venue saw any item placed on the auction block. After the host explained the item for a while, some people on the floor finally raised their paddles to bid. 40,000, 60,000, 80,000. It instantly surpassed the highest value the Chinese celebrity team had set. Amy said in a stunned manner, "What is he auctioning off?" The Chinese celebrity team's interpreter said, "Li Anson is auctioning a beginner's guitar lesson that he'll teach personally." Zhang Ye said, "Is that all?" Xiaodong laughed and said, "Li Anson is really going all out." Big Chi said regretfully, "We've been surpassed." Amy said, If someone gets tutored by Li Anson for even one lesson, they would brag about it forever. This is definitely worth bidding for. Zhang Ye shook his head and smiled. He only cared about gorging himself and continued eating. Xiaodong said, Teacher Zhang. Zhang Ye did not even raise his head. What? I'm eating. Xiaodong said, Hey, Teacher Zhang. Zhang Ye said, Speak. Xiaodong said, Isn't that my steak you're eating? Zhang Ye was taken aback. Didn't you say you weren't going to eat? Xiaodong was speechless. Li Shaoxian giggled. Finally, the bidding for the item ended with a high price of 95,000 US dollars. After conversion, that would come up to over 500,000 RMB. The winner of this auction item was a Korean father-daughter pair. Clearly, by the look on the daughter's face, she was most likely to be a die-hard fan of Li Anson. With this present that her father had given to her, she could not be any happier. The Korean celebrity team was tentatively in first place. The 4 tables of Korean celebrities broke into applause. Bravo! Anson Appa. Well done. Li Anson was also all smiles. Korea was their home field, so they wouldn't want first place to go to anyone else. Finally, it was Zhang Ye's turn to have his item put up for auction. No one knew if the organizers had done this on purpose or if it was purely just a coincidence that his turn came right after Li Anson's. The Dahong Pao was revealed, and the onstage host recited from a cue card to introduce the origins of the tea leaves. The camera cut to Zhang Ye. Amy hurriedly reminded him. Xiaodong also anxiously kicked his leg to get him to take note of his image. But to their surprise, Zhang Ye, who was holding his utensils and devouring food a moment ago, was now sitting upright with his knife and fork placed neatly back onto the table. The corners of his mouth had been wiped clean as well. He was even giving a smile to the camera, as though he had been paying attention to the auction all this while. Xiaodong was speechless. Big Qi was speechless. Chen Guang was speechless. Everyone was looking at him in shock. Masterful. How truly masterful. Isn't your reaction speed too fast? If they had not seen it for themselves, they wouldn't have believed it. They finally understood why Zhang Ye had dared to eat and drink without a care under the scrutiny of all the cameras during a live broadcast that was shown all over Asia. So this fellow had long since been prepared for this. The auction of the tea leaves began. The Japanese and Korean business people paid close attention to it. 5,000, 10,000, 30,000 from me. I'll bid 33,000. When the price went above 30,000 US dollars, the business people from Japan and Korea placed their paddles down while shaking their heads. They weren't going to participate in the bidding for this item anymore, as they found it to be too outrageous a price. It was only 5 grams. All it could brew was a single pot of tea, and it was just a small pot. Even a diamond wasn't this expensive. However, the Chinese business people knew the true value of Dahong Pao. This best tea since the ancient times had a reputation. If they saw this item at any other auction, they might not bid for it. This was because they wouldn't know if it was authentic. But they dared to bid for it today because they were not at all worried, since this Dahong Pao was put up for auction by Zhang Ye himself. In the entire world, only so many parent trees of the Dahong Pao tea leaves existed, and all of them were the personal property of Zhang Ye. The Dahong Pao that anyone else might bring out could possibly be fake, but not if it was Zhang Ye. To be able to have a sip of the best tea since the ancient times and still do their part for charity, why not? CEO's son turned his head. Boss Qian, aren't you going to bid for it? China's richest man, Qian Haitao, smiled. I won't be taking part for this item. CEO CI smiled and said, I thought that you enjoyed your tea, old Qian? Qian Haitao said, Haha, it's because I've had it before. When teacher Zhang gave some of it to the station head of Beijing TV, I approached her shamelessly to ask for some to brew a pot myself. CEO CI asked, How good is the tea? Qian Haitao praised with a sigh. It's worthy of being called the best tea since ancient times. CEO CI slapped his thigh and raised his paddle immediately. 40,000. In the end, the tea leaves were won by the Chinese businessman with a bid of 40,000 US dollars. This dumbfounded many of the foreigners. 5 grams of tea leaves for 40,000 US dollars? Are you people crazy? Don't you have something better to spend that money on? Do you need to go that far? The Dahong Pao was sold for an astronomical price and had set a new record for the auctioning of tea leaves. But 40,000 US dollars did not even put it within the top 3 items of the charity auction. It was far from the price of Lee Anson's guitar classes. For now, it was still the Korean celebrity team that was in first place. Lee Anson narrowed his eyes and gave Zhang Ye a haughty look. Zhang Ye ignored him and went back to eating. The auction continued. The competition was becoming more and more intense. Then Jiang Hongwei's auction item was brought out. It turned out to be a trophy for an Asian Film Award he had won many years ago. This trophy was plated in gold and had high value as well as great significance. Xiaodong said in surprise, "Uncle Jiang, are you going all out?" Amy said, "Io, that's something really worthy." Jiang Hongwei laughed heartily. "Aren't I trying to grab the top honors for our Chinese celebrity team? Of course I have to give it my all." Zhang Ye said evenly, "You call that lousy trophy giving it your all?" Jiang Hongwei rolled his eyes. "It's still better than your 5 grams of tea leaves, in any case." Zhang Ye stared at him. "Are my tea leaves ordinary tea leaves?" Jiang Hongwei harumphed. "This trophy isn't ordinary either." The two of them had fought before. When Xiaodong saw this, she tried to intervene. Uncle Jiang, Teacher Zhang, don't fight. Look at where we are. At a time like this, our Chinese celebrity team should be united. We've got to band together to fend off the other countries." Zhang Yuanqi and Su Milan, who were seated at the other table, looked over. The auction began. The trophy was coveted by many of the Asian business people as they bid for it crazily. 80,000, 100,000, 120,000. The Chinese celebrity team reclaimed first place. "Bravo! Beautiful! Uncle Jiang is almighty. That's impressive." They applauded and celebrated. But before they could even be happy about it, a male star from the Japanese celebrity team also brought out the big guns and auctioned off his item, an electric guitar that he had kept with him for many years at the high price of $130,000. As a member of a band as well as a famous Japanese singer, it was very rare for any of his used guitars to be sold on the market, even if they were from the early days of his career. Bringing it out for the auction was clearly to show they intended to bring home the top honors. The Japanese celebrity team also coveted first place to gain some glory. The Japanese celebrity team. "Bravo! Yoshida-kun. Great!" The other people were symbolically clapping for him. It was mutual respect. Sometimes it would be you, sometimes it would be them. The parties of the three countries looked at one another. The atmosphere at the venue turned heated. Smiles were on everyone's faces, but the rivalry was boiling over in their hearts. Only Zhang Ye seemed to be out of the loop as he did not appear bothered by what was going on. This fellow's sense of patriotism was very strong, but he did not care much for a collective sense of honor. Whoever got first and second place was unimportant to him. Wasn't this a charity auction? China. Online. Xiaodong, good job. Old Jiang has also given his all. We got surpassed again. Quickly, catch up to them. It's only Zhang Ye who hasn't contributed much. What's he doing? Yeah, that fellow is totally not contributing to the efforts at all. The Dahong Pao tea trees are all his, but he only brought 5 grams of the tea leaves for auction? Are you trying to feed cats? How exasperating. Zhang Ye is such a cheapskate. If he brought out half a caddy or 1 caddy of tea leaves, who could compete with us? The top honors for the charity auction would surely have gone to the Chinese celebrity team. There isn't a doubt about that. Ha ha ha, 1 caddy? For a miser like Teacher Zhang, bringing 10 grams for the auction would be akin to taking his life. Chapter 1378. Chapter 1378. Who will walk away with the top honors? Middle. Translator, leg editor, leg. In China, at Zhang Ye's maternal grandma's house, Zhang Ye's parents, grandparents, uncles, and aunties, along with his sisters, had all gathered together to watch the live broadcast. All of them were getting frantic from watching. I'm dying of anxiety. What's wrong with our brother? Little Yi only brought 5 grams of tea leaves. It's over, we're done for. At old Wu's parents' courtyard house, Wu Changhe and Li Qinqin were also watching the live stream. This little Yi, what is he doing? What are you going on about? Since it's a matter of outdoing the Japanese and Koreans, he should have done more than what he did. It's just an auction. Just an auction? This is a matter of national pride. At Central TV, in the news channel's office. Has it ended? Not yet. When the results come out, quickly write the draft. We're waiting to report about it on the news. Okay, understood. Hi, Zhang Ye is not contributing to the efforts. Seoul. At the venue of the charity banquet, the auction was coming to an end. The items for auction from several heavyweight Asian celebrities were slowly revealed. An Asian S-list celebrity from Korea brought out the original manuscript of the lyrics for his new album to be auctioned off. It was a manuscript that he repeatedly wrote and polished the lyrics to, and was an extremely valuable item as there was only one copy of it. 150,000, 200,000, 210,000. It was auctioned for an astronomical sum. They reclaimed first place. Chinese Heavenly Queen Su Milan's auction item was a pair of her own earrings. Just the market value of the earrings alone was $50,000. It received yet another round of crazy bidding. 160,000, 170,000, 190,000. Unfortunately, it couldn't cross the $200,000 mark. Xiaodong shouted, "Aya." Amy said, "This is bad." Big Chi said, "It was so close." The Chinese celebrity team was sighing with regret. Finally, Ninglan's auction item was revealed. However, the auction price wasn't high, and it only went for $10,000. The main issue was that the item she had put up for auction was rather boring. Ninglan's attitude was similar to Zhang Ye's. These two people did not have a strong collective sense of honor and were mainly here just to participate. Li Xiaoxian's calligraphy was brought out at this moment. The words were clear, and she wrote in a running standard style. Hua Dongfang commented on it, even though he did not seem to know much about calligraphy. "Good writing." Li Xiaoxian blushed. "It was just my attempt at calligraphy." Jiang Hanwei smiled and said, "It's really not bad." Big Chi said, "In the future, there's going to be a great calligrapher in our entertainment industry." Li Xiaoxian was getting praised so much that she felt rather embarrassed. Zhang Ye looked up to take a look. However, he did not say anything and carried on with what he was doing. This running standard did look rather beautiful at first glance. But in his opinion, it had no soul. All of the words looked lifeless to him. Zhang Ye guessed that this must be because she had been imitating the running standard of famous ancient Chinese calligraphers. By doing so, she had lost the grace of her own writing. This kind of calligraphy was at most amateurish or slightly better than how an amateur would write, although it was still pretty good. Quite a few people at the venue knew calligraphy as well. Over with the Japanese, a man in his 50s gave a look of disdain. A female Japanese star asked, "Master Miyamoto, how is this calligraphy?" Miyamoto shook his head. "It's a bunch of scrap paper." A male Japanese star laughed and said, "If it's compared to your work, wouldn't all other calligraphy be unacceptable?" Li Xiaoxian's calligraphy was auctioned off for $6,000, which was quite a good price. In the end, they still needed to depend on Zhang Yuanqi. Zhang Yuanqi's popularity was at the top, be it within China or in Asia. Old Zhang had put up the same item to be auctioned off as she always did in previous years. It was a bid for a date with her. Whoever bid the highest would get enjoy lunch with her. Further, Old Zhang would be the one treating. The winner could bring however many people they liked and order as many expensive dishes they wanted. This was the standard item Old Zhang put up for auction every year at the Asian charity banquet. However, this year, Zhang Yuanqi added on an item for the auction. With the buy one, get one free gimmick, she also brought out a calligraphy piece to be included with the lunch date. The auction item was displayed. It was calligraphy with only one character. Zhang Yuanqi stood on stage and said with a smile, "Everyone, please don't laugh at me." Endless applause came from the audience. Li Xiaoxian said in surprise, "Sister Zhang knows calligraphy too?" Amy said, "What an imposing word." Big Chi said, "Great. It's great." Zhang Ye also found it quite surprising. The calligraphy was indeed pretty good, or at least much better than Li Xiaoxian's writing. It was at the level of a professional calligrapher. Old Zhang, not bad. Getting to dine with her, and to have her treat, and even get a calligraphy piece from her. This was as good as buy one, get three free. Quite a few people were showing great interest in the item. A Japanese businessman shouted, 100,000. A Chinese businessman shouted, 150,000. Another Chinese businessman shouted, 180,000. A Korean CEO shouted, 200,000. Finally, Qian Haitao made his move. The richest man in China raised his paddle and calmly said, 300,000. The venue burst into an uproar. Wow, it's higher than last year's bid by $100,000. How generous. This is the highest bid of the night. The richest man indeed. The Chinese business people looked at one another and put down their paddles, all smiles. There was no need to keep bidding. The Japanese and Korean CEOs hesitated for a bit before falling silent. The host dropped the hammer. 300,000 US dollars. The Chinese celebrity team reclaimed first place. Xiaodong applauded. Sister Zhang, impressive. Amy said, we still have to depend on Sister Zhang in critical moments. Hua Dongfang smiled and said, we're definitely going to win. Ning Lan laughed and said, Sister Zhang was even forced to bring out calligraphy of her own. If we still don't get the top honors, that would be unjustifiable. Big Chi cheered. Yes, the Koreans don't have any other celebrities left to front their auction items. 300,000 US dollars. That's almost 2 million renminbi. At last year's charity auction, the highest hammer price was 240,000 US dollars. Unless some spendthrift stepped forward to bid for the remaining items, it's really difficult to catch up to us. At the Korean celebrity team's tables, Lee Anson was shaking his head. The others started smiling bitterly, knowing that there was nothing left to compete for. Those on the Japanese celebrity team were also looking at one another. There was nothing else they could do. But it was at this moment that a voice rang out. Miyamoto stood up dismissively and said, Can you even call that calligraphy? The crowd was stunned. Everyone turned to look at him. When the camera cut to him, countless people all over Asia who were watching the live broadcast were slightly taken aback. Who is this person? I don't know. I know him. That's a Japanese calligraphy master. That's Miyamoto. Yes, it's him. He just won an Asian Gold Award for calligraphy. One of the world's best calligraphers? Miyamoto Shinzo. Damn, he's a calligraphy master. Why is he also here this year? The people at the venue were pointing, and whispers could be heard. Somebody popped up and poked his nose in, and no one was prepared for it. Zhang Yuanxi and Li Xiaoxin's calligraphy were not good enough? Of course it was not good enough. They were not professionals, after all. This was a charity auction where everyone would contribute to the cause and have fun. If you really wanted to nitpick their work, then more than half of the items put up for auction tonight would have to get taken out to the dumpster. This auction was mainly to raise funds and not a place to compare professionalism. Zhang Ye narrowed his eyes. Who is this bastard? Li Xiaoxian recognized him and immediately introduced him to everyone. This is a true calligraphy master. Sister Zhang and my work definitely lack luster in his presence. Amy cried out, but he still shouldn't undermine the efforts of others in this way. Zhang Hongwei was also slightly angered. It's live, what is he thinking? But Miyamoto Shinzo was unrelenting. It was like he had sand in his eyes that he could not rub out. He walked onto the stage and said, Can we add another item to the auction? The interpreter also walked on to communicate with the host. The Korean host smiled. Of course you may. The auction has not ended yet. Shinsho Miyamoto said with a straight face. All right, I don't have anything with me today, so let me make a calligraphy piece on the spot. I'll show everyone what calligraphy is all about, and also do my part for charity. What? Make a calligraphy piece on the spot? This'll be interesting. We're in for a good show. Many people were waiting to watch the spectacle. The Korean celebrity team was delighted by this turn of events. The Japanese celebrity team members were also getting excited. The organizers held an emergency discussion, and soon, the 4 treasures of the study were brought on stage. Everyone turned their attention to the stage. The cameras also focused on the table on it. Calligraphy existed in Japan and Korea as well and was spread by China. But even so, some differences existed between the calligraphy of each country. For example, in Japan, they focused on improving their writing techniques until it reached the Tao of the skill. Their calligraphy was generally split between 2 styles, with one being regular script that pursued a powerful execution in writing, and the other being cursive that pursued elegance and zen. This was in line with the sentimentality ingrained in the Japanese people. Grinding the inkstone, picking up the brush, Miyamoto Shinzo began writing with no emotions on his face. There were similarities between both the Japanese kanji and Chinese characters, with the former looking much more like traditional Chinese. However, there were also slight differences, although it was still generally understandable when read. The content of the writing did not carry too great of a meaning. It was nothing more than describing X person doing X activity in X year. It might have been a famous story that happened in ancient Japan and described in detail, but that was not the focus. It was something other than this ancient story. It was the words. When Miyamoto Shinzo put the brush to paper and started writing, voices of praise sounded around the venue. Great artistry. This is what real calligraphy is. Now that's a true master. His writing flows so naturally. This is what art truly is. Hi. Calligraphy done by a master is just different. Just watching him move the brush is a sight to behold. The gulf between a pro and an amateur is enormous. The Chinese star's calligraphy pieces can't even be considered amateur works. Nothing stands up well to comparison. Chapter 1379. Chapter 1379. Who will walk away with the top honors? End. Translator, leg editor, leg. On stage. On the live broadcast, Miyamoto Shinzo wrote with swift brush strokes. Zhang Ye watched calmly. Su Milan whispered to her. Li Shaoxian had a look of admiration on her face. Meanwhile, Amy was quite angry. Is this old man crazy? Xiaodong said, he's very crazy. Hua Dongfang frowned. Isn't he doing this on purpose? When did Sister Zhang and Shaoxian ever offend him? What is he acting all arrogant for? Is he trying to show off? Big Qi asked, how is his writing? Li Shaoxian sighed. It's like the unity of heaven and man. Unparalleled. Shaoxian had a much kinder personality and still gave it very high praise. Big Qi said, didn't calligraphy originate in China? So why is a Japanese guy also so good at it? Li Shaoxian said, there are also calligraphy masters in Japan. In the international auction scene for contemporary calligraphy works, all of Master Miyamoto's works have fetched sky-high prices. Xiaodong asked, but compared to the calligraphy masters of China? Li Shaoxian gave it some thought, then said in a low voice, he's only better, not worse. Xiaodong gasped. He's that impressive? Li Shaoxian gave a bitter laugh. Even in China, I'm afraid that only Master Wu and Master Lin might be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Their calligraphy skills should almost be the same, but I don't know about anything more specific than that. I've only heard about it, but Master Miyamoto's writing is closer to that of China's semi-cursive, which is slightly different from the style that is often seen in the Japanese calligraphy world. However, they might not call it semi-cursive over there. I'm not sure about that. Anyway, Master Miyamoto has already reached the pinnacle in this area. Zhang Ye took a glance at it. Semi-cursive one. Now that it was mentioned, it really did look a bit like semi-cursive. 1 minute. 5 minutes. Miyamoto Shinzo laid the brush down. The camera cut to the work. It could also be seen clearly on the big screen at the venue. When the people at the venue saw it, whether they had any suspicions about Miyamoto Shinzu's motives, many of them could only give their loudest applause to this piece of calligraphy. Some of the Japanese business people even gave a standing ovation. Bravo! Well written. Master Miyamoto truly deserves his reputation. I've finally seen him write a calligraphy piece with my own 2 eyes. The dozen-odd business people from Japan were all very excited. Even for them, it was very difficult to get their hands on a calligraphy piece by Miyamoto Shinzo. In the international auction scene, Master Miyamoto's calligraphy pieces were always very popular and in demand. If it wasn't a bid with a 50 to 80% premium on the appraised price, it would be very difficult to win it at auction, based on the length of the scroll, and also the writing. The prices would vary. And for today's calligraphy scroll, be it the size, length, or quality, it was impeccable. It could be called one of Master Miyamoto's works at the peak of his prowess. Moreover, it was guaranteed that this was an authentic piece by him since he had only just finished writing it in front of everyone. He even signed off on it, so that would increase the value of the piece even more. A Japanese businessperson asked loud enough to be heard. Master Miyamoto, are you really putting this calligraphy up for auction? Shinzo Miyamoto said proudly, of course. Quite a few people could no longer sit still. They were all requesting a closer look at it on stage. 1 person, 10 people, 20 people. More and more people gathered around and were praising it to no end. This is really good. We weren't wrong in coming here today. Nicely written. It's so wonderful. Even some Chinese business people were moved by it. The host announced, we will begin the bidding now. So would everyone please return to their seats? As soon as he finished speaking, bids were being called out. 300,000. I'll bid 500,000. 550,000. 580,000. The starting bids had already greatly exceeded the hammer price of Zhang Yuanqi's lunch date and calligraphy piece. Furthermore, the bids were still rising, which dumbfounded those watching at the venue and the people across Asia watching the live stream. 600,000. 700,000. I'll bid 750,000. The competition was intense. It was a bloodbath. In the end, only several Japanese businesspeople remained in the bidding war. Eventually, the gavel dropped and the final bid price for this piece of calligraphy ended at $1.1 million USD. This was almost equivalent to 10 million renminbi too. This price was definitely much higher than the market value of the item. Yet the Japanese businessman who won the bid certainly felt that it was worth it. He loved this calligraphy piece. Japan. Online. Master Miyamoto has made his move. The Japanese celebrity team are in first place. Is Master Miyamoto considered part of the celebrity team? I guess. Yeah, in any case, he's one of us. Korea. Online. What an astronomical price. What's there left to compete on? The top honors will surely go to the Japanese. China. All the netizens were cursing his name. He's crazy. Why'd he pop out of nowhere? You're a calligraphy master to begin with. So what is there to be smug about even if your writing is better than Li Shaoxian's and Sister Zhang's? Idiot. Why don't you compete with Sister Zhang and Shaoxian in singing? Right, if you're that good, compete with them in singing. This old man is bullying people on purpose. He should chill the fuck out. This is just a charity auction. At Zhang Ye's maternal grandma's house, his eldest younger sister said angrily, "What kind of master is this?" His third sister spat. "Tui," Zhang Ye's mother said, "This old man is such a wet blanket. Look at this, there's nothing left to compete for." Lots of controversy was happening outside the building. People were praising it, people were scolding it. At the venue, the charity auction continued. Or rather, the auction was coming to an end. With an astronomical price of $1.1 million USD, no one remained who could compete with Miyamoto Shinzo. Ninglan shook her head. How pointless. Zhang Ye also lost interest. Let's go, it's time to leave. Amy looked at Li Shaoxian. Shaoxian, ignore him. But Miyamoto Shinzo still refused to step off the stage. He stood next to his calligraphy piece and looked at Li Shaoxian and Zhang Yuanqi. He said, "Both of your calligraphy skills lack refinement." He turned around and pointed at Li Shaoxian's calligraphy piece that was still on the auction block and scolded. Calligraphy is not a child's game. It's not something that anyone can do if they want to. Look at these words. They're dead and lifeless. To think that the host dared to introduce this as a calligraphy piece? I won't acknowledge it. This kind of work can't be called calligraphy. Calligraphy is not as simple as you think it is. A senior teaching his juniors a lesson? That was understandable. But it still had to be done at the right time. And besides, it wasn't targeted at the right people either. Li Shaoxian was extremely embarrassed. Her eyes reddened from all the criticism, but she still did not say a word. She could only bite her lip and listen to the criticism. Xiaodong was getting annoyed. Amy was furious. Su Milan's face turned cold. What is this? Are you done yet? Zhang Ye had been getting ready to leave. But when he heard all that, he stiffened and turned back to look at Miyamoto Shinzo, who was up on stage. He raised his eyebrows at the sight of him. However, Miyamoto Shinzo was still going on. China's calligraphy skill is. The Korean host felt that something was amiss and quickly interjected. Are there any other items that anyone wants to put up for auction? Anyone. This was just to change the subject, and the host did not expect anyone to respond to his question. No one at the venue thought that anyone would say anything either. With a master calligrapher and an astronomically priced calligraphy piece right there, there was no longer any meaning in bringing out another item for auction. And yet, a voice rang out without warning. Shaoxian and Old Zhang are both just amateur calligraphy hobbyists and can't even be considered practitioners of the art. If you wish to have a discussion on the subject, then fine, I'm up for it. It was Zhang Ye. The person who spoke up was Zhang Ye. Li Shaoxian was stunned. Xiaodong jumped. Zhang Yuanqi and Su Milan looked at him. Everyone at the venue stared at him in shock. What is the meaning of this? Li Shaoxian and Zhang Yuanqi are both amateurs? Then do you mean that you're a professional? Chapter 1380. Preface to the Orchid Pavilion Debuts. Chapter 1380. Preface to the Orchid Pavilion Debuts. Translator, Leg. Editor, Leg. Everyone was bewildered. Miyamoto Shinzo was also surprised. He did not expect that anyone would dare to challenge him. Who are you? Next to Zhang Ye, an interpreter translated. Who are you? Zhang Ye smiled. Save the formalities, surname's Zhang. Amy was speechless. Qin Guang was speechless. Xiaodong, who was very angry just a moment ago, was tickled pink. The Japanese interpreter grew nervous and translated the reply. Miyamoto Shinzo looked speechless. Save the formalities? Who's trying to be polite? With you. But when the interpreter whispered him Zhang Ye's full name, Miyamoto Shinzo could be seen narrowing his eyes. He obviously knew who Zhang Ye was and could not help but cast him another glance. So it was he who led the students at China's Peking University to scold their countrymen some years ago? A hooligan like that had actually made it to the ranks of the Asian A-list? How could that be? Surely there was a mistake somewhere? How could someone like him not be banned back in his home country? How was he allowed to get to the Asian stage? And why was he still getting more and more popular? The Korean host asked, Mr. Zhang Ye, do you have an item to put up for auction too? Zhang Ye calmly replied, yes, I would like to join in the fun as well. The Korean host asked, what item do you have? Zhang Ye said matter-of-factly, calligraphy, of course. Is that fine? The Korea host said, well, of course it's fine. China. At Zhang Ye's maternal grandma's house. It's bro. Damn. Why did bro step forward? What is little Yi doing? Does he know calligraphy? He does, but isn't it just something that he does for fun? At Yao Jinsai's house. Dad, come quickly. What's the matter? Something has happened at the charity banquet. Uncle Zhang has come forward. Damn, is something finally going to happen? I knew it. I knew there'd be trouble when this kid was allowed to travel abroad. He always tussles wherever he goes. Aya, don't trample on Uncle Zhang. Come and see this. On Weibo. Damn, go and watch the charity banquet's live stream. Face-smacking Zhang has been annoyed. What is he trying to do? That's Miyamoto Shinzo, a world-class calligraphy master. Good job, teacher Zhang. Get him. That old fogey, he's really fucking annoying. Right? How can he bully Xiaoxian in this way? She's such a nice person. With that bit of calligraphy skill, can Zhang Ye do anything about it? Even if he can't, he still has to stand up to him. This is not something that can be tolerated. In the Chinese calligraphy world, several calligraphy masters happen to be throwing a get-together. Teacher Wu this. Why did Zhang Ye come forward? That's Miyamoto Shinzo, a great calligrapher who is on equal standing with Master Wu and Master Qi. What is Zhang Ye even thinking? Who has seen Zhang Ye's calligraphy before? I've not seen it before. Me neither. The Japanese netizens. Ha ha ha. What an absolute joke. He's overestimating himself. He's just a singing star. What can he possibly know about calligraphy? The Korean netizens. Is this the Zhang Ye who sang Dreaming of the Tang Dynasty? He's biting off more than he can chew. Why is he trying to show off now? He dares challenge Master Miyamoto? Has he gone mad? The news spread. From mouth to mouth. More and more people learned about this news and quickly turned on their computers to watch the live stream. The number of online viewers across Asia jumped by many times. There was no helping it. The people were only interested whenever something interesting happened. It was the same all over the world. Once something happened, many of those who had not been interested in the Asian charity banquet were now rushing to catch the live broadcast. Zhang Xiao, Fan Wenli, Yao Jinkai, the Chinese calligraphy world, the Japanese calligraphy world. All of Asia turned their attention to it. At the venue, a new set of the 4 treasures of the study was brought out onto the stage. This was requested by Zhang Ye. He wasn't going to use the same ink and brush that had been used by a foreigner. Miyamoto Shinzo went to the sidelines and folded his arms with a sneer. Offstage, Amy tugged at Zhang Ye. Lord Zhang, didn't we agree to not cause any trouble while we're here? Zhang Ye laughed. We're just going to have a discussion about calligraphy. How is that causing trouble? Qin Guang did not know whether to laugh or cry. He's a calligraphy master. How can you possibly discuss anything with him? What's there for you to discuss with him? You'd just be embarrassing yourself. Zhang Ye said in amusement. When have I ever embarrassed myself before? Li Xiaoxian also said, Teacher Zhang, I'm fine. Really, I'm fine. Since he's a calligraphy master, he was only making some remarks because he wasn't satisfied with our calligraphy. But, Zhang Ye said, I know what I'm doing. Zhang Yuanqi laughed and said, You sure about this? Zhang Ye smiled. Of course. Su Milan also came over. How is your calligraphy? Zhang Ye chuckled and said, It doesn't count if I speak. Was he confident? If this were a week ago, he wouldn't be so sure. Because, even though he had eaten a lot of calligraphy skill experience books to the point of almost maxing out the skill was still not considered to be the highest level. But it was different now. In the previous lottery draw that Zhang Ye had played to test out his luck, he received quite a few advanced level versions of the calligraphy skill experience book. His calligraphy skill was no longer the same as before. More crucially, with his high level of skill, he could finally bring out the piece he had not dared to bring out before. The ink and brush were prepared. The camera pointed straight at Zhang Ye, even giving him a constant close-up. Zhang Ye smiled and then rolled up his sleeves. He slowly walked onto the stage. Around him, he could hear the whispering voices of the foreigners. Does he really not know who Master Miyamoto is? Who knows what this Chinese heavenly king is thinking? We're in for a show. I would love to see just what kind of a calligraphy discussion he can hold with Master Miyamoto. Even quite a few of the Chinese business people in the crowd looked at one another. When he arrived on stage, Zhang Ye looked down and swept his eyes over Miyamoto Shinshu's recent work. He was standing very close to it and could see it in much greater detail. The Japanese calligraphy style was indeed in the same vein as Chinese calligraphy, yet it had a distinct style of its own. This old man's writing was also very good, and it might not be too much to say that he was already at the pinnacle. His brush strokes, the way the characters flowed, the imposing air of the writing. It had all the characteristics of China's semi-cursive. It was stunning and breathtaking. Miyamoto Shinshu's pride was indeed backed up by his skill. With such a skilled technique, perhaps no other living person who also wrote in semi-cursive was a match for Miyamoto Shinshu. China's Master Wu, Master Kong, and a few others, Korea's Master Kim Songju, none of them specialized in semi-cursive. So it wasn't easy to compare them. Miyamoto Shinshu had indeed reached the pinnacle, and there wasn't anyone above him. Semi-cursive? Did you really think that you're invincible? Zhang Ye laughed. It wasn't just a laugh, but a mocking laugh. He was laughing at the lack of insight from this world's people. He was laughing at how the mice came out to play when the cat was away. When were the Japanese allowed to have the final say on who was the best at writing in semi-cursive? Zhang Ye picked up the brush and closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, his entire aura had changed. It was as though he had become another person. His gaze, his expression, everything about him was different. Miyamoto Shinshu was stunned. Xiaodong was startled. Li Shaoxian stared at Zhang Ye in surprise. The people watching at the venue and over the live broadcast could also clearly feel this change. What was going on? What just happened? Zhang Ye pushed the nib down and landed it onto the paper. At this moment, countless people across Asia were gazing at Zhang Ye's brush. What are you going to write in? Regular script? Cursive? Or clerical script? In any case, in their opinion, Zhang Ye would definitely not write in semi-cursive or running standard 1. He definitely would not write in either of those two styles in front of Miyamoto Shinshu. However, the moment Zhang Ye wrote the first character, everyone was dumbfounded. Yong. It was the Yong character. But this was not the reason that left them dumbfounded. What they were dumbfounded by was the style in which Zhang Ye had written in. It was semi-cursive. He just had to write it in semi-cursive. Li Shaoxian couldn't stop smiling wryly. This is bad, this. Amy did not understand. What's the matter? Zhang Yuanxi narrowed her eyes. It's written in semi-cursive. Xiaodong asked, what? Chen Guang nearly fainted. Teacher Zhang must be doing this out of spite. Hua Dongfang also understood Zhang Ye's nature. He's definitely doing this on purpose. Big Qi face-bombed. There's really no one with a temper like teacher. Zhang's. Chapter 1381. The world's best semi-cursive. Chapter 1381. The world's best semi-cursive. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Semi-cursive 1. Miyamoto Shinshu was irked. Many of the Japanese celebrities and business people in the audience were also quite angered by this person's arrogance. He was outright challenging Master Miyamoto Shinshu's calligraphy. He actually started writing in a similar semi-cursive style as Master Miyamoto. Just how bold was this guy? Just how defiant could he be? Since you know calligraphy, then how can you not know that in the domain of writing in semi-cursive, there isn't a living person in this world who could stand on equal footing with Master Miyamoto? But what left them in even more disbelief was yet to come. After Zhang Ye wrote the second character, the third, and the fourth, they realized again. It was an ancient story. It was a descriptive piece. Damn, It was in the exact same format as Master Miyamoto's work. He was actually going to write a descriptive piece as well. A similar ancient background, using the same semi-cursive. A similar descriptive story. Isn't this provocation? A provocation towards a world-famous calligraphy master? They simply could not believe it. But while some people were scolding Zhang Ye in their mind for thinking too highly of himself, Miyamoto Shinzo, who was standing about 5 meters away from Zhang Ye, was the first person to be stunned. The second person to be stunned was a Korean businessperson who knew calligraphy. The third person was Li Shaoxian. Her jaw dropped. Then they were followed by China's richest man, Qian Haitao. The people in the crowd were getting stunned one by one. Shaoxian, what's the matter? Master Miyamoto, what's wrong? What happened? Old Qian? Boss Qian? But those people did not say a single word to them. They just stared straight at the Qian paper in front of Zhang Ye with horrified expressions on their faces. Zhang Ye's brush flew across the page. In the 9th year of Yonghe 2, the 50th year of the 60-year cycle 3, at the start of late spring, we have gathered at the Orchid Pavilion on the U-back of Mount Quaiji for the purification ritual. All the literati, young and old, have convened. Around here are towering mountains, deep wood and tall bamboo, as well as clean and wild rapids reflecting the surroundings. We sit next to each other by a winding creek, floating goblets. Though missing the company of music, wine and song, and conversation fill our hearts with joy. Zhang Ye placed the brush to the paper again and swayed with the movement of the nib. He also showed all kinds of colorful expressions on his face as he did so. Be it calmness, be it sighing with emotion, be it sadness, or be it joy. Today, the sky is clear and bright, a gentle breeze blows. Gazing up at the immense universe, looking down at the wonders of nature, as eyes wander, so do minds. Indeed, it is pure joy for all the senses. Finally, Li Shaoxian could no longer hold it in. Oh my God, Li Shaoxian exclaimed. Su Milan said in surprise, "Teach these words." Zhang Yuanqi was smiling. Her smile was one of delight. Chen Guang said, dumbfounded. Are those words really written by Zhang Ye? Even Zhang Hanwei, who was not on good terms with Zhang Ye, could not help but gasp. Many of them did not know much about calligraphy. Even if they were presented with a bunch of calligraphy pieces, they wouldn't understand what was written. Whichever brush strokes were used, whether it was written in regular script or clerical script, most of them would not get it. But when they saw Zhang Ye's calligraphy, a lot of them were overcome with shock. There was no reason, absolutely no reason. Even they did not know why they felt this way. They were just shocked. It was a shock that came from within themselves. How could this be? Why was it like this? The Japanese celebrity team was also dumbfounded. How could that be? This. Oh my God. Each and every person at the venue looked absolutely stunned. But Zhang Ye did not stop writing. Nor did he notice the expressions of those in the audience. A lifetime flits by as friends are made. Some tell all stealing embraces in the bedchamber. Others indulge in hedonism. Interests are endless and tempers vary. We enjoy momentary happiness when we find it, but we never anticipate growing old. And as we grow weary of our loves, feelings, changing, giving rise to grief. What we just enjoyed turn to relics and makes us yearn. Life may be long or short, but it must come to an end. As the ancients said, birth and death are major events. How agonizing. At Yao Jinsai's house. These words are amazing. Hot damn. Did Uncle Zhang get possessed? At Central TV. How godly. Holy shit. Zhang Ye has broken into the realm of the gods. These words are earth-shattering. Did he really write them? In the Chinese calligraphy world. Master Wu. This. How could there be semi-cursive written to such a level? There's actually someone in this world who can write such beautiful semi-cursive? How is that possible? If I may say something disrespectful, not even the ancient masters achieved such great semi-cursive. So this is Zhang Ye's level of calligraphy? How did he get so good at it? Enough of that. Just look at that G4 character. Which G? All of them. Look at it closely. What? Why do they all look different? 5. Christ. In the Korean calligraphy world. Master Kim, what do you make of this? I don't know. Why not? How good is the calligraphy? I'm not qualified to critique this calligraphy piece. What? I just know that there's another calligraphy master in this world. In the Japanese calligraphy world. Who on earth is this person? He's a celebrity in showbiz. How's that possible? How can a celebrity possibly make a calligraphy piece of such beauty? Bro Yamada, compared to Master Miyamoto, which of them is better at calligraphy? Bro Izurai, you really can't see the difference? I just where did this guy pop out of? Why have I not heard of this guy before in the calligraphy world? At the venue. Silence. There was only silence. Everyone was looking at the stage in shock. The longer they stared, the more stunned and amazed they were. Only Miyamoto Shinzo had a different reaction. He could see much more than those people in the audience. The G character. All he could see was the G character. This first one was written 6 within at the start of late spring. The stroke was written in an almost horizontal way, while the horizontal stroke was barely visible. The throwaway stroke joined with the closing, pressed down, stroke sharp and restrained. The spacing between the strokes was properly proportioned. The second one appeared within. We have gathered at the Orchid Pavilion on the U-back of Mount Kwaiji. The horizontal and throwaway strokes appeared as almost one line, while the pressed-down stroke made a slight double curvature and closed off with a gentle exit, appearing tight above and relaxed beneath. The third one appeared within, though missing the company of music. The stroke resembled a goose's head, and the pause at the turning point between the horizontal and throwaway strokes was obvious. The pressed-down stroke was drawn downward with implied meaning. The fourth one, the fifth one, the sixth one, all of them were different. Every G character was written differently. This level of skill was nothing short of godly. As Miyamoto Shinzo continued looking at the writing, his eyes almost popped out. What on earth was this essay? What on earth was this calligraphy? Zhang Ye was writing faster and faster. His wrist was flicking very quickly as the words flowed. Every time I read past compositions, I sense the same melancholy in the ancients. I cannot read them without mourning, unable to express my feelings. Equating life and death is absurd, as is equating a long life with dying young. Future generations will look to us, just as we look to our past. How sad. So we record the people present in their poems. Though times will change, the thoughts and emotions will stay the same. Future readers shall be touched by the collection. He signed it and set down the brush. He finished writing it in one go. Zhang Ye took a deep breath before he slowly calmed down. He finally saw the people in the audience. Miyamoto Shinzo, Xiaodong, Zhang Yuanqi, Li Shaoxian, Chen Guang, Ning Lan, the Chinese business people, the Japanese business people, the Korean celebrity team, and even the camera operators and host were all stunned. This was preface to the Orchid Pavilion, the world's best semi-cursive. Chapter 1382. Chapter 1382. The preface to the Orchid Pavilion gets auctioned for an astronomical price. Translator, leg editor, leg. The calligraphy piece was complete. There were a total of 324 characters. There was joy and there was melancholy. It started off calmly and surged in emotion as it went on. And from that surge, it returned back to calm. It was a roller coaster of emotions that rose and fell beautifully. Every word was like a raging torrent. Every word was shocking to those who read it. At this moment, no one at the venue said anything. At this moment, there was a silence among those watching the live broadcast across Asia. Everyone was quietly looking at this piece of calligraphy. At this precise point in time, it was as though no words could describe the shock they were feeling. It felt like this piece of calligraphy had been sent down from the heavens for reasons unknown to amaze all mortals. In Zhang Ye's previous world, there weren't too many people who could claim to be the world's best at something. Who was the best Go player in the world? This was greatly disputable, since no one particular person could be called so. Whose ink wash painting was the #1 in the world? Everyone had their own candidate in mind, so that wasn't a surety either. Who was the world's best when it came to poetry? The immortal poet 1? The sage of poetry 2? There were still too many, and no one dared to make a conclusion. But only in the domain of calligraphy was there an acknowledged world's best. Only Wang Shiji was worthy of the title. Wang Shiji. Preface to the Orchid Pavilion. The world's best semi-cursive. It was indisputable. No one could suggest a second person for it. In this world, it was clear that no one knew who Wang Shiji was, nor had anyone heard of the famous preface to the Orchid Pavilion. This was because they had never existed here. So when Zhang Ye was finally skilled enough to bring out this piece of calligraphy to amaze the people of this world, everyone was shocked by it. They could not help but be stunned by every written character and their strokes. Xiaodong said in a daze, Xiaoxian. Li Xiaoxian said, Xiaodong asked, just how good is this calligraphy? Li Xiaoxian fell silent. She did not know how to answer the question. After thinking for a long time, she finally gave her opinion. This is something that should only belong in the heavens. Amy quickly asked, how about as compared to Miyamoto Shinshu's work? Chun Guang also asked, right? Which of them is better? Other people around them were also talking. The group of Chinese business people. Who won? So whose calligraphy is better? Yeah, does anyone know? Don't just keep quiet. Who here knows anything about calligraphy? Is there anyone who understands calligraphy? Won't someone please give us an analysis? Of course, some of the people in attendance knew calligraphy quite well. In fact, there was no shortage of experts here. But when they heard this question, they couldn't be bothered to answer. Whose calligraphy was better? By now, after seeing Zhang Ye's entire piece of calligraphy, why would anyone ask that? Aren't you insulting others that way? Didn't you see how even Miyamoto Shinshu has stopped talking? There was simply no way to compare Miyamoto Shinshu's and Zhang Ye's calligraphy. Wasn't it obvious enough? Was there still doubt? In the presence of the preface to the Orchid Pavilion, no other semi-cursive could exist in this world. The Korean host was staring at the calligraphy piece in bewilderment. Zhang Ye turned and glanced at him. Only then did the host react. He quickly said, then, let's get the bidding started. Teacher Zhang, this calligraphy piece is called. Zhang Ye smiled and answered, Preface to the Orchid Pavilion. The Korean host announced, next up, we will hold the bidding for Preface to the Orchid Pavilion. But before he could even finish the announcement, people were already calling out bids from the crowd. 1 million. The person who called out this bid was a Japanese businessman. A rather fat CEO from Korea even stood up to bid. $1.2 million USD. Another Japanese businessman glared as he yelled, 2 million. Everyone was horrified. Xiaodong nearly fainted. My God. Amy was dumbfounded. It surpassed the previous figure. It surpassed it. Chun Guang said in shock, 2 million US dollars? Big Chi exclaimed, this is ridiculous. Ridiculous. Only 3 bids had been placed so far. Just 3 bids in it. Was already at 2 million US dollars? This surpassed the final price of Miyamoto Shinshu's item. And the bidders were even those Japanese and Korean businessmen who had mocked Zhang Ye for thinking too highly of himself. But they were still in for a greater shock. The next second, the Chinese business people finally reacted as they rolled up their sleeves to join in the bidding. 2.1 million, 2.4 million, 2.9 million, 3 million, 3.5 million, 5 million. The price was getting higher and higher. The bids were getting scarier and scarier. The price was even jumping up by the millions. Boss Sun got angry. Old Chu, why are you competing with me for it? Boss Chu rolled his eyes. May the best man win. He raised up his paddle. 6 million. Boss Han, who was next to them, gave a fist and palm salute. Everyone, I am older than you by a few years, so allow me to address all of you as my little brothers. Please give me some face and let me have this piece of calligraphy, all right? Boss Chu was having none of it. Brother Han, that won't do. Boss Han said, didn't I give up that business deal to you the last time? Boss Chu said shamelessly, business is business. It has nothing to do with the auction. Boss Sun said, that's right. It belongs to whoever can fork out the most for it. I'm absolutely not giving up on it. He also raised his paddle. 7 million. A Japanese businessman sitting at a table across from them roared, 7.5 million. It was crazy. The bidding on the floor had gone insane. Japan. Somewhere. Sir. Who's at the venue? Mr. Matsuda. Call him and tell him to make sure he gets that calligraphy piece. Yes, sir. Korea. Quickly, make the phone call. Yes. Tell President Park. Make sure he wins the auction for this preface to the Orchid Pavilion. Then the price. At all costs. Understood. China. At Zhang Ye's maternal grandma's house. Oh my God. Are they high? Is brother's calligraphy worth so much money? This is terrifying. No way, I have to get home. Ming Ming, why are you going back at this time? We're still watching the live broadcast. Shoot, I gotta go back home to sift through my workbooks from 2 years ago. Brother helped me with my homework back then. He wrote so many words in there. Just think how much that'll be worth. I gotta find it and sell it. Then I won't have to go to school anymore. I remember now as well. Brother has also helped me with my homework before. I'm rich. We're rich. The sisters were extremely excited. That left the adults of the family at a loss. At the venue, the bidding was still happening. The bids had reached the frightening sum of more than 10 million US dollars. The venue could only be described as insanity. Zhang Ye had long since returned to his own seat in the audience to watch the bidding with the members of the Chinese celebrity team. 15 million. 17 million. I'll bid 20 million. I'll bid 25 million. Boss Sun gave a bitter smile at those bids. He placed his paddle face down and was no longer in the race to win the item. He wasn't rich enough to be so generous with his bidding. It was already above 100 million renminbi. It still hurt to part with that much money. Over there, Boss Chu and Boss Han were still fighting to outbid the Japanese and Korean businessmen. Damn, 26 million, 29 million, 30 million. At this moment, Boss Sun received a call and was stunned for a moment. Without even thinking after hanging up, he raised his paddle again and said, $32 million. Boss Chu was very shocked. Old son, did you have too much to drink? Boss Han said angrily. Didn't you already give up on bidding for it? Boss Sun waved the phone in his hand helplessly and said, Old Joe just called me. He couldn't be here, so he wanted me to help him bid for it. Boss Chu said exasperatedly. That old Joe, what's he joining in the fun for? The competition was getting even more intense. It was reaching the climax. The bids were going back and forth as the price kept climbing. Japan, Korea, and China. The parties from these three countries had launched into a fierce fight for the item. The price had reached an astronomical figure that shocked many people. 41 million. 42 million. Xiaodong was wiping away sweat. Amy nearly pissed her pants. Su Milan was stunned. This was way too crazy. Were they really going all out for it? But at this moment, just as the auction was reaching a stalemate with the bids seemingly unable to rise any further, and when many of the business people were starting to hesitate, a voice rang out. I'll bid 100 million. The entire venue fell silent. Everyone turned in shock to look at the person who had just spoken. 100 million? 100 million US dollars. It was Qian Haitao, China's richest man, Qian Haitao. Boss Sun gave a bitter smile. Boss Han sighed. The Japanese businessmen's faces changed, and they went quiet. A Korean businessman was just about to say something, but held back. In the end, he could only throw down his paddle. The host said, 100 million, going once. Are there any higher bidders? 100 million going twice? Anyone? Are there any higher bids? And sold. The hammer was dropped. The deal was complete. Chapter 1383. Zhang Ye's calligraphy ascends to the altar. Chapter 1383. Zhang Ye's calligraphy ascends to the altar. Translator, leg editor, leg. It blew up online. The Japanese were stunned. The Koreans were stunned. The Chinese were stunned. All of Asia's people were stunned. How much? How much did he say? 100 million? USD. That's almost fucking 700 million renminbi. Fuck that shit. Isn't that too much? Even if this were an ancient masterpiece or an original manuscript of a calligraphy piece with historical value, 100 million US dollars is still not a practical price to pay for it. There has never been an item worth this. In any of the past auctions, how can this preface to the Orchid Pavilion measure up to those works? It was written just today. There is no history behind it. 100 million US dollars? Is this a joke? Is this calligraphy piece by Zhang Ye really worth such a price? Oh my god, even Master Wu's calligraphy doesn't command such a price. What do I mean by it doesn't command such a price? That's a far cry from this. Yeah, Master Wu's most treasured piece of calligraphy is probably only worth about 8 million renminbi. Compared to 700 million renminbi, that's almost 100 times of that. God damn it, 100 times? Wow, you're right. Miyamoto Shinshu's work is lacking by far as well. It's totally not on the same level of quality. Modern calligraphers, including the living masters and those who have passed on, none of them can command such a price for their works. How is this just an astronomical price? It's totally gone beyond that. Zhang Ye is too awesome. This result will shock all of Asia. This fellow is too fearsome. That was really some big-time face smacking that he dished out. It was a bruising blow. I bet Master Miyamoto is in tears. Master Miyamoto must have pissed his pants. Yeah, who the fuck has seen a calligraphy piece fetch such a price? At Zhang Ye's maternal grandma's house, everyone was shouting for joy. Ah, 100 million US dollars. He's on fire. Our brother is on fire. At Zhang Xiao's house, her daughter was dumbfounded. Zhang Xia inhaled sharply. Her daughter said, Mom, didn't teacher Zhang gift you a piece of calligraphy? Zhang Xia was startled. I think so, I asked him for it. Her daughter suddenly became very excited and shouted anxiously. Where is it? Where'd you put it? Why? Zhang Xia asked. Her daughter anxiously said, I'll take it out and frame it. At old Wu's parents' house. Changhe. Ah, why is little Ye's calligraphy worth so much? How the heck should I know? At Yao Jinsai's house. Yao Jinkai suddenly said, Where's the calligraphy that Zhang gave me? His wife was taken aback. I put it away in a box. Why? In a box, Yao Jinkai said angrily. You ruinous woman. What if it gets creased or folded? Yao Mi also said in a panic. Mom, hurry up and take it out. Bring it out quickly. That will be our family heirloom from now on. Hurry, hurry, hurry. The three of them hurriedly rummaged through the boxes for it. The outside world was in an uproar. Everyone was shocked silly by this heaven-defying price that the calligraphy piece by Zhang Ye had fetched. The people from the calligraphy world in Asia quickly went to check through the historical auction records and found to their surprise that the value of this preface to the Orchid Pavilion was unprecedented. 100 million US dollars. This was the highest record set in an auction for a calligraphy piece in Asia. This was the highest record set in an auction for a calligraphy piece in the world. No other works came close. Preface to the Orchid Pavilion was now the most expensive calligraphy work to have been sold in the entire world. Further, this calligraphy piece was not written by Master Wu, nor was it written by Master Miyamoto. It was actually written by the hands of a celebrity from the entertainment industry, a Chinese heavenly king who was also a big-shot A-lister in Asia. This moment was bound to go down in the annals of history. At this moment, Zhang Ye's calligraphy work ascended to the altar. At practically the same time the hammer fell, the various major trading and auction forums in Asia blew up. They were flooded with countless threads requesting the acquisition and purchase of some items. On a Japanese painting and calligraphy trading and auction platform, request to buy Zhang Ye's calligraphy. Who has any of Zhang Ye's calligraphy? Buying for a high price. Those with Zhang Ye's calligraphy, please approach us. We guarantee that you'll be satisfied with the price that we offer. On a Korean platform, buying in for a high price. Requesting Zhang Ye's calligraphy, urgent. It was even more so in China. I remember that Zhang Ye has written many works, right? Yeah, Yin Mei owns one of them herself, right? She requested it from Zhang Ye during the interview. Who else is there? At this moment, Yin Mei posted onto Weibo the poem that Zhang Ye had gifted to her. Immediately, a lot of people commented below it with their offers. A Chinese toy company CEO, Teacher Yen, are you selling it? A CEO from the food and drink industry. Old Yen, quote a price. 1 million renminbi. I'll offer 3 million. 5 million deal? Although this piece wasn't written in the semi-cursive script that Zhang Ye had just used at the charity auction, people still offered a high price for it. A lot of business people and rich second generations were asking to buy it. Central TV host Yin Mei was frightened by all these offers. Damn, they're willing to pay so much. She quickly deleted the Weibo post and posted another one, saying, I was just showing it off. It's not for sale. Zhang Ye was on fire. His calligraphy were also on fire. In a flash, their prices were sent soaring. There was even a shopping site that had people selling Zhang Ye's autograph. Does anyone want to buy Zhang Ye's autograph? How much for it? 100,000. What? 100,000 for a signature. It's Zhang Ye's writing we're talking about here. Everyone was speechless. Uffed. Crazy. It has gotten way too crazy. Zhang Ye's words are practically worth 1,000 taels now. If I had known, I would have ambushed Zhang Ye at his doorstep every day to get an autograph. Seoul. At the venue of the charity auction, Boss Han said sourly, Congratulations, old Qian. China's richest man, Qian Haitao, laughed heartily and said, Thanks. Boss Sun rolled his eyes. Let's have a viewing session at your place some time. Don't you dare not let me look at it. Qian Haitao said, Haha. Thank you for giving in to me. It could be seen that Qian Haitao was in a very excited mood. He really loved this calligraphy piece so much that he was willing to spend however much it took to get it. He wasn't short of money anyway. This was a national treasure. Even if it wasn't that yet, it would definitely become one in the years to come. Therefore, this preface to the Orchid Pavilion must never land in the hands of foreigners. The Japanese business people all had looks of pity on their faces. The Korean business people were also looking on in regret. They had missed out on the opportunity to get their hands on the preface to the Orchid Pavilion. Over there, the Chinese celebrity team. Amy grabbed hold of Zhang Ye and said, "Lord Zhang, you're so godly. That was simply too godly of you." Big Chi was also utterly convinced. "So your calligraphy is actually at such a high level," Li Shaoxian said. "What an astronomical price that is." Xiaodong said, "Look, Teacher Zhang's eyes have turned red. He must not have thought that his calligraphy would fetch such a price either." Amy said, "Yeah, Teacher Zhang must be touched to know that his calligraphy has finally been acknowledged by the world. Who wouldn't feel excited if they were in his shoes?" Excited? Acknowledged? Zhang Yi had tears flooding down his cheeks. Excited, your sister. Acknowledged, your sister. As if this fellow's eyes had reddened because of that. He was simply feeling the pinch. $100 million. It was $100 million. Fuck your sister. If I had known that it would sell for this much, I would have secretly written it at home and taken it to a commercial auction to sell. All right. As if I have nothing better to do than show off here. Chapter 1384. Zhang Ye's Asian Celebrity Ranking. Chapter 1384. Zhang Ye's Asian Celebrity Ranking. Translator, Leg. Editor, Leg. It had grown dark out. The live broadcast came to an end. The crowd had also dispersed from the charity banquet's venue. The coordinator of the Asian Red Cross Society that organized the banquet grabbed hold of Zhang Ye's hand the moment he came up to him. He was visibly excited and kept shaking Zhang Ye's hand. The coordinator said, "Teacher Zhang." Zhang Ye said, "Hey, thank you. Thank you. You're welcome. We're really very grateful to you. Thank you so much. This is how it should be. This is all for charity." No one knew how hard it took for Zhang Ye to lie about this. The coordinator was so excited that he was speaking incoherently. $100 million. We will never forget this contribution that you have made to the cause of charity in Asia. The Asian people will remember this good deed of yours and Mr. Qian's. Today's donations greatly exceeded our expectations. It's a figure that we didn't even dare to imagine. Our staff at the Red Cross were all holding back their tears just now. Even adding up the donations from the last 5 Asian charity banquets wouldn't exceed the selling price of your auction item. Your generous action has moved me, and I believe many of the others as well. With your lead, there will definitely be more and more people joining in to support such charitable causes in the future. Oh, so you think it's a lot too? If you think so, why don't you issue me a refund for some tens of millions of dollars then? Can I not donate that much? Zhang Yi was still feeling the pinch. The coordinator said, "There's actually a reward of some kind to be given away at every Asian charity banquet to the person who makes the greatest contribution, and we had decided on the reward earlier on." With a pause, he said, "But now, it must be changed. This reward would not be enough to express our Red Cross's gratitude to you. I will need to go back and hold a meeting with the higher-ups to decide on it. Please wait for my news. I'll get it done for you immediately. For someone who has made such an outstanding contribution to charity, we must return the favor with the greatest possible encouragement." Close by, quite a few Red Cross Society employees who had just finished their work came over. They looked at Zhang Yi and broke out into applause. This was grateful applause. This was respectful applause. This was admiring applause. Seeing this crowd of excited people, Zhang Yi thought that it would be rather embarrassing if he were to ask whether there was a commission rebate for him. Perhaps this was the price to pay for showing off. Thinking of this, he started looking around the venue. He spotted Miyamoto Shinzo heading for the exit with everyone else and called out to him. "Master Miyamoto," Zhang Yi said. Miyamoto Shinzo turned around, stunned. Zhang Yi said, "What was it that you said earlier about China's calligraphy?" The Japanese interpreter started translating and explaining to him what had just been said. Miyamoto Shinzo stumbled and nearly fell. He pretended not to have heard it and turned back around to leave. Zhang Yi called after him. Why are you leaving? Why don't we chat for a while?" Didn't you say that you wanted to give some pointers regarding calligraphy to our Chinese celebrity team? Miyamoto Shinzo stumbled again before he hurried away. Zhang Ye sneered. What was that you were bragging to me about earlier? The calligraphy skills that you have were all learned from us, so what makes you think there is a need for us to listen to your pointers? The Japanese celebrity team. The Korean celebrity team. The staff of the Red Cross Society. Most people just beat up others instead of smacking faces. But for Zhang Ye, he only specialized in smacking faces. He wouldn't even settle for a hit on the head and would fucking readjust just to ensure his slap landed on the face. Only the Chinese celebrity team's members were still talking and chatting as though nothing much had happened. They were used to this. Which of them did not know Zhang Ye's temper? Besides, it was Miyamoto Shinzo himself who wanted to show off. However, instead of showing off, he walked straight into Zhang Ye's line of fire. The Chinese celebrity team was also thinking about how Miyamoto Shinzo was very unlucky. Outside the venue, it was very crowded. As soon as Zhang Ye came out, he was swarmed by reporters from all over Asia. They gave him no chance of slipping away and stopped him the moment he stepped out. Teacher Zhang Ye. Teacher Zhang. I am from KBS 1. I am from China's Xinhua News Agency. We are from Japan's Daido Nippo. Please accept our interview. Do you know that your preface to the Orchid Pavilion has broken the world record for the selling price of a calligraphy piece? Who did you learn your semi-cursive from? There are experts who evaluated you to be the most skilled person in calligraphy in the world today. What do you think of that? Do you feel that your semi-cursive can be hailed as the world's best? You're so good at writing in semi-cursive, do you think you will switch fields to specialize in the art of calligraphy in the future? He couldn't understand Japanese. He couldn't understand Korean. It was a good thing that those foreign reporters were all speaking in English, which, of course, he couldn't understand either. So Zhang Ye could only answer the questions that those Chinese reporters had posed to him. It broke the world record for the selling price? I'm not sure about that, but it might be possible. My teacher is Wang Shiji, but I doubt that any of you would know him. The world's best? The most skilled person in calligraphy? I dare not accept such an assessment of me. There are so many calligraphy masters in China, and I also don't specialize in the art of calligraphy. As everyone knows, I am just a normal, small-time artist. Question after question, Zhang Ye answered them one by one. During this time, he managed to figure out one thing. Preface to the Orchid Pavilion was not from this world and had never appeared before. So when the people of this world saw it for the first time, they were stunned by it and hailed it as a godly piece. In actual fact, if Zhang Ye were to bring out this calligraphy piece in its exact original form back in his previous world, it would still only be a copy of the original even if every character he wrote carried the same mannerisms within them. $100 million? Thinking of this, Zhang Ye didn't feel that bad anymore. On the same night, news reports started appearing all across Asia. A Chinese celebrity takes top honors. $100 million sends a shockwave throughout Asia. A shocking piece appears in the calligraphy world. Preface to the Orchid Pavilion. A Chinese celebrity becomes a calligraphy master of the new generation. China's semi-cursive shocks the world. The Asian charity banquet, eh? Great success. Japanese calligraphy master Miyamoto Shinzo gets face smacked on sight. The reports were overwhelming. Many of the Asian people who did not watch the charity banquet's live broadcast only found out about this from the news and were all extremely shocked. Late into the night, at the resort, the Chinese celebrity team ordered some food and brought back some alcohol to the hotel room and threw a celebratory party. What a fun day that was. We finally took the top honors. Haha. Did you all see the look on Miyamoto Shinzu's face? I saw it. He looked so dejected when he made his escape. Come, let's have a toast. Might I suggest that we toast to Teacher Zhang? Right, it was all thanks to Zhang Ye that Xiaoxian and Sister Zhang were spared the embarrassment. Cheers. Let's drink. The party concluded. Everyone opened up the Asian Celebrity Rankings Index and suddenly discovered that on the Asian A-list rankings, Zhang Ye's name had jumped up 2 places. He had surpassed Li Anson, who was very popular of late. This was the Asian Celebrity Rankings. This was the most authoritative list in Asia where celebrities battled each other to rise 2 ranks overnight. How ridiculous was that? Chapter 1385, A Crazy Reception at the Airport. Chapter 1385, A Crazy Reception at the Airport. Translator, leg editor, leg. The next day, in the morning, on the return flight, the Chinese celebrity team was still discussing yesterday's events. Has the Red Cross given the reward to you yet? Not yet, but I'm not exactly anticipating whatever it might be. It's good enough to garner all of that popularity from yesterday. Yeah, your popularity must have blown up this time. You've shot to fame with just one appearance in Asia. Haha. Zhang Ye, don't forget to treat us all when we get back. You're the only one who experienced a popularity boost. Yeah, and it's popularity in Asia too. It's much harder to climb in the Asian rankings than our rankings back home. The changes are often and huge since there is a lot of competition over here. Like for Spring Garden, it would already be a very good result if we don't drop off from our monthly ranking. It would take the best of our efforts just to maintain our position. We're totally unlike Teacher Zhang, who has it so easy. He can just go abroad for a short trip, sing a song or two, do some calligraphy, and then see his popularity in Asia shoot up. You can't say that he has it easy either. The key is that Zhang Ye has already accumulated enough with his past results and achievements. Just naming any one of his achievements overseas would be enough to shock a bunch of people, like his status of being the world's best player in Go, or his world-class mathematician title. With those serving as a foundation, once he makes his appearance in Asia, his popularity would naturally follow. And those past achievements that Zhang Ye got were achieved with pure hard work from him. He hasn't had it easy along the way, and it's not a path that just anyone could copy. Teacher Zhang, are you seriously planning to develop your career in Asia? This is good momentum. I think within the next year or two, Teacher Zhang will have a chance of making it into the Asian S-list rankings. After that, he can start thinking about fighting for a spot among the international celebrities. Everyone chipped in with their views on the matter. The international stage? I better concentrate on getting to the top of Asia first. Zhang Ye did not think that far ahead and knew that he would have to take this step by step. Soon after, their plane landed. The Chinese celebrity team's people were bidding each other goodbye as they walked out, ready to part ways. The various celebrities' assistants or staff were also here to pick them up. Sunglasses, face masks, caps. The three essentials that a celebrity should carry were worn by everyone. However, the moment they passed the security check, the situation outside at arrival spun out of control. It was crowded with people. The entire place was packed tight as sardines. Ah, it's them. They're out. I see them. Oh, there were people all around. All of them were fans. Screams filled the airport's arrival hall. Zhang Yuanqi laughed and said, "Well, it looks like the news got out." Su Milan said helplessly, "Let's wait it out. It's not safe to step out at this time." Xiaodong, Amy, and the others also stopped in their tracks. None of them dared to walk any further. Jiang Hanwei wondered, why are there so many people here? Only Zhang Ye smiled like it didn't matter to him. You guys stay around then. This bro will take his leave first. Then he swaggered out. Ninglan laughed and said, "Aren't you afraid that your fans will prevent you from leaving?" Zhang Ye waved it off and said confidently with a laugh, "My fans? My fans would never come to receive me at the airport." But when Zhang Ye strolled, the situation that unfolded before him was not quite what he had imagined it to be. His eyes blurred at the sight as he saw everyone behaving as though they knew him very well. All of them were crying out for him and pounced forward like a pack of hungry wolves. Zhang Ye. It's Zhang Ye. He finally came out. The majority of them did not even cast an eye on the other celebrities of Chinese celebrity team and went straight for Zhang Ye. It seemed like most of the people out here were waiting for him. Zhang Ye was dumbfounded. What's with this? A girl screamed, "Teacher Zhang, I like you so much. I've been reading your poems since I was young, and I've listened to all of your songs as well. Please give me an autograph." Zhang Ye said, "Okay." A youth darted over. "Teacher Zhang, you've brought so much pride to our country's people and shown the might of China. Please give an autograph." "To me?" "Ah, sure." A young woman squeezed her way forward as she roared, "Teacher Zhang, your hairstyle looks great today. Please give me an autograph." Zhang Ye was speechless. A student said, "Teacher Zhang, your shoes look great. Can I have your autograph?" Zhang Ye became even more speechless. What was with all of this? What do my shoes have anything to do with getting my autograph? For a moment, it was jam-packed. Everyone was behaving like they had gone crazy. I got it. I got it too. It's Zhang Ye's signature. Ha ha ha. I'm rich. Stop squeezing. Teacher Zhang, sign one for me too. Please give me an autograph. Damn, who's pushing me? Don't cut in front of me. Wait for your turn. Fuck, I was here first. Teacher Zhang, please give me an autograph as well. Just one character of your name is fine too. My family is waiting for me to bring home the bacon. Bring home the bacon? What has my autograph got anything to do with you bringing home the bacon? Zhang Ye stopped thinking about it and continued giving autographs to them. The large crowd of people had blocked the entire hallway. Yang Shu, who had arrived from outside, could not make her way in and was stood there in a fluster. A distance away, the Chinese celebrity team members were all dumbfounded. Ninglan checked left and right before attempting to walk outside. Her studio staff had already arrived and the path was now clear for them to pick her up. When Chen Guang saw this, he also stepped out. Xiaodong, Li Xiaoxian, and Amy also made an attempt to leave. No one cared about them. Absolutely no one had spotted them at all. Xiaodong turned around and said to the other celebrities, I think it'll be fine for us to leave now. Jiang Hanwei rolled his eyes. What in the world was this? Big Qi laughed helplessly. So they're all here to receive Teacher Zhang? But of course, the two heavenly queens, Zhang Yuanqi and Su Milan, did not step out so easily. With their popularity, they would definitely get stopped by fans if they did. It was not even necessary to try it. Su Milan asked, didn't he say that his fans wouldn't come to receive him at the airport? Zhang Yuanqi smiled and said, do you think they're here to receive him? They're all here to make money. Make money? Su Milan asked curiously. Amy was amused. Sister Lan, don't you know? Su Milan asked, know about what? Amy burst out laughing and said, back here in China, people are already offering up to 100,000 yuan each for Lord Zhang's autographs. What's more, there was even a successful transaction at that price. Qin Guang said in surprise, what? Jiang Hanwei stared with wide eyes. His autograph? Su Milan also said in shock, 100,000 yuan each? Damn, whose autograph had ever cost so much? Even an international superstar's autograph wouldn't be able to fetch 100,000 yuan, would it? It might be possible if there was a limited quantity. Like, how some international superstars never autographed much. If a copy of it were to make it to the market, it could be possible that it would sell for 100,000 yuan since that would be a rare piece of memorabilia. But this wasn't the case for Zhang Ye. This fellow had signed so many autographs for others that the streets were flooded with them. He basically never rejected anyone who asked him for one. After all, so how could it fucking fetch 100,000 yuan each? Just how valuable was his writing? That even his autograph had been squabbled over to a sky-high price. The Chinese celebrity team members weren't about to wait for him and headed back home separately. Before they left, they gave Zhang Ye, who had been surrounded by the pack of wolves, a look while laughing. That fellow was still signing his autograph for them one by one. They wondered when he would finally finish autographing for all of them. Zhang Ye's writing was really on fire all across Asia. Chapter 1386, The Asian Philanthropic Ambassador. Chapter 1386, The Asian Philanthropic Ambassador. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Noon. 12 o'clock. At the villa, Zhang Ye pushed open the door and went in, saying loudly, I'm home. Inside the living room, he could see that his parents and Wu Ziqing were here. They were making lunch. Old Wu turned around and looked at him. She smiled and said, You're home? What tea would you like? I'll brew it for you. Zhang Ye waved it off. There's no need. I wanna rest for a bit first. His mother asked, Why are you back so late? Didn't you say that you were landing in Beijing at 8 a.m.? I did land at 8 a.m. Zhang Ye slumped onto the sofa and said in an exhausted voice, But I was blocked from leaving by all the people asking for my autograph the moment I landed. I signed it for them one by one until my hands went soft. He raised his right hand. Just look at this. I almost can't lift it up. Those awful people tortured me so much. His father said, Why didn't you just turn them down then? Zhang Ye said tearfully, I bragged that I would never reject requests for autographs from my fans on a date with Yan Mei. Who knew that this would happen? If I had known, I wouldn't have bragged on the show. His mother chuckled. Didn't the airport authorities intervene? Zhang Ye said, They did. His mother said, That's right, drive them all away. Such a commotion would have badly affected the day-to-day of the airport. Zhang Ye said, Right. That's why the airport authorities specially arranged a reception room for me, so that I could concentrate on signing autographs. The ground crews and flight attendants even joined the line to get one themselves. The airport staff were terrible. Thinking about this now, Zhang Ye still had an urge to curse at them. His mother and father were speechless. Wu Ziqing laughed as she prepared lunch. It's because your calligraphy is so very popular. On a domestic trading and auction platform, your autograph was even sold for a sum of 100,000 yuan. Zhang Yi nearly sprang up from the sofa. What? 100,000 yuan? Damn, no wonder I was thinking what was up with those animals. Then how much did I sign away today? 50 million? 100 million? Wu Ziqing said gently. You're being too hopeful. That transaction was just a one-off and not the true market price. Did you really think you can depend on autographs to make a living? His mother was reminded. Oh yes, just what is with your calligraphy? His father also wondered. Yeah, your mom and I did not sign you up for any calligraphy lessons when you were young. Wu Ziqing smiled. Dad, with his calligraphy, it's no longer a matter of getting lessons. Zhang Yi belly laughed and said, it was self-taught. I'm just a genius at it. Little Ye's writing has always been quite good. Wu Ziqing said, that Ode of Milan is still framed in our house. But compared to the preface to the Orchid Pavilion, there are indeed no comparisons. I also watched the live broadcast and found that this preface of the Orchid Pavilion was the most stunning piece of semi-cursive calligraphy that I have ever seen. There's nothing that comes close to it. Zhang Yi laughed and said, it's been some time since then. I ought to have improved. His father said, the media blew up yesterday as well. Little Ye's name was all over the headlines, and they even said something about his writing being the greatest semi-cursive since ancient times. I'm not sure what that means. His mother added insult to injury by saying, Humph, that means our foolish son donated away a calligraphy piece worth nearly 700 million RMB to the Red Cross. Greatest semi-cursive since ancient times? More like the greatest fool since ancient times. His father was speechless, as was Zhang Ye. Wu Ziqing stood there laughing. She was done cooking. The family sat down together and had lunch. Talking about the Korea trip, Zhang Yi bragged as he ate, his eyes lighting up. Dad, Mom, old Wu, it's not that I'm bragging to you all, but it was really a crisis at that point in time. I was ignoring Miyamoto Shinzo at first, but who could have guessed that he'd create trouble for himself? I kept wondering to myself why he insisted on showing off. He even wanted to discuss calligraphy with me? I could easily demolish him with my eyes closed. So how could I hold back? I decided to roll up my sleeves and take him on. After I finished writing the piece, I looked into the crowd and saw that everyone had turned silent. Miyamoto Shinzo was standing there dumbfounded and tried to flee after being defeated. He didn't even dare make a sound to me after that. His father said in a speechless manner, why do you always look so spirited whenever you get into a fight with a foreigner? Zhang Yi laughed and said, do I? His mother looked at him. You do, Zhang Yi said. All right, so be it. But I'm only doing so for our country and its people. It's indeed meaningless to clash with our own, and I'm getting annoyed from fighting on home turf. There's too much discord within the Chinese entertainment circle, with people trampling on each other every day. Once they head overseas, they turn headless and don't know what to do when a conflict arises. But that's okay. Isn't there still me, Lord Zhang, around in the Chinese show business? Have I ever been afraid of anyone in the domestic industry? So of course I can deal with them even if they come from abroad. I don't care who it might be. His mother said, good, that's my son. She picked out a piece of meat for him and asked, so you've taken the first steps to your development in Asia? Zhang Yi rolled his eyes. What first steps? I've already taken off and am soaring. His mother curled her lips and said sarcastically, right, soaring. Wu Ziqing gave him a timely reminder. Little Yi, don't assume it to be so great. Your relations with the Japanese and Koreans were already no good prior to this, since you fought with and scolded their people before. Although it brought you quite a bit of attention at that time, and your current ranking within Asia is very high. If you really wish to continue progressing in the region and aim for the Asian S-list, all of those past incidents you were involved in will become stumbling blocks in your attempt to reach the top of Asia. Zhang Yi said, you've said this to me before. Wu Ziqing acknowledged, yes. You have to be prepared for it. Zhang Yi laughed and said, it'll be fine. I'll deal with it as it comes. After lunch, the calls started coming in one after another. While he was in Korea, there were times he couldn't get a signal on his cell phone. He was overseas, after all. But now that he was back, many people were looking for him again. Yao Jinkai called. Whoa, you're great, Zhang. Haha, it was all right. When will you be coming over to my place? Why? Write another 2 calligraphy pieces for me. Get lost. I'm not free. Grandma Zhang Xia called. Little Zhang, you're back? Yes, I just reached home. You've managed to stabilize your position in Asia this time. Haha, I didn't expect it to be so smooth sailing either. You talents always glow wherever you go. The Calligraphy Association called. Teacher Zhang. Hello, President Sunday. Let's skip the niceties. Will you join the Calligraphy Association? I'll arrange for it immediately. Please don't. That won't do. If a great calligraphy master like you isn't in the association, how would it look on us? You definitely have to join us. I'll push for you to be the vice president, and when I retire next year, we can arrange for you to take over as the president or honorary president. Master Wu also feels the same way about it. President Sun, let's talk about that again in the future. Don't push it back anymore. Everyone is really hoping for you to join us. I'm just an artist, so I really shouldn't be poking my nose into your people's business. A calligraphy celebrity is a celebrity too, and we're now regulated by the entertainment industry as well. Don't tease me. Later that afternoon, Zhang Ye's phone rang again, but it was this call that stunned Zhang Ye. The caller was someone from the Asian Red Cross Society. Is this Teacher Zhang Ye? That's me. Hello, I am with the Red Cross. Hello. Regarding your outstanding contributions to charity work, we are extremely grateful to you and also very touched by your actions. We held a meeting with the higher-ups and came to a unanimous decision. We would like to invite you to take the role of our new Asian philanthropic ambassador and join us in contributing to the philanthropic cause. Will you accept our invitation? Teacher Zhang. I'm here. We're officially inviting you. Would you be willing to join us? Of course I am. But may I ask a question first? How many ambassadors are there going to be? There will only be one in the whole of Asia. Is there going to be a selection round then? No, you will be appointed as the ambassador as long as you agree to it. Of course I will agree. This popularity, to contribute to the philanthropic cause, I am more than willing to play my part. Thank you. Then we will immediately issue a letter of appointment to you. We will notify the media of the different countries around Asia and call for a press conference to be held. The call ended. Zhang Ye was still feeling rather stunned. The Asian philanthropic ambassador? This must be the special reward that the Asian Red Cross Society was talking about, right? This reward was indeed too generous. Prior to this, Zhang Ye actually had no expectations at all. He never thought that a charitable organization would be able to hand out such a reward. But who could have thought that such a big move would be made the very next day? Chapter 1387. Chapter 1387. The most unreliable philanthropic ambassador in history. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. On the first floor of the villa, Zhang Ye rushed down from upstairs. Dad, Mom, are you done taking calls? His parents were both watching television in the living room. Yes, I'm done, Zhang Ye said with a smile. There's something that I want to tell you too about. His mother asked, what is it? Zhang Ye said, the Asian Red Cross Society has officially appointed me as their new Asian philanthropic ambassador. His mother snorted. Knock it off, Zhang Ye said. But it's true, the appointment letter will be issued very soon. His father also did not believe him. Why would they appoint you? Zhang Ye said, because my calligraphy was sold for almost 700 million renminbi and the proceeds were all donated to them. Only then did his mother say in surprise, did they really appoint you? Didn't I just get off the phone with them? Zhang Ye said in amusement. Wu Ziqing asked, when will you officially get the role? Zhang Ye smiled and said, they should be holding a press conference soon. His mother said, that's great then. What a good opportunity. Realizing that he wasn't just bragging, Zhang Ye's parents became excited. The Asian philanthropic ambassador? What a great honor that was. They certainly knew the weight that this title carried. It wasn't just an ambassador role for one of the many philanthropic organizations across the country, but an official role for the Red Cross Society. Further, this was an ambassador role that spanned all of Asia. Zhang Yuanqi, Su Milan, Ning Lan, Zhang Hanwei. They were ambassadors as well, but were only so within the borders of China. It was the same in Korea and Japan. Every country had their own appointed philanthropic ambassadors who were usually the bigger-name stars or elites from the business world. They were all public figures with good standing, but the pool of them was limited. That was to say, any public figure who had contributed to charity before could apply for the role. The Chinese Red Cross Society's philanthropic ambassadors numbered 12 at most, while other countries like Japan had about 9 and Korea had about 10 or so. But for Asia, there was only one. It was a lone role. There would only be one Asian philanthropic ambassador each year, and their status outranked all of the other philanthropic ambassadors in Asia. Usually the person with the most outstanding contributions to charitable causes would be selected from a pool of philanthropic ambassadors across Asia, and this year, it was actually Zhang Ye who landed this honorable role, much less his parents. Even Zhang Ye himself was a little stunned by it. Before this, he wasn't even an ambassador in China. Before this, he hadn't even participated in any charity events. The Asian charity banquet was his first time doing so. This was indeed a great and pleasant surprise. To others, they might think of this as just an empty title. But to Zhang Ye, who wanted to make a name for himself in Asia, this was precisely the kind of good thing he wanted. It was like a pie dropping out of the sky. This opportunity had arrived, quite timely for him. What kind of potential did this position hold? It was a pass to gain entry to the whole of Asia. This philanthropic ambassador role was the only one of its kind in all of Asia. Reputation? Exposure? Attention? It wasn't something that any other role could compare to. This was truly something that not even money could buy. Thinking about this, Zhang Ye no longer felt so pinched about donating away the close to 700 million renminbi piece of calligraphy. The Asian Red Cross Society was still very honorable when it came to upholding their promise to him. In the rest of the world, this news started spreading as well. But when a lot of people heard about it, they were in utter disbelief. At Xinhua News Agency. Who? Zhang Ye. Philanthropic ambassador? But that's impossible. Pfft, are you fucking kidding me? Where did this rumor come from? Can they please stop messing around? At Central TV. What? This must be a joke. That can't be. It absolutely can't be. It's definitely fake news. If Director Zhang can become the Asian philanthropic ambassador, then I can fucking become the president of the United Nations. Yeah, who doesn't know how terrible Director Zhang's reputation is? At the Chinese Red Cross Society. Ha ha ha. That's impossible. Whoever did that news come from? This must be the greatest joke of the year. Yeah, it can't be Teacher Zhang no matter what. Even the staff at the Chinese Red Cross Society did not believe it. However, the news spread like wildfire. More and more people were finding out about it. A lot of them finally sensed that something was wrong. Following that, an official announcement by the Asian Red Cross Society struck like a bolt of lightning. It ignited a crazy amount of discussion among the Asian public. The Asian Red Cross Society will be appointing Zhang Ye as this year's Asian philanthropic ambassador in the near future and hopes to work hand in hand with Teacher Zhang Ye to bring about a grand era in philanthropy. Zhang Ye. It was really Zhang Ye. He was going to become the Asian philanthropic ambassador. Countless people were dumbfounded. In the celebrity goof group, the chat group's notifications were exploding. Ning Lan, fuck, Amy, $% carat and carat $. Zhang Xia, what's going on? Xiaodong, damn. Zhang Ye has landed the role of this year's Asian philanthropic ambassador. Huadongfang. I'm quite surprised too. No one could have expected it to be Teacher Zhang. Big Chi. Ha! I heard that quite a few of the heavenly kings and queens from Japan and Korea were also vying for the honorable role this year. This is really a great job since they can perform philanthropy and also gain some fame for themselves. It would also help to increase their exposure in Asia. What's most important is that I've heard that this role would also be considered in the calculation of the Asian celebrity rankings as a special qualification of outstanding contributions. Who would have thought that this role would actually go to Teacher Zhang? Amy, oh my god, this is going to be interesting. Li Xiaoxian, I truly didn't expect this. Director Li Ku, Director Zhang is quite the lucky one. At this moment, Zhang Ye also appeared in the group. Zhang Ye, thank you. Chen Guang, Director Zhang, hurry up and give out some red packets. Xiaodong, Director Zhang, hurry up and give out some red packets. Su Milan, Director Zhang, hurry up and give out some red packets. Zhang Ye, Director Zhang. Hurry up and give out some red packets. Instantly, the big names in the group appeared as well. Zhang Ye said stingily, "What red packets? This bro is committed to his charity work. In the future, I'll have to save all of my money and do my bit for philanthropy in Asia." Fan Wenli. Amy. Scorn asterisk. Xiaodong. Scorn asterisk. Japan. The netizens threw a fit. Why is it him? Why didn't they get Oda Kuin instead? What is Zhang Ye? That's right. How is he qualified for the role? He donated $100 million though. Hi, who can outdo him? Is that a lot of money? Oda Kuin also donated quite a lot of money for the whole of last year. It's a $100 million. Even if we were to combine the total amount of donations by the Asian celebrities from China, Japan, and Korea, it wouldn't amount to half of that figure, right? It's that much. Why else do you guys think that they would appoint him as the Asian philanthropic ambassador? Korea, I don't accept this. Right? It's not fair. In terms of an Asian celebrity's influence, our Korean stars are the top. Yeah, the role should belong to us. Why did they let a Chinese celebrity get it instead? Zhang Ye. I've never heard of him before. Where did this person pop out from? He's been all over the news for the past 2 days. But his calligraphy is indeed very good. Didn't Master Kim also say it in private, that in calligraphy, he is truly unable to compare to Zhang Ye? The commotion was still the greatest among the Chinese netizens. Others might not know what kind of person Zhang Ye was, but would they not know? So when they found out about this news, many of the netizens nearly vomited blood. How did this scammer get appointed as the Asian philanthropic ambassador? The Asian Red Cross Society's people are so brave. This fellow can even be a spokesperson for charity? And he's actually going to be a spokesperson for all of Asia? I just spat blood onto my monitor. With that foul temper of Zhang Ye's, how could he have anything to do with philanthropic causes? This fellow is always cheating people, every day, but still ends up becoming a philanthropic ambassador all of a sudden? Give me a break. I'm rolling on the floor laughing. Getting appointed as a philanthropic ambassador, just how ironic is that? Is the Asian Red Cross Society doing this on purpose? They must be, right? They must not have studied Zhang Ye's background. Ha ha ha. No one knew where the Asian Red Cross Society found the courage to do this. He was the biggest thorn in the Chinese entertainment industry. Fighting, face smacking, scolding. There was simply no evil that he did not commit. In the end, he actually became the Asian philanthropic ambassador? What an unreliable choice of person this was. Chapter 1388, Zhang Ye the Great Philanthropist. Chapter 1388, Zhang Ye the Great Philanthropist. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Monday. In the morning. It was a pretty good day, and the skies were clear. After breakfast, Zhang Ye made his way to the studio for work. When he pushed open the door, the sound of party poppers being popped made him jump. The studio staff had been waiting here since early in the morning to celebrate him. They had bought everything and hid in wait behind the door to welcome him. Director Zhang, congratulations. Congratulations to you on becoming the Asian philanthropic ambassador. We're truly going to soar now. We're getting closer and closer to the summit of the Asian region. A lot of people in the Asian region have learned about you. You did a great job during the Korea trip. Teacher Zhang is almighty. As long as we stick to Director Zhang, we'll always have meat to eat. From now on in Asia, we're also going to become someone with status. Zhang Ye was also very happy. He flapped his hands in a calming gesture and said to everyone, calm down, we aren't even there yet. In the future, our goal is to reach the summit of the international scene and become an S-lister. We're only halfway there, and there's still a long road ahead. His gaze fell onto the table where he saw a leftover bun on it. He said, hey, who didn't finish the bun? How can you be so wasteful? That's a bad habit. Little Wang exclaimed, I'll finish it immediately. Zhang Ye looked at the trash can. Who drank that bottle of water? Why was it thrown away after only drinking half of it? Wasteful, how wasteful? Tong Fu's face turned red. I was the one who threw it away. I'll be more aware in the future. Zhang Ye took 2 steps to the front of the trash can. Who did this? Why were the melon seeds thrown away after only eating half of them? Lavish, how lavish. Don't you guys know how many people in disaster areas are still living in dire straits? Little Wang said, I think you threw that away. Zhang Ye was taken aback. Was it me? Tong Fu confirmed. It was you. Zhang Ye asked. Why don't I remember this? Little Zhou said. A few days ago, you said that the melon seeds had turned rancid and didn't taste good anymore. You got me to throw it away for you. Zhang Ye pointed at her. Look at you. Look at you. I knew I wasn't the one who threw it away. Little Zhou, I have got to criticize you for that. I only asked you to throw it away to test you. Didn't you realize that? That is half a packet of melon seeds there. If you bring it to a poorer region, a family of 3 could munch on it for several days if they ration it well. Little Zhou, Zhang's Hachichi. Zhang Ye said earnestly, don't do it again. Little Zhou got scapegoated. I got it, Director Zhang. Hachichi laughed and said, let's all pay more attention in the future. We cannot drag Director Zhang back and must do our part for charity as well. Let's start with not being wasteful. Zhang Ye pointed at her. Look at how enlightened our sister Ha is. Just look at her. Then he looked to Zhang Zhua and said, Brother Zhua, do hold a meeting with everyone to get a grasp of their thoughts and awareness. We must change the way we think, especially now that our status has changed. Regarding the basic necessities, we all have to be more attentive to such things. Zhang Zhua laughed and said, Sure thing, I got it. Zhang Ye pretentiously went on for a long while, clearly having slipped into his role as the Asian philanthropic ambassador. He just couldn't tolerate many of the things that he was seeing. Later that morning, in his office, Hachichi knocked on the door and came in. Director Zhang, the Asian Red Cross Society's officials have contacted us. They've completed the coordination on their side and will call for a press conference in Beijing 3 days later to officially announce this news. Furthermore, it will entirely be broadcast live, so they reminded us to make the necessary preparations for it. Zhang Ye laughed and said, they're making such a big fuss out of it. Hachichi smiled. It's the philanthropic ambassador for the whole of Asia, so of course it has to be a grander affair. They're also hoping to ride on your popularity coattails to do a wave of promotions so that everyone will start participating in charity. Zhang Ye nodded. All right, then we most definitely have to support them. Hachichi said, All right, I'll get someone to arrange for it then. On this day, the fax machine at the studio did not stop printing. They kept receiving congratulatory messages from various organizations. The Chinese Red Cross Society, the Japanese Red Cross Society, the Chinese Charity Association, the Korean Civil Charity Association, the Korean Red Cross Society, and other civil, non-profit organizations. Many of the charities from many different countries had sent their congratulations, and there were even some who invited Zhang Ye to take part in their activities. For example, one of the organizations hoped to invite him to organize a charity auction at an art exhibition, or an association wanted to invite him to front their event, or an invitation to make a support trip to the countryside to bring warmth to the children of a poor rural area. There was even a Chinese government agency that sent over a congratulatory letter too. When little Wang brought it over in great surprise, Zhang Ye saw the stamp at the end of the letter mentioning that it was from the office of the State Council. What did these words represent? Zhang Ye knew what it meant, of course, and was extremely flattered. Of the officials that he had met, the highest rankings ones were from the SARFD and the Ministry of Culture. Oh, there were also those from the sports administration he had scolded, which was also considered a form of meeting. But he had not come across any other officials above that level, so this was the first time he had any contact with them. In the letter, they offered their congratulations and also expressed their expectations regarding Zhang Ye's future work. In the charity sector, although a lot of it was just your usual fluff, Zhang Ye was still very honored by it. He immediately called a meeting with everyone. They discussed and learned at the same time. Everyone was receiving a baptism to their ideologies. Sublimation, and further sublimation. At Beijing television. What's the matter? Teacher Zhang just posted on Weibo. What? Did he get into a fight again? Who is he going up against this time? It's not a fight. At Zhang Xiao's house. Mom. What? Zhang Ye just made a lot of posts on Weibo. What? Who is he scolding this time? He's not scolding anyone. That can't be right. Let me have a look. On Weibo, many people discovered to their astonishment that Zhang Ye's Weibo account and his studio's account had both started posting a lot of news related to charity work in a short period of time. Who will help them? Please extend a helping hand. One blanket a bed, A lifetime of warmth. Are you still wasting food? Children in rural areas have no education opportunities. 10 posts. 50 posts. 100 posts. He was flooding his Weibo with so many of such posts. There were all kinds of messages that he was reposting. Zhang Ye's studio very quickly turned from the most notorious team in the industry into a main driving force of the Asian charity scene. Its entire attitude had changed. The people in the industry rolled their eyes. The netizens rolled their eyes. Uffed. This joker. Teacher Zhang, can you stop faking JT already? Who in China doesn't know what kind of a person you are? It's already too late to try to change your image. If you have the time, why don't you write another calligraphy piece and donate it? I totally can't fucking accept this change in attitude. Me too. In the past, whenever I saw updates from Zhang Ye's Weibo, it would always mean that a storm was brewing in China and that there was some kind of shocking battle about to happen. Yeah, which Weibo post of Zhang Ye's isn't about scolding people? At Zhang Ye, stop messing around. Wash up and go to bed. Has this fellow repented his evil ways? Uffed. Why do I not believe it? Him? Repenting his evil ways? A pig could fly if that were the case. Carry on pretending. I want to see just how long this fellow can last. If he can persist in not scolding someone for a month, I'll spell my name backwards forever. Yeah, right, it will last at most half a month. I think that even half a month would stifle him. Weibo was a social media app that celebrities used very often. However, Zhang Ye's usage of it was different from theirs, with his Weibo having an extremely special status within the entertainment industry. In the recent years of countless fierce battles and scolding wars, of which a few had gone into the annals of the entertainment circle's history, they were mainly a result of Zhang Ye's Weibo posts. So, everyone was used to him using his Weibo to scold others, and it was something that they were very amused by, as well as something that was deeply etched into their minds. As a result, when they saw that there weren't any scoldings on Zhang Ye's Weibo and that it had started promoting various charity events instead, everyone felt a little shocked. They found it really difficult to adjust to this change. The netizens started ranting. Zhang Ye's fans also came forward to start a commotion. When those at the studio saw these comments, they nearly burst out laughing. And when Zhang Ye saw the comments, he nearly fainted. They were undermining him. No one had ever undermined him like this before. Why can't this bro start engaging in charity? Fighting? Scolding? Humph, I'm no longer the person that I was. From now on, this bro won't scold anyone anymore. Because I am the great philanthropist. Chapter 1389, Creating a Charity Storm Across Asia. Chapter 1389, Creating a Charity Storm Across Asia. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Tuesday. Back at home. In the morning, Zhang Ye was checking his Weibo while still under the blanket. There were traces of his philanthropic efforts in many of the news articles, Weibo posts, and trending topics as he browsed through them. This behavior cannot be advocated. Passion for charity starts from me. Come, friends, join us at hashtag Team Charity #1. Reject extravagance, resist wastefulness. Think about the children in poor rural areas. Do you think your actions are right? Comrade, I have to criticize you. We cannot give up halfway when it comes to charity. Comment after comment. In no time at all, he left over 100 of them. Old Wu had already left for work. It was almost 9 a.m., but Zhang Ye still hadn't got out of bed. He was holding his cell phone and typing out a flurry of comments with a serious look on his face. The news reports were also unending. Zhang Ye's studio donates 200,000 renminbi to Aid Hope Elementary, located in the mountains. Zhang Ye calls for all of the country's citizens to do their part for charity. Zhang Ye appeals to everyone to show love to children suffering from leukemia. On Weibo, the netizens were sneering unceasingly. This fellow is at it again. Ignore him. I laugh at his attempts. This fellow must have gotten addicted. Heavens, face-smacking Zhang is really going further and further along the path of charity. Is there a screw loose in this fucker's brain? Will somebody awaken face-smacking Zhang? I find it unbearable to see him this way. Yeah, and it's been going on for 2 days. Has this fella fully dedicated himself to performing charity? Are we really not going to see him fighting with others in the future? That would be really boring. Zhang Ye, wake up. Face-smacking Zhang. Come back to us. A lot of people could no longer bear to watch. Very quickly, a barrage of awakened face-smacking Zhang comments. went out in full swing. The netizens spontaneously joined into the action. Some of them direct messaged him, while others left messages on his and his studio's Weibo. Others replied to his comments. However, it didn't seem like Zhang Ye saw anything at all. He continued battling at the front lines for charity. Wherever there was a topic related to charity, there would be signs of Zhang Ye's industriousness. The fans, the netizens, the entertainment circle. In the end, they could do nothing about it. But with these posts by Zhang Ye, the effects turned out to be quite remarkable. There was an upswing in attention towards philanthropic causes. Donations to the Red Cross Society soared. The number of volunteers signing up with various charities increased. On the same day, the Red Cross Society's letter of appointment arrived. The Red Cross Society had already updated the public service announcements with Zhang Ye's picture in them. Below it, some text introduced the new Asian philanthropic ambassador for this year. Zhang Ye's name and picture also started appearing in the various local languages of the countries across Asia through their print ads and television stations. Online. The ads are out. Zhang Ye has officially stepped into the role. It should be rolling out Asia-wide, right? I think so. It's no wonder those Asian celebrities are all vying to become the Asian philanthropic ambassador. It's only logical that they're all trying so hard to fight for it. There's the contributing score to the Asian celebrity rankings and also a chance to build up a positive image in Asia. Not to mention the free advertisements from the Asian Charity Association that can increase one's exposure throughout the region. But there shouldn't be too many people watching those ads, right? No matter how small, a mosquito is still meat too. Right, it's free exposure for him. A lot of people saw it, but it didn't really cause much of a reaction. They were charity advertisements, after all, so there was going to be a limited amount of attention given to them. TV series? Variety shows? Even if they were not compared to these, and just an ordinary type of advertisement, the PSAs were still less appreciated. Most people would usually only sweep a glance at it. Noon. At the studio, everyone was seated together. The television was switched to Central TV, where a charity advertisement was running. Such advertisements were run for free and coordinated by the charity organizations with the various countries' television stations. Each year or each month, there would be an allocated amount of minutes given to broadcast such PSAs. This was something that Zhang Ye had done for Beijing television as well. The ad was quite normal. Zhang Ye's picture only flashed on screen during the final 2 seconds. Then the PSA ended. Ha Chi-Chi turned off the television. That's it. Zhang Ye was not very satisfied with it. That's it. Ha Chi-Chi blinked and said, I thought it was pretty alright. Isn't this just a run-of-the-mill charity ad? Zhang Ye said with a shrug. Ha Chi-Chi said, Yep. Zhang Ye said disdainfully, It's too average. No one would watch this. The team behind this ad is too unimaginative. What time do we live in? They really need to keep up with the times. Otherwise, if they keep up their old mindset, what would become of the charity ads? Even charity ads need to be done in a way that can attract people's eyes and catch their attention. Zhang's was said with a wry smile. The charities are mostly run by volunteers, although there's full-time staff as well. But from a professional point of view and their abilities, there's really no comparing to the commercial businesses. Their annual salaries are not on the same level, so it's not like a truly capable advertising team would be willing to step up and bend over backwards just for a charity, right? I also find this ad to be quite alright. At least in terms of its quality, the majority of the advertising teams in the country still can't come up with something like it. Zhang Ye shook his head and said, This kind of PSA doesn't have any influence at all. They're scheduled to be broadcast every month for free across Asia, but for such a good spot and time slot to be used in such a way, it can only be deemed as a joke. Even with a good hand of cards, it's totally wasted by them. This is such a shame. Little Wang exclaimed. Are you thinking? Ha Chi-Chi was also taken aback. Do you mean to say? Zhang Ye smiled. Didn't you guys say that they don't have a good advertising team? Then I'll do it for them. Old Ha, get in contact with them, and let's do it as we just discussed. All right, understood. Ha Chi-Chi immediately went to get it done. Zhang Zhua, Little Wang, and the others were also very excited to hear this. That's right. Isn't there Director Zhang? This is exactly what Director Zhang is a professional at. Conserve electricity. Quit smoking. Bottled water. Toothpaste. Milk. Health supplement products. What kinds of advertisements had Zhang Ye not done before? In the Chinese advertising world, Zhang Ye's name was a prominent one. Even the former #1 of the advertising world, Li Xiaoxiao, had suffered a defeat at the hands of Zhang Ye. The phenomenal advertisements that surfaced in China in recent years were the handiwork of Zhang Ye. Over there, Ha Qiqi managed to get in contact with the liaison. When the employee at the Asian Red Cross Society heard, he was also startled. Did Teacher Zhang really say that? Ha Qiqi said, yes. The employee said, but to remake the PSA, our budget. Ha Qiqi readily said, we'll pay for it. The employee said, but the manpower. Ha Qiqi did not hesitate. We'll provide the manpower as well. Providing the money. Providing the manpower. Providing the facilities. Ha Qiqi clearly understood Zhang Ye's thinking. She also knew exactly what they needed most right now. Money? What was that to them? Even if Director Zhang often yacked about money being an issue, if he really wanted to earn it, he could simply sell his calligraphy or take commercial appearances and the money would come rolling in. There were some things that couldn't be bought with money, like this role of the philanthropic ambassador, and even more so, the broadcast of this charity advertisement that would be shown all over Asia. If they handled this well, how much popularity and fame would it bring Zhang Ye? Ha Qiqi knew exactly what it meant. They did not lack money. What they lacked was an opportunity for him to show himself to all of Asia. The employee got excited. IOTH then, that's great. Who doesn't know about Teacher Zhang's reputation in the advertising world? He's absolutely the best person in the Chinese advertising world. We've all seen those PSAs by Teacher Zhang so many times. They're such classics. To have Teacher Zhang personally directing our ads for us, we definitely won't have any issues with that. We're just afraid of troubling you all, and the funding is also. Ha Qiqi laughed and said, no worries. Since Teacher Zhang has accepted the role of Asian philanthropic ambassador, he will naturally do his best. We're willing to come up with the necessary money and manpower and not scrimp on that. We are all doing this for charity, so you don't have to be so polite with us. The employee quickly said, thank you so much. We're burdening Teacher Zhang. Ha Qiqi said, it's what we should do. The employee said, then I'll report this to the leaders immediately. When Ha Qiqi was finally done talking with them, she informed Zhang Ye. Ha Qiqi said, it's done. The charity's executives were full of praise for you. The top 2 executives even called in personally to convey their thanks. Zhang Ye smiled and waved it off. It's all for the people, all for the people. Ha Qiqi blinked and said, I told them that we'll be providing the money and manpower since I doubt they can afford it. All right, that won't be a problem. Zhang Ye said, let's get started then. Zhang Zhe was taken aback. Right now, Zhang Ye was an impatient man. Of course, the faster, the better. Let's make the most of it and produce 2 ads today, then another 3 tomorrow. As for the manpower and facilities, those won't be issues either. If we just head to Beijing TV or Central TV to borrow their venues, the production of the PSAs will be completed in no time. When we're done, we can quickly get them to start broadcasting the new ones. The current ads are terrible and annoy me so much. Wu Yi said with trepidation, but we haven't even decided on what kind of ad to make. Zhang Zhe looked at Ha Qiqi. Did they mention what kind of ad they want? Ha Qiqi shook her head. They didn't say, so I guess anything is fine. In any case, the focus of each country will be slightly different from each other. Some of the countries geared their PSAs more towards addressing AIDS, while others use whichever types of PSAs based on their requirements. When the time comes, someone will plan out how to unify the different PSAs and decide on which country they want to show them in. They can also take turns running the different charity ads. Little Wang said in a speechless manner. If they didn't mention any requirements, how do they expect us to know what to do? But Zhang Ye said, something for the deaf-mute children? Leukemia sufferers? A quit smoking ad? How about one for AIDS? Regardless, I'll just give them whatever they want. If not, we can just do everything once over. It's not like it'll take much effort anyway. Director Zhang is mighty. I really have to give it to you. How domineering. Give them whatever they want. Give them however many they need. Only Zhang Ye would dare say stuff like that. When it came to creating advertisements, one would have to first write a rough draft and then make a proposal. Afterwards, it would have to be approved by the higher-ups before considering the manpower and the scheduling of the shoot. From the pre-production to wrap, it would be fantastic if they could finish it within half a month. If it were slower, it might even take up to a month to complete. But Zhang Ye, he always did things in a rapid-fire fashion. The moment he opened his mouth, it was 2 ads a day or 3 ads a day. He even said that he could give them whatever they wanted and provide the money and manpower as well. He was going to take on this huge project all by himself. Come on, let's do it. Let's create a charity storm across Asia. Let's spread the charitable reputation of Director Zhang across Asia. Chapter 1390, Taking All of Asia by Storm. Chapter 1390, Taking All of Asia by Storm. Translator, Leg. Editor, Leg. On this day, in the morning, a lot of people were chatting online. Some of them were university students who didn't have classes in the morning, and there was also the working class who were browsing their Weibo and chat apps moments in their free time. Hey, did the sun rise from the west today? What's the matter? Take a look at Zhang Ye's Weibo. Why is there no activity? Why didn't that guy repost any charity news today? Yeah, that bastard had been posting them for the past 2 or 3 days. Has this fellow finally returned to being his usual self? Oh yeah, did our awakened face-smacking Zhang operation succeed? I'm very relieved to hear that face-smacking Zhang has recognized the reality of things. This fellow has finally stopped. I'm so not used to seeing him post so often on Weibo. Everything has finally calmed down once again. Amid the laughing and joking, there was a flurry of flaming. But all of a sudden, some people started exclaiming in surprise. Holy shit. Damn, what's the matter? Did something happen? Again, quickly turn your TVs to Central TV Department 1. What is it? That Zhang guy has gone to promote charity on TV. What? I knew it. I knew he couldn't have stopped just like that. Where? I want to have a look. Everyone caught wind of it and came in force to have a look. On Central TV Department 1, a PSA started running. The scene depicted the joyous new year. A family had come together for their reunion, and it was the 100th day celebrations of their child. The father, who Zhang Ye played, held a rattle and was teasing his son with it. The entire family was very happy and blessed as they celebrated this new life. Everyone had smiles on their faces. Zhang Ye said, "My darling baby, look at this rattle that daddy's holding." The scene cut to the child's perspective. The sound disappeared, and the confused child looked at the adults. The scene cut to a hospital. The doctor said, "After our hospital's diagnosis, we found your child to be suffering from severe congenital hearing impairment. That is to say, he is deaf." Zhang Ye was silent. His wife was silent. The scene cut back to their home. Zhang Ye was smiling. "Little baby?" His wife said with a smile, "Little baby?" Day after day, year after year, Zhang Ye started teaching his child to speak. He let him feel what sound was and made him touch his own throat as he learned and practiced. "Zhang Ye, be good, my baby." The child, "Oh. Zhang Ye, be good. My baby." The child, "Oh. Daddy, I want to learn how to speak." The child signed to Zhang Ye to let him know. Zhang Ye hugged him as tears filled his eyes. A year later, at a school, the child had a scuffle with his classmates. Zhang Ye hurriedly rushed to the school. Sweetie. The child flailed his limbs around. Ayo woo-oh. But he couldn't say anything. Classmate 1. What a rascal. Classmate 2. He can't even talk and only knows how to make those weird sounds. Zhang Ye hugged his child and became silent. Then he stood up angrily and shouted at those people. "What are you all talking about?" At this moment, a hand tugged at him. "Dad, dysprosium." Zhang Ye turned around, startled. The child was trying very hard and saying, "Be good, Dad, dysprosium." On the 11th of June, the child spoke for the first time. Caption: The heavens have silenced his world, but he can still make the most beautiful sound of all. With early training, hearing-impaired children can still learn to speak. The advertisement ended. It blew up online. Is this Zhang Ye's new PSA? Motherfucker, it made me cry. This ad is really touching. I couldn't hold it in either after hearing "Be good, Daddy" and started crying. He's too good at making us cry. When it comes to making ads, Zhang Ye is so goddamn good. There's nothing I can criticize about this charity ad. Compared to those PSAs from before, this is simply on another level. Zhang Ye has personally taken them on by himself. Was this ad made by him? Of course. Other than him, who can make a PSA like that in the country? It's indeed very impressive. This PSA is amazing. Zhang Ye is still that Zhang Ye. With him getting involved, The difference in quality can be seen immediately. He's on a completely different level compared to the advertising teams on the charities. After watching this ad, I'm sure a lot of people will remember it. In the future, this will definitely help a lot of hearing-impaired kids. This is so great. This is what a PSA should be like. They should have done it this way earlier, since only such classic and excellent PSAs can shock the viewers into action. It makes it unforgettable to them once they watch it, which achieves the intent of a PSA. Put it on again. China gave it an enthusiastic reception. Elsewhere, Japan, Zhang Ye's figure appeared on TV. This was a charity advertisement promoting love and care for dementia patients. How touching. I couldn't control my tears. Isn't that the Chinese celebrity? Yes, it's the one who was just appointed as the Asian philanthropic ambassador. He can even make ads? And it was done so well too. None of our Japanese PSAs have been shot so outstandingly. How did he do it? Meanwhile, Korea. It's really good. I get a sense of shock each time I watch it. This PSA has greatly exceeded the quality of those in our country. Was this made by that Chinese celebrity? It certainly can't be something the charities came up with. It's not like we haven't seen those charity ads they made in the past. They don't have the skill to create something like that. It's really good. I want to watch it again. Although I really hate this Zhang Ye person, there's nothing I can criticize this ad about. When did China's advertising quality reach such a level? India. The PSA was shown. How frightening. It's too terrifying. So AIDS is this scary. Who is that guy? I think he's called Zhang Ye. He's the new philanthropic ambassador for Asia. This guy is amazing. Yeah, I've never seen or heard of a PSA that was done this way. 1 country, 3 countries, 5 countries. The Asian Charity Association had exchanges and cooperated with many countries. Even though the state of affairs, policies, and laws of each country were different, they still shared a similarity between them, and it was that they were all very receptive of charity work. If these were advertisements for commercial businesses, Zhang Ye would definitely find himself with many limitations if he wanted to enter into the market of another country, since he was a foreigner. Some countries would not even let you appear on their TVs. For example, there were people from a minority of countries who did not know the top Asian S-listers like Zhang Yuanqi and Su Milan. They were simply unable to develop into those markets. But it was different for Zhang Ye, because his status now was that of the Asian philanthropic ambassador, providing the money, providing the manpower, providing the advertisements. Zhang Ye did not need to worry about anything else, as the Asian Charity Association and Red Cross Society had already handled the necessary work, like the dubbing of the advertisements and translation of subtitles to the country's specific languages. Everything else was kept intact, and it was directly broadcast to the audience. None of the Asian countries would stop this, and the entire process was greenlit. To block a PSA from the Asian Charity Association, they would have to be crazy to do that. On this day, 7 of Zhang Ye's PSAs landed on the various major television stations of countries in Asia. Although the advertisement's duration was short and they were only broadcast once, their effects were sensational and explosive. Countless people couldn't forget them after watching them just once. These were the most classic PSAs from Zhang Ye's previous world. There were some from China, and also foreign ones that were used by him after carefully going through them. He modified and changed whatever was necessary and repackaged them with a whole new look to present to the people of this world. On the same night, the news in Asia was endless. Many of the countries in Asia reported about it. The new Asian philanthropic ambassador debuts. China's Heavenly King uses his ads to send a shockwave across Asia. The best PSAs in history. PSAs take Asia by storm. PSAs can also be stunning. The Asian philanthropic ambassador personally oversaw and produced 7 charity ads to a shower of praise. The Asian Charity Association issues a public statement to thank Zhang Ye and his team. The new philanthropic ambassador gets soaring exposure. Zhang Ye captures the attention of everyone in Asia. Zhang Ye, an upcoming, glittering Asian superstar. Chapter 1391. Throughout the ages, there has only been one. Chapter 1391. Throughout the ages, there has only been one. Translator, leg editor, leg. It was fairly late. Everyone at the studio was working overtime. Zhang Ye's PSAs were constantly being disseminated in Asia. Due to a similar geographical region, similar races, and also the types of diseases and illnesses, these charity advertisements were virtually applicable to all of the Asian countries. Other than the changes made to the languages, there was basically no need to alter the advertisements in any other way. The universality of it also increased the speed in which the PSAs were propagated. The Indian netizens are full of praise. It's the same for Japan. The Korean media also reported about it. The discussions in our country are even more heated and crazy. The news in Asia is all about our PSAs. The Asian Red Cross Society has been really supportive. The amount of the advertisements they're getting out there is massive. Our director Zhang is still the most impressive of all. The main point still lies in the quality of those 7 PSAs. Without the sophisticated production and unique creativity behind them, no one would have paid much attention to them. It would not have been able to gain such a good reception in so many of the Asian countries if not for that. All of those ads are at the highest standards as compared to the charity sector's PSAs. Throwing them all out in one shot made the impact even better. All of Asia was stunned by them. The ads were really great. I also cried a few times watching them. Excitement. Exhilaration. The advertisements scored a victory all across Asia. Checking the news and information that was reported back to them from the various countries, the studio's staff were all very delighted. Ha Chi-Chi looked at Zhang Ye and smiled, saying happily, "You're still the most amazing of all." Once director Zhang gets hands-on, we know exactly how the results will turn out. Our popularity this time is absolutely going to soar like a rocket. Zhang Ye smacked his lips and pretentiously waved it off. What popularity are you talking about? It's all for charity. For charity. Ha Chi-Chi immediately changed her tone and said, That's right. Pointing at her own head, she claimed, "Just look at how shallow my thinking is." Zhang Ye then said earnestly, "Well, it's for charity, after all, so we shouldn't be bothered about any loss or gain in popularity." Ha Chi-Chi said, "That's right, I was too narrow-minded." Zhang's was said, "It's still director Zhang who's enlightened." Wu Yi said, "That's true. How is director Zhang the same as us?" Little Wang said, "Director Zhang, you're my idol." Everyone was flattering and sucking up to him. Zhang Yi laughed and gestured with his hands a calming motion. "Keep it low-key, low-key." This fellow's every move and behavior exuded the air of a great philanthropist now. But then again, the 7 advertisements had indeed left everyone speechless. All of them were classics and had touched everyone who watched them. Zhang Ye had also given it his all this time. He had played so many different roles today, switching between being the father of a handicapped child, the son of an elderly dementia sufferer, an AIDS patient, a match for a leukemia patient, and a stomach cancer-stricken smoker. On television, he had so much to be busy over. In every one of the PSAs, Zhang Ye was personally involved. Of course, the effects were also remarkable. At the Asian Red Cross Society, the staff were also visibly excited. The phones are blowing up with calls. A lot of people are calling in to inquire about making a donation. "Boss, we don't have enough manpower. We can't answer the calls in time." I have a Chinese businessman on the line who wants to give 5 million in donations. "Boss," after the ads were shown, the Red Cross Society of the various countries started receiving multiple calls. The number of volunteers signing up has increased by 10-fold from before. That's great. That's really great. This is the power of a PSA. To be able to arouse the attention and compassion of people in the society is truly an achievement. It looks like we have experienced the skill of teacher Zhang today. Yeah, this is really too surprising. I never thought that a few PSAs could stir up such a heated discussion. Teacher Zhang has got too many identities, and one of them is being the number one of the Chinese advertising world. From the looks of it, that title is indeed well-deserved. In the future, with teacher Zhang as the Asian philanthropic ambassador, our charity ads will definitely do very well. There's a chance that we might be able to reach out to every corner of Asia. With so many more donations and volunteers, it will also become much easier to advance our charitable activities in Asia. In the Chinese media, hot damn, it has caused such a sensation. Is this fellow really going to rely on his charity work to advance his rank on the Asian stage? This is truly unbelievable. Yeah, no one has ever done it this way before. This teacher Zhang really doesn't fucking follow a conventional way of doing things. Does he intend to conquer Asia in one breath? You're right. The news for the past few days in Asia was all about him, the heavy metal music festival, preface to the Orchid Pavilion calligraphy, appointment as the Asian philanthropic ambassador, and now a wave of PSAs? Those Asian S-list heavenly kings and queens don't even get the kind of exposure that he had for the past few days. In the advertising world, how did he come up with so many DOS all of a sudden? I heard that Zhang Ye made them in just 2 days. What? 2 days? How capable of him. I can only admire that brain of his. How did he come up with all of these creative ideas? Stop talking. Let's study and learn from these ads first. I've already watched them more than 20 times, and they're still as touching as ever. Late into the night. It was almost midnight. Zhang Ye said to everyone, "All right, it's time to clock out. Hurry home." But Little Wang said, "We've already waited until now, so we might as well wait a little longer since the Asian Celebrity Rankings Index will be updated soon, Director Zhang." Tong Fu smiled and said, "Yeah, let's wait another 5 minutes." Ha Chi-Chi said, "I'm not in a hurry to go back either." Zhang Zhuo laughed. "There's nothing for me to do even if I go home." Zhang Yi blinked and said, Are y'all trying to cheat me of overtime pay?" Little Zhou laughed. Puffed. Everyone was talking and laughing as midnight approached. For a moment, everyone was excitedly turning to their computers or cell phones to refresh the Asian Celebrity Rankings Index. To everyone here, only the popularity rankings meant anything. They'd already provided the money and the manpower. With so much effort put in to make all of those PSAs, they had given their best for charity. It was now time to see what grade the Asian market would give them. Zhang Yi also sneaked a glance over. Immediately, he saw many surprised faces. "Ah, we're on fire. We're on fire again. Our ranking has gone up again. It's risen by 3 spots this time. My God, this is happening too quickly. It's only been a few days." There must also be the additional popularity score added from the Asian philanthropic ambassador role. The appointment letter has already been issued, and the press conference will be held tomorrow. The popularity from that must also have been counted in. How great, Director Zhang. You're so awesome. From today onwards, we'll no longer be loitering around at the bottom of the Asian A-list. We're already getting close to the middle of the Asian A-list rankings. That's right, we're going to be in the middle of the A-list very soon. Who else could advance at such speed? I want to know who else there is. In the past 3 or 4 days, Director Zhang's Asian popularity shot straight up. Who else can stand in our way? Whoever does, so will be exterminated. Everyone was extremely excited. This result was such a pleasant surprise. Although they already had an inkling of this, and there were already signs from today's quick spread and heated discussions of the PSAs, they still could not help but experience a gush of satisfaction, pride, and excitement when they saw Director Zhang's advance on the Asian rankings for themselves. This was the Asian Celebrity Rankings Index they were talking about, and not the Chinese rankings. In the region of Asia, the competition was clearly much more intense and crueler, especially for the Chinese celebrities who had always found it very difficult to make a name for themselves on the Asian rankings. How many A and B listers' names from their country were still not showing up on the Asian Celebrity Rankings Index? But for them, they actually managed to forge a bloody path and accumulate a large amount of popularity within such a short period of time. There were those who managed this via movies that took Asia by storm. There were those who starred in TV series that became extremely popular in Asia. There were those who used their music to travel across Asia. But to rely on PSAs to gain a foothold in the Asian market? Throughout the ages, there has only been one. Other than Zhang Ye, you would not find another who managed it. Chapter 1392, Digging Up Dirt on Zhang Ye. Chapter 1392, Digging Up Dirt on Zhang Ye. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. In the blink of an eye, the day of the press conference to appoint the Asian philanthropic ambassador arrived. The press conference was scheduled for the evening. During the morning, Zhang Ye sat down together with the staff of the Asian Charity Association and Red Cross Society to discuss the flow of the live broadcast at night. Teacher Zhang, the entire event will be broadcast live tonight. Sure, no problem. We've already arranged with all the TV stations in Asia. All right, what do you need me to do? About that, would it be okay if you wrote another calligraphy piece? You still want me to write another one? What would you like me to write? Something simple would do. So you mean something like a poem? Yes, Yes, that's fine. Can you see if this lyrical poem will do? Zhang Ye took it over and had a look. Rivers Run read one. He was very familiar with this template too, but he had never seen this particular poem before. Rivers Run read was a poem template that existed historically in both Zhang Ye's previous world and this world. The format was the same, and the poem handed to Zhang Ye by the Asian Charity Association should be one of the more famous ones in this world. He glanced at the content and memorized it. The setting of this poem was very befitting to the occasion and spoke of benevolence. Writing this poem during the Asia-wide live broadcast was also a statement expressing their stand towards charity work. Of course, the most important thing was that this calligraphy piece would fetch some money when sold. Have tasted prior success, the Asian Charity Association definitely had to organize another charity auction here. And this time, the highlight of the auction would surely be this calligraphy piece Zhang Ye was going to write. Tonight, Zhang Ye knew exactly what they were planning. However, he did not have any resistance to it. It was for charity, after all. A philanthropist should not be so fussy about such things. Will this do? Sure, it's fine. All right then, we'll be depending on you. It's all for charity. There's no need to be polite. Teacher Zhang's kindness is truly a role model for our generation to learn from. It's all for the people, all for the people. The preparations continued in whatever time there was left. Many of the media outlets were also intently watching this press conference that would be held in the evening. When the promotions were released, Zhang Ye also started posting on Weibo. Online. What? Zhang Ye is going to write another calligraphy piece? Haha, then I must really watch this. His semi-cursive is really beautiful. Look at his Weibo. He's starting to post all those charity-related news again. This fellow is at it again. I've gotten used to it in recent days. Me too. Just let him post whatever he wants. Zhang Ye has really become a philanthropist. Face-smacking Zhang is dead. Let us offer Joss sticks to him. Hi. We might not get to see face-smacking Zhang's mighty killing prowess anymore. Yeah, this fellow is now single-mindedly focused on doing charity. However, it was at this moment that something happened in Asia. No one expected it to happen so suddenly, yet it was still somewhat within expectations. Everyone just didn't think that it would come this early. Japan. The video of Zhang Ye leading those Peking University students to scold people surfaced. What the heck? He scolded our people before? I said it before. Didn't you guys know? I didn't know. I only found out about it recently. That bastard. God damn it. How can a person like this be appointed as a philanthropic ambassador? What on earth is the Asian Charity Association thinking? Get out of Japan. Right? Boycott Zhang Ye. Boycott Zhang Ye. Boycott Zhang Ye. Numerous media outlets began exposing even more news. Some of them were true, while some of them were fabricated. Misdeeds linked to Zhang Ye suddenly swept through Japan. Korea. The dirt on Zhang Ye was suddenly exposed without stop. Likewise, real and fake news were mired within, and the means of propagation was very smart. Many things that didn't happen before were now firmly placed on a Zhang Ye's head. In Li Anson's interview, there was 1 year in China when Zhang Ye did not get invited to the Spring Festival Gala. Because of that, I believe he must have a lot of pinned-up anger when he decided to lay his hands on me. As I prefer to settle things peacefully, I managed to restrain myself in the end. But who could have known that Zhang Ye's behavior would get even more aggravated after that? This made me really disappointed in China. Park Jae-sang's interview. A person like Zhang Ye is very lacking as a person. What happened with Li Anson wasn't a one-off incident. When I was in China, Zhang Ye also roughed me up before. Kim Ji-chan's interview. This kind of person is unfit to be an artist. What? He was the one who beat Li Anson up? How dare he hit my Anson Appa? Park Jae-sang was beaten up by him too. Kim Ji-chan got scolded by him as well. This bastard. Why is there still someone as shameless as him? Chase him out of here. We must not allow him into Korea again. Right? Boycott. Boycott Zhang Ye. Korea was also in an uproar. The people were all heatedly discussing it. As for the other countries, there wasn't much of a reaction from them. It was only in Japan and Korea that Zhang Ye was suddenly pushed into the news. The Japanese and Korean citizens were in an uproar as everyone shouted in rage. The calls to boycott Zhang Ye were coming wave after wave. In just a short span, momentum had built up. Actually, for some of these events, Zhang Ye had never bothered hiding them. He had also never avoided the subject before. Be it the Peking University scolding incident or when he sent Li Anson flying with a kick after the Spring Festival Gala, he was willing to straight up talk about it if anyone asked. That was because he did all of it without a hint of guilt. There were reasons behind his actions. When the Japanese guests and dignitaries came to visit Peking University, they behaved arrogantly and spoke disrespectfully to our students. So why couldn't I lead the students to scold you all? Oh, and when Li Anson behaved like a diva by laying hands on a citizen of our country, why couldn't I do the same and hit him back? Based on what? Zhang Ye was not in the wrong. He had always been upright wherever he went. But who was Park Jae-sang? Who was Kim Ji-chan? And all of those other mentioned incidents and people? I've never even fucking heard of them before. Why are they pinning it all on me now? How did it become that I was the one who hit all of them? When the staff of Zhang Ye's studio found out about this news, they nearly exploded in rage. Ha Chi-Chi said angrily, "What is with all this?" Little Wang said anxiously, "Why did it suddenly become so serious? Why are there so many news reports discrediting director Zhang all of a sudden?" Wu Yi pointed at the web reports from the mainstream media in Japan and Korea. "Look at these, they're absolutely fake news. No such incidents happened at all. This is utter nonsense. And who the fuck is this person? This Korean celebrity is accusing director Zhang of acting like a diva and scolding people? He even said that he witnessed it with his own eyes? Director Zhang has never even met him before. All right." Zhang's was said with a dark look. "This is what public opinion is over in Japan and Korea." Ha Chi-Chi said, "I won't believe it if someone says there wasn't a mastermind behind all this." Little Wang said, "So does this mean that someone's trying to use underhanded methods to suppress director Zhang because his popularity ranking in Asia is getting higher and higher and he is becoming more and more popular?" It was spreading really quickly. Moreover, this was a suppression from the majority of the Japanese and Korean media, and it was even coupled with the fanning of flames by many of the big names in the Japanese and Korean entertainment circle. With the shelling coming from both the official media and celebrities, the affair turned more intense as it reached a point of no return. Only the Chinese media was still speaking up for Zhang Ye. Japan and Koreans set off wave of boycott. Zhang Ye becomes target of public criticism. Who has Zhang Ye offended? Through investigations, Park Jae-sang has never had any dealings with Zhang Ye before. The two have never met. So why did Park Jae-sang claim that Zhang Ye had roughed him up during his interview with the Korean media? Fake news has become the norm. Whose interest has Zhang Ye intruded on? Zhang Ye's fight with Li Anson was a result of an incident. Why did the Japanese and Korean media and celebrities suddenly turn menacing? Zhang Ye's past as a nationalistic youth has returned to haunt him. In the afternoon, Zhang Ye was taking call after call on his cell phone. Ninglan called. "Did you hit Park Jae-sang? I don't even know who he is. These people are trying to pull you down on the Asian Celebrity Rankings Index."